Chapter 1 Rebirth and the Golden Finger. Jiang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Am I dead? Is this heaven? Then, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Jiang Tian, 21 years old, born into the Jiang family, currently studying at the command department of the Central Military Academy. The Jiang family had risen from a minor clan to become masters of an entire star system by absorbing pirate fleets under their banner. Both of Jiang Tian's parents were imperial officers who tragically perished in combat against space pirates when he was 18. The entire fleet had been wiped out. Ever since then, revenge had been his one constant desire. It finally dawned on Jiang Tian. He had transmigrated. While he was still sorting through these memories, a crisp sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an overpowered system. You now have one selection opportunity. Choose one from the following systems to bind. System 1, Overpowered Technology System. System 2, Overpowered Warship System. Jiang Tian recalled his previous life position, a major general. As a general, he decisively chose System 2. Congratulations, host, for binding the Overpowered Warship System. Newcomer's package has been issued. Received, L1 Snowwolf Class Star Frigate Blueprint. Obtain Talent, Battlefield Command. New mission released. Main quest, possess a fleet of 100 warships. Side quests, none. System upgrade task, construct one L1 class warship. Reading the system notification, Jiang Tian could not suppress his shock. Not only did I transmigrate, but I've also gotten a golden finger. With a thought, Jiang Tian summoned the system interface in his mind. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV1. Warehouse, L1 Snowwolf Class Star Frigate Blueprint. Curious, he tapped open the L1 Snowwolf Class Star Frigate Blueprint. Snowwolf Class Star Frigate. Level, L1. Speed, 50 knots. Length, 300 meters. Armaments, 1 by 200 centimeters phase cannon. 4x blue tier close-in defense cannons. Defense, hull strength, 300. Special none. As Jiang Tian was absorbed in examining the system, a soft female voice rang out. Jiang Tian, if you don't get up now, you'll miss today's exam. Jiang Tian glanced at the calendar. January 1st, Sacred Light, year 3824. Suddenly, his head was flicked. Hey, time for the exam. He looked up and saw her, or rather him. His best friend stood beside him, holding a glowing voice modulator. Jiang Tian shot him an annoyed look and said, Ihan, what's wrong with you this early in the morning? Ihan, Jiang Tian's closest friend. His great-grandfather had once served as a vice admiral in the Empire. After his death, Ihan's grandfather used the starships left behind to run interstellar cargo transport across systems, amassing a modest fortune. Scratching his head, Ihan said, It's a new year, so I thought I'd give you a surprise. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, gave him a sidelong glance, and flipped himself off the bed. After breakfast, the two headed to school together. Today's exam was written, the sort of test that posed no challenge to Jiang Tian, who had always studied diligently. Right after finishing, just as he was about to leave, his homeroom teacher's holographic projection suddenly appeared in the classroom. This final exam is different from usual. Since it's your graduation exam, there will be a simulated combat exercise 3 days from now. We'll use brand new virtual reality technology to simulate real-time battles and grade you based on performance, the teacher explained slowly. Additionally, the top 3 scorers in this practical exercise will each receive a scholarship. At this news, the class erupted into chatter. All right, everyone, prepare well over the next few days. Meet back here in 3 days. Dismissed. After dismissal, Ihan walked up to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, we're almost graduated. What are your plans for the future? Jiang Tian hesitated. Originally, he had intended to join the military. But now, with the system, he had far grander ambitions. I want to build my own fleet and avenge my parents. I also want to claim my own territory, eradicate all pirates in the star system, and venture beyond, into the vast ocean of stars. But he kept the second half to himself. Even if he said it, Ihan probably wouldn't believe him anyway. Surprisingly, Ihan didn't seem shocked by the answer. My family's already decided. I'm going home to take over the business. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said nothing. The next day, Jiang Tian got up early and told Ihan he'd be gone for a few days. Ihan frowned, confused. Where are you going at a time like this? Jiang Tian replied, I'll be back before the exam. You'll see why soon enough. And with that, he left. Central Academy Spaceport. Jiang Tian arrived at this bustling hub of activity. Lights sparkled everywhere he looked, and warships of all sizes filled the port. From L1 small starships to the L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruisers of the Starport Defense Fleet. Jiang Tian was walking down the street when a humanoid robot flew up beside him. Welcome to the Central Academy Spaceport. How may I assist you? I'd like to rent a ship maintenance berth and purchase some raw materials. As Jiang Tian spoke, he pulled out a checklist. After a brief wait, the robot responded. You've rented maintenance berth E475 for 3 days. Once payment is completed, the materials will be delivered directly to your berth. Jiang Tian glanced at the invoice, nearly equaling his entire savings, but decisively completed the transaction. Despite being a spaceport capable of accommodating billions, efficiency here was unparalleled. By the time Jiang Tian reached his berth, the materials had already arrived. He immediately began constructing his very first starship. First, the blueprint, then this part. Muttering to himself, Jiang Tian rapidly operated the computer. Inside the workshop, mechanical arms worked non-stop as the starship slowly took shape. Within half a day, The ship's keel was already in place. Then, without pause, Jiang Tian moved on to assembling the internal structure. 2 days passed in a flash. Jiang Tian's warship was complete. During this time, he'd slept less than 8 hours, working relentlessly. Just then, the system voice rang out. Ding, system upgrade task detected as complete. System upgraded to LV2. Awarded 1 L2 warship blueprint draw chance. Jiang Tian saw it. Draw chance. This was truly a good thing. Without hesitation, he activated the draw. Instantly, countless warship images appeared in his mind, spinning like a roulette wheel. Finally, they stopped on a silver, conical-shaped vessel. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigate. Jiang Tian checked the time. Instead of opening the blueprint immediately, he simply collapsed onto the newly built ship and fell asleep, ready to head straight to the exam tomorrow. Chapter 2. Simulation Combat. When Yihan woke up in the morning and found Jiang Tian still absent, he went to school by himself. Walking on the road, he suddenly saw a starship flying overhead, descending onto the school's landing pad. Yihan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I wonder which young master from some wealthy family is coming to school now. Although humanity had become incredibly powerful, not everyone could afford to use a starship. Besides the initial purchase cost, each maintenance check required a huge sum, something ordinary families could never afford. Even though Central Academy had built a ground-based Stargate where every student could use it for free, few chose this method of commuting. Most of the time, the facility stood completely empty. As Yihan passed by the Stargate, he happened to see Jiang Tian stepping out. He ran over quickly and said in astonishment, "Dude, what's going on? Was that starship that just landed yours?" Jiang Tian nodded calmly. "Yeah, I built it myself." Yihan was confused. "But where did you get the blueprints?" Jiang Tian chuckled. "That's a secret." Though puzzled, Yihan knew better than to pry further and didn't ask again. Soon after, the two headed together toward the simulation combat exam. This time, each of you will command your own fleet against a mechanical empire fleet controlled by AI, with the goal of destroying the enemy forces. Additionally, military officers will be evaluating your performance. The top performer will receive a reward of 10 million Saint-like coins. Others may also be directly recruited into the military based on their performance. The dean was giving an enthusiastic speech. Beside him stood several officials in imperial uniforms, led by a stern-faced brigadier general. As soon as Jiang Tian heard about the 10 million coin prize, his heart raced with excitement. Beep side quest triggered. Rank first in the simulation combat exam. Reward upon completion. Random L2 warship blueprint. He mentally activated his interface. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV2. Warehouse. L1 Snow Wolf class interstellar frigate blueprint. L2 Bullet class interstellar frigate blueprint. Quests. Main quest. Possess a fleet of 100 ships. Side quest. Rank first in the simulation exam. System upgrade quest. Obtain 3 L2 warship blueprints and own 30 L2 starships. If I get this 10 million, I'll be one step closer to unlocking my LV3 system, Jiang Tian thought excitedly. At that moment, the dean concluded his speech. All cadets, please enter the simulation pods now. Following the direction the dean pointed at, Jiang Tian saw hundreds of dome-shaped devices placed across the ground, each having a slit open for cadets to enter. Jiang Tian selected a pod near the edge, stepped inside, and instantly the entire device lit up as the slit closed behind him, sealing off the interior from the outside. Inside the simulation pod, the scene shifted. Jiang Tian suddenly found himself standing on the bridge of a warship. Outside the window was endless darkness. Suddenly, red text appeared on the screen. Commanders, please review battlefield intelligence and formulate battle strategies. Combat begins in 10 minutes. Jiang Tian tapped the air, and a holographic projection displayed the battlefield data. Mission briefing. A mechanical empire fleet has been detected approaching the imperial border. It is expected to pass through your fleet's position within 1 hour. Intercept them immediately. Enemy fleet composition. 1XL4, class battleship. Approximately 100XL3, class warships. 200XL2, class warships. Friendly fleet composition. 1XL4 Holy Spear class battlecruiser. 50XL3 Holy Soldier class light assault ships. 100XL2 Holy Shield class interstellar frigates. Holy Spear class battlecruiser. Class, L4. Length, 7,000 meters. Speed, 200 knots. Weapons, 1 by 5,000 millimeters large-bore electromagnetic railgun. 200X laser close-in weapon systems. Defense, hull integrity, 20,000 energy shield, 100,000. Holy Soldier class light assault ship. Class, L3. Length, 1,460 meters. Speed, 150 knots. Weapons, 1 by 100 centimeters phase cannon. 10XL, 3 torpedo launch tubes. 20X laser close-in weapon systems. Defense, hull integrity, 8,000. Holy Shield class interstellar frigate. Class, L2. Length, 278 meters. Speed, 100 knots. Weapons, 40X laser rapid-fire cannons. Defense, hull integrity, 4,500. After reviewing the intelligence, Jiang Tian thought to himself, first place is mine, no doubt about it. In normal circumstances, defeating a mechanical fleet under equal conditions was extremely difficult. The mechanicals experienced almost zero delay in communication and coordination, something humanity simply couldn't match. For inexperienced cadets, this would be a disaster. But for Jiang Tian, who held an unfair advantage, this challenge seemed effortless. 3, 2, 1. Mission start. The red text on the screen suddenly vanished, replaced by the boundless darkness of space. At the same time, outside the simulation pods, the training ground displayed each cadet's scenario via holographic projections for the instructors to evaluate. Inside his pod, Jiang Tian swiftly issued combat commands. He first dispatched 2 L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ships forward for reconnaissance. Then, he ordered the remaining L3 Holy Soldier-class ships to spread out and form a circular formation in the void. At the center of the circle, the L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser was tightly surrounded by 100 L2 Holy Shield-class interstellar frigates. Seeing his formation complete, Jiang Tian felt confident. More than that, he was actually looking forward to the arrival of the Mechanical Empire fleet. Chapter 3. First Victory. Outside the arena, instructors observed their students' performance, some jotting down notes from time to time or discussing with colleagues beside them. 50 minutes passed quickly. Some trainees had already made contact with the mechanical fleet. Tiny flashes burst across the holographic screens. But before even 5 minutes elapsed, some screens suddenly dimmed, indicating that those cadets' fleets had been completely wiped out. Inside the simulation chamber, Jiang Tian's 2 reconnaissance vessels had just encountered the mechanical fleet. The mechanized force swiftly destroyed both ships, and immediately afterward, the entire fleet shifted into combat formation. At the cost of 2 L3 class warships, Jiang Tian had now obtained detailed intelligence on the mechanical fleet. 1 L4 Night Cruiser class battleship, 120 L3 Crow class light frigates, 200 L2 Reformer class modular frigates. All 3 types of warships had been emphasized during school lectures as mainstays of mechanical forces. Among them, the L2 Reformer class modular frigate was the most unusual. Since mechanical beings did not rely heavily on environmental conditions, the entire Reformer was built upon an octagonal pyramid structure, divided into numerous small modules. Each module could freely detach and reassemble in space. 2 damaged Reformers could recombine into a fully functional new warship. Thus, although individually weak, this L2 class vessel often demonstrated combat effectiveness equivalent to an L3 class warship on the battlefield. Observing this situation, Jiang Tian paused in thought, then issued orders. Advance the L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ships at 5 knots, prioritizing attacks on the L2 Reformer-class modular frigates. By now, the mechanical fleet had entered attack range. The L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ships transmitted requests to engage. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian gave the command. Full-scale assault. The Vanguard L3 Holy Soldier-class ships opened fire first. Beams of laser light flashed through the void, occasionally exploding into dazzling sparks. Because Jiang Tian's fleet was so widely dispersed, the mechanical fleet had no choice but to spread out its formation to deal effective damage, an outcome exactly what Jiang Tian desired. The leading L2 Reformer-class modular frigates broke apart, spreading out to target the L3 Holy Soldier-class assault ships. Immediately, the L3 Crow-class light frigates moved forward to fill the gap left by the Reformers. Seeing this, Jiang Tian remained expressionless. He then ordered, L3 Holy Soldier-class assault ships, focus fire on the L2 Reformer-class modular frigates, open all weapons. L4 Spear of Radiance-class battlecruiser and L2 Holy Shield-class interstellar frigates, set speed to 20 knots, target the enemy's L4 Night Cruiser-class battleship. Glaring orbs of various sizes flickered through the void, the result of interstellar torpedoes and phase cannons discharging. Explosions erupted continuously within the mechanical ranks. Now the mechanical fleet launched its own offensive, with L3 Crow-class light frigates mixed among several remaining L2 Reformer-class frigates charging toward Jiang Tian. Recognizing the threat, Jiang Tian instantly adjusted his formation, ordering the L2 Holy Shield-class interstellar frigates to begin rotating around the L4 Spear of Radiance-class battlecruiser. This created a second layer of defense beyond the battlecruiser's energy shield. A circular aperture was maintained at the front, allowing the electromagnetic rail cannon to maintain firing capability. The battlefield had now fully unfolded. Outside, the number of active feeds across the master display dwindled rapidly, until only about 10 cadets remained in action. The general still wore his usual stoic expression, yet anyone could tell he was far from satisfied. At that moment, an aide approached respectfully. General, they suggest you take a look at this cadet. As he spoke, the aide brought up Jiang Tian's feed on the screen before the general. The general frowned, watching Jiang Tian's command sequence unfold. Slowly, his brows relaxed. A faint, subtle smile began to form at the corners of his lips. The aide was puzzled. Could this cadet truly be performing so well? Within the chamber, Jiang Tian's fleet continued locked in fierce combat against the mechanical force. At the cost of 48 L3 Holy Soldier-class light assault ships, Jiang Tian had eliminated all 120 L2 Reformer-class modular frigates. Meanwhile, both sides' L4 class capital ships exchanged heavy fire. After sacrificing half of his L2 Holy Shield-class interstellar frigates, Jiang Tian managed to bring the L4 Night Cruiser-class battleships' energy shields to the brink of collapse. Some surviving L3 Crow-class light frigates and L2 Reformer-class modular frigates were now retreating into defensive positions, positioning their hulls in front of the night cruiser to buy time for shield regeneration. But Jiang Tian would not allow it. Main cannon, prepare to fire. All remaining L2 Holy Shield-class interstellar frigates, full speed ahead. Prepare self-destruct protocols to clear the firing line. Gazing steadily at the battlefield, Jiang Tian issued his order with calm precision. The remaining L2 Holy Shield-class interstellar frigates abandoned their formation, scattering and charging at full speed toward the mechanical warships. Once surrounded by enemy vessels, they immediately initiated self-destruct protocols to maximize damage. The L4 Spear of Radiance-class battlecruiser continuously poured fire upon the L4 Night Cruiser-class battleship. After just a few shells landed, the energy shield of the L4 Night Cruiser-class battleship suddenly collapsed. A high-speed electromagnetic rail cannon shell struck directly at the main gun aperture of the L4 Night Cruiser-class battleship, triggering a catastrophic chain explosion. The kilometer-long warship instantly transformed into a blazing sun floating in the void. At this moment, Jiang Tian had only one L4 Spear of Radiance-class battlecruiser left, its energy shield depleted halfway, with all other ships completely destroyed. Meanwhile, the mechanical fleet still had over 70 L2 Reformer-class light frigates and 40 L3 Crow-class light frigates remaining. At first glance, the mechanical forces held a numerical advantage. However, the L4 class warship possessed an energy shield, an overwhelming technological superiority. Jiang Tian maintained a steady pace, eliminating one enemy vessel per main cannon shot. One by one, the remaining mechanical warships vanished, and in the end, the energy shield of the L4 Spear of Radiance-class battlecruiser never collapsed. As the last mechanical warship exploded, a line of blue text appeared on the screen. Mission accomplished. Then, the seams of the simulation chamber opened, allowing outside light to pour in. The dean's voice echoed in his ears. All cadets, assemble. Jiang Tian stepped out of the simulation pod, just as Han emerged from his. I only managed to destroy 100 combined L2 Reformer-class frigates. This was way too hard. It's nothing like what we learned. The force disparity was just too great. There was no way to win. Han grumbled dejectedly the moment he saw Jiang Tian. How about you? How many did you take down? Jiang Tian hesitated, scratched his head, then smiled and said, Me? All of them. Han stared in disbelief. Impossible. I don't believe it. Jiang Tian simply smiled without replying, thinking to himself. You'll see soon enough. On the holographic display screen where instructors observed the battle, the rankings for this simulated combat exercise now appeared. First place, Jiang Tian. Losses, 100 L2, class, 50 L3, class. Result, enemy fleet completely annihilated. Second place, Dai Ling. Losses, entire fleet destroyed. Result, 150 L2, class, 60 L3, class destroyed. Third place, Tang Zue. Losses, entire fleet destroyed. Result, 173 L2, class, 36 L3, class destroyed. 10th place, Gu Ran. Losses, entire fleet destroyed. Result, 120 L2, class, 20 L3, class destroyed. Chapter 4, A New Identity. The moment the results appeared, an uproar erupted in the hall. Who is this Jiang Tian? How did he actually win? I feel like my score isn't that far off from theirs. Don't be ridiculous, buddy. You're nowhere near their level. Han was equally stunned. He stared wide-eyed at Jiang Tian and said, You actually won. At that moment, the dean spoke up. Congratulations to Jiang Tian for securing first place in this simulation exercise. The second and third place students will each receive a reward of 1 million credits, which has already been transferred to your personal accounts. You may all now be dismissed. Jiang Tian, please stay behind. Jiang Tian turned to Han and said, You go on ahead. I'll be there soon. Han nodded, patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder, and grinned. Looks like you're set for a meteoric rise, buddy. Just don't forget about me when you're famous. With that, he turned and left. Jiang Tian straightened his clothes, swallowed hard, and walked toward the dean. The dean smiled and said, Your performance was excellent. A major general from the military specifically requested to meet you. Make a good impression, and I believe your future achievements will surpass even his. Jiang Tian modestly smiled and replied, Thank you, Dean, for your praise. The dean waved his hand, signaling Jiang Tian to move on. Jiang Tian glanced at the general and his aides standing nearby, his heart fluttering with nervousness. He quickly stepped forward, stood before the general, and gave a respectful salute. The general returned the gesture and said, Relax, there's no need to be tense. As the only one who won this simulated combat exercise, your tactics were truly impressive. Walk me through your strategy. Jiang Tian collected his thoughts and began slowly. Given the overwhelming disparity in forces, a direct confrontation would have been impossible to win. So I focused on leveraging the energy shield advantage of L4 class warships to strike against enemy L2 and L3 vessels. To achieve that, I had to eliminate interference from enemy L4 warships. I first dispersed my L3 Saint Soldier class light assault ships to draw most of the enemy fire, creating an opening for my L4 Holy Spear class battlecruisers to attack. Keeping the Holy Spears firing continuously allowed us to decapitate the enemy's L4 units. Meanwhile, I deployed L2 Saint Shield class interstellar escorts to protect the Holy Spears, ensuring they remained operational during the assault. Once the enemy's L4 warships were eliminated, we gained a technological edge, turning the tide to secure victory. The general listened intently, nodding in approval as Jiang Tian spoke. Suddenly, one of the aides spoke up. But isn't your approach too aggressive? This kind of tactic leads to extremely high losses. In such circumstances, if I wanted to win, I had no other choice, Jiang Tian replied. The general studied Jiang Tian carefully and asked, your strategy is excellent and shows great boldness. The Holy Light Empire needs talents like you. Would you be interested in joining the military? Jiang Tian hesitated, then shook his head and declined. No thanks. I'm used to a laid-back lifestyle. I wouldn't fit well in the military. I appreciate the offer, General. He knew full well that if he joined the military with his system, it would almost certainly be exposed, and then he'd likely end up dissected in some lab. Seeing the refusal, the general didn't get angry. Instead, he pulled up a document on the holographic terminal on his wrist and showed it to Jiang Tian. It was an official file regarding the military's recruitment of non-regular personnel. Due to severe losses suffered during the war against the mechanical race, the Holy Light Empire was struggling. To compensate for the lack of combat strength, the Empire had devised a new plan, developing civilian militias. Generals and higher-ranking officers from regional military branches were authorized to extend invitations to suitable individuals they encountered. However, to prevent any single officer from amassing too much influence, each general was limited to only 2 such recruits. Non-regular personnel would enjoy certain privileges and discounts when conducting business within the Empire or using Imperial Stargates. In return, they were required to periodically complete tasks assigned by the Holy Light Empire, such as eliminating pirates or escorting Imperial fleets, or provide support when the Empire called upon them. Of course, those who distinguished themselves in combat would receive rewards, and accumulated military merits could eventually lead to becoming a formal officer. As Jiang Tian read, he realized how beneficial these privileges could be for building his own fleet in the future. This also meant access to more resources. Seeing that Jiang Tian had finished reading, the general said, I've reviewed your file. You meet our criteria perfectly. So what do you think? Interested in joining? Jiang Tian nodded and smiled. Then I won't decline such a generous offer. The general rose, saluted formally, and declared, Welcome to the Holy Light Empire Military Department. Jiang Tian returned the salute. At that moment, the general's aide stepped forward and said, Jiang Tian, your new status has been synchronized to your personal terminal. You can start building your own fleet first. We won't assign you any tasks for the first 3 months. Generally speaking, the status of non-regular personnel is confidential to allow more flexibility in operations. But right now, very few people have joined this program, so even if it's exposed, no one would probably believe it. You don't need to worry too much about raising suspicion. Jiang Tian looked down at his personal terminal and said, Understood. Thank you. The general patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder. My part is done. I'll be off now. If you have any issues, feel free to contact me directly. With that, he left, accompanied by his aide. Jiang Tian watched the general walk away. Only after they were out of sight did he suddenly realize he didn't have the general's contact information at all. A wave of frustration hit him, but since there wasn't an immediate problem, he figured he'd figure something out when the time came. Back in the dormitory, Ihan curiously approached, eager to ask, So, what did the general say to you? Jiang Tian waved his hand casually. Nothing much. He just wanted me to explain my tactics. Ihan looked envious. Getting recognized by a major general this early, I should rush to attach myself to your coattails right away. If you put it that way, Jiang Tian said with a smile, I'm about to start building my fleet. Want to join as my second in command? Ihan froze for a moment, then thought carefully and replied, I don't really have any talent for command. I'd just end up dragging you down. Jiang Tian laughed. It's fine. My fleet isn't only made up of military officers. You'd be perfect managing things for me. Ihan quickly caught on and chuckled. Haha, then I'm in. Then let's rest up today. Tomorrow, we start recruiting. Ihan grinned. Yes, Commander. Jiang Tian stared at the overly dramatic Ihan, unsure what to say. Suddenly, Jiang Tian remembered. The rewards for this mission hadn't been given yet. He returned to his room and mentally called out to the system. Beep system detects that the host has completed the mission. Reward distribution initiating. Before Jiang Tian's eyes appeared the familiar battleship roulette wheel. As it spun rapidly, it eventually stopped, revealing a dark green rectangular warship. Congratulations. Host has obtained the L2 Dwarf-class light industrial ship blueprint. A surge of excitement rushed through Jiang Tian. Now I won't have to build warships by hand anymore. Chapter 5, the first L2. The next morning, Jiang Tian and Ihan drove their L1 Snow Wolf-class interstellar frigate together to the Central Academy starport. Jiang Tian planned to rent a dock here for 1 month as his temporary base. They split up to gather information, compared several options, and finally negotiated a deal for a dock at 2 million per month. Fortunately, Jiang Tian had received the 10 million credit prize. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't even have enough money to afford the rent. This dock was located in a remote area, but it was far larger than the one Jiang Tian had previously rented. On his personal terminal, Jiang Tian purchased materials for 1 L2 Dwarf-class light industrial ship and 5 L2 Bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigates, spending another 7 million credits. With the remaining million, he tasked Ihan with posting online recruitment ads for Starship pilots, asking interested candidates to come for interviews at the dock. Once the 7 million worth of materials arrived, Jiang Tian and Ihan immediately began construction on the first L2 Dwarf-class light industrial vessel. Their coordination was seamless. In just 1 day, the basic framework of the Starship was already mostly complete. That night, Ihan received several interview applications and showed them to Jiang Tian. Take a look at these people, anyone you like? Jiang Tian took the terminal and started browsing. Most were students from the Central Military Academy who had recently graduated and were looking to join a fleet. Suddenly, he noticed two names, Sihan and Pei Qingli, ranked 6th and 8th in the simulation combat rankings, both clearly talented individuals. Excited, Jiang Tian turned to Ihan and said, "I'll call these two right away. You keep reviewing the others." He immediately dialed Pei Qingli's contact. Soon, a holographic projection of a girl in a trench coat appeared. Jiang Tian straightened his clothes, preparing to speak, but she beat him to it. "Great God, Jiang Tian." Huh. Jiang Tian internally raised a slow question mark. Sensing his visible confusion, Pei Qingli quickly explained. "Your performance was incredible. Everyone's been calling you that now, and that's actually why I want to join your fleet." After hearing this, Jiang Tian grew even more confused and looked over at Ihan. Ihan chuckled and said, "I put your name out there to make recruiting easier, that's all." Jiang Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, then turned back to Pei Qingli. "All right then, I'll send you a location pin. If it works for you, come report here the day after tomorrow." Just as Jiang Tian was about to end the call, Pei Qingli suddenly called out. Could I ask whether Sihan has been selected?" Jiang Tian smiled slightly. "You two are a couple," Pei Qingli answered decisively. "Got it. Then both of you come together the day after tomorrow. I won't bother calling him." Pei Qingli exclaimed joyfully. "That's great. Thank you, great God." Without waiting for Jiang Tian's reply, she ended the call. Then Ihan leaned over again, handing Jiang Tian another contact. That night, Jiang Tian and Ihan recruited over 20 people, including even a teacher from the academy. The next day, Jiang Tian and Ihan continued working on the L2 dwarf-class light industrial vessel, tirelessly laboring through the hours. Finally, by that evening, they completed the industrial ship. Lying in bed that night, Jiang Tian opened the blueprint for the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigate. Bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigate. Level 2. Length, 220 meters. Speed, 120 knots. Weapons, 20 rapid-fire point defense cannons. 1 by 500 centimeters electromagnetic cannon. Defense, 3,800. Special, chambered. Jiang Tian stared. This warship actually had a special ability. It was quite rare. But when he saw the 50% collection rate requirement, the spark of excitement was quickly extinguished. Jiang Tian, forget it. That's not something I should be worrying about right now. He rolled over and fell asleep. A new day dawned. When Jiang Tian woke up, the new fleet members had already gathered, waiting only for his arrival. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Tian walked out, yawning. When the group saw their idol making such a casual entrance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Tian was startled, quickly straightening up. At that moment, Ihan appeared perfectly on cue, rescuing him from embarrassment. "Commander, today's recruits are all here." Jiang Tian nodded, said, "Good," and then turned to face the crowd. "Hello everyone. I'm Jiang Tian, commander of this yet-to-be-formed fleet. Welcome to joining us. For specific details, you can consult Ihan. Spend the morning getting familiar with the surroundings. Return here for lunch. In the afternoon, we'll begin boarding simulations and training. Now I'll send everyone a briefing on this starship to your terminals. Make sure to read it in advance. That's all for now, you're dismissed." Chapter 6, Selling the Blueprints. Jiang Tian waited the entire morning, but received no information. Just as he was starting to lose patience, Ihan came to call everyone for lunch, so Jiang Tian decided to eat first and return to waiting afterward. When Jiang Tian arrived at the dining hall, over 20 people were already seated neatly in their places. He walked to the head seat and sat down, then spoke. "Today marks your first day here. We're sharing this meal together. It counts as a welcome gathering. From now on, meals will be more casual. You can eat here or take your food back to your rooms." With that, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to start eating. Only then did anyone begin to eat, but no one spoke. Only Enli secretly made faces at Sihan from across the table. Jiang Tian looked around at the scene, feeling that these people didn't resemble a Starfleet crew at all. But perhaps it was just because they had only just met and weren't familiar yet. Things would improve with time, Jiang Tian thought to himself. After everyone finished lunch, Ihan announced. "The first L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort frigate has rolled off the production line. Everyone prepare yourselves. Simulation training on board begins in 1 hour." Everyone responded in unison. "Understood." Then they left the dining hall. Once everyone had gone, Jiang Tian returned to his room, where he immediately noticed a communication request from the darknet. He put on a digital mask, then accepted the call. Instantly, a ghostly figure began to materialize in front of him. Within seconds, a man about Jiang Tian's height appeared, also wearing a mask over his face. "Are the data on your blueprint real?" the man asked first, his voice shifting unpredictably between masculine and feminine, revealing no emotion. Hearing this, Jiang Tian calmly activated his voice modulator, and without hesitation, selected a little girl's voice. "Of course, I wouldn't dare sell fake goods on the darknet." The man seemed stunned by the sound. He froze momentarily, then awkwardly cleared his throat. "Fine, name your price." Jiang Tian paused slightly, then said slowly, deliberately, 10 million. "Deal." The man instantly transferred 10 million credits into Jiang Tian's account. Jiang Tian checked the balance and inwardly fumed. He had thought the amount might be too high, but clearly, he could have asked for even more. Still, he showed no sign of it on the outside. "May I ask who you represent?" "Thousand Illusions Star City." That answer was practically meaningless. Jiang Tian realized the other party didn't want to say more, so he didn't press further. Thousand Illusions Star City, an infamous star region known as a haven for space pirates and mercenaries, home to countless large and small organizations. Located within a massive magnetic storm nebula, the area disrupted communications for warships attempting to enter. The Imperial military had suffered a devastating defeat there, losing hundreds of thousands of vessels, and ultimately failed to purge the region, forced to let it remain independent and lawless. The man glanced again at the blueprint. Did you design this warship yourself? Jiang Tian gave a slight nod, his way of confirming it. How about joining our organization? With talent like yours, developing L2, even L3 warships in the future won't be an issue. But Jiang Tian declined without hesitation. No thanks. Fair enough. If you come up with new blueprints in the future, contact me. I'll buy them all. With that, the man ended the call. His figure dissolved once more into glowing particles and vanished into the air. Jiang Tian stared at the 10 million now in his account, lost in thought. So this is how fast money comes from selling blueprints, he mused. He felt like he discovered a whole new way to make money. Next time, he'd definitely ask for even more. Logging off the darknet, he used the newly acquired funds to purchase materials for 5 L2 bullet-class high-speed escort frigates. As the time approached, Jiang Tian arrived at the hangar, where a brand new warship stood parked. This was the recently completed L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort frigate. A sleek silver-white cone, its surface smooth and polished, the tip armed with a large-caliber cannon. Just looking at it sent a surge of excitement through Jiang Tian. Deep in thought, he turned around to see that all his team members had assembled behind him. He faced them and announced, "Behind me stands the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort frigate. Now, form groups according to your roles and begin practice. I'll be observing." He opened a list and pointed, saying, "Here are the assigned groups. Group 1, board the ship now." With that, Jiang Tian turned and walked onto the starship. He found a spot on the bridge and stood aside, ready to observe their performance. The captain of this group happened to be Si Han, and Pei Qingli had been assigned to this group as well. Si Han appeared somewhat nervous, his hands fidgeting awkwardly as he took the captain's seat. Yet despite his nerves, being an outstanding graduate showed, he issued each command with clarity and precision. Under his leadership, the complex operations of the bridge ran in perfect order. Gradually, his demeanor grew more natural, his earlier tension fading away. Watching from the side, Jiang Tian nodded in approval several times. About half an hour later, the practice session was largely complete. It was time for the next group. In no time, the entire afternoon passed. Under Jiang Tian's guidance, members of all 5 groups had completed their training sessions. Now, only practical combat exercises remained. Seeing this progress, Jiang Tian felt a surge of excitement deep inside. No wonder they were graduates of the Central Military Academy. Training them was remarkably smooth, as they grasped concepts instantly with just a hint. It looks like I can start considering my first mission tonight, Jiang Tian thought to himself. At the end of the session, he turned to face the team, his voice slightly stirred with emotion. Everyone did exceptionally well this afternoon. For now, stick to your assigned groups, each corresponding to one of the 5 L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort frigates. Until our flagship is ready, ship number 1 will serve as my temporary flagship. You've all worked hard today. Get some rest tonight. We'll likely be launching our first operation very soon. That's all. Dismissed. In unison, the crew saluted before turning and walking away. Jiang Tian stayed behind, adjusting the production parameters for the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar escort frigates, designating 2 ships to be equipped with alloyed rams, and the remaining 3 with electromagnetic cannons. After finalizing these changes, Jiang Tian returned to his room to begin searching for available missions. Chapter 7, Senior Sister. 2 days later, Jiang Tian finally found a suitable escort mission and signed up immediately. After clicking confirm on the virtual screen, a countdown appeared showing nearly 30 hours left before the deadline. Immediately afterward, all team members were summoned. Within 5 minutes, every crew member stood in perfect formation beneath their 5 L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigates, just as Jiang Tian arrived with Si Han. Jiang Tian brought up a holographic display in front of him, presenting the details of their current mission. Things have been tense along the border recently. Mechanoids are getting restless, and pirate activity inside Imperial territory remains active. Our primary objective this time is to provide escort for military supply convoys heading toward the front line. Everyone, stick to your assigned groups. We'll depart in half an hour. Upon hearing the orders, the crew quickly boarded their respective ships and began preparations. Jiang Tian then turned to Si Han and said, "You stay here this time. Might as well recruit a few more people while you're at it." Si Han nodded. "All right, I'll wait here for you to return." Jiang Tian waved casually and headed straight toward the first ship. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Launch. At Jiang Tian's command, all warships slowly departed from the space dock. They gently turned in space, aligning their trajectory toward the Central Academy's Stargate. The thrusters behind the vessels erupted with brilliant blue light as they accelerated toward the portal. Inside the lead ship, Jiang Tian instructed the comms officer, "Submit our transit request to the Stargate. Signal the entire fleet to maintain formation for jump preparation." Less than 10 minutes later, the fleet arrived at the entrance of the Stargate. Staring at the colossal structure ahead, nearly the size of a moon, Jiang Tian couldn't suppress his awe. A voice from the comms officer snapped him back to reality. Commander, the Stargate requests communication. Coming to his senses, Jiang Tian felt puzzled. He turned and walked into the ship's briefing room, saying over his shoulder, "Route the transmission to the briefing room." Once the door closed, a female officer's projection appeared before him. Both exchanged salutes, then fell silent. Finally, Jiang Tian broke the silence first. "Is there something wrong?" Instead of answering, the officer smiled lightly. "Not bad. Already taking missions so soon. I thought you'd enjoy your vacation a bit longer before getting serious." Jiang Tian was completely baffled. He searched through the memories he had inherited. There was no record of her. The woman maintained her calm smile, speaking unhurriedly. "Professor Zheng truly has an eye for talent. You really are something special." Now even more confused, Jiang Tian blinked blankly at her. She burst into laughter. "You're actually kind of adorable." "Jiang Tian. Was I just flirted with?" "Oh right," she continued. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Long Ju, Major Zheng Jun's student. The old man asked me to keep an eye on you. Also, he prepared a gift for you. I was planning to deliver it personally, but I'll just wait until you're back from your mission." "So that must be the major who promoted him." Jiang Tian instantly grew more respectful. "Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance." Long Ju waved casually. "Then I'll be waiting for my junior brother to come back." With that, she winked and cut the transmission. Jiang Tian. I must have been teased. Definitely. Frustrated, Jiang Tian stepped out of the briefing room and returned to the bridge. Just in time, he saw the fleet preparing to enter the Stargate. His earlier annoyance vanished instantly, replaced by eager anticipation as he hurried to the very front of the bridge for a close-up view of the incredible phenomenon. Before the fleet floated a thin, shimmering barrier, rippling like liquid. The moment each ship touched it, it was instantly absorbed. Then came endless darkness, followed by streaks of light racing backward in a dazzling blur. Jiang Tian was utterly captivated by this dreamlike scene. When suddenly, something struck his soul. He immediately went dizzy, vision darkened, and staggered 2 steps backward. Sihan, quick on her feet, swiftly caught him. Jiang Tian gradually regained clarity. Sihan asked urgently, "Commander, are you alright?" No longer interested in watching outside, Jiang Tian shook his head. "I'm fine." Then he turned, preparing to retreat to his quarters. Before leaving, he told Sihan, "After the jump, proceed directly to the rally point. Wake me when we arrive." Sihan gave a crisp salute and took her seat in the captain's chair. Back in his room, Jiang Tian didn't intend to rest. He focused his mind inward, trying to summon the system and demand answers. But clearly, the system didn't seem particularly keen on responding. Under relaxed focus, Jiang Tian instead drifted into a deep sleep. About 5 hours later, he stirred awake to the gentle chime of the room's AI. Soon after, he heard Sihan's voice calling in. "Commander, we've arrived at our destination and are about to dock at Lanchi Starport. The liaison officer is already waiting for you." Jiang Tian shook his head slightly, feeling much clearer than before. "Understood. Notify all ships to arrange rest rotations. No one leaves the vessels. Then you and Pei Qingli come with me." 10 minutes later, Sihan and Pei Qingli followed Jiang Tian off the warship. They boarded a hovering vehicle that swiftly carried them toward the command center. The entire way, none of them spoke. Jiang Tian kept gazing out the window. As a military-grade starport, it lacked the vibrancy found elsewhere. All that remained here were tight security and solemn troops, an atmosphere of strict seriousness that enveloped anyone who entered. Soon they arrived. The commander of the command center was already waiting at the entrance. After a brief salute, "Lieutenant Jiang Tian, welcome to the Zhongshan sector. Please, come in." At once, the corridor shimmered and transformed, and within moments, Jiang Tian found himself inside the conference room. The Zhongshan sector was renowned for its heavily fortified warships, masters of defense who could endure enemy assaults while launching devastating counterattacks. Together with the Duotian and Fengshan sectors, it guarded the empire's eastern frontier. 3 people were already inside. Recalling the mission briefing, Jiang Tian realized 2 of them must be the fleet commanders for this operation. At that moment, the commanding officer stepped forward and announced, "Now that everyone's here, let's begin." A massive star map instantly appeared behind him, divided into 2 distinct halves, one deep gray, the other pale gold. With a flick of his finger, a route interwoven in gold and red lit up prominently. Last month, the Duotian sector fleet was ambushed and plundered by pirates. High Command is furious. A crackdown will come soon. Our operation must proceed with extreme caution. This is our designated route. Adherence is mandatory. If you encounter pirates en route, eliminate them on sight as long as convoy safety isn't compromised. We cannot allow such a disgrace to occur within our sector. You may now discuss tactics among yourselves. I have another meeting to attend. I'll take my leave." Everyone saluted in unison as the officer turned and exited the room. Over the next few hours, Jiang Tian exchanged views with each ship captain, and they finalized the work assignments for the following day. Then, one by one, they departed and returned to their respective fleets to rest. Chapter 8, System Update. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and all escort fleets had assembled outside Lanchi Starport. A massive transport vessel emerged from within the starport. This was Jiang Tian's current mission objective, the L3 Bactrian-class heavy transport ship. Bactrian-class heavy transport ship. Grade, L3. Length, 958 m. Speed, 100 knots. Weapons, none. Cargo capacity, 7 million cubic units. This starship was built purely for cargo transportation, having sacrificed every non-essential feature. The entire vessel resembled nothing more than a giant box fitted with engines. The L3 Bactrian class slowly moved into formation. At that moment, the navigator's voice sounded across the public channel. Escort Fleet E306, the L3 Bactrian class heavy transport, has entered formation. Adjust to escort configuration. Set speed to 90 knots, heading to. 5 minutes later, everyone was ready. The fleet commander replied over the channel. Escort Fleet E306 is ready. Requesting departure clearance. Departure approved. Fleet E306. Safe journey. Hearing the authorization, the commander issued the order over the public channel. Everyone move out. The cosmos instantly filled with dazzling blue light as the massive fleet advanced in perfect unison. The commander's voice still echoed in their ears. This voyage will take approximately 15 hours. We will pass through the Stargate in 20 minutes. While Jiang Tian idly stared into space, the fleet had already reached the Stargate. This time, Jiang Tian had learned his lesson and didn't go up front for thrills. He simply stood quietly in the middle of the bridge. Sihan followed closely behind him, afraid that Jiang Tian might pass out again. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened this time, and Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a jolt pulsed through his head. Sensing that something in the system had changed, he immediately handed control over to Sihan and rushed back to his cabin. As soon as he entered, the long silent system reappeared. System has newly received data. Performing system update. Complete. 99%. Jiang Tian's heart leapt with joy. He jumped up excitedly. But 10 minutes passed, and the progress bar remained stuck at 99%. A deep thought crept into his mind. What's going on? Is the network lagging? He kept focusing his thoughts on the progress bar. Suddenly, Jiang Tian felt as if his consciousness had been seized. His mind was sucked straight into the system. When Jiang Tian groggily regained awareness, he found himself aboard an unimaginably colossal warship. People on the bridge bustled about frantically. At the center stood a luxurious golden throne. He tried to speak to those nearby, but no one responded. Your Majesty, enemy firepower far exceeds our expectations. Our fleet cannot hold them back. The figure seated on the throne sighed deeply and stood up. Order the Royal Guard. All ships prepare for spatial jump. Deploy reinforcements to the front lines. Jiang Tian then saw a shimmering bubble envelop the entire warship. It sparkled brilliantly, almost too bright to look at. Depart. As the Emperor commanded, the countless warships blocking the sky above vanished one by one. A flash of white blinded Jiang Tian. In the next second, the view outside the window was already the frontline battlefield, ablaze with warfare. Outside, endless barrages of cannon fire and laser beams lit the dark void like daytime. Main cannon, lock onto enemy flagship. Fire. A rapidly expanding sphere of light shot from the bow of the warship, obliterating every vessel it passed. Just as everyone believed the shot would hit, the massive ball of light suddenly disappeared. At the same time, all gunfire across the cosmos ceased. The entire universe fell silent once more. Crew members on the bridge looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Only the Emperor, eyes distant and unfocused, whispered softly, "It's coming." Another shock pulsed through Jiang Tian's head, and his consciousness snapped back to his L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigate. Ding. System update complete. Reward. 1 random L2 warship blueprint. Host Jiang Tian, long time no see. New mission issued. Hearing the system's slightly emotional tone, Jiang Tian froze. Use system. Then, as usual, the system fell silent again. With no choice, Jiang Tian opened his system interface with growing curiosity. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV2. Warehouse. Mission. Main quest. Possess a fleet of 100 ships. Side quest. Collect system fragments. Upgrade quest. Obtain 3 L2 warship blueprints and possess 30 L2 starships. Staring at these strange missions, Jiang Tian muttered. Could there be another system out there? Doesn't matter. Let me level up first. He then opened the lottery wheel. The familiar interface appeared before him. This time, the result was a black warship. Congratulations, host. Obtained L2 Knight-class medium assault ship. Jiang Tian looked at his reward and murmured, this time's reward isn't bad. Once this mission ends, I'll head back to production. Then he turned and left the room, heading toward the bridge. On the bridge, Sihan was sitting in the captain's seat. When he saw Jiang Tian arrive, he immediately stood up. Commander, our escort mission is nearly complete. We'll be arriving in just a few minutes. Jiang Tian stared at the military fortress not far ahead and was completely dumbfounded. Hadn't he only been inside for a moment? How could they already be almost there? He asked, how long was I gone? Sihan thought for a moment and said, about 15 hours, I think. Jiang Tian grew even more shocked. This system must be far more advanced than he'd imagined. He needed to collect its fragments as soon as possible. Soon, the entire fleet came to a halt. The voice of the officer in charge sounded over the public channel. We have arrived safely at our destination. Lieutenant Jiang Tian, you may now return with your fleet. Thank you for your support of the Empire. The remaining units, reorganize formation and await further orders here. Jiang Tian replied with a simple thanks and began commanding his fleet to turn back, returning to Central Academy Starport. After another dozen hours of travel, the fleet finally returned. Inside the port, Ihan was already waiting. When he saw Jiang Tian emerge, he walked straight up and pulled him into a tight hug. He asked with concern, "How was it? Did everything go smoothly on your mission?" Jiang Tian's expression was somewhat heavy, so Yihan assumed something had gone wrong. "The mission itself went smoothly," Jiang Tian said slowly. "But too smoothly. I can't understand why this level of escort operation would require reinforcement." Yihan, however, shrugged it off casually. "What's wrong with that? You look so serious. I thought something terrible had happened. Come on, let's go eat." Jiang Tian nodded. Right now, he couldn't figure anything out anyway. Might as well follow Yihan and get something to eat. Chapter 9, Gaining an L3. The next day, right after waking up, Jiang Tian received a comm call. As soon as he answered, he heard that unforgettable voice. "Junior brother, I'm here to deliver your gift." Jiang Tian quickly realized. This must be the present Lieutenant General Zheng Jun had mentioned preparing for him. "When will you arrive, senior sister?" "I should get ready," he replied. "I'm already outside your port. Just open the gate and let me in." Jiang Tian hurriedly opened the spaceport gates, then saw a small shuttlecraft fly in. He rushed to the platform, waiting for Long Ju to emerge. Along with her arrival came a playful wink directed at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian twitched his lips, utterly unable to smile. Long Ju walked up to him, turned, and pulled him straight into the shuttle. Still dazed, Jiang Tian heard her explain. "The master has arranged for you to receive one of the decommissioned L3 warships to help you form your fleet quickly. I've brought it here. Let's go take a look." As she spoke, Long Ju restarted the shuttle, which immediately turned and flew back out of the spaceport. Just beyond the spaceport gate, Jiang Tian saw a massive starship floating motionless in space. Sensing Jiang Tian's shock, Long Ju explained. "This is the L3 Envoys-class battlecruiser, once the Empire's mainstay warship. But even such a legendary vessel had to retire in the face of advancing technology. This one was just recently decommissioned. It's among the final batch of Envoys-class battlecruisers to be retired." Jiang Tian detected the sorrow hidden in Long Ju's voice. Before he could speak, she continued. "My father was once the captain of an L3 Envoys-class battlecruiser, serving in the Master's fleet during the Imperial anti-piracy campaigns. In one battle, knowing he couldn't return, he deliberately piloted his heavily damaged ship between the enemy and the Master, sacrificing himself and the vessel to protect the fleet. He vanished into the void of space. I was only 5 years old then." Her voice broke. She raised a hand, wiping away tears. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Long Ju gently slowed the shuttle to a halt, then patted Jiang Tian. "Come on, we're here." Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiang Tian said, "I didn't expect you had such a tragic past." Long Ju smiled faintly. "It's all right. It was a long time ago. Only now, speaking of it again, did it come back to me." With that, she stepped out of the shuttle first, and Jiang Tian followed closely behind. "The master has prepared a full crew complement for you. Now, all this ship needs is its captain. Come, let's check out the bridge first." On their way to the bridge, Long Ju glanced at Jiang Tian and asked, "So what are your plans after this? You can't stay at the spaceport forever, can you?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Since enrolling in the Central Military Academy, he hadn't returned home. Perhaps it was time. "I'll probably go back to my family estate. My father owns a planet there. I may station myself there from now on," he replied. Long Ju nodded. "That makes sense. Coming from such a large family, you'll inevitably have to return someday." As they spoke, they reached the bridge. The moment the doors opened, every crew member aboard snapped to attention and saluted. "Welcome, Captain." Jiang Tian was clearly startled by the scene, momentarily flustered and unsure what to do. Long Ju quickly intervened, directing the crew back to their duties and saving him from embarrassment. Only then did Jiang Tian have a chance to examine the bridge properly. No wonder the Envoys-class battlecruiser had been the Empire's flagship. Its bridge was even larger than he'd imagined. He sat down in the captain's chair and summoned the specifications of the L3 Envoys-class battlecruiser. Envoys-class battlecruiser. Rank, L3. Speed, 130 knots/class, 1 warp drive. Length, 1,399 m. Armament, 1x 10 million watt energy cannon. 50 by 600 centimeters phase cannons. 600x rapid-fire point defense guns. Defense, hull integrity, 9,000. Energy shields, 10,000 units. Jiang Tian blinked in surprise. "Wait, it has energy shields? Aren't those only on L4 warships? How does an L3 have them?" Long Ju paused, then replied. "This warship became the Empire's frontline mainstay specifically because of its energy shield. When only L4 vessels could mount such shields, an L3 with even partial shielding drew immediate attention. Imperial scientists managed to complete this ship's design through extraordinary effort, producing a flawed prototype of an energy shield. This vessel's shield covers only select areas, and its energy capacity is extremely limited. But it was precisely such a small patch of energy shielding that often proved decisive on the battlefield, which made the L3 Envoys-class battlecruiser so legendary. But if it's such a powerful warship, why have I never even heard of it?" Jiang Tian couldn't help but ask. Because as weapon firepower and ship armor continued advancing, energy shield technology stalled. On today's warships, putting immense effort into installing a flawed energy shield yields less benefit than simply upgrading conventional armor and shielding systems. Gradually, scientists abandoned the technology, so naturally, you don't see it anymore. Jiang Tian nodded. It seemed advanced technology came with equally demanding requirements. Long Ju checked the time and said to Jiang Tian, Alright then, this ship is yours. I need to get back to work, so I'll be off now. With a light push of her hand, she stopped Jiang Tian as he began to rise, pressing him gently back into his seat. No need to see me out. Just focus on getting familiar with your new ship. She winked again, then turned and left. Jiang Tian watched his adorable senior sister walk away, torn between laughter and exasperation, finally just seeing her off in silence. After Longju left, Jiang Tian began reflecting on his own situation. Her words had awakened something in him. He'd been away from his family for far too long due to his parents' affairs. It was about time he paid them a visit, and at the same time, find a base for his future development. Eventually, Jiang Tian stood up and issued orders from the bridge. All hands, prepare for departure. Submit jump request to the Stargate. Destination, Blue Cloud Star System. We leave once I return. With that, he headed to the hangar and personally piloted a shuttlecraft back to the spaceport. As he landed, he spotted Ihan searching around frantically. He flagged Ihan down and brought him into the room, sending him the blueprint of the L-2 Night-class medium assault vessel. This is the new warship design. Start production immediately. I've decided to return to my family estate, but I should be back soon. Until then, everything here is in your hands. Ihan was completely taken aback by the sudden responsibility, but quickly composed himself. Don't worry, he assured Jiang Tian. I'll make sure everything runs smoothly. Jiang Tian smiled in relief. I know I can count on you. Then I'm off. Off? How are you leaving? In that snow wolf of yours? Ihan asked, puzzled. Jiang Tian pointed outside. Junior General Zheng Jun gifted me an L-3 Envoys-class battlecruiser. It's docked right out there. I'll take that. And with that, he turned and walked back toward the shuttle. Ihan's jaw dropped. 1,000 words vanished into a single exclamation. Damn. Chapter 10, Return to the Family. As soon as Jiang Tian left the spaceport, he immediately returned to the L-3 Envoy-class battlecruiser. Once seated in the captain's chair, he gave the order. Set sail. With the ignition of its engines, the massive warship slowly began moving forward, heading toward the Central Academy Stargate. In less than 5 minutes, the vessel arrived at the Stargate. Jiang Tian activated the ship-wide broadcast. This is the captain. Prepare to pass through the Stargate. Just then, permission came through from the Stargate control. L-3 Envoy-class battlecruiser, destination Blue Cloud System, permission granted. Little junior brother, travel safely. Hearing Longju's voice, Jiang Tian smiled slightly. Initiate jump. The enormous warship was drawn into the Stargate and reappeared moments later outside the Blue Cloud System. A communication request came through from the Blue Cloud Stargate. Jiang Tian routed it directly to the bridge, where a figure appeared on screen. He immediately recognized the uniform. It was the official attire of the Jiang family. He had one himself, though he'd never worn it much, and now it was long lost. May I ask the purpose of your visit to the Blue Cloud System? The person asked. Jiang Tian replied with firm clarity. I am Jiang Tian, 7th-generation descendant of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, the man instantly dropped to one knee, speaking respectfully. Welcome home, young master. Shall I notify the family head? Jiang Tian raised his hand. No need to kneel, and do not inform the family head. I will go myself. With that, he waved his hand and terminated the connection. Jiang Tian directed the warship into orbit around the 4th planet of the system, the most beautiful planet in the entire Blue Cloud System, and the Jiang family's homeworld. Once in orbit, Jiang Tian stood up. Remain in orbit and contact me anytime if there are issues. Captain's guard, come with me. He then led 3 shuttles down to the planet's surface. Though it had been many years since he'd last returned, the planet hadn't changed much. Relying on memory, Jiang Tian easily located the estate where he once lived. After landing, a squad of uniformed guards approached. Jiang Tian stepped down first, followed by his captain's guard. Both sides stood firm, tension rising instantly. Only when the guard captain stepped forward and called out Jiang Tian's name did the atmosphere ease. Young master, after all these years, you finally come back. The matriarch has been asking after you constantly. Jiang Tian recalled. He was the head of security and also his father's former deputy. Although Jiang Tian wasn't the original owner of this body, the memories influenced him, evoking an unexpected sense of familiarity. Jiang Tian walked forward. 6th uncle, it's been so long. You're still as energetic as ever. The man Jiang Tian addressed as 6th uncle scratched his head and smiled bitterly. My body hasn't been the same for years. Old wounds from war. I can't be cured anymore. But you've matured so much. I've graduated now, Jiang Tian replied. I've come back to see my family. 6th uncle nodded. I'll take you inside. Jiang Tian ordered the captain's guard to remain outside and followed 6th uncle into the estate. Passing through a dazzling corridor, they arrived at the entrance of the reception hall. Jiang Tian remembered this grand structure well. It had been specially built by his father using the most advanced technology of the time. A network of rapid transit corridors connected vast sections of the building, combining convenience and aesthetic beauty. At the door, 6th uncle knocked gently and said respectfully, Matriarch, young master Jiang Tian has returned. The doors of the reception hall slowly opened. 6th uncle gestured inward. Master, I'll stay out here. Jiang Tian nodded and walked in alone. The interior was decorated naturally, more like a garden than a room. An elderly woman sat on a chair in the center of the garden. As Jiang Tian approached, he said, Grandma, I'm back. She looked up at him and said, Tianer, you've finally come home. Ever since you enrolled in the Central Military Academy, you haven't sent a single word to the family. When my parents passed, I made up my mind to avenge them. Now that I've graduated, it's only natural I return home. My child, we failed you. When your father died, the position of family head that should have been his was handed over to another. Our bloodline status within the family has plummeted ever since. We've long been pushed out of the family's political core. Everywhere we turn, someone obstructs us. We could barely survive ourselves, let alone support you. Jiang Tian was stunned. Back when he left, none of this had happened yet. Hearing it now, anger flared within him. He comforted his grandmother. It's all right now. I'm back. I'll reclaim everything we've lost. Just as Jiang Tian turned to leave, his grandmother called out to him again. Over these past few years, I've also heard rumors that your parents' deaths weren't as simple as they seemed. Although they died fighting for the empire, after the battle, I sent people to survey the wreckage. Inside your father's warship, they found a message that had never been fully transmitted. I saw it myself at the time. It was completely garbled, just a string of nonsense code. Back then, I didn't think much of it. But later, I began hearing whispers that your parents' deaths were actually orchestrated by the senior elder. He'd always opposed your father becoming family head, so he conspired with pirates to ambush him. Of course, there's never been any proof of this theory, and eventually, it just faded away. Jiang Tian looked at his grandmother. Do you still have that original message? I'd like to see it. His grandmother nodded slowly. I've kept it stored in my room all these years. No matter what it says, it's the last message my son ever left behind. Chapter 11, Father's Message. Jiang Tian followed his grandmother into her room, where he saw a holographic projector placed beside her bed. On it was displayed a photo of Jiang Tian's father, with a string of cipher text shown beneath. Grandmother picked up the projector and tapped a few times on its interface, then pointed at Jiang Tian. Immediately, the same symbols appeared on his wristwatch. Then she walked over, patted his shoulder gently, and said softly, Son, I've already prepared your room. Go take a look. Jiang Tian nodded with a smile. All right, you go rest in your room first. If anything feels off, just let me know. I'm tired now and need to lie down. Then, Grandma, please rest well. I'll be going now. With that, Jiang Tian quietly left her room. As he walked down the hall, his eyes remained fixed on the strange code. The cipher contained numbers, letters, Chinese characters, and various patterns, all mixed together. At first glance, Jiang Tian felt utterly clueless, yet something about it seemed vaguely familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the door of his old room. He bent down. After iris recognition, the door slowly slid open. Inside stood the room he remembered so well, everything still exactly as it had been when he left. Only now, several boxes sat on the floor. He opened one briefly. It contained the belongings left behind by his parents. Jiang Tian didn't rummage through them. He closed the box immediately. He moved toward his desk and looked up at the bookshelf, beginning to scan its contents. He was certain something about this bookshelf was different. One by one, Jiang Tian took each book off the shelf. With every volume he lifted, fragments of memories stirred within him. As the bookshelf grew emptier, Jiang Tian became increasingly convinced that it held a secret buried deep in Jiang Tian's heart. Finally, when the last book came down, he could see the full structure of the shelf clearly for the first time. It was made up of numerous hidden mechanisms, assembled using the most primitive jointing techniques, completely devoid of any sign of modern technology. According to Jiang Tian's memories, this had been built together with his father. Following those memories step by step, Jiang Tian carefully activated each mechanism until, click, a soft sound echoed through the room. A side panel of the bookshelf swung open, revealing a small safe inside. This was likely the only technological object embedded within the entire shelf. Jiang Tian cautiously entered the password. As the safe slowly opened, he finally saw what lay hidden inside. There was a stack of sealed envelopes, letters that Jiang Tian had written to his future self, one pinned on each birthday. Alongside were various toys and keepsakes, all mementos from Jiang Tian's childhood. Buried deepest within the safe was a notebook wrapped in craft paper. Jiang Tian reached in and pulled it out. The moment his fingers touched it, he knew he had found what he was looking for. He turned around to make sure the door was locked, then tremblingly opened the notebook. It was a kind of cipher journal, a secret code system created between young Jiang Tian and his father. Different symbols, numbers, and patterns represented specific meanings. Whenever they shared a small secret, they promised to communicate this way. But as Jiang Tian grew older, the notebook gradually disappeared from use, tucked away and forgotten. Jiang Tian was now absolutely certain. This was the message his father had left for him. Never would he have imagined that after all this time, his father still remembered and used it precisely at this moment. Carefully, Jiang Tian began comparing the notebook with the cipher, slowly decoding the message left behind. Bit by bit, a web address emerged from the translation. Using his personal terminal, Jiang Tian scanned it and decisively chose to access it. Inside was a video. Before he could react, it began playing automatically. The background was chaotic and blurred. In the center stood Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Siyuan. His face was filled with sorrow. Son, our fleet was ambushed by pirates. We probably won't make it back. I'm sorry we can't stay with you any longer. Jiang Siyuan's voice cracked with grief. He covered his face and slumped forward. After a moment, he wiped his cheeks, straightened up, and looked back into the lens. This attack was highly unusual. Pirates had no reason to target us. I suspect someone else was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Tianer, I'm leaving this final message in this way. From now on, be cautious in everything you do. Even the Zhang family isn't completely safe. Without us, protect yourself, protect our family. Tian I. The video cut off abruptly. Inside, Jiang Tian's heart was shattered. Somewhere along the way, he realized he was no longer just observing these memories. They had merged with him completely. These weren't someone else's memories anymore. They were his. I swear, I will get to the bottom of this and avenge you both. Staring at the frozen screen, Jiang Tian silently made his vow. Solemnly, he placed the cipher notebook back into the safe, restored the bookshelf to its original state, and left the room. Just then, there was a knock on Jiang Tian's door. Curious, he opened it and asked, "Who is it?" A small figure immediately darted into his arms. "Cousin, I missed you so much." It was Jiang Xiang, the daughter of Jiang Tian's uncle, his father's younger brother, and 1 year younger than Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian affectionately stroked her hair. Little Jiang Liang has grown up and become even prettier. Jiang Liang had always been this clingy toward Jiang Tian, sometimes driving him to distraction. She lifted her head, pouting slightly. "Humph, you were gone for so long and didn't even send me a single message." Seeing her slightly reddened eyes, Jiang Tian comforted her gently. "All right, I'm back now, don't cry." Jiang Liang wiped the corner of her eyes and looked at Jiang Tian with hopeful eyes. "How about next time you leave, you take me with you?" Jiang Tian refused softly. "Not yet. You focus on your studies now. Once you graduate from university, I'll come get you." Jiang Liang nodded firmly. "Okay, we have a deal." For a moment, both fell silent. Suddenly, Jiang Liang slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot. I was sent here to call you for dinner. My father heard you'd returned and specially asked me to come find you." Without waiting for Jiang Tian's response, she grabbed his hand and started pulling him along. At the entrance of the Jiang residence, a hovercar had already been waiting for some time. Chapter 12, Jiang Liang's family. In the middle of the lake beside Jiang Tian's home stood an exquisite estate, Jiang Liang's residence. Led by Jiang Liang, Jiang Tian wound through a maze-like network of intricate pathways. As they walked, Jiang Liang quietly grumbled. "Why does this house have to be so huge? I'm exhausted every time I go to the main hall." After about 10 minutes of walking, Jiang Liang finally brought Jiang Tian to their destination. Jiang Liang's parents were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Tian arrive, they immediately stepped forward to greet him. Jiang Xichen, Jiang Liang's father, spoke first. "Jiang Tian, it's been such a long time since you last came back. Tonight, let's have a good drink together." Jiang Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. "Sure." At that moment, Jiang Liang tugged on Jiang Xichen's sleeve, pouting, "I'm hungry. Can't you talk inside?" Jiang Xichen instantly agreed. Jiang Tian must be hungry too. "Come on, let's eat first." Jiang Tian gestured with his hand, invitingly. "After you." The four of them then entered the main hall together. The room was lavishly decorated. A massive amethyst chandelier hung from the ceiling. The floor was paved with some kind of mineral Jiang Tian couldn't even name, carved entirely from a single slab of stone, creating a unique aesthetic. At the center of the room sat a table made of Lujing wood, hewn from one entire tree. This type of tree was extremely rare, native to a remote planet within the Eden star system. Jiang Tian had only seen such a table once before, in the highest level meeting room at the Central Military Academy. Gazing at the opulent surroundings, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel, these people are truly wealthy, even unnaturally wealthy. Just then, Jiang Xichen pulled out a chair and gestured for Jiang Tian to sit. Once everyone was seated, robotic servers nearby began serving dishes, simple home-style meals, many of which were favorites from Jiang Tian's childhood. Jiang Xichen poured Jiang Tian a glass of wine, then pointed at the dishes. "I cooked all this myself. I remember you used to love my cooking when you were little. Try it and see if my skills have declined." Jiang Liang chimed in. "I hardly ever get to eat Dad's cooking anymore. I'm almost starting to forget how it tastes." Jiang Tian chuckled awkwardly and began sampling Jiang Xichen's dishes. As he ate, he praised sincerely. "Uncle, your cooking hasn't declined at all. It's actually gotten even better." "Really? Then I want some too." Jiang Liang excitedly picked up her chopsticks and reached for the food. This warm scene brought waves of smiles to Jiang Xichen and his wife's faces. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Xichen settled his wife and daughter into bed, then accompanied Jiang Tian out of the estate. Their silhouettes flickered faintly under the moonlight. Patting Jiang Tian on the shoulder, Jiang Xichen said earnestly, "Take care of yourself. That's what I promised your father years ago. If you ever face difficulties, tell us. We'll do everything we can to help." A warm current surged through Jiang Tian's heart, and he nodded deeply, moved. As they reached the estate gates, Jiang Xichen waved, saying, "I'll walk you this far. Remember to visit often." Jiang Tian waved back, "All right," then got into his car and headed home. Jiang Xichen remained standing at the gate, watching until the car vanished completely into the distance. Then, a communication request popped up on his personal terminal. He glanced down. His smile instantly vanished, replaced by an icy coldness. After several dozen seconds of hesitation, he still answered the call. A figure clad entirely in black robes appeared as a hologram before him, speaking angrily. "Why did you take so long to answer?" Jiang Xichen remained calm, didn't respond, but instead asked, "What is it? You've never called me before." The robed figure seemed to calm down slightly, glancing at the documents in hand. "New orders have been issued. We need to recruit this year's graduating students. I'll send you a list shortly, prioritize those names. If they refuse recruitment, eliminate them by any means necessary." Jiang Xichen responded immediately. "Understood. I know what to do." The figure lowered the documents and looked up. You're not new to this task. I trust you'll handle it well. He paused, then added. Go back now, your wife's looking for you. Jiang Xichen's expression turned sharp. He demanded, you've been monitoring me? The robed figure shrugged indifferently. Just complete your mission well. With that, the communication cut off. Though furious, Jiang Xichen could do nothing. He turned and walked toward the house, glancing at the file just sent by the robed figure. When he reached the doorway, a sudden dizziness surged through his head. Jiang Xichen stared at the document in disbelief. On one page, clearly written, was Jiang Tian, Command Division, Central Military Academy. Ranked first academy-wide in simulated combat exercises, personally received by military officials. Grade, A*. Jiang Xichen clearly knew that an A rank meant the individual had immense potential. If recruitment failed, then they had to be eliminated by any means necessary. Jiang Xichen let out a bitter smile, wiped the corner of his eyes, and muttered to himself. You were always so outstanding, and your son is just the same. Just then, his wife came out looking for him and saw him standing alone at the door. Honey, what's wrong? Didn't you go see Jiang Tian off? Jiang Xichen took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Jiang Tian has already left. I'm fine, I was just recalling some sure. Then, Jiang Xichen embraced his wife gently and said, I'll have to leave for a while. It might be some time before I come back. Take good care of yourself and Liang. His wife reached up, touching Jiang Xichen's face, gazing deeply into his eyes. After a long silence, her slightly hoarse voice finally broke the stillness. Go on, time to sleep. With that, she turned and walked upstairs. Where Jiang Xichen couldn't see, 2 streaks of tears ran down her cheeks. Jiang Xichen remained dazed downstairs, still unable to believe what had just happened. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh and slowly headed toward the room. Chapter 13, Jiang Xichen's Secret. Jiang Tian had already returned to his room. He threw himself onto the bed, his mind in complete chaos. Jiang Tian knew Jiang Xichen was definitely hiding something. The items appearing in their household lately were collectively worth nearly a small planet. There was no way the Jiang family had provided them. And Jiang Liang was completely unaware, which meant Jiang Xichen must have been very good at covering things up. But Jiang Xichen's feelings toward Jiang Tian couldn't be fake. The concern he showed was genuine. That kind of blood-deep familial bond couldn't be faked. Yet if harming his own brother brought Jiang Xichen no benefit, then what exactly was he concealing? His father's final message still lingered in Jiang Tian's heart. Somewhere within the Jiang family lurked the murderer responsible for his parents' deaths. Now, Jiang Tian felt as though the Jiang family was nothing but a vortex, riddled with traps. Amid this whirlwind of thoughts, Jiang Tian drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, the more he thought about it, the less sense it made. He wanted to leave this place quickly. After bidding farewell to Grandma once she woke up, he prepared to return to the Central Military Academy. Boarding a shuttle, Jiang Tian arrived aboard the L3 Apostolic-class battlecruiser. Stepping onto the bridge, he immediately began issuing orders. Prepare all fleet units for departure. Comms officer, submit jump request to the Stargate. Returning to the Central Military Academy. Under Jiang Tian's command, the L3 Apostolic-class battlecruiser began detaching from its planetary orbit and headed toward the Stargate. As they approached the Stargate, a sudden communication request came through. Switch to the guest chamber, Jiang Tian said in a calm voice before turning and walking inside. The moment he entered, a holographic projection materialized. It was none other than Elder Jiang, the patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Tian, what is this? After being away for years, you've forgotten our rules too? You return home, yet don't come to pay respects to the family head. You're just going to leave like that. Jiang Tian recognized this as deliberate provocation. Junior had an urgent matter at the academy, hence the hasty departure. I will properly pay my respects when I return next time. Jiang Tian replied respectfully. The elder gave a cold snort and said, now that you've graduated, you must begin contributing to the family. Don't forget the Jiang family's kindness in raising you. Jiang Tian remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, he was already cursing furiously. Of course, Junior will do so. He barely suppressed the urge to retort, replying with forced restraint. The elder seemed satisfied with the response, nodded curtly, then terminated the call. Jiang Tian walked back to the bridge, his face darkened. He watched silently as the warship passed through the Stargate. No one noticed. Far off in the starry void, a lone warship floated silently. On board, the captain stared fixedly at the departing L3 Apostolic-class battlecruiser. Without emotion, he muttered, that ship's quite impressive. No wonder it was once the backbone of the military fleet. I wonder where he got it from. Once Jiang Tian's vessel had fully passed through the Stargate, the captain spoke again. It's time we leave. This target won't be taken right now. Leave him to Jiang Xichen. After all, they're family. Haha. The warship slowly turned around. Its engines flared brighter and brighter until, in an instant, it entered warp speed and vanished into the depths of space. Unaware of everything, Jiang Tian had already returned to his temporary base. Yihan happened to be inspecting the newly produced L2 Knight-class medium assault frigate when he saw Jiang Tian's shuttle land. He walked over and asked, how did your visit home go? Why are you back so soon? Jiang Tian didn't answer. He changed the subject. How's the new ship production going? Yihan replied. Just finished the first one. I was actually about to go check it out. Jiang Tian nodded. Fine, I'll come take a look too. In the harbor, a gray-white warship floated in midair, its shape resembling a knight's longsword. Zhang Tian pulled up its specs. Knight-class medium assault frigate. Tier L2. Speed, 100 knots. Length, 315 m. Armament, 2 by 400 centimeters electromagnetic cannons. 40 by 200 millimeters dual turret batteries. Defense, hull strength, 4,000. Special none. Zhang Tian looked at the data, then at the ship, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Not bad. Keep production going. Hearing this, Ihan scratched his head and said, well, we've run out of materials already. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian frowned again. Money was proving to be a serious problem. Then I'll sell some blueprints on the darknet again. Ihan nodded. Only option left. A penny can stump even a hero. Zhang Tian chuckled and returned to his room. With practiced ease, he opened the darknet and, after some thought, listed the blueprint for the L2 bullet-class high-speed interstellar corvette. Less than 2 minutes later, a buyer appeared. Zhang Tian smoothly put on his mask and awaited the full hologram connection. This time, a middle-aged man in a pale purple robe appeared, who introduced himself. Hello, I'm Ren Shenming, the chief director of Galaxy Heavy Industries Duotian Star Region branch. This man carried significant weight. Aside from Saintlight Military Industries, which supplied the military directly, all other warship-related operations in the system were divided between Galaxy Heavy Industries and Universal Aerospace, undisputed industrial giants. But Zhang Tian wasn't intimidated at all. In fact, a new plan had already formed in his mind. One price, 500 million. Data guaranteed, authentic. Zhang Tian cut in before the other could react. Ren Shenming was taken aback, then frowned. That's not how business is done. That price. Zhang Tian smiled. A top executive from Galaxy Heavy Industries comes to the darknet to buy blueprints, yet can't afford this? The man seemed infuriated. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and looked back at Zhang Tian. Could you lower the price a bit? Consider it making a friend. Heh, if you don't want it, fine. I've got no shortage of buyers. Zhang Tian said coldly and moved to end the call. No, I'll take it. Ren Shenming quickly cried out. Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, Ren Shenming continued, but 500 million isn't something I can gather right away. Zhang Tian inwardly smiled. This was exactly what he'd expected, but feigned irritation. If you can't pay, why even talk? But I can offer something of equivalent value in exchange, Ren Shenming added. Let's hear it. What could you possibly offer? Ren Shenming carefully chose his words. Last month, I discovered a pirate base near the border between the Duotian and Central Star regions. I cleaned it out on the spot. Now it's entirely under my control. I can hand it over to you. Plus, I'll add 200 million in cash. Zhang Tian felt a surge of excitement. His goal was achieved. But he pretended to hesitate, then finally nodded. Fine. Since you seem to really need these blueprints, I'll treat this as making a friend. We'll meet tonight at that base you mentioned. I'll hand over the blueprints in person. Ren Shenming sighed in relief. Understood. See you there. He left behind a set of coordinates and terminated the communication. Chapter 14, Cooperation. Zhang Tian immediately went to share the good news with Ihan. Damn, 500 million? You actually dared to ask for that much. Normally, L2 blueprints top out at 2 billion. Ihan was stunned upon hearing this. Zhang Tian shrugged. He must be desperate if he's resorting to the dark web. Might as well ask for a high price. Besides, for someone in charge of a whole base, it probably isn't that big a deal. Ihan numbly nodded, still dazed by Zhang Tian's bold move. Zhang Tian patted him on the shoulder and said, you notify everyone then, and have them take everything and leave. Ihan nodded. One more thing, I'm leaving first. Once you're ready, head out right away, Zhang Tian added. Ihan grew instantly concerned. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? Shouldn't we wait and go together? Zhang Tian shook his head. If they intend to make a move, we wouldn't be able to stop them anyway. Better if I go first. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Who knows? Maybe I'll even bring back some good news. Ihan sighed. All right, but please be careful. We'll follow as quickly as we can. Zhang Tian nodded, then boarded the shuttle and returned to the L3 Shengshi-class battlecruiser. Meanwhile, Ren Tianming was standing in a conference room, reporting to a middle-aged man. With these blueprints, Sir's contributions within the group will surely rise significantly, Ren Tianming said seriously. The man idly twirled a folding fan in his hand. For this succession struggle, my siblings have all been scheming relentlessly. Tianming, what you've done this time is excellent. You've helped me greatly. Ren Tianming lowered his head immediately. It is merely my duty. So, according to you, what should we do next? After a moment of thought, Ren Tianming replied. The person who now holds the new blueprint is either a genius or backed by a powerful force. In either case, I believe we should try to bring them over. The man set down his fan. That sounds easy, but which one of those two types can we possibly afford to recruit right now? Then, Ren Tianming asked cautiously. Never mind, the man interrupted. I'll go tonight myself. I'll speak with him in person. He doesn't have to help us, but he shouldn't pass this opportunity to anyone else either. Ren Tianming snapped upright. Understood, sir. I'll prepare everything right away. The man waved his hand dismissively. Ren Tianming bowed and exited, leaving the room empty except for the man himself. He picked up a nearby bottle of wine, poured himself a glass, and gazed out through the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Murmuring softly, he said, even if I ascend to the head of the family, you'll never come back again. A thin mist gathered in his eyes. Then, tilting his head back, he downed the glass in one swallow. Time flew during the journey. By evening, Jiang Tian finally arrived at the base. From the perspective of the L3 Shengshi-class battlecruiser, the entire base looked like a small boat drifting on an endless sea, surrounded by infinite darkness, devoid of any sign of life. As Jiang Tian approached, the structure loomed larger and larger. At that moment, Ren Tianming sent a message. "Welcome to our base. Please dock at port U03. I'll be waiting for you there." Jiang Tian turned to the bridge crew and said, "Let's go. Don't keep them waiting." 10 minutes later, Jiang Tian landed the shuttle on the docking platform. Ren Tianming was already waiting there, flanked by 4 bodyguards. Jiang Tian walked forward alone, stopping a few meters in front of Ren Tianming. Ren Tianming spoke first. "You seem quite young friend. What should I call you?" Jiang Tian tossed him a storage device. "Jiang Tian." Ren Tianming caught it, tucked it into his coat, then transmitted a code to Jiang Tian. "This is the highest level access authority for the base. It belongs to you now." Jiang Tian opened it on his personal terminal and began flipping through it. As he browsed, Ren Tianming asked cautiously, "May I ask, young friend, which faction do you belong to?" Without looking up, Jiang Tian replied, "No faction, just graduated. Family's got a bit of money, so I'm out seeing the world." Ren Tianming naturally didn't believe him. "In that case, would you consider joining our Xinghe Heavy Industries?" This time, Jiang Tian lifted his head and gave a faint, disdainful smile. "Why? Xinghe Heavy Industries surely doesn't lack people like me." Ren Tianming's eyes flickered. He quickly composed himself and said quietly, "Xinghe has been constantly hindered in its competition with Huanyu Industries. We urgently need outside forces to change this situation." Jiang Tian sneered slightly. "Is that really the only reason? You won't even tell the truth." Ren Tianming stiffened, his eyes darting elsewhere. "What do you mean, young friend? How can you say such things?" Jiang Tian cut him off before he could finish. "Tell your superior to come out and meet me in person." Ren Tianming opened his mouth to explain, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Tian added coldly, "I wasn't talking to you." Jiang Tian turned to look at one of the bodyguards standing before Ren Tianming. "You agree, don't you?" Ren Tianming immediately broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile. "Young friend, you." But the bodyguard raised a hand, cutting Ren Tianming off. Then he stepped forward toward Jiang Tian and peeled off a thin film-like mask made of some unknown material from his face. His originally somewhat dark complexion gradually transformed into a dignified and imposing appearance. "This mask is quite advanced, but it's still uncomfortable to wear." He tapped the badge on his chest. The black suit he wore began to shimmer, then shifted and reformed from top to bottom until it became a regal robe of deep purple and gold. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Fengling Jiwen." Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. "You're from the Fengling family?" The Fengling family was the largest family in the empire aside from the imperial household, with vast influence spanning every industry. Descended from founding heroes of the Holy Light Empire, the Fenglings had earned glorious military achievements throughout history. Fengling Jiwen nodded with a faint smile. "I can explain more later. But first, I'd like to ask you a few questions." Jiang Tian spread his hands. "Fine. Ask away, but after that, it'll be my turn." "How did you figure me out?" Fengling Jiwen asked. "I found it strange from the beginning. Xinghe Heavy Industries buying blueprints through the dark web. It clearly meant something secret was going on. And since Ren Tianming himself showed up, it meant there must be someone even higher above him." Fengling Jiwen glanced back at Ren Tianming, who kept his head lowered, and his lips twitched slightly. "You people are desperate for these blueprints. Someone like me, selling L2 designs directly, must be extremely valuable to you. You'd definitely seek cooperation, and chances are high you'd come meet me in person." Fengling Jiwen nodded. "Exactly. You're not wrong at all, young friend." Even more importantly, Jiang Tian continued confidently, "Ren Tianming kept glancing at you, though admittedly very subtly." Fengling Jiwen hadn't expected Jiang Tian to be so observant. He couldn't help but break into applause. Jiang Tian went on. "You've asked your questions. Now it's my turn. Why do you really want to recruit me?" Fengling Jiwen paused, then said, "The Fengling family is enormous. To gain greater influence and higher status within it, I need stronger power. If this L2 Starship design sells well, it will significantly boost my authority within Xinghe Heavy Industries." Jiang Tian nodded. "So that's why you wanted me to join Xinghe Heavy Industries?" Fengling Jiwen shook his head, leaving Jiang Tian briefly confused. "That was before. Now, someone like you joining Xinghe would be a waste. But we could cooperate instead. What do you think?" Chapter 15, The New Base. Jiang Tian smiled. "Cooperation is possible. Let's hear your terms first. I need you to provide me with more warship blueprints. L2, L3, and even L4. I want them all. Of course, I'll give you a commission based on the selling price of each warship." Seeing the other man clearly assumed he still had access to blueprints, Jiang Tian couldn't help but think inwardly. "We're both old foxes." "Fine," he said. "The commission will be based on sales, 50% for L2, 60% for L3. As for L4, let's hold off for now. I'll talk when I can actually deliver. How does that sound?" Fengling Jiwen turned to Ren Tianming, who immediately understood and began calculating. A few minutes later, Ren approached Fengling Jiwen and whispered something in his ear. Feng nodded, then said to Jiang Tian, "All right, I agree. But how exactly will you deliver these blueprints?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment. All his blueprints came from system missions now. Having to physically hand them over to Fengling Jiwen regularly would be difficult. "How about this? Every year, I'll give you at least 2 L2 blueprints or 1 L3 blueprint. all of quality no lower than what I've provided so far. You'll still have to come here personally to collect them. Feng Lingchuan was slightly taken aback. Are these blueprints all self-developed, or do you have another source? That's none of your concern, Jiang Tian shot back bluntly. Feng instantly realized he'd touched on someone's deepest secret and quickly apologized. Jiang waved it off casually. No problem. Then let's prepare the contract. At once, upon hearing this, Ren Tianming projected 2 copies of the contract. Jiang scanned through them and, finding no issues, authenticated with his terminal and signed his name. On the other side of the screen, Feng Lingchuan also signed, then said to Jiang Tian, "Then we're officially partners. If anything comes up, contact Ren Tianming." With that, he left with his entourage aboard the shuttlecraft. On the shuttle, Feng Lingchuan sat quietly with eyes closed, while Ren Tianming stood nearby watching. Suddenly, Feng spoke up. "How's the investigation going on that matter?" Ren was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on. "Sir, we've confirmed she's in Qianhuan Star City. But beyond that, we can't find more. We don't have influence there." Feng Lingchuan sighed deeply. "I wonder how she's doing now. As for what happened back then, I failed her." Ren stood silently beside him, saying nothing. A few hours later, Ihan and his team also arrived at the base. Gazing at the massive structure floating among the stars, Ihan was awestruck. "With 3 billion credits, you managed to get a base this huge?" After all fleets had docked in the harbor, Jiang Tian began assigning accommodations. Truly a large-scale military base. After everyone was settled, the base still felt spacious. Even with several times more people, it wouldn't feel crowded. Then Jiang Tian led Ihan to the central command center and casually shared control authority with him. "Now that we have money and the industrial facilities here are solid, let's keep building warships. Also, hire more people as needed. The salary standards are up to you." Jiang Tian said this in a carefree tone. Ihan broke into a cold sweat, chuckling. "You really are a hands-off boss." Jiang shrugged indifferently. "You can handle these things. Only when you can't solve something should I get involved." Ihan nodded blankly, suddenly feeling like he'd boarded a pirate ship. Jiang patted Ihan's shoulder. "Then good luck. It's all yours." Without waiting for a reply, he returned to his quarters. Back in his room, Jiang Tian called out to the system while casually throwing himself onto the bed. "Jiang Tian, Master, long time no see." "Master, Jiang Tian." System level, for 2. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Possess a fleet of 100 warships. Side quest. Collect system fragments. System upgrade quests. Possess 3 L2 warship blueprints. Possess 30 L2 warships. Staring at the quest panel, Jiang Tian fell into deep thought. All these objectives were still far from completion. No new blueprints would come easily now. He tentatively asked the system, "Is there any way to obtain more blueprints?" Ding. Detected intense desire within the master. Considering current circumstances, a time-limited mission is now issued. Construct 20 L2 warships. Destroy 100 mech faction warships. Note, each completed time-limited mission rewards 1 current-level warship blueprint. No penalty for failure. Tasks will be updated randomly. Damn, Jiang Tian was stunned. The system was really stepping up its game this time. Seemed like the upgraded version was more reliable than before. But then he remembered the phrase, "considering current circumstances," and couldn't help feeling uneasy, as if a storm were brewing on the horizon. "I need to strengthen my forces as quickly as possible," Jiang Tian thought to himself. He turned his attention back to the 2 tasks. Only the warship construction one stood a chance of being completed. As for the other, destroying 100 mech faction warships, there was no way he'd even encounter that many in 3 days, let alone destroy them. That one could be ignored. Then I'll go with the first task. Jiang Tian made up his mind and immediately rushed out of his room to find Ihan. Ihan was still in the command center studying the control permissions when Jiang Tian burst in. Ihan asked, puzzled, "What's going on? Why the rush?" Jiang Tian stopped, caught his breath, and said casually, "No big deal. I just forgot to tell you earlier. We're producing a new batch of 20 warships, and they need to be completed within 2 days." Ihan froze, staring blankly at Jiang Tian in disbelief. Jiang Tian acted as if nothing was wrong and continued. "I've already run the numbers. This base has exactly 20 production lines, plus our own L2 dwarf-class industrial ship. Productivity won't be an issue." Ihan was left dumbfounded. After all, he hadn't had time to review the full base information yet, so he could only take Jiang Tian's word for it. "I've already purchased all required materials. They should arrive in a few hours. Start organizing everything," Jiang Tian concluded. Now Ihan knew what needed to be done. He responded, "Understood, Commander. Mission will be completed." Jiang Tian looked at the motivated Ihan, patted him on the shoulder. "Good man. Let me know if you hit any snags." With that, he left the command center. Ihan's execution ability proved outstanding. A few hours later, all production lines in the base were running at full capacity. 20 Knight-class medium assault ships were now being built in a smooth, orderly fashion. And Ihan himself ran tirelessly between each production line, ensuring construction would finish on schedule. Finally, after 35 hours, all 20 Knight-class medium assault ships rolled off the assembly line. Jiang Tian was now a fleet commander wielding 28 L2 warships, a respectable force by interstellar standards, solidly entering the ranks of the established. Standing in the command center, gazing down at the 5 Bullet-class high-speed interstellar frigates and 23 Knight-class medium assault ships drifting among the stars, Jiang Tian felt his grand vision steadily becoming reality. Just then, Ihan walked up and reported, "Commander, production is fully complete. Total time, 35 hours." Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction and praised. Ihan, well done. See, you're definitely capable. Ihan chuckled sheepishly, then added. To fill the crew gaps for the new ships, I've recruited another 200 personnel. They should arrive soon. Jiang Tian nodded. You handle those details. Just make sure you check their backgrounds. Don't bring in any shady characters. Ihan assured him. I've already vetted everyone's identity records. Nothing concerning. Jiang Tian laughed. Good. I trust your judgment. At that moment, the system's chime sounded. Detected Master's completion of a time-limited mission. Reward distribution commencing. Quickly, the familiar warship selection wheel reappeared before Jiang Tian. As the wheel spun rapidly, this time a dark blue warship came to a stop in front of him. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the L2 Mistwave class Interstellar Cruiser. Chapter 16, Sudden Emergency. Jiang Tian mentally activated the blueprint of the L2 Yanba class Xingji Cruiser. Yanba class Interstellar Cruiser. Level L2. Speed 100 knots. Length 352 m. Weapons Yanba Type 3 Small Missile Launch Platform. 50 Laser Close-in Weapon Systems. Defense Hull Strength 3500. Special None. The appearance of this Yanba class Interstellar Cruiser perfectly compensated for Jiang Tian's current deficiency in firepower output. Just as Jiang Tian was still Jinjai the newly acquired blueprint, a sudden alert rang out on his personal terminal. Immediately, a red background with black text message projected before him. Imperial Military Command summons. A critical emergency has occurred. Lieutenant Jiang Tian is ordered to lead his fleet to report immediately to the nearest interstellar military base within 20 hours. No delays permitted. Jiang Tian was stunned. He had never heard of such an urgent notification before. Before he could react, the message before him transformed into a star chart, marking a designated route. Jiang Tian carefully studied the route. The destination was Tianqing Military Base, located near the border within the Duotian Star region. It would take roughly 3 hours from their current position. After confirming the location, Jiang Tian immediately sent a communication to Ihan. Ihan, you mentioned yesterday about recruiting new crew members. How did that go? Ihan, caught off guard by the sudden call, hesitated momentarily, but quickly replied. Commander, we've recruited over 200 new crew members. I'm currently arranging warship training for them. Expected to be completed by tomorrow. No time for that. The Imperial Military Command has issued an emergency summons. We must assemble within 20 hours. I'm giving you 5 hours. Organize all crew into teams and have them board the ships immediately for drills, ensuring they grasp basic piloting skills. Combat training will be conducted en route. As soon as time's up, we depart immediately. Activate full base combat readiness. Jiang Tian gave the orders with a serious expression. Ihan instantly understood the gravity of the situation, promptly ended the call, and began executing the tasks. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 28 L2 warships and 1 L3 warship floated silently in space outside the base. Jiang Tian now boarded the L3 Shengshi-class battlecruiser. He issued the order. Signal the entire fleet. Prepare for departure. Check vessel status and report. Night-class vessel 1 ready. Prepared for departure. Night-class vessel 2 ready. Prepared for departure. Night-class vessel 12 ready. Prepared for departure. Night-class vessel 20 ready. Prepared for departure. Bullet-class vessel 5 ready. Prepared for departure. Soon, every warship reported readiness. Jiang Tian continued. Set navigation course. Fleet, form defensive formation, departure. At Jiang Tian's command, the massive fleet burst into numerous blue flashes across the vast cosmos, slowly gliding into the distance. Taking advantage of the journey, Jiang Tian found a moment to contact his senior sister, Long Ju. The call took quite some time to connect. Long Ju appeared extremely exhausted, and seeing her light that made Jiang Tian feel shame. When she saw it was her junior brother calling, she asked, Junior brother, what brings you to me? Jiang Tian swallowed, then explained the message he'd received. After listening, Long Ju murmured softly. So the situation is indeed severe. Then she raised her head and explained to Jiang Tian. Early yesterday morning, our empire's eastern sector detected massive fleet movements by the machine race, showing signs of advancing toward Imperial territory. The Imperial Military Command issued emergency orders to dispatch troops to reinforce the eastern border. Suddenly, everything escalated. I haven't rested since last night. I didn't expect they'd mobilize you too. This means the machine race forces must be considerable. Now understanding the basics, Jiang Tian said with concern. Sister, you barely get any rest as it is. I shouldn't have disturbed you. His face showed clear regret. But Long Ju waved it off casually. It's fine. Chatting with you counts as rest anyway. But this time, you're truly heading into battle. Be extremely cautious in everything you do. Jiang Tian nodded solemnly. I'll take good care of myself. After hearing that, Long Ju waved her hand and said, Then I'll get back to work. Bye-bye, junior brother. With that familiar wink, Long Ju ended the call. Back in his cabin, Jiang Tian pondered. This system is really incredible. It already knew about the machine race's movements and assigned me these 2 tasks accordingly. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. This system was simply too miraculous. It clearly surpassed the technological level of this entire star system. A system capable of predicting wars would surely attract the covetous eyes of everyone. But Jiang Tian smiled wryly to himself. With a fleet as small as mine now, no one would even bother glancing my way. That's something to worry about later. Adjusting his mindset, Jiang Tian decided to get some more sleep to prepare for the upcoming battle. Beep, beep. Jiang Tian was awakened by the bridge's alert call. He glanced at the time and suddenly realized it must be the moment they had arrived. He quickly dressed and headed straight for the bridge. Outside the bridge, the military base was in full swing with pre-battle preparations, warships of all sizes shuttling throughout the facility. In the void outside the base, no fewer than 10 fleets were stationed, military forces from other Imperial Star regions and escort squadrons from various local noble families. At that moment, the bridge communications officer reported, "Captain, we've received instructions from Tianqing military base. You're requested to proceed to the Operations Command Center for tactical planning." "Understood. Prepare a shuttlecraft for me, and have Si Han and Pei Qingli come with me. The rest of the fleet will remain on standby." With that, Jiang Tian turned and walked toward the hangar. Soon, a small shuttlecraft launched from the L-3 Shengshi-class battlecruiser. This was already the second time Si Han and Pei Qingli had attended such a meeting, and both appeared much more composed this time. Shortly, the shuttle landed at the base's pad. Guided by staff, Jiang Tian and the two others arrived at the Operations Command Center. Over a dozen people were already inside, the commanders of the external fleets, presumably. At the center stood a middle-aged Major General who cleared his throat as Jiang Tian entered. "Good evening, everyone. I am Major General Yan Lai, commanding officer of Tianqing military base. According to long-range radar detection, the machine race has now assembled 200,000 units, advancing in 3 columns toward Imperial territory. They are expected to cross the border in 14 hours. Our objective is to intercept them beyond the frontier." With that, General Yan waved his hand. The lights in the room dimmed instantly, and a detailed battlefield briefing materialized at the center. "According to our intelligence, the force targeting the Duocean Star region consists of approximately 80,000 vessels, roughly 50,000 L2S, 30,000 L3S, over 200 L4S, and the number of L5S remains unknown. Full details have been sent to your personal terminals. The Imperial Military Command will serve as the main force, engaging and pinning down the primary machine race fleet. All other units will be deployed to eliminate stragglers and stand ready to reinforce the front lines. Does anyone have objections to this arrangement?" He paused briefly, then raised his head to survey the room. This deployment was indeed reasonable, and no one present voiced opposition. Tactical assignments concluded quickly. Jiang Tian was assigned to lead his fleet in supporting the Northern Front. "The Holy Light Empire's military command thanks you all for your support." With that, General Yan raised his hand in a military salute. The others responded in kind. Chapter 17, The War Begins. As required, all fleets were to immediately proceed to the front lines for combat readiness. A few hours later, Jiang Tian arrived at the defensive line where he was assigned to serve. The sector was guarded by the 3rd Legion of Fallen Gods, a border patrol unit that had been stationed along the frontier for years. Taking advantage of the time before the machine race arrived, Jiang Tian ordered his entire fleet to conduct combat preparedness checks and rest in place. Message from Imperial High Command. The machine race has crossed the Imperial border. Current count, 69,984 vessels. The communicator's voice rang out across the bridge. Unknowingly, time had passed. War was now imminent. "All fleets advance. Maintain distance with the 3rd Fleet of Fallen Gods," Jiang Tian commanded. Beyond the fleet, countless propulsion flashes erupted in the starry void, each light point marking a warship. Imperial High Command orders. Vanguard forces have made contact. All rear fleets, form combat formation. The officer reported nervously. Jiang Tian stared at the star map before him, activating his battlefield command skill. Suddenly, streams of intelligence and individual warships came alive in his mind, arranging themselves seamlessly. The entire battlefield lay bare under his gaze. Every movement of every ship was perfectly clear to him. For 3 hours after the main front engaged, Jiang Tian led his fleet along the battlefield's periphery, eliminating over a dozen straggler ships from the machine race. Jiang Tian thought this would be the extent of his mission, when suddenly, emergency report. 10,000 machine race warships have just appeared in the northern sector of the front. High Command currently lacks sufficient forces for reinforcement. The comms officer reported urgently to Jiang Tian. Tension instantly gripped the room. 10,000 warships could completely disrupt the battlefield's balance. If the front collapsed, none of them would survive. Staring at the unexpected report, Jiang Tian felt the urge to assist, but was powerless. After all, he only had 24 ships under his command, too few to make any difference. Then, General Yan Lai's voice came through on the communications channel. "This is the Tianqing Military Base Command. Is there anyone present capable of commanding a fleet of 1,000 ships or more?" The already tense comms channel fell into utter silence. Fleets exceeding 1,000 ships were typically only entrusted to officers of general rank. Private family fleets rarely reach such numbers, let alone possess actual combat experience. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, seeing no one speak up, Jiang Tian summoned his courage and said, "Jiang Tian, Combat Command Department, Central Military Academy. I'm willing to try." Immediately, a private message from command appeared on Jiang Tian's personal terminal. "Is this Lieutenant Jiang Tian?" A somewhat youthful male voice came through the comms. "Yes, it's me," Jiang Tian replied. "The military has assembled forces to respond to the sudden appearance of machine race vessels in the north, but due to the urgency of the situation, we haven't found a suitable commander." Now Jiang Tian understood. They had troops, but no leader. "All right, I understand. What do I need to do?" The voice continued. "We will assign you 2,000 warships. You don't need to win. Just hold the defensive line. If you succeed, High Command will grant you significant rewards. If you fail, you will die on that battlefield. Jiang Tian listened and realized holding the line was feasible. Without hesitation, he agreed. Fine. I accept. The other end clearly sounded surprised and excited. Excellent. An L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser will arrive at your location shortly to pick you up. That vessel will serve as your temporary command ship. Jiang Tian simply said, understood, and ended the call. On the bridge, everyone stared at him in shock. His aide couldn't help but ask, Commander, 2,000 against 10,000. You stand almost no chance. And our orders specifically state we must ensure your safety. Jiang Tian remained unfazed. I only need to hold the line. We're already in the northern battlefield zone. If we do nothing, we'll all die eventually. Besides, didn't your orders also say to follow my commands? His aide paused, then realized the truth. Under these circumstances, inaction meant certain death. Survival wouldn't come from avoidance. Looking around the silent bridge, Jiang Tian spoke gently to reassure them. Don't look so grim. I promise I'll bring all of you back safely. At that moment, the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser arrived at Jiang Tian's coordinates. Without delay, Jiang Tian boarded the massive warship via shuttlecraft. Lieutenant Jiang Tian, I'm Deputy Officer Yun Che. Thank you for coming. This way, please. The first person Jiang Tian saw was the same man he'd spoken with earlier. This temporary fleet consists of 3 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, 300 L3 Qingming-class tactical cruisers, 500 L3 Messenger-class medium frigates, 500 L2 Javelin-class assault frigates, and 700 L2 Apostle-class light frigates. Yun Che briefed Jiang Tian as they walked. Upon hearing the fleet composition, Jiang Tian felt a slight disappointment. He had initially hoped to command many high-tier warships, but now he couldn't even assemble 1,000 L3s. The two quickly arrived at the bridge. True to its L4 class, the bridge replaced conventional control panels with holographic projections, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. Jiang Tian thought to himself, I'll definitely upgrade my entire fleet to this standard once I have the funds. Seeing how young Jiang Tian was, everyone on the bridge was visibly shocked. After all, someone so young commanding over 1,000 warships was unheard of. But due to military discipline, no one dared to question it. Jiang Tian walked up to the massive star map displayed on the bridge, casually swiped to zoom in on the region between his fleet and the machine race, then divided the area into 36 sectors. Then, turning around, he sat back into the captain's chair and began issuing orders to the entire fleet. All ships, assemble in Sector L06. As for my identity, simply state that I'm an officer reassigned by High Command. Do not disclose my age, it could compromise my strategy. The crew on the bridge had little confidence in this young and seemingly arrogant commander, but it was a direct order, so they complied. Jiang Tian then connected to his original fleet's communication channel and gave instructions to Si Han and Pei Qingli. During my absence, both of you will take charge of combat operations. You don't need to consult me on any decisions. Follow closely behind me later. With 10,000 enemy ships incoming, you two must destroy at least 100. Si Han and Pei Qingli were momentarily stunned, then replied solemnly. Commander, we guarantee mission success. Jiang Tian smiled, satisfied. Soon, all warships had assembled in Sector L06, awaiting Jiang Tian's command. At that moment, Jiang Tian was carefully studying the star map. He noticed the area was a dense asteroid belt, scattered with countless planetary fragments. Immediately, a complete plan formed in his mind. He reasoned that the machine race was likely unaware of their presence here, so an ambush was the optimal strategy. Catch them completely off guard, then leverage the terrain advantage to wage guerrilla warfare until reinforcements arrived. With the plan set, Jiang Tian began deploying his forces immediately. All ships, disperse and hide within the asteroid belt. Shut down all engines. Keep communication channels open. Everyone must be in position within 1 hour. He paused, then added, I know this war may seem unwinnable, but I promise, I will do everything possible to bring each and every one of you home. A thunderous round of applause erupted across the bridge. At that moment, trust in Jiang Tian began to grow. The word, home, resonated deeply with every soul present. The orders were swiftly executed. Soon, only the 3 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers remained in front of the asteroid belt where Jiang Tian's main force hid. Yun Che asked, puzzled, Lieutenant Jiang Tian, shouldn't we also enter the asteroid belt? Jiang Tian smiled and explained, a vessel this large can't hide in an asteroid belt. Doing so would only expose our position. We wait right here for the machine race to come to us. Chapter 18, Engagement. The mechanical fleet soon advanced into the asteroid belt. Seeing that the timing was right, Jiang Tian issued the order. All units, prepare for engagement. All warships ready weapon systems, power up engines, stand by for orders. Enemy at 10,000 units. Correction, 9,500 units. Correction, enemy composition reported. 5 L4 Nightfall-class battleships, 1,000 L3 Raven-class light frigates, 2,000 L3 Nightstalker-class heavy armored ships, and 7,000 L2 Reclaimer-class modular frigates. Jiang Tian studied the star map, continuously calculating battlefield conditions in his mind. When the moment arrived, he commanded the fleet. All units, activate all L3 vessels. Open fire on nearest mechanical targets. L2 vessels remain on standby. After a brief silence, tiny flickers of light burst across the dark asteroid belt. All L3 warships instantly reactivated, unleashing torrents of fire upon surrounding mechanical vessels. In an instant, the asteroid belt erupted in flames. Lasers flashed, and missiles exploded everywhere. Caught off guard, the mechanical fleet momentarily froze. Yet their near-instantaneous command response proved formidable. They quickly regrouped and began altering formation, attempting to break through the asteroid belt. Combat report. Enemy losses, 528 L3 warships, 1,787 L2 warships. Our losses, 215 L3 warships. Jiang Tian had no intention of letting them escape so easily. He ordered, all L2 warships reactivate, open fire at will, disrupt their formation. L3 warships disengage from combat. Regroup in sectors L03 to L07. Soon the flashes of fire intensified within the asteroid belt, warship debris drifting endlessly. The mechanical fleet abandoned attempts to maintain formation, instead splitting into smaller groups, each trying to flee outward from the asteroid field. Observing this, Jiang Tian gave new orders. All L2 fleets cease pursuit. Report status, reorganize within the asteroid belt, await further commands. L3 warships, prepare to intercept enemy units emerging from the belt. As mechanical ships began exiting the asteroid zone one by one, Jiang Tian decisively ordered, L3 warships, open full fire. A massive crossfire net formed between the two forces, with the mechanical fleet establishing a defensive line along the edge of the asteroid belt. Explosions erupted across empty space. Each minute claimed more fallen warships. As the battle reached a stalemate, the 5 mechanical L4 Nightfall-class battleships finally appeared. In a single exchange, over a dozen L3 warships were hit and detonated. Remaining calm, Jiang Tian responded. 3 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, scatter formation, target the enemy Nightfall-class battleships. Draw them away from the main engagement zone. Immediately, the bow hatches of the Fallen Angels opened, revealing massive forward cannons. Forward cannon charging, 10-second countdown. 10, 8, 3, 2, 1, fire. Blinding red light flared from the cannons. After 10 seconds of charge, 3 dark red energy beams shot straight toward the enemy Nightfall-class ships, crashing violently against their shields. The lead battleship was instantly engulfed in a fiery explosion, blossoming like a flower in the void. The remaining 4 Nightfall-class battleships began turning, aiming to concentrate fire and eliminate the 3 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Seeing this, Jiang Tian ordered the 3 L4 vessels to move toward the flank of the battlefield, keeping as far as possible from the center of engagement. The 4 Nightfall-class battleships gave chase, firing relentlessly. Rows of hatches opened along their black hulls, revealing countless interstellar torpedoes and cluster bombs. After brief targeting, a swarm of missiles surged forward like bees, blanketing the sky as they rushed toward Jiang Tian's fleet. Activate point defense systems. Shields at maximum output, Jiang Tian commanded from the bridge. Even so, the sheer number of incoming missiles overwhelmed the defense network. Those that slipped past began striking the shields of the Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Shield integrity at 90%, 85%, 70%, 50%, warning threshold reached. Only then did Jiang Tian proceed with his next plan. All L2 starships, prepare to attack the mechanical fleet from the rear. And then came an order no one anticipated. All L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, shut down energy shields completely. For a moment, everyone on the bridge thought they had misheard. Jiang Tian repeated himself. Repeat. All L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, deactivate energy shields entirely. Only then did the 3 warships begin their maneuvers, and soon the energy shields of these 3 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers gradually dimmed, fading completely until they vanished. Under the relentless barrage from the L4 Nightfall-class battleships, the energy shields of these 3 vessels seemed to shatter like glass. That was exactly what the mechanicals believed. They abandoned their formation and charged straight toward Jiang Tian, eager to end the battle as quickly as possible. Main cannon charging. All secondary weapons. Open fire. Release when ready. Seeing Jiang Tian attempt a desperate counterattack, the mechanicals activated the main cannons of their L4 Nightfall-class battleships, continuing to pour firepower upon his fleet. 10 seconds passed. The main cannons were fully charged. Jiang Tian issued the order without hesitation. Target and fire on the lead Nightfall-class battleship. Another volley erupted. The enemy's L4 Nightfall-class battleship exploded mid-flight, torn apart in an instant. Raise shields to full. Main cannons recharging. All vessels, execute evasive maneuvers. At this point, 2 of the 5 L4 Nightfall-class battleships had been destroyed, while Jiang Tian's side had only suffered minor shield depletion. The remaining mechanical L4 Nightfall-class battleships came to a halt, as if calculating whether to continue the engagement. But Jiang Tian would not grant them that opportunity. After another 10-second charge cycle, L4 Fallen Angel-class flagship, target the one on the left. The other 2 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, aim at the one on the right. Fire main cannons simultaneously. Across the void, 3 dark red beams carved new trails through space. After several rounds of intense exchanges, both sides' energy shields were nearly depleted. This time, both remaining L4 Nightfall-class battleships detonated together. What had started as 3 against 5 had now become 3 against 1. The last surviving L4 Nightfall-class battleship flickered its engines, clearly preparing to flee. Just then, Jiang Tian interrupted any thought of pursuit. Do not chase a desperate enemy. Return to the asteroid belt for support. Only then did everyone recall the other battlefield, where the situation was likely dire. At the edge of the asteroid belt, fierce combat had been raging. The mechanical fleet of 10,000 warships had first lost over 2,000 vessels in Jiang Tian's ambush. Following a grueling stalemate, fewer than 3,000 enemy ships remained. In exchange, the military department had paid a heavy price. Of the 2,000 warships committed, only around 200 L3S and 300 L2S survived. Yet upon learning that all 5 of their L4 Nightfall-class battleships had fallen, the mechanicals, despite holding numerical superiority, no longer dared advance. Instead, they began fighting a retreat back into the asteroid belt. By the time Jiang Tian arrived, the fighting in the asteroid belt had largely ceased. All around, drifting debris and human corpses floated in silence. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Tian felt no joy of victory, only endless sorrow. After a long pause, he finally gave the order. Clear the battlefield. Retrieve the bodies of our fallen soldiers. On the bridge, the crew seemed stunned into silence, taking a moment to regain their composure. Chapter 19, Promotion to Major. As the battlefield cleanup continued, Jiang Tian finally had a chance to rest. Yunche walked up beside Jiang Tian, his eyes filled with respect. Commander, would you like me to take you to a room to rest? Jiang Tian shook his head and explained. The frontline battle isn't over yet. You should take half of the fleet to reinforce them. My mission is complete. I should return to my own fleet now. Yunche knew the situation was urgent and didn't press further. He simply said, Then, Commander, let me escort you. Hearing this, the personnel on the bridge stood up in unison and saluted Jiang Tian. This victory had been made possible entirely by Jiang Tian's strategic planning. Without him, nearly 2,000 warships would have been destroyed here. Everyone's attitude toward Jiang Tian had shifted from initial doubt to deep gratitude and admiration. Smiling, Jiang Tian returned the salute, then left the bridge with Yunche. Walking down the corridor, Jiang Tian asked Yunche, when was the fallen Angel-class battlecruiser developed? Yunche thought for a moment before replying. It was probably planned in 3810. Originally, they intended to develop an L5 warship, but after 10 years there was still no progress, so they settled for developing an L4 instead. Even so, the fallen Angel only entered service last year. Jiang Tian laughed and said, No wonder. This warship's overall performance far surpasses the mechanical race's L4 Nightfall cruiser-class battleship, and it's equipped with high-output energy weapons. It played a crucial role in this battle. Without it, we might not have won. Yunche knew Jiang Tian was being modest, so he just smiled and didn't respond. After 2 days of battle, Jiang Tian finally returned to his own fleet. The moment he boarded, Sihan reported to him, Commander, in this engagement, we destroyed a total of 132 enemy vessels. Our fleet suffered no losses, though 7 ships sustained severe damage and require repairs. Jiang Tian considered this for a moment and ordered, issue commands to the entire fleet. Head straight back to Tianqing military base for repairs and rest. You and Pei Qingli will remain in command. I need to get some sleep. With that, Jiang Tian went straight to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed. When he woke again, more than 10 hours had passed. He immediately got up and headed to the bridge. The aide approached as soon as he saw Jiang Tian and reported, Commander, the main battlefield ceased fire 2 hours ago. The mechanical race has retreated, though our military suffered heavy casualties. Parts of the Empire's 3 Eastern Star regions have been breached. The fleet you intercepted was only one portion. In total, approximately 6 fleets penetrated deep into Imperial territory and have since disappeared. Jiang Tian frowned. Finding the mechanical race now would be extremely difficult. General Yen Lai is in the operations command room. He said to come see him once you woke up. Understood, Jiang Tian replied. I'll go now. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Tian suddenly turned back and said to the aide, You all stay here and wait for me. Relay a message to Sihan. He's to lead the remaining warships back to base first. Inside the operations command room, General Yen Lai sat at the head of the table, surrounded by fleet commanders from the recent operation. Well, in this battle, we lost nearly half our fleet. The surviving ships are all in need of repairs. Our preparations against the mechanical race were clearly insufficient. I've decided to submit a proposal to the Empire to double the size of the standing border forces. The commander seated closest to General Yen Lai gave a bitter laugh. This should have been done long ago. Central Command kept blocking approvals. This time, maybe they'll finally agree. The room fell silent once more. Then Jiang Tian entered, breaking the silence. The moment Jiang Tian stepped inside, every commander turned and looked directly at him, making him instantly uncomfortable. Immediately, every officer rose and saluted him. They all knew what Jiang Tian had accomplished, taking command as a mere cadet, successfully holding off an enemy force 5 times larger than his own. Such a feat deserved the utmost respect from every soldier present. Still dazed, Jiang Tian returned the salute, then was directed to the only empty seat at the conference table. At that moment, General Yen Lai spoke. We are gathered here today to honor those who distinguished themselves in this battle. First, Major Mu Yu demonstrated exceptional leadership by being the first to resist the mechanical race. Effective immediately, Mu Yu is promoted to the rank of Brigadier General. A woman with a stern expression, seated midway down the table, stood up and walked to General Yen Lai. He personally removed her old insignia and replaced it with the new rank. Second, Lu Qing, clan chief of the Xintian system, led his family guards in resisting the enemy at the front lines. As recognition, the Lu clan is hereby granted special privileges, exemption from taxation for 20 years, and priority access to stargates for all affiliated enterprises. A middle-aged man seated beside Jiang Tian stood and bowed slightly. Thank you, General. Then General Yan Lai smiled at Jiang Tian and said, "Lastly, Lieutenant Jiang Tian voluntarily requested combat duty in this campaign, bravely confronted and defeated a mechanical fleet 5 times larger than his own. Effective immediately, Jiang Tian is promoted to the rank of Major." Jiang Tian solemnly stood up, straightened his uniform, and walked before General Yan Lai. After the insignia was pinned on, Major General Yan Lai patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder, then turned back to the command room and said, "That concludes today's meeting. I still have some other matters to discuss with Jiang Tian." Everyone instantly understood and quickly filed out of the conference room. General Yan Lai waited until the last commander had left before returning to his seat, then gestured for Jiang Tian to sit beside him. "Major Jiang Tian, I've reviewed your file. According to contract terms, your fleet earns 1 military merit point for every enemy warship destroyed. Your command in the final battle counts as 5,000 merit points. You can check the exact figure by logging into your personal terminal. Oh, and this promotion was directly granted by the Empire, so no points will be deducted from your total." Jiang Tian nodded to show he understood. General Yan Lai added, "Besides the standard redemption options listed in the system, military merits can also be exchanged for active duty warships, a truly astronomical sum. Still, judging by your current pace, that shouldn't be an issue. Additionally, merits can be converted into holy light credits at a rate of 1:200,000, and this conversion is one way only." Now Jiang Tian fully grasped just how valuable these merit points could be. Seeing that Jiang Tian had absorbed the information, General Yan Lai continued, "There's actually another request I'd like to make. I want you to stay in the Fallen Angel Star region. I can promote you directly to Colonel and guarantee your advancement to Brigadier General within 5 years." It was an enormous temptation. No one in the history of the Holy Light Empire had ever risen so rapidly. Yet Jiang Tian declined without hesitation. He looked at General Yan Lai with slight regret and replied, "I'm sorry, General, but I prefer a more independent lifestyle. The military headquarters isn't the right place for me." General Yan Lai laughed lightly. "Fine, no problem. If you change your mind, just come talk to me anytime." Jiang Tian nodded. "Yes, I will." Glancing at the time, General Yan Lai said to Jiang Tian, "All right, I have other matters to attend to. I won't see you out. Feel free to leave on your own." "Yes, General." Jiang Tian saluted and left the operations command room. After Jiang Tian had gone, General Yan Lai opened a private communication channel to someone else. "Young Master, a highly talented individual has appeared in the Fallen Angel Star region. I've observed him. He meets your criteria, though he might be difficult to recruit." The other side remained silent for a moment before replying, "Understood. Send me his information. Don't concern yourself further. I'll handle it from here." "Yes, young master." "Understood." General Yan Lai responded respectfully. On the other end, the recipient examined the data transmitted by Yan Lai, nodded in satisfaction, and ended the communication. Chapter 20, System Upgrade. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian returned to his base aboard the L-3 Saint Envoy-class battlecruiser. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't claimed a task reward yet. With a thought, the system interface appeared. Jiang Tian, host. Long time no see. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV2. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Own a fleet of 100 warships. Side quest. Collect system fragments. System upgrade quest. Own 3 L2 warship blueprints. Own 30 L2 warships. Timed quest. Destroy 100 mechanical race warships. Note, completing each timed quest rewards 1 current level warship blueprint. No penalty for failure. Quests update randomly. Jiang Tian was about to claim his quest reward when he suddenly realized he was about to level up to a Tier 3 system. What if I wait until I reach Tier 3 before claiming? Then I'd get an L3 blueprint instead. Just then, the system interrupted his fantasy. Ding. Quest rewards are determined by the time the host completes the task. Please stop daydreaming. Jiang Tian's smile vanished instantly. So he couldn't exploit loopholes after all. Fine, might as well claim it now. Immediately, the familiar wheel appeared before him. After a dizzying spin, the wheel stopped on a sleek warship resembling a flying sword. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer. Curious, Jiang Tian opened the blueprint of the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer. Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer. Level, L2. Speed, 110 knots. Length, 326 m. Armament, 50 cell ZL, 8 universal missile launch vessel, 10 rapid-fire closed defense cannons. Defense, hull integrity, 3000. Special traits, none. Seeing these stats, Jiang Tian was ecstatic. This warship's firepower surpassed even the L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruiser and nearly rivaled a standard L3 vessel. But after the initial excitement, he realized something. While building the ship was relatively cheap, the missiles would cost a fortune. A single L2 interstellar missile sold for around 1,000 star credits on the market. That seemed affordable, but a fully loaded L2 Hunter Wolf-class destroyer carried 500 missiles, costing 500,000 credits, already a third of the ship's price. After a quick calculation, Jiang Tian quickly came back to reality. Owning 1 or 2 wouldn't be too bad, but scaling up would become unaffordable. Thinking carefully, Jiang Tian noted he still had over 200 million in assets. His priority should be upgrading the system to LV3 as soon as possible. With that in mind, he immediately sent the blueprints for both ships to Han, instructing him to produce 3 L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers and 3 L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers. There goes another 10 million, Jiang Tian thought grimly. After giving the order, Jiang Tian finally collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Having not rested for 2 full days, he was utterly drained. When Jiang Tian woke up, 20 hours had passed. The moment he opened his eyes, he received a message from Yihan confirming the completion of the warships. Jiang Tian instantly snapped awake and summoned the system. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV2. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Own a fleet of 100 warships. Side quest. Collect system fragments. System upgrade quest. Own 3 L2 warship blueprints. Own 30 L2 warships. System has detected that the host has completed the system upgrade requirements. Upgrading system to LV3. System upgrade reward granted. 1 L3. Level warship blueprint. Light and shadow danced before Jiang Tian's eyes as a new, larger star drive wheel emerged, bigger than the L2 version, though with slightly fewer options. As the wheel spun rapidly, it eventually stopped on a pale golden warship floating before him. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser. Jiang Tian, now experienced, promptly opened the blueprint of this new vessel. Shulong-class battlecruiser. Level, L3. Speed, 130 knots/class, 1 warp engine. Length, 1571 m. Armament, 1 Shulong-class heavy laser bow cannon. 2 2000mm cannons. 40 medium laser closed defense cannons. 50 small mobile anti-aircraft guns. Medium drone hangar, can store up to 70 Shulong Type 2 interstellar drones. Defense, hull integrity, 12,000. Shield capacity, 20,000 units. Special traits, none. Whoa. Jiang Tian was utterly stunned upon seeing the blueprint, his jaw dropping. The firepower of this ship was almost equivalent to 2 L3 Saint Envoy-class battlecruisers combined. Not only had the energy shield value doubled, but it even came equipped with interstellar drones. Jiang Tian immediately felt like he'd hit the jackpot. His luck was insane to draw such a powerful blueprint right off the bat. Ding. System upgrade quest updated. Side quest unlocked. A blood debt to avenge. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Tian looked back at his status panel. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, LV3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Own a fleet of 100 warships. Side quests. Collect system fragments. A blood debt to avenge. Establish your base at 1000 Illusion Star City. System upgrade quests. Own 5 L3 combat type warship blueprints. Own 3 L3 support type starship blueprints. Own 100 L3 warships. Staring at these newly appeared quests, Jiang Tian's mind went blank for a moment. So the system believes I'm finally ready to learn the truth behind that incident years ago and seek revenge for my parents? Jiang Tian thought to himself. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to 1000 Illusion Star City. How hard could setting up a base be? With that in mind, he immediately stood up and went to find Yihan. At that moment, Yihan, who had been sleeping inside the command room, jolted awake with a sneeze. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, he saw Jiang Tian burst in. The half-dazed Yihan snapped wide awake instantly. Jiang Tian blurted out excitedly. Hurry up, get up. We need to start producing new starships. Yihan grumbled. Didn't I just finish producing 6 ships for you? Why so soon again? Besides, our base production lines are already fully operational. If you want L2 starships made, just upload the blueprints. Jiang Tian shook the groggy Yihan and explained, it's not L2 this time. We're producing L3 warships. Yeah, just upload them and we can. Yihan froze mid-sentence. Wait, hold on. Damn it. Where did you even get L3 warship blueprints? And those L2 ones too, they're completely unlike anything the Empire has ever produced. You haven't done something treasonous against the Empire, have you? Now it was Jiang Tian's turn to be startled. What are you talking about? Do you really think I, Jiang Tian, would betray the Empire? These blueprints? All self-designed, of course. Uffed. Yihan snorted skeptically, rolling his eyes. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to. It takes top engineers years just to design one starship, and you casually come up with multiple? Give me a break. Jiang Tian chuckled inwardly. Asterisk, these blueprints are from the system, sure, but feel free to believe I designed them myself. Even if I told you I had a system, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Asterisk. Changing the subject, Jiang Tian said. Alright, I've sent you the blueprints. Start production as soon as possible. Yihan opened the L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser blueprint and began studying it. After a short while, he looked up and said, we don't have the equipment to produce L3 starships yet. We'll have to manufacture modular components using the L2 production line. That means building one L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser will take about a week. And there's another issue. The cost of a single L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser is 300 million Saint-like coins. We're broke again. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, time isn't an issue, so no rush. As for money, don't worry, I'll handle it. Materials will arrive tomorrow. You focus on planning the construction process. Yihan raised an eyebrow. Where are you going to get that kind of money? Jiang Tian grinned. I might be broke, but didn't the military headquarters just award us compensation for this campaign? Yihan immediately realized he'd completely forgotten. This recent campaign had made Jiang Tian a hero of the hour. Chapter 21, 1000 Illusions Star City. Back in his room, Jiang Tian began exploring the military merit exchange function provided by the military department. He logged into his account on his personal terminal and opened the military merit redemption page. Immediately, several L4 class warships appeared before his eyes, including the L4 Holy Light Spear-class battlecruiser and the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser, both of which Jiang Tian had previously commanded. The prices for these two warships were 130,000 and 150,000 military merits respectively, figures that immediately discouraged Jiang Tian. L4 class warships might look impressive, but they were simply unaffordable. Discouraged, Jiang Tian flipped over to the materials exchange interface. This section listed every material available within the Holy Light Empire. Even extremely rare ones like Lu Jing could be obtained here. But that wasn't what Jiang Tian was after. He quickly located all the materials required to construct an L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser and completed the exchange. Internal exchanges through the military department were indeed cheaper, averaging about 10% below market price. Seeing how inexpensive the materials were, Jiang Tian waved his hand and purchased enough supplies to build 3 such warships. After the exchange, only 1,117 military merits remained in his account, but he was still cheerful about it. Having finished this, Jiang Tian found Ihan and gave him instructions. I've already purchased the materials, they'll arrive tomorrow. But keep hiring personnel. From now on, hire more people ahead of time. Ihan replied with a gloomy face. I'm already doing my best, but it's just impossible to find so many people. Jiang Tian smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, just keep recruiting. Next week, we're heading into Thousand Illusion Star City to establish a base. Hiring will be much easier then. Ihan nodded and agreed. All right. Over the course of that week, construction on Jiang Tian's L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser progressed rapidly, while all previously damaged ships were fully repaired. Finally, on the 7th day, the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser was completed, and Jiang Tian at last laid eyes on his long-anticipated first L3 warship. Its wedge-like hull, combined with the extended heavy main cannon at the bow, exuded a deadly, solemn aura. The light golden paint job added a touch of elegance to its appearance. While enemies are still admiring my flawless paint scheme, they won't even realize they've already been locked onto by my main cannon. L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Tian boarded the vessel. On the bridge, the crew was conducting pre-flight checks. Communication systems normal. Navigation systems normal. Weapon systems normal. Battlefield command systems normal. Commander, all system self-checks completed successfully. We're ready to depart at your order, reported the bridge officer. Jiang Tian nodded and issued his command. L2 Mist Veil-class interstellar cruiser and L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer, prepare to depart. The remaining vessels will stay behind at the base under Si-Han and Pei Qingli's command. Yes, Commander. Si-Han and Pei Qingli responded in unison. Jiang Tian turned toward the starscape outside the bridge and declared, L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser, set sail. The entire ship gleamed with light gold, even as its engines ignited with golden flames against the void. Behind the massive hull of the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser followed 6 L2-class warships. After one Stargate jump, Jiang Tian and his fleet emerged at the edge of the Thousand Illusions Nebula. Before entering the nebula, Jiang Tian addressed the fleet. Maintain speed and formation. Electromagnetic communication is impossible inside the nebula, stay calm. With that, the fleet sailed into the Thousand Illusions Nebula. The nebula derived its name from Thousand Illusions Star City. It was a vast magnetic storm nebula emitting a mix of pink and purple light, occasionally pierced by lightning discharges. After being struck by lightning a few unfortunate times, Jiang Tian's fleet finally passed through and entered the nebula's interior space, Thousand Illusions Star City. The city resembled a colossal space station, with a hollow megastructure forming the central living zone, surrounded by concentric rings of orbital stations serving as industrial zones and shipyards, a breathtaking display of advanced technology. Within the enclosed nebula, the immense city felt even more imposing. Jiang Tian was completely immersed in this never-before-seen sight, until the arrival of a patrol ship from Thousand Illusion Star City interrupted his admiration. Unknown fleet ahead, please declare your intentions. The mechanical voice echoed across the bridge. Jiang Tian snapped back to reality and replied, we wish to secure a territory within Thousand Illusion Star City. Proceed to the central office to complete the necessary procedures. Your vessels may dock at berth H116. With that, the patrol ship departed. Following the instructions, Jiang Tian secured his fleet and then piloted a shuttle alone toward the central office located in the residential district. After Jiang Tian disembarked, he followed the instructions and entered a room containing only a virtual screen displaying his information. The approval process was proceeding smoothly until the final item. Obtaining permission to enter Thousand Illusion Star City was actually simple. The real difficulty lay in securing a territory. Over the years, all developable areas within Thousand Illusion Star City had already been claimed. Now, acquiring land meant taking it from someone else. Jiang Tian stared at this requirement, instantly feeling troubled. Acquiring even a small plot in such an expensive, high-demand city like Thousand Illusion Star City would be extremely difficult. Still, Jiang Tian decided to go take a look at the trading market. The trading market of Thousand Illusion Star City was the largest in the entire Holy Light Empire. From a single pistol to entire L4-class warships, anything could be found here, as long as the price was right. Jiang Tian walked through the real estate section of the market, carefully observing which properties might suit his needs. Finally, after much effort, he spotted a base he could actually afford, and immediately approached it. The seller was a young woman, seemingly around Jiang Tian's age, sitting there with a visibly weary expression. Jiang Tian stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you selling this base?" The girl looked up shyly and said, "Yes. The location is great, and it's very cheap, just 200 million credits. Her face flushed red as she avoided direct eye contact with Jiang Tian, though it was clear she would grow into stunning beauty one day. Jiang Tian felt puzzled. All along the way, the prices he'd seen were far higher than this. Why was this one so unusually cheap? Smiling, he asked, "Hey, why is your place so cheap?" The girl lowered her head and replied softly, "My mother is seriously ill. I need money urgently, so I want to sell this place quickly to save her." The explanation sounded perfectly reasonable. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian said, "All right then, I'll take it." With that, he transferred 200 million credits to her account. "We just made a deal. Let's get acquainted. I'm Jiang Tian." Phone ling. Having received the payment, the young woman handed over the relevant documents and hurried away. With the land successfully acquired, Jiang Tian finally passed the final review. Chapter 22, A Strange Mission. Soon, Jiang Tian arrived at the newly purchased base with his fleet. This was located on the outermost ring of the circular space station, naturally less prosperous than the inner rings. Most of this area was used as bases for various fleets. The scale of this base was just average, barely capable of accommodating 20 L2 class warships. Jiang Tian stepped off the ship first, glanced around, then sent a message to Ihan. "Ihan, I've secured the base. Bring half of the L2 class warships over. I'll send you the coordinates shortly." Ihan straightened up. "Understood, Commander." After handling these minor matters, Jiang Tian opened his system interface, ready to claim the rewards for his completed mission. Ding. Main task completed. Reward being distributed. Next phase mission has been updated. Congratulations. You have obtained an L3 Yueying class large aircraft carrier. Jiang Tian slowly formed a question mark in his mind. What's going on with this system? Such a simple task, and it gives me such a massive reward? But since it had already been granted, Jiang Tian eagerly opened the blueprint for the L3 Yueying class large aircraft carrier. Yueying class large aircraft carrier. Level, L3. Speed, 100 knots, / level 1 warp engine. Length, 1663 m. Armament, 30 laser point defense cannons. L3 Yueying, 1 interstellar fighters. L3 Yueying, 3 interstellar bombers. L3 Yueying, 7 combat drones. L3 Yuehua class electronic warfare interstellar drones. Hangar capacity, 200 L3 Yueying, 1 interstellar fighters. 180 L3 Yueying, 3 interstellar bombers. 1000 L3 Yueying, 7 combat drones. 100 L3 Yuehua class electronic warfare interstellar drones. Defense. Hull strength, 12,000. Energy shield, 30,000 units. Special none. Jiang Tian stared blankly at the stats. This aircraft carrier was enormous, carrying over 1,000 interstellar fighters. The combat power was staggering. The crew requirement exceeded 500 people, almost as many as the total number of personnel currently in Jiang Tian's entire fleet. And constructing such a vessel would cost 10 billion units of materials. Combined with staffing costs, it was completely unaffordable for Jiang Tian right now. He could only reluctantly store the blueprint in his warehouse for now. After studying the design, Jiang Tian reopened the system to check what the next mission entailed. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest, possess a fleet of 100 warships. Side quests, collect system fragments. Bloodshow, enter the top 100 of Qinqing rankings. System upgrade quests, possess 5 L3 combat class warship blueprints. Possess 3 L3 support class starship blueprints. Possess 100 L3 warships. Jiang Tian was slightly bewildered. He searched online and finally understood. The Qinqing rankings were an official leaderboard within Qianhuan Star City, listing the top 100 most militarily powerful factions. Qianhuan Star City hosted over 1,000 factions large and small. This task looked extremely difficult, and in reality, it truly wasn't easy at all. Jiang Tian had only just registered. His name didn't even appear on the list yet, but from his estimation, he was ranked beyond 1,000th place. To break into the top 100, he'd almost certainly need to build that L3 Yueying class aircraft carrier first. At this thought, Jiang Tian felt a wave of exhaustion. The path of revenge was indeed long and arduous. A few hours later, Ihan arrived at Qianhuan Star City with a squadron of L2 class warships. As soon as he saw Jiang Tian, Ihan asked, "Commander, we should give our fleet a name. Otherwise, if someone asks, we won't even have an identity." Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Ihan was right. His fleet would surely grow larger in the future. It was time to choose a name. After a moment of deep contemplation, Jiang Tian declared, "Let's call it Shinkong, Starlight Fleet." Looking up at the brilliance of the stars, "Our goal is the infinite cosmos." "Ha ha ha, didn't expect you to be so poetic," Ihan laughed. Jiang Tian ignored his flattery and added, "We're also missing a uniform set. Design one for us." Upon hearing this, Ihan struck a proud pose. "I've already been working on it. I've got 3 designs. Pick one, Commander." Ihan pulled up 3 images from his personal terminal and showed them to Jiang Tian. After brief hesitation, Jiang Tian chose the middle one. This uniform was primarily blue, accented with white stripes, and featured golden embroidery at the collar. Seeing Jiang Tian's choice, Ihan smiled even wider and quietly whispered, "To be honest, I designed that one myself." Jiang Tian. After speaking, Ihan left to prepare the uniforms. As he was leaving, he still heard Jiang Tian call out, "I'll send you our fleet's insignia later." Ihan gave a thumbs up to show he understood. Half a month passed quickly, and another 2 L3 Shulong-class battlecruisers rolled off the production line. Having had 2 peaceful weeks, Jiang Tian didn't mind at all. In fact, He'd have preferred to stay low and keep developing quietly until reaching a system level of 6 or 7 before re-emerging. But unfortunately, he was running out of money again. Ihan came pestering him every day about funds, giving Jiang Tian a massive headache. With no choice, he had to figure out a way to make some quick cash. Then it suddenly occurred to Jiang Tian that military merits could also be exchanged for credits. He immediately logged into his account, saw the 1,117 merits accumulated, and with a sweeping decision, exchanged 117 points to round it off neatly. With that, Jiang Tian handed over more than 30 million credits to Ihan, who finally quieted down. Jiang Tian thought to himself that he could probably relax again for a few more days, only to receive a new task from the system before evening even arrived. Ding, limited time mission released. Commander, proceed to the Moyun star system to resist the Star Rotor fleet. Countdown. Level 1. Destroy 1,000 enemy warships. Level 2. Destroy 5,000 enemy warships. Level 3. Destroy 10,000 enemy warships. Note: completing each level grants one blueprint of current level warships. Jiang Tian was completely stunned. Setting aside how absurd it was to destroy 10,000 warships, what in the world were these Star Rotors? He'd never even heard of them. System? Jiang Tian repeatedly called out internally, but the system remained completely silent. Seeing no response, Jiang Tian gave up and immediately ordered the entire fleet to prepare for combat. He left Ihan behind in Xinhuan Star City and led the fleet directly toward the Moyun star system, simultaneously instructing Si Han and Pei Qingli to take the other half of the warships stationed at base and rendezvous with him there. The Moyun star system, like Jiang family's Blue Cloud star region, belonged to the Moran stellar domain. A few hours later, Jiang Tian's fleet emerged from the warp gate, only to find that Si Han, Pei Qingli, and others had already arrived. But in addition, there was someone entirely unexpected. Young friend Jiang Tian, why have you come to the Moyun star system? Jiang Tian stared at the L3 class warship floating before him, then suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the flagship belonging to Fengling Jiwen? Still uncertain, Jiang Tian asked cautiously. You are? Fengling Jiwen? Why are you here? Fengling Jiwen smiled. This is my star system. My family, the Fenglings, assigned it to me. Jiang Tian realized he hadn't bothered checking which family owned this star system beforehand. Fortunately, it was someone familiar. Barging into another faction's star system uninvited wasn't exactly normal behavior. Jiang Tian explained. I detected that foreign enemies will soon invade the Moyun star system. I came to investigate. Fengling Jiwen instantly shot Jiang Tian a furious look. Don't spout nonsense. Are you saying enemies will appear in my star system? Impossible. And if even I haven't received such intelligence, how could you possibly have known? Jiang Tian tried to argue, but suddenly realized he had no proof. All this information came from the system. He could only suggest to Fengling Jiwen. Enemy forces will arrive within 2 days, at least in large numbers. I hope you can prepare in advance. Fengling Jiwen remained unconvinced. I can't mobilize an entire star system's defense force based on your mere words. I'll treat you as a guest today, young friend, but please refrain from making such outrageous claims. Yet Jiang Tian refused to back down. If it were anyone else, maybe he wouldn't care, but this was Fengling Jiwen. He didn't want their future transactions jeopardized because of damage to the Moyun star system. With no other options, Jiang Tian reluctantly pulled up the holographic image of the newly acquired L3 Yuan-class large aircraft carrier and guaranteed. This is a newly developed L3 warship. If no battle occurs here within 2 days, I will give you this blueprint free of charge. Finally, Fengling Jiwen began taking the matter seriously. The profit from a single L3 blueprint could easily exceed hundreds of billions. There was no way Jiang Tian would make such a high-stakes promise without certainty. Chapter 23, The Star Eaters. Fengling Ji stared intently at Jiang Tian for a long time. Then, turning to his subordinates, he issued an order. Activate combat readiness across the entire star system. Level 2 alert. He turned back to Jiang Tian and said, Mr. Jiang Tian, after this matter is over, I hope we can have a proper conversation. The value Jiang Tian had demonstrated by now far exceeded Fengling Ji's expectations. It had been less than a month since they parted ways, yet Jiang Tian had already produced blueprints for an L3 class warship. He needed to rethink the nature of their cooperation. Jiang Tian was also aware that his actions had been rather bold, entering another star system and demanding military deployment, but he smiled apologetically and replied, Of course, it would be my honor. With that, Fengling Ji ordered his fleet to return within the star system. He still had to oversee command during this state of alert, while Jiang Tian finally had time to deploy his own ships. Late on the first night, an urgent alarm pierced through Jiang Tian's sleep. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Tian immediately got up and rushed to the bridge. As soon as he entered, he found the accompanying scientists in disarray. Seeing Jiang Tian, one scientist dropped his work and snapped to attention with a salute. Jiang Tian waved him off. This is an emergency. No formalities. Just tell me what's happening. The scientist responded anxiously. We've detected intense spatial fluctuations, but nothing like this has ever occurred inside the Empire before. We have no idea what might happen next. Jiang Tian walked to the window and looked outside. The spatial disturbance was now clearly visible to the naked eye. He muttered to himself, This must be the Star Eater. Quite the dramatic entrance. His aide didn't catch what he said and looked puzzled. But Jiang Tian suddenly turned serious. Form defensive formation around the spatial anomaly. All fleets, enter level 1 combat readiness. At that moment, Fengling Ji opened a communication channel. The instant Jiang Tian answered, Feng asked urgently, Young friend Zhang Tian, do you know what's going on with that spatial fluctuation? Do you know something we don't? Zhang Tian shook his head. I'm not entirely certain either, but this is likely what we were waiting for. Begin deploying accordingly. Feng Lingji simply said, understood, before cutting the line and rushing off to direct operations. It hadn't been several minutes when Zhang Tian heard a startled cry from one of the scientists. Commander, I know what it is. The scientist ran up to Zhang Tian and pulled up two data charts. The one on the left shows the current spatial fluctuation. The one on the right is the fluctuation pattern recorded during Stargate construction. What we're seeing now is basically an enlarged version of that, about 10 times stronger. Zhang Tian understood quickly. He asked, so you're saying a gateway similar to a Stargate will open here? The scientist nodded. Exactly. Zhang Tian continued. How much longer until the passage opens? The scientist began calculating aloud. Comparing with the Stargate construction data, the opening should occur now. Zhang Tian looked out the window. At the center of the spatial distortion, a blinding golden light erupted, so bright it was impossible to look at directly. After several dozen seconds, the light faded and the spatial fluctuations subsided significantly. In its place remained a wormhole, a hole punched through space itself, like someone had pierced a sheet of paper. New wormhole detected. It is expanding steadily. Zhang Tian watched as the wormhole grew from the size of a sphere, large enough to fit a person, then a small L1 starship, and continued expanding. Suddenly, Zhang Tian noticed movement deep within the wormhole. He immediately contacted Feng Lingji. The enemy has arrived. Are you ready? Feng Lingji sounded flustered. Already? I need at least 5 more minutes. Many of my fleets aren't in position yet. Before Zhang Tian could respond, something emerged from the wormhole, a creature resembling a pill bug, with traits of a cockroach. Zhang Tian didn't hesitate. L2 bullet-class high-speed frigates, fire bow cannons, salvo. The moment he spoke, several metallic shells shot toward the creature. Seconds later, upon impact, the creature exploded into pieces, dead instantly. Feng Lingji witnessed the entire event from afar. Unconcerned, he remarked, that's the enemy? Seems pretty weak. Without turning around, Zhang Tian replied coldly, don't let your guard down. Feng Lingji curled his lips, but didn't argue. The wormhole continued to expand, soon reaching a diameter of 1 kilometer. During this time, a few more creatures appeared, each promptly eliminated by Zhang Tian. Watching these seemingly fragile beings get wiped out so easily, Feng Lingji grew increasingly dismissive. Eventually, the wormhole stabilized at around 1 kilometer in diameter. Feng Lingji asked, is that it? Zhang Tian recalled the task issued by the system and coldly laughed. We haven't even begun yet. Before his words faded, chaos erupted inside the wormhole, followed by hundreds upon thousands of creatures surging out in waves. Feng Lingji, witnessing the sight, unusually cursed under his breath. Damn it, so many. Zhang Tian ordered. L2 bullet-class high-speed frigates and L2 night-class medium assault ships, open fire first, engage at will. Only then did Zhang Tian begin studying the Star Eaters. Among these beings were insect-like forms, bird-like ones, sentient-looking entities, and Zhang Tian even spotted shadows resembling warships. Yet despite their varied shapes, they were all gray. Every visible part was utterly monochrome. Studying the data fed back from the sensors, Zhang Tian noted that their energy signatures varied widely, ranging from L1 to L3. The earlier insects had been only L1 level. On the battlefield, warships kept firing. One after another, Star Eaters exploded into pieces. Yet their numbers showed no sign of decreasing. On the contrary, they seemed to be increasing. Higher tier L2 and L3 Star Eaters appeared more frequently as well. Fighting the stronger ones proved more difficult, but fortunately, the Star Eaters appeared incapable of ranged attacks. For now, neither Zhang Tian nor Feng Lingji had suffered any losses. But good fortune didn't last. Zhang Tian's resistance grew increasingly strained, and Feng Lingji was starting to buckle too. Finally, Zhang Tian decided to deploy his L3 class warships. L3 Voidwave class battlecruisers moved to the front lines, maintained suppressive fire. From the rear, 3 long-awaiting L3 Voidwave class battlecruisers surged forward. Their massive heavy laser main guns tore through space itself, blasting directly into the heart of the Star Eater swarm, leaving behind 3 clear vacuum corridors. Beside him, Feng Lingji stared in stunned silence. How could Zhang Tian's warships be this powerful? He had been struggling to hold the line, fighting tooth and nail, while Zhang Tian unleashed a single barrage that carved out empty zones. Feng Lingji turned with a sly smile. Young friend Zhang Tian, about those warships. Zhang Tian cut him off firmly. Blueprints aren't for sale, but I can help produce a few for you. We'll discuss details after this battle is over. With that, Feng Lingji could only return to command, sulking. Chapter 24 The Terrifying Star Eater. Chapter 24. One after another, the Star Eaters burst out from the wormhole, seemingly endless. Nearly an hour later, Zhang Tian received a system notification. Beep host has completed task level 1. Rewards will be distributed upon task completion. Zhang Tian was stunned. They had been fighting for over an hour, yet the number of Star Eaters showed no sign of decreasing. In fact, it seemed to be increasing slightly. According to the system's prompt, there were at least 10,000 Star Eaters already. Feng Lingchuan was beginning to struggle too. He turned to Zhang Tian with frustration and asked, little friend Zhang Tian, when is this ever going to end? If we keep this up, my fleet won't last much longer. Zhang Tian himself had no idea either. He couldn't even estimate their numbers, let alone know the total count. He could only turn his head toward the scientist, hoping for some answers. After a quick calculation, the scientist reported, "Based on our analysis, unlike stargates, this wormhole cannot remain stable for long. Each second of its existence requires massive amounts of energy to sustain. Once the energy runs out, the wormhole will collapse naturally." Upon hearing this, Feng Lingchuan asked urgently, "So, how much longer do we have to wait?" The scientist ran another calculation, then looked at Feng Lingchuan and replied, "The energy decay curve indicates that the wormhole will begin shrinking in approximately 5 hours, and will fully close 7 hours from now." Feng Lingchuan let out a sigh of relief. "That's not too bad then," Jiang Tian added beside him. "Looks like we just need to hold on for 7 more hours. So, what kind of creatures are these, assuming they're even biological, and how do they attack?" "We haven't seen them fight yet," Feng Lingchuan asked. Jiang Tian shook his head. "I'm seeing these creatures for the first time too. I don't know anything about them. We've already fought them. At least we should figure out what they are. Otherwise, what if they come back again? Then shall we try testing them?" Feng Lingchuan looked puzzled. "How?" Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you have any nearly Balfight L1 class warships? Send one over there." Without hesitation, Feng Lingchuan replied, "Of course I do. Let me dispatch one right away." Within 10 minutes, an old L1 class warship appeared on the battlefield. Feng Lingchuan explained, "This is the L1 Fly-class Rapid Interstellar Disruptor. It was originally designed for disrupting enemy formations. Although classified as L1, it can simulate the energy signature of an L2 warship. Such a vessel held significant strategic value on the battlefield. While possessing little combat capability itself, it had almost no production cost and was highly effective at creating psychological pressure." Feng Lingchuan then gave the order, "L1 Fly-class Rapid Interstellar Disruptor, set course ahead, proceed at full speed. All crew evacuate immediately." Thus, an unmanned L1 warship sped straight toward the wormhole, quickly catching the attention of nearby Star Eaters. In an instant, swarms of Star Eaters rushed toward the L1 Fly-class vessel. They didn't bother with conventional attacks. Instead, they simply rammed directly into the ship. Surprisingly, the L1 vessel suffered no visible damage. It was as if the Star Eaters had merged into the hull itself. As more and more impacts struck the ship, within seconds its color shifted entirely to a solid gray. Then, the L1 Fly-class disruptor began slowing down and turning around. Report: lost all signals from the L1 Fly-class Rapid Interstellar Disruptor. Preliminary assessment: destroyed in battle, one of Feng Lingchuan's subordinates reported. Feng Lingchuan was baffled by this announcement. The ship was still right there. How could it be destroyed? Just as he was confused, he suddenly saw the very same L1 disruptor opening fire on their fleet. Damn it! Feng Lingchuan cursed loudly. Watching alongside him, Jiang Tian now understood completely. The defining trait of the Star Eaters was assimilation. They corroded foreign objects and repurposed them as their own. This also explained why, apart from color, the Star Eaters shared no common features. They weren't a single species. Each had been assimilated by the Star Eaters through countless past battles. This form of warfare sent chills down everyone present. It meant that once a single breach occurred in the defense line, your ally standing next to you could instantly become the enemy, rapidly overwhelming the entire formation. About 4 hours later, everyone began to relax, thinking the battle was nearing its end. After several rounds of reinforcements, Jiang Tian's kill count had climbed past 7,000, already completing level 2 of his task. Suddenly, the stream of Star Eaters emerging from the wormhole came to a complete halt. For a brief moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Just as everyone thought the battle was over, a sudden change occurred. A massive number of starships emerged from the wormhole, mostly L1 and L2 classes, firing while charging toward the front lines without any formation. Feng Lingchuan was stunned by the sight. He had assumed those strange-looking creatures were all there was to the Star Eaters, but clearly, the real force had been waiting behind. Jiang Tian quickly realized it too. The creatures earlier were merely meant to drain their combat resources. If not for the backing of the Mo-Yin star system, they would have collapsed long ago. Facing the incoming fire from the Star Eater fleet, Jiang Tian urgently issued orders. All ships, evade and return fire when possible. The moment the command was given, the rigid front line turned fluid, with each warship constantly maneuvering to dodge incoming projectiles. While Jiang Tian focused on defense, Feng Lingchuan beside him lost his composure. He turned to Jiang Tian and said, "Little friend Jiang Tian, among these Star Eater ships, I recognized interstellar warships that once served in the Empire." Feng Lingchuan pointed at the battlefield and continued, "That ship there was commissioned by the military over 2,000 years into the Holy Light era. That one over there was decommissioned around year 2,500. And those nearby, I see traces of Spirit Clan vessels. They must be their old warships too." Feng Lingchuan was now deeply confused. He was certain he had never come across any records of the Star Eaters in Imperial history, yet the current situation suggested they had existed within their universe long before. Jiang Tian found this strange as well. Such a powerful force as the Star Eaters seemed to have appeared in the Empire before. He began to realize this world wasn't as straightforward as it first appeared. It was shrouded in mystery everywhere. Jiang Tian reassured Feng Lingchuan, "It's all right. At least this information tells us the Star Eaters aren't invincible. After all, the Empire still stood. Clearly, past invasions had failed." Feng Lingchuan nodded in agreement. "After this battle ends, I'll personally go to the central capital and report this directly to the Emperor." Chapter 25: Victory in Battle. Chapter 25. As the Star Eclipse's warships entered the fray, the balance of the battlefield began to tilt in their favor. and Feng Lingchuan would soon be unable to hold his ground. He had no choice but to ask Jiang Tian for help. Friend Jiang Tian, do you have any spare forces? I can't hold on much longer. In truth, Jiang Tian hadn't yet used his full strength. His L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers and L2 Helan-class missile destroyers hadn't even fired a shot. Previously, the battle situation had been manageable. With just 3 L3 class warships, Jiang Tian could maintain stability without going all out. Now that the Star Eclipse's combat power had increased, Feng Lingchuan's forces were clearly stretched thin. Jiang Tian had supplied him with several rounds of ammunition and was well aware that he still had unused warships. Feng didn't dare directly ask, though he was already grateful just for the support. But now, with no other options left, if he didn't seek aid immediately, his line would be broken. He could only hope Jiang Tian would come to his aid. Seeing that Feng truly couldn't withstand much longer, Jiang Tian ordered 3 L2 Helan-class missile destroyers to move in and assist. Still, Jiang Tian felt puzzled. Why was the actual combat effectiveness of the Feng Ling family, despite its massive supposed strength, inferior even to the fleet he had assembled? But amid battle, it wasn't appropriate to question. When Feng Lingchuan saw Jiang Tian send over only 3 warships, he initially thought, what good could 3 L2 vessels possibly do? But his skepticism vanished instantly. One of the L2 Helan-class missile destroyers came to a halt and opened its missile bay doors, revealing 50 missile launch units within. Feng didn't immediately recognize what he was seeing, but the next moment, over 100 missiles launched from that single warship, streaking toward the Star Eclipse fleet like falling stars. The missiles blazed across the battlefield, slamming into enemy ships with devastating force. Instantly, flames erupted along the Star Eclipse front line. A large number of their warships were vaporized in an instant. Feng Lingchuan stared, dumbfounded. The firepower of just one warship nearly equaled a full broadside volley from his entire fleet. He turned to Jiang Tian. Is that an interstellar missile ship? Jiang Tian nodded, not denying it. Feng's face broke into a delighted smile. Could you sell me the blueprints? If not, then maybe just sell me a few of these ships. Jiang Tian chuckled. Forget the blueprints. They're definitely not for sale. Selling you a few warships might be possible, but as for the missiles, they're far too expensive. I can't afford to give those away. Feng quickly regained his composure. While interstellar missile ships possessed tremendous firepower, they also came at an enormous cost. One full missile salvo could cost more than the ship itself. Such vessels had once existed in the Empire's history, occupying a notable place in fleets due to their overwhelming firepower advantage. Their short-term offensive output surpassed any other warship, and even if intercepted, the missiles caused area damage, minimizing wasted shots. This made their combat effectiveness far exceed their classification. Yet behind such immense firepower lay serious safety risks. If a missile detonated inside friendly lines, the battle would be lost before it truly began. Moreover, the cost of maintaining interstellar missile ships vastly exceeded that of other warship types. Without a complete missile production industry, deploying them recklessly meant watching your assets burn away uncontrollably. Due to these factors, interstellar missile ships gradually faded from history. Today, only specialized fleets with unique requirements would commission custom-built ones. Seeing such a vessel appear before him through Jiang Tian, Feng Lingchuan couldn't suppress his astonishment. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian decided it was time to deploy his L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers. If they didn't join the fight now, the battle would end before they contributed anything. Under Jiang Tian's command, 3 L2 Yanba-class cruisers unleashed a synchronized missile barrage. Again, over 100 missiles launched, trailing wave-like contrails as they surged toward the Star Eclipse fleet, triggering chain explosions deep within their formation. Beside them, Feng Lingchuan, who hadn't yet recovered from the previous shock, was stunned once more. Friend Jiang Tian, no, brother Jiang Tian, is this another type of interstellar missile ship? And it looks even more powerful. Jiang Tian smirked. Well now, his title had been upgraded already. He shook his head and simply replied, this isn't an interstellar missile ship, then offered no further explanation. In reality, the L2 Yanba-class cruiser's raw firepower was actually less than that of the L2 Helan-class destroyer. However, the Yanba carried anti-ship cluster missiles, specifically designed to target warships, while the Helan's general-purpose missiles dealt significant damage across various military installations as well. Feng Lingchuan said doubtfully, brother, with such incredible weapons, why didn't you bring them out earlier? Jiang Tian said, if I run out of missiles, you'd better replenish me. Feng Lingchuan immediately fell silent. His entire Mayan star system had only a few interstellar missiles in storage. These weapons were practically useless during peacetime, yet required massive maintenance costs. They were simply a losing investment. With the entry of Jiang Tian's 6 powerful warships into battle, the pressure on the battlefield eased considerably, and the front line began to advance gradually. Soon, the time limit for the Stargate neared its end. The light of the wormhole in the void gradually dimmed, and its size continued to shrink. After another 2 hours, the wormhole had contracted to its smallest possible size, only as large as a sphere. At its most constricted point, the wormhole vanished completely within seconds, leaving behind only those Star Eclipse members who had exited before its collapse and still remained alive. Seeing the wormhole disappear, Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan were instantly filled with morale, charging forward and wiping out the remaining Star Eclipse forces in one final push. Finally, after several hours of intense combat, Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan could at last rest. Feng Lingchuan took the initiative to invite, brother Jiang Tian, thank you for your generous help today. I've arranged for your fleet to dock at Mayan Starport for repairs and resupply. All expenses will be covered by me. Jiang Tian laughed heartily and accepted. All right then, in that case, I won't decline your kindness. Feng Lingchuan added. Brother, you go back and rest first. Once you've recovered, remember to come find me. I'll treat you to some fine new tea I've recently acquired. Jiang Tian nodded and replied, I'll be sure to come. Just wait for me in your estate. Seeing Jiang Tian respond so warmly, Feng Lingchuan was extremely pleased and returned with his fleet. Under guidance, Jiang Tian's fleet also docked at Mayan Starport for rest and maintenance. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the timed task. A total of 9,617 Star Eclipse members have been eliminated. You have earned 2% system fragment. Rewards are now distributed. First time writing a novel, and today I received my first paycheck. If you have any suggestions or thoughts, please leave a comment. I'll read every single one. Chapter 26, 2 more L3s. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the L3 Xinguang class medium frigate. L3 Xinguang class large industrial vessel. As usual, Jiang Tian opened the blueprints for these two warships. Xinguang class medium frigate. Grade, L3. Speed, 140 knots / class, 2 warp engine. Length, 183 m. Armament, 1X Xinguang class rapid-fire light forward cannon. 20 units of Xinguang Type I electronic jamming launch platforms. 100 units of Xuandu class electronic jamming drones. Defense, hull integrity, 13,500, energy shield, 20,000 units. Special none. Although classified as an L3 warship, the Xinguang class medium frigate wasn't particularly strong in combat, with only a single forward cannon serving as its primary firepower. However, what made this vessel truly exceptional was its electronic warfare capability. In interstellar combat, a warship's electronic systems were paramount. Every maneuver and operation relied on stable electronic functions. Electronic interference worked by deploying missiles and drones to disrupt enemy electronic systems, crippling their weapons and even propulsion, turning them into sitting ducks on the battlefield. A frigate capable of such electronic disruption was essentially the ultimate support unit in any engagement. Jiang Tian was highly satisfied with this acquisition. Properly utilized, this ship could easily enable him to achieve victory against overwhelming odds. After reviewing the Xinguang class frigate, Jiang Tian turned his attention to the blueprint of the L3 Xinguang class large industrial vessel. The moment he saw it, a smile spread across his face. This Xinguang class industrial vessel was indeed a gem. With this ship now under his command, his production capacity would skyrocket. The L3 Xulong class battlecruisers that previously took a full week to construct could now roll off the assembly line every 2 days. However, achieving such intense production demands required not just a high-capacity industrial vessel, but also sufficient raw materials and crew. Upon realizing this, Jiang Tian acknowledged he still lacked much. Even producing the Xinguang-class vessel now wouldn't do much good without those essentials. With this in mind, Jiang Tian resolved to have a serious discussion with Feng Lingjiwen to obtain more supplies through trade. The Star Eaters posed a significant threat. They could reappear at any moment. Even beyond fulfilling system objectives, self-preservation demanded preparation. At the very least, he needed sufficient military strength to face potential battles. If the Star Eaters ever reached the Blue Cloud star system, Jiang Tian was determined to ensure he had the power to protect his loved ones. Dozens of hours later, after a good night's sleep, Jiang Tian traveled to the main planet of the Mo Yun star system to visit Feng Lingjiwen. The moment he stepped off the shuttle, Jiang Tian spotted Jiwen already waiting for him at the landing pad. He walked forward to greet him. Brother Jiang Tian, welcome to the Feng Ling family. Please come in. Let's head to the reception room for a proper talk, Jiwen said warmly. Jiang Tian smiled. You're too kind, Brother Jiwen. After you. They entered the Feng Ling family's reception hall together. Once seated, Jiwen poured Jiang Tian a cup of tea and proudly remarked, Try this tea, Brother Jiang Tian. It's the finest in the entire Mo Ran star region. Curious about how the best tea in the region could possibly taste different, Jiang Tian carefully lowered his head to smell it before taking a sip. Seeing Jiang Tian begin to drink, Jiwen couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, Brother Jiang Tian, what exactly brought you to the Mo Yun star system this time? Without your help, the system would have been in grave danger. Jiang Tian paused mid-sip, then gently set down his cup and replied casually. Honestly, brother, I'm not entirely sure where the information came from. At first, I assumed it was a military directive, some mission assigned by High Command to send me here for support. But there's no trace of any official military order here. After asking around yesterday, I confirmed there's no such mission at all. I'm just as confused as you are. Jiwen nodded thoughtfully, half convinced. The appearance of the Star Eaters was no trivial matter, especially given their possible ties to the Empire from 1,000 years ago. It made sense that Jiang Tian might be unaware. Observing Jiwen's reaction, Jiang Tian inwardly smiled in satisfaction. Fooling you like this makes last night's story crafting worth it. Can't risk exposing the system, after all. Jiwen pressed further. So, Brother Jiang Tian, how much do you actually know about these creatures? Jiang Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. Not much at all. We were just testing their attack patterns at the scene, really. The only thing I know for certain is their name. They're called the Star Eaters. Jiwen mused aloud. Star Eaters. That name does suit their nature, corrosion, assimilation. Then he looked directly at Jiang Tian and said gravely, This matter has clearly surpassed my authority. I'll compile all available data within a week and personally deliver it to the Central Star region. Brother Jiang Tian, could you please send me a copy of your combat data? To be honest, you were the real backbone this time. Jiang Tian nodded and readily agreed. No problem. Once I get back, I'll have someone send it over to you. Then Fengling Jiwen chuckled dryly and said, I know what you're probably wondering. Why such a large star system like Mo Yun couldn't even field a single L3 vessel? Hearing this, Jiang Tian realized it was exactly what he wanted to know. He looked at Fengling Jiwen, waiting for him to continue. Well, truth is, my standing within the Fengling family isn't very high, and since I was assigned to this sector, I've had to build up my fleet entirely on my own. Back then, I was short on funds, and I figured that being in such an inner region, I wouldn't need L3 warships for defense. A few L2s would be more than enough to deal with any reckless space pirates. So I only prepared one L3 warship, which was impossible to mobilize last night in time. Now Jiang Tian understood. Jiwen's fleet last night had already been everything he had. Immediately afterward, Fengling Jiwen shifted tone and asked Jiang Tian, Brother Jiang Tian, could you sell me a few of your starships? I thought those 2 missile corvettes looked pretty good. You can name your price. Jiang Tian thought to himself, asterisk well, here comes the opportunity on its own. I was just wondering how to bring this up, asterisk. Still, he pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, I can only sell you the second one. But how about this? Instead of selling the ship itself, I'll give you the blueprint directly. That way, it counts as half a year's supply from me, just as we agreed. Upon hearing this, Fengling Jiwen immediately brightened up and said happily, Perfect. I'd even be willing to pay another 20 million credits for those 3 already produced ships you have on hand. Just as expected, Jiang Tian thought, a real big spender, generous right off the bat. There was no reason for him to hesitate now. He replied confidently, Deal. I'll leave them directly at Mo Yun Starport when I depart. You can just send people to pick them up whenever. Fengling Jiwen said, All right, then I'll dispatch a team to go with you when you leave. Chapter 27, The Man in Black Robes. Chapter 27. Jiang Tian asked curiously, Why are you so insistent on buying those 3 second-hand warships from me, Brother Jiwen? Fengling Jiwen chuckled and explained, There's no harm in telling you. Next week is actually the Imperial Military Department's annual centralized warship procurement period. Every year at this time, the military issues shipbuilding contracts to families or corporations like ours, and we also get the chance to recommend starships we've developed ourselves. If the Empire decides to adopt one of our designs, we'll have an exclusive contract supplying the Imperial military, a huge source of profit. Only the best ships in their class stand a chance of being selected. I had already decided not to submit a recommendation this year, until you came along offering those ship blueprints. Now I've regained my confidence. When promoting your own vessel, you need a sample, right? And here you just happen to have a ready-made model. So I bought it straight away, saved me the trouble of building one myself. Now Jiang Tian didn't feel shortchanged at all. Smiling, he replied, Then I'll go ahead and wish you success, Brother Jiwen. If you make it, I'll earn a nice share too. Touched by Jiang Tian's sincerity, Fengling Jiwen laughed heartily. Thanks for your good wishes, brother. But Jiang Tian hadn't forgotten the other important purpose of his visit. Aside from the blueprints, there was something else critical. Oh, by the way, do you know of any private cargo transport channels? I'm planning to expand my fleet and need a better way to move supplies. Although Jiang Tian had always purchased his warship materials within the star system, doing so raised prices by 30 to 40% and brought numerous restrictions. It wasn't a big issue now while his purchases remained small, but once his fleet construction scaled up, the daily consumption of resources would become enormous. Relying solely on local suppliers simply wouldn't suffice. Fengling Jiwen thought for a moment and said, I do know someone who specializes in transporting goods discreetly, goes as far as Beast Clans and Spirit Clans territories. Reliable, fair prices. Jiang Tian became excited. That'd be perfect. But then Fengling Jiwen hesitated slightly. The person has quite an odd personality though. I saved their life once, and they served me for 10 years out of gratitude. That term has since ended. I'll give you their contact details now. You can negotiate directly. We've known each other for over a decade, and I still don't know whether they're male or female. If you ever get the chance, help solve this mystery for me, haha. Hearing this, Jiang Tian realized the person really was unusual, but he didn't let it bother him and readily agreed. All right then, thanks for your help, Brother Jiwen. Not a problem at all. Fengling Jiwen quickly waved it off. If it weren't for you this time, it wouldn't just be a bit of trouble. I'd be in serious danger. This favor I did for you is nothing much, really insignificant. Jiang Tian smiled and said, This tea is excellent. Truly lives up to its reputation as the finest across the entire star region. The two continued chatting throughout the entire day, discussing everything from imperial politics to street vendors. Through Fengling Jiwen, Jiang Tian learned a great deal about the empire's development history. Internally, Fengling Jiwen was deeply impressed. Such a young man, yet speaking with such poise and confidence, showing neither arrogance nor servility, clearly not trying to flatter him despite his status in the Fengling family. He resolved even more firmly to build a strong relationship with Jiang Tian. Finally, Jiang Tian's warships were fully repaired, and it was time to leave. Just as when he arrived, Fengling Jiwen personally escorted Jiang Tian back to the hangar. Brother Jiang Tian, come visit again sometime. I'll treat you to another cup of tea, Fengling Jiwen invited warmly. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Of course, Brother Jiwen. I'll definitely pay you a visit again when I get the chance. Soon after, Jiang Tian boarded his shuttle, accompanied by a team of crew members arranged by Fengling Jiwen. and returned to Mo Yin Starport. An hour later, the transfer of the 3L-2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers was completed. Zhang Tian promptly sent the combat data along with the full specifications of the L-2 Yanba-class cruiser package to Fengling Jiwen. After that, he led the rest of his fleet back to base. Before disembarking, Zhang Tian issued a fleet-wide announcement. This month's salaries would be doubled, but everyone was warned not to spread rumors about the Eclipse cultists, just act as if nothing happened. The Empire must have dealt with such incidents before. Since no one else knew the truth, there was no point causing unnecessary panic. Upon hearing they'd get extra pay without any personal cost, the Starfleet crew happily agreed to keep silent and signed individual confidentiality agreements. Once all these matters were settled, Zhang Tian turned his attention to the contact information given to him by Fengling Jiwen. Back in his room, he dialed the communication link. After a long wait, someone finally responded. The figure was dressed entirely in a black robe, wearing a mask, and using a voice modulator. They spoke first, asking Zhang Tian, "How did you get this contact?" the robed figure asked. Zhang Tian replied, "Fengling Jiwen gave it to me. I have a business proposal for you." The black-robed figure noticeably relaxed and inquired, "What kind of cooperation do you have in mind?" Zhang Tian thought for a moment and said, "I need you to supply me with raw materials and other resources on a long-term basis. Find me the cheapest possible channels and deliver them directly to my base." The figure fell silent for several minutes, then responded, "I'm currently wrapping up another shipment, but I'll make this clear beforehand. My transportation fee might be slightly higher than others, yet I guarantee quality and reliability." A bit of extra shipping cost was negligible to Zhang Tian. He didn't care much about such small expenses. "That's not a problem. I'll send you the list of materials I need right away, along with a 30% deposit." The robed figure agreed. "Understood. I'll contact you again once the goods arrive." With that, they ended the communication. Zhang Tian quickly prepared the material Tindan, a total of 3 L3 Shingon-class large industrial ships, intended to strengthen his industrial foundation. He also included materials for 1 L3 Yuan-class large aircraft carrier. He had full confidence in the system-designed warships and believed Fengling Jiwen would successfully secure the military procurement contract. In a week, he'd have the funds ready to cover the remaining balance. After finalizing the list, he logged into his Imperial military account and exchanged his remaining 1,000 military merit points for 200 million Holy Light coins. Having completed these tasks, he sent both the material list and the deposit payment to the black-robed individual. Now Zhang Tian could finally take a breath. Dealing with the Eclipse cultists had left him unsettled. Suddenly, he recalled something. He had apparently received 2% system fragments from this encounter, which was completely unexpected. Did defeating an Eclipse cultist actually drop system fragments? Could there possibly be a connection between the system and the Eclipse cultists? Chapter 28 100 billion. Chapter 28. Zhang Tian once again asked the system. "System, what exactly is this Star Eater? Can you at least give me a clue?" He had expected another futile attempt, but surprisingly, the system responded this time. However, "Ding. Please collect fragments for system update before asking further questions." Zhang Tian took one look and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared inwardly. "What kind of joke is this? I've only gathered 2% so far. How long do I have to wait? Until the year of the monkey?" Then the system fell silent again, leaving Zhang Tian alone in helpless fury. A week after encountering the Star Eater, Zhang Tian had mostly lost his motivation to help the military department complete any more missions. All he could think about now was waiting for Fengling Jiwen to secure the military's order so he could mass-produce a huge fleet. Fortunately, the military department was still reeling from the previous mechanical race invasion and hadn't fully recovered. Zhang Tian heard that Long Zhu had been extremely busy and overwhelmed lately. Finally, at the end of the week, Zhang Tian received a communication from Fengling Jiwen. He was woken up by the alert. Seeing it was from Fengling Jiwen, his drowsiness vanished instantly, and he immediately answered. "Haha, brother Zhang Tian, great news. The military department has placed an order for your L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruiser." Fengling Jiwen exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. Looking at his expression, Zhang Tian felt like he had suddenly become decades younger. Zhang Tian smiled and said, "Congratulations, brother." Fengling Jiwen humbly replied, "Not at all, not at all. It's mostly thanks to you. Without your warship blueprints, I wouldn't have had the capability to succeed." Zhang Tian changed the subject and asked, "How many L2 Yanba-class interstellar cruisers did the military department order this time?" Fengling Jiwen thought for a moment and said, "They've ordered a total of 50,000 units. The price per unit is 20 million. Zhang Tian was stunned. "Such a high price? You must have put in some serious effort, brother." Fengling Jiwen shook his head. "I didn't do anything special. The moment the military department saw the design, they immediately offered 20 million per unit and acted like they were getting the better deal. I didn't even bother negotiating. I just signed a contract on the spot. Although come to think of it, those first 3 warships I got from you were actually the real bargain." Zhang Tian waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Compared to what the military department is paying now, those are nothing." Fengling Jiwen chuckled and continued. "You're right. They require full delivery by the end of this year and have already paid a 20% deposit. According to our original agreement, you get 50% of the revenue from L2 class ships. That comes out to exactly 100 billion. Once the military transfers the funds, I'll transfer your share right away." Zhang Tian was momentarily speechless. He had never seen such an enormous sum before. For a moment, he acted like a newly rich upstart, completely flustered. It took him a long while to snap out of it. remembering that Fengling Jiwen was still on the line. With slight embarrassment, Jiang Tian said, "Sorry, brother. I've just never seen so much money before. I was a bit overwhelmed." Fengling Jiwen laughed heartily. "No problem, no problem. At your age, being able to possess such wealth, you're practically the first in history. Truly unprecedented, and likely unsurpassed. Even within the Fengling family, not everyone has seen this kind of money." Jiang Tian felt a bit awkward at the praise and could only smile sheepishly. But thinking about it, it was true. Without the system's help, accomplishing something like this would have been utterly impossible. Fengling Jiwen went on. "All right, I need to go sign the paperwork with the military department. You go ahead and enjoy the shock for a moment. Get ready to receive your payment later." With that playful remark, he ended the call. Even now, Jiang Tian's mind was still numb. Happiness had come too suddenly. He wasn't prepared at all. This also made him realize how little he had understood about the value of warship designs before. He had sold the earlier ones way too cheaply. If he had known this method earlier, Jiang Tian would have become wealthy long ago. Soon enough, Fengling Jiwen's transfer arrived. Hearing the notification in his account, 100 billion credited, Jiang Tian couldn't help pinching himself to make sure it wasn't a dream. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Tian immediately contacted the man in the black robe, planning to order another batch of materials. He sent over a communication request, but waited a long time without any response. Jiang Tian wasn't surprised. Maybe the other person was busy with something. After waiting over 2 hours, he sent another request. This time, after several minutes, it was finally answered. The figure in the black robe appeared unsteady, and the communication signal seemed unstable. Seeing his condition, Jiang Tian couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you?" The robed man coughed and said, "I'm fine, but under the current circumstances, I'm afraid your shipment won't be going through. I'll refund your deposit in full shortly." As soon as Jiang Tian heard that, he became agitated. "You might be fine, but I need my materials. That's not acceptable. Tell me what trouble you're in. I'll help you resolve it. But I will have my materials." The man in the black robe refused, saying, "I'm being pursued. It's best you don't get involved. If I manage to escape, I'll deliver your goods." Jiang Tian insisted stubbornly, "No, send me your location. I don't care about your conflict with them, but no one, absolutely no one, is allowed to lay a hand on what's mine." Seeing that he couldn't persuade Jiang Tian otherwise, the robed man reluctantly gave a set of coordinates. He was just about to say something more when the communication suddenly cut off. Jiang Tian looked at the data and realized the situation was critical. He immediately issued an order to the entire fleet. Stellar Sky Fleet, L3 Su Lang class battlecruisers, number 1 to number 3, enter emergency combat readiness. Departure in 10 minutes. After issuing the command, Jiang Tian began analyzing the coordinates provided by the robed man, a point along the border between the Beast Race and the Holy Light Empire. It would take him roughly 7 hours to reach the destination, thanks to the curvature engines aboard the L3 Su Lang class battlecruisers. "I hope we're not too late," Jiang Tian thought inwardly. Soon enough, 10 minutes passed, and the 3 L3 Su Lang class battlecruisers were assembled and ready. At Jiang Tian's command, the 3 warships formed a triangular formation and sped into deep space. After a single jump through a stargate, Jiang Tian arrived at the frontier of the Shengyin Stellar region. The Shengyin Stellar region, together with Zhongshan and Yuming regions, guarded the southern border of the empire. Sharing a direct border with the Beast Race, trade here flourished, far surpassing that along the border between the Holy Light Empire and the Mechanoid race. After all, the Mechanoids weren't biological beings, so there wasn't much to trade. But the southern frontier was rich with commerce. Trade didn't just involve warships and raw materials. Some Beast Race individuals were also sold into slavery within the Holy Light Empire. There were many who engaged in such businesses, and even certain nobles within the empire took pride in collecting Beast Race slaves as status symbols. Chapter 29 Shadow Assassination. Chapter 29. Jiang Tian actually hated these kinds of business dealings, as he believed all living beings should be equal. However, the slave trade was far too massive, deeply entangled with many noble families, and there was little the Holy Light Empire could do to stop it. At this moment, surrounding the 3L3 Su Lang class battlecruisers, numerous small starships floated in space. These were specialized slave transport vessels. Jiang Tian had no time to concern himself with anything else. His sole focus was finding the fleet belonging to the man in black robes and retrieving his materials. "Commander, we've detected the signal from the man in black," the deputy officer suddenly reported. Jiang Tian immediately ordered, "Set course. Full speed ahead." In an instant, all 3L3 Su Lang class battlecruisers entered first-level warp. "Commander, velocity has reached 1 times light speed. Estimated arrival at destination in 5 minutes." Warp levels were classified by their achievable multiple of light speed. Level 1 equaled 1 times light speed, level 2 10 times. Each subsequent level was 10-fold stronger than the last. Due to the enormous energy consumption, only vessels rated L3 or higher could sustain warp drives. L1 and L2 ships could only rely on conventional propulsion. 5 minutes passed quickly. The 3L3 Su Lang class battlecruisers simultaneously dropped out of warp. Before Jiang Tian's eyes appeared a ragged, battered fleet. This must be the man in black's fleet, Jiang Tian thought, as he opened a comms channel to the robed figure. This time, the man in black answered immediately. Jiang Tian spoke first. "I've arrived at your position. I'll provide escort. Let's leave together." The man in black replied, "I'll detach the transport carrying your materials from my fleet. Take it and go. You don't need to concern yourself with the rest." Before Jiang Tian could respond, Urgent alarm blared in his ears. Commander, short-range radar detects incoming hostiles. 13 contacts. Correction, 21. 36. 47. Confirmed, 29 L1, class warships, 17 L2, class warships, and 1 L3, class warship. Jiang Tian looked at the man in black and smiled. Looks like we're not going anywhere now. Then his demeanor shifted sharply, voice firm and resolute. All ships, engage enemy forces. Activate energy shields. Weapon systems at full power. Suddenly, Jiang Tian received an unknown transmission. When he answered, a stout, porcine-looking beast-man appeared on screen. Friend, you're blocking our path. Please move aside. Jiang Tian replied rudely. Yes, exactly. We're blocking you. That caught the other off guard for a moment. Then the beast-man growled angrily. We have no grudge against you. Why interfere? I only want Shadow Killer. Take everything else. I'll give it all to you. Jiang Tian glanced sideways at the robed man. So Shadow Killer was this man's name. Jiang Tian shook his head. Seems we want the same thing. No deal. The robed man, Shadow Killer, asked in shock. Why are you helping me? Jiang Tian snapped. Shut up for now. We'll talk later. Let me deal with these rabble first. With that, he cut the call with Shadow Killer and issued orders to his fleet. Energy shields at maximum output. Protect Shadow Killer's fleet at all costs. Weapons online. Prioritize targeting L2 class warships. Open fire freely. At Jiang Tian's command, the 3 L3 Su Leng class battlecruisers erupted in the void, spitting torrents of fire. Laser beams lanced across space, striking enemy Beastman ships relentlessly. Every forward cannon shot from the L3 Su Leng class cruisers claimed another enemy vessel, exploding into silent bursts of flame in the vacuum. Watching from the sidelines under strict orders, Shadow Killer stood dumbfounded. There are 3 L3 class warships? What did I do to deserve such an employer? He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Jiang Tian reigned supreme. One by one, Beastman warships were struck, then torn apart in violent explosions across the cosmos. Finally, the Beastman commander could stay silent no longer. He contacted Jiang Tian again. Friend, cease fire. I don't want Shadow Killer anymore. We'll leave right away. Jiang Tian gave a cold chuckle. Dream on. Thinking you can come and go as you please? If I let you go now, you'll just bring reinforcements to retaliate later. I'm not stupid. So you'll stay here. Without waiting for a reply, he cut the transmission. Then Jiang Tian commanded. All ships, target that L3 class vessel with main batteries. Prepare main cannons. 3, 2, 1. Fire main batteries. 3 searing laser beams tore through space, crashing violently into the enemy L3 warship's armor. Jiang Tian noticed. The enemy L3 vessel had no energy shield activated. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Jiang Tian's ear. Ding. Detected that the mission has been completed. Congratulations, host, on completing the time-limited task. Jiang Tian turned his gaze to his system data panel. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Own a fleet of 100 warships. Side quests. Collect system fragments. Blood revenge. Enter the top 100 in Qianxing rankings. Rescue the man in black and protect your supplies. System upgrade tasks. Possess 5 L3 combat warship blueprints. Possess 3 L3 support starship blueprints. Own 100 L3 warships. Jiang Tian smiled. Finally, this mission was complete. It turned out that before setting off, Jiang Tian had accepted a mission issued by the system. The success condition being that he must save the man in black. That was precisely why he had forced himself into battle against the Beastmen. Fortunately, he had arrived at the battlefield just in time and found Shadow Killer. Not only had he protected his own supplies, but he'd also gained a new L3 class warship blueprint. Worth every credit. If these 200 million can get me an L3 blueprint, it's absolutely worth it, Jiang Tian mused. Additional notes. Regarding asset values, I haven't thoroughly calculated them before. Today, I went back and did the math. Here's the breakdown for everyone. From now on, I'll clearly state the cost of every warship in the story. Feel free to leave comments if there's anything else you'd like to know about the warships. Below are the construction costs of the protagonist's warships. L2 Dwarf-class light industrial ship, 2 million. L3 Divine Craft-class large industrial ship, 50 million. L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigate, 1 million. L2 Knight-class medium assault ship, 1.5 million. L2 Smokewave-class interstellar cruiser, 1.5 million. L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyer, 1.5 million. L3 Voidwave-class battlecruiser, 300 million. L3 Moonshadow-class large aircraft carrier, 500 million. Chapter 30, Flower Shadows. Chapter 30. The battle ended, and EngSub hurriedly contacted Jiang Tian. Sir, we should leave this place immediately. Those were members of the War Howl Association. If they come to their senses, we're finished. Jiang Tian suppressed a smirk, but didn't contradict him, simply replying, all right, let's go. But later, you'll have to explain exactly what you did to make them chase you so relentlessly. EngSub respectfully replied, of course, sir. I will give you a full account. Jiang Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement and said, then get your fleet organized. We set off immediately. I'll take you to my base. With that, Jiang Tian ended the communication. Not even 10 minutes passed before EngSub had his fleet ready. By now, EngSub's fleet was nearly destroyed. Only 3 L2 combat starships and 6 L1s remained, all heavily damaged. Fortunately, Jiang Tian's cargo remained intact. The transport vessels assigned to carry goods had suffered no damage at all. It seemed the Warhol Association had assumed EngSub couldn't escape and decided to focus on seizing spoils rather than targeting the transports, only for Jiang Tian to swoop in and snatch everything away. Jiang Tian positioned his 3L-3 Void Wave-class battlecruisers around the fleet, forming an equilateral triangle. This way, if enemies attacked again, he could use energy shields to protect EngSub's damaged ships within. To maintain formation with EngSub's fleet, Jiang Tian adjusted the speed of his Starsky fleet to match theirs. Finally, after 2 days of travel, Jiang Tian led EngSub's fleet into the Starsky fleet base. He generously arranged accommodations and daily rations for them. Guest room, Starsky fleet base. EngSub sat across from Jiang Tian. Don't worry, Jiang Tian said. I've already taken care of your fleet. You can stay here for a week. EngSub replied gratefully. Thank you, sir, for your immense generosity. I cannot express how grateful I am. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. That's trivial. Now, tell me about yourself, who you are, and those beastkin you brought with you. EngSub collected his thoughts and began slowly. I was once a prince in a small empire among the beast race. When I was preparing to inherit the throne, the Ling race arrived. Their massive warships obliterated our homeworld. My father tried to resist, but he was ruthlessly wiped out. At the last moment, my father detonated every remaining ship just to ensure my escape. When I came to, I found myself deep inside the Holy Light Empire. Using the resources amassed by my royal family, I built this transport fleet and started operating between the Holy Light Empire and the Beast territories. Once, while trading within the Storm Thunder Empire, I discovered some of my long-lost kinsmen being sold as slaves into the Holy Light Empire. His voice broke with emotion, tears welling up. After a few minutes, he steadied himself and continued. From that moment on, I began buying back my people, bringing them onto my transport fleet to work. I thought if I bought them all, I could save them all, until I learned. The monsters of the Storm Thunder Empire weren't just capturing them, they were breeding them like livestock, then selling them off. Over a decade ago, I risked everything attacking one of their bases to rescue my kin, but their forces were too strong. I was gravely injured, but saved by Lady Feng Ling. For these past 10 years, I never gave up trying to save my people, though I always knew I wasn't strong enough. Until recently, I uncovered a weakness in their base defenses. I thought my chance had finally come, but I didn't expect betrayal within my own fleet. A traitor leaked my plans to the Warhol Association and lured me into a direct assault. If he hadn't been so eager for credit and exposed himself, I would have died there without a doubt. After that, I fled with whatever ships remained, and then I encountered you, sir. Jiang Tian silently mused. So this is actually a story of a vengeful prince. So what now? Jiang Tian asked. Your fleet is practically annihilated. EngSub hung his head. I don't know. I've failed my people. Jiang Tian said. In that case, have you considered joining my fleet? Work under me. I can guarantee food, shelter, and safety for your people. But my people. EngSub looked utterly broken. Jiang Tian reassured him. Don't worry about that. Once you join my fleet, your family. I promise, I'll destroy the Storm Thunder Empire within 2 years. He looked directly at EngSub. I know you probably don't believe me yet. Take a look at this before you decide. Jiang Tian brought up blueprints of all the warships he had acquired. As soon as EngSub saw the designs, his eyes lit up. Excited, he exclaimed. With ships like these, my people can finally be saved. Jiang Tian pressed his advantage and asked, so what do you think? Will you join the Starsky fleet? This time, EngSub had no hesitation. He replied firmly, Master, I'm willing. Jiang Tian smiled. Now that you're joining my fleet, take off your mask and let me see your face. I've never even seen what you look like. EngSub froze instantly, suddenly at a loss. Is it inconvenient? Then forget it. It was just out of curiosity. Jiang Tian said upon seeing how distressed he looked. EngSub clenched his teeth and said, There's nothing wrong with you seeing me, master. With that, he abruptly removed the mask from his face. Whoa. Jiang Tian nearly dropped his jaw. EngSub was female. No, rather, she was a female beastkin. She had a pair of snow-white ears atop her head, an adorable facial structure, resembling something like a cat girl. Jiang Tian was completely taken aback, never expecting EngSub to be so beautiful. Why have you been wearing a mask all along? Jiang Tian asked. EngSub explained. My appearance would bring unnecessary complications to my plans. Every time I went out, I wore a mask. After a while, it just became habit. Well, now that you're part of my fleet, you can show your true self freely. EngSub nodded, then glanced at the mask in her hand before tossing it straight into the trash bin. Commander, what position will you assign me to? She asked. Jiang Tian hesitated for a moment, but still sought her opinion. I was thinking of assigning you to administrative work. Can you handle that? Without hesitation, EngSub replied. I can. In the past, I was specifically in charge of handling matters my father couldn't resolve. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Then you'll be my secretary. Your main duties will be facilitating communication between me and the fleet, as well as managing some fleet operations. Yes, Commander. I will perform my duties well, EngSub promised. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Tian said, Oh, and that name, EngSub, is far too harsh. Change it. EngSub thought for a moment. Call me Huang. That was my original name. Good, Jiang Tian smiled. Then rest for a week. You'll officially start next week. As for your people, I'll assign them across various starships. Huang bowed respectfully. Thank you, Commander. Chapter 31, Jiang Clan Assembly. Chapter 31. A month passed quickly. It was the day of the maiden voyage for the L-3 Moonshadow class large carrier. During this past month, Jiang Tian's 3L-3 Divinecraft-class large industrial ships and 1L-3 Moonshadow-class large carrier had all rolled off the production line. Additionally, Jiang Tian had stockpiled materials for 4 more L-3 Moonshadow-class carriers, 7 additional L-3 Divinecraft-class industrial vessels, 12 L-3 Phantomwave-class battlecruisers, and 5 L-3 Radiance-class medium frigates. These warships, which previously cost so much he couldn't even consider them, now seemed incredibly cheap after acquiring 1 billion credits. Moreover, the mission to rescue Huaying had completed a time-limited system objective, granting him the blueprint for an L-3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. In combat, warships would inevitably be lost, even though Jiang Tian hadn't experienced this yet. An interstellar medical ship could retrieve ejected escape pods and provide medical treatment for personnel. Truly the battlefield medic, and Jiang Tian fully understood its value. He also purchased materials for 3 L-3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ships. The construction cost for just one such starship reached as high as 600 million holy light coins, not including ongoing operational expenses, far exceeding even the cost of the L-3 Moonshadow-class carrier. On the bridge of the L-3 Moonshadow-class carrier, Jiang Tian watched the vessel's trial run. The test proceeded smoothly when suddenly, Jiang Tian received a call from his second uncle, Jiang Siken. Puzzled, he answered. Jiang Tian, tomorrow is the Jiang family assembly. When do you plan to come back? Only then did Jiang Tian remember. He had received a notification about this a few days ago, but hadn't paid attention, so he'd completely forgotten. I'll arrive today, uncle. I'm piloting my starship back myself. Ah, good. Come by my house for dinner when you get here. Xiaoya, Zhang Liang, says she misses you. With that, Jiang Siken hung up. Jiang Tian looked up and gave orders across the bridge. Hold the trial. Set destination for the Blue Cloud system. Full speed ahead. In deep space, the L-3 Moonshadow-class carrier slowly turned around, then instantly entered warp state, vanishing into the distance. After several hours of travel, Jiang Tian finally arrived at the Jiang residence just before dinner. With practiced ease, Jiang Tian landed the shuttle near Jiang Sichen's front door. Zhang Liang had already been waiting at the entrance. The moment she saw Jiang Tian step out, she rushed over and leapt into his arms. Brother, it's been so long. Get down, little brat, Jiang Tian said helplessly, looking at the girl clinging to him. No way, I won't get down. I won't. Zhang Liang whined stubbornly. Jiang Tian paused, whispering, but your dad's coming, you know. Hearing her father was nearby, Zhang Liang immediately jumped down from Jiang Tian. But upon landing, she realized no one else was around. She glared angrily at Jiang Tian. He affectionately ruffled her hair, soothing her. Come on, time to eat. At the mention of food, her earlier displeasure vanished instantly. She skipped happily toward the dining room. Jiang Tian followed behind her into the same house he'd visited last time. His second sister-in-law had already prepared dinner. Seeing only 3 place settings on the table, Jiang Tian asked in confusion. Sister-in-law, is my second uncle not home? Him? Busy with the family meeting tomorrow. He won't be back tonight, probably staying straight at the Jiang Manor. Jiang Tian nodded. I see. My uncle really is swamped. Just then, Zhang Liang chimed in. Of course. I haven't seen Dad in days. Jiang Tian, stay overnight after dinner. We can go together to the clan meeting tomorrow. I've already tidied up a room for you. Saves you running back and forth. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. He hadn't actually told his grandmother he was returning, so he agreed. The next morning, early dawn, Jiang Tian gently shook Zhang Liang awake. Brother, let me sleep a bit longer. Zhang Liang mumbled, eyes barely open. Jiang Tian wasn't having it. If you don't get up right now, we're leaving without you. And if you're late to the family meeting, just wait till your dad gets hold of you. At the threat of getting punished, Zhang Liang snapped wide awake. She jumped out of bed and dressed in record time, grinning at Jiang Tian. Let's go, brother, I'm ready. Watching her swift routine, Jiang Tian thought, well, looks like she's got plenty of experience. Another one who never gets up until the last possible second. The 3 of them boarded a hovercar. After about an hour and a half, they arrived at the entrance of the Jiang Manor. The Jiang Manor was the family's official estate, lavishly decorated, each wall embedded with a luminous pearl every 3 meters. To Jiang Tian, stepping into this mansion felt like walking into a memory. The last time he'd entered was years ago. Ever since his parents' passing, he hadn't attended a single family gathering. Soon, Jiang Tian and the others entered a magnificent hall, lavishly decorated like an imperial palace. There were seating areas on both sides, with the center left open. Over here, here. As soon as Jiang Siken saw them enter, he called out to them. Jiang Tian quickly walked up to Jiang Siken. Uncle, long time no see. Jiang Siken patted Jiang Tian's shoulder and asked with concern. How have you been lately? I heard you went to the battlefield. Jiang Tian chuckled casually. Nothing serious. I just stayed on the edge of the battle zone, scavenging some leftovers. No real danger. At that moment, a conversation among 3 young people nearby caught Jiang Tian's attention. These 3 were his cousins, though they rarely interacted outside of family gatherings. I'm telling you, I just saw an enormous aircraft carrier orbiting the planet. It had to be at least L3 class, Jiang Jingxi said excitedly. Yeah, I saw it too. I wonder which family owns it. Being able to possess such a massive warship is incredible, Jiang Yunxiu added in agreement. We'll find out when we leave later. I'm curious too. Could one of our own clan members really be piloting a starship of that class? Jiang Hanwen, the eldest of the 3, suggested. Just then, they noticed Jiang Tian listening nearby. Jiang Yunxiu nudged Jiang Hanwen and whispered, Brother, who's that? I've never seen him before. Jiang Hanwen smiled and replied, that's Jiang Tian, from Jiang Siyuan's branch. Oh right, the one whose parents both died? Jiang Jingxi suddenly remembered. At that moment, Jiang Liang leaned close to Jiang Tian's ear and whispered, hey, cousin, they're talking about you. Jiang Tian didn't seem bothered at all. He shrugged and said calmly, let them talk. It's not like I'll lose any flesh from their words. Chapter 32, The Clan Assembly. Chapter 32. Jiang Jingxi, sitting closer, overheard Jiang Tian's remark and muttered softly, what's he pretending for? A nobody like him acting so high and mighty. Jiang Tian didn't seem to mind, but Jiang Liang instantly bristled, jumping up as if ready to yell at him. Just then, the Jiang family's grand elder and clan chief arrived. Everyone immediately fell silent, and Jiang Liang could only glare daggers at Jiang Jingxi before backing down. The clan chief was Jiang Mingzhi, who, in terms of seniority, should be considered Jiang Tian's grandfather. Jiang Mingzhi swept his gaze around the room and began slowly. It seems everyone is here, so I'll begin. Last year, Jiang Corporation saw a decline in profits. Jiang Xiaolan, please stand and report. Jiang Tian turned to look at Jiang Xiaolan across from him, a middle-aged woman adorned with expensive jewelry, radiating opulence. At being called out, Jiang Xiaolan quickly stood and explained. Reporting to the clan chief, last year's losses were mainly due to the warship trading division. This was primarily because Yuanshe Group and Xinghe Heavy Industries have launched a new round of competition, aggressively seizing market share. Jiang Mingzhi paused mid-sip, lifted his head, and stared coldly at her. So you're saying Jiang Corporation's reduced earnings are entirely the fault of Yuanshe Group and Xinghe Heavy Industries? Jiang Xiaolan felt a chill run down her spine and stammered. And no, that's not what I meant. Jiang Mingzhi snorted coldly. Brilliant. Blame others instead of admitting your own poor management. I'll give you one last chance, 3 more months. If Jiang Corporation hasn't returned to profitability by then, you can step down as chairperson. Jiang Xiaolan dared not argue, only nodding repeatedly. Sit down. Jiang Mingzhi waved dismissively, and she collapsed back into her seat with visible relief. Then he turned to Jiang Siming and said, Jiang Siken, starting now, you will serve as the acting head of Jiang Corporation, assisting Jiang Xiaolan with temporary decision-making authority. Jiang Siken first looked stunned, then bowed respectfully. Yes, clan chief. Jiang Mingzhi nodded and turned toward Jiang Tian's group. And what have you younger ones been up to lately? Jiang Hanwen spoke up first. Clan chief, I've recently been overseeing the materials trading department at Jiang Corporation. How have you performed? Jiang Mingzhi asked. With confidence, Jiang Hanwen replied. Under my leadership, the department's profits have increased by 9 percentage points. Good, very good. Jiang Mingzhi showed an approving expression. Beside him, Jiang Jingxi added. Clan chief, Jiang Yunqiu and I are about to graduate. We're currently planning our graduation trial. Jiang Mingzhi didn't respond, turning instead to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, you haven't returned for years. What have you been doing? Jiang Tian answered calmly and without deference. Clan chief, ever since graduation, I've formed my own fleet. Now, I could say I've achieved modest success. Jiang Mingzhi nodded with a slight smile. Excellent timing then. The Imperial Military Department is facing troop shortages at the front lines and has requested reinforcements from each of our major families. Jiang Siming, you will lead the 3rd and 5th fleets to the front. Jiang Siming, Jiang Jingxi's father, stood and responded. Yes, clan chief. Jiang Mingzhi continued. Jiang Jingxi, Jiang Yunqiu, and Jiang Tian. You 3 will go as well. Each of you will command a small fleet. Jiang Tian frowned slightly, feeling some inner dissatisfaction. At this moment, Jiang Yunqiu turned to the grand elder and complained. Grandpa, I don't want to go. Unwilling to send his granddaughter into battle, the grand elder leaned in and pleaded with Jiang Mingzhi. Clan chief, Yunqiu is still young. The battlefield is far too dangerous. Can we make an exception for her? Jiang Mingzhi grew visibly annoyed. She's nearly graduated. Who's young? Real training happens on the battlefield. I went through the same thing in my youth. What is there to fear? Jiang Tian then recalled that Jiang Mingzhi had once served as a commander in the Imperial Fleet and had retired after being injured in combat, returning to take over as clan chief. Jiang Mingzhi continued. Jiang Hanwen, you 2 are no different. If you don't wish to go, give me one good reason, one that can convince me. Jiang Hanwen glanced helplessly at his father, but Jiang Siming shook his head subtly, warning him not to speak rashly. Fine, then it's settled. Before Jiang Mingzhi could finish, Jiang Tian interrupted. Clan chief. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Mingzhi's face. Jiang Tian, what do you have to say? Jiang Tian pulled up his military officer credentials and said, Clan chief, I am a major in the Imperial Military Department. They have assigned me elsewhere. I regret that I cannot participate. Immediately, the hall erupted into murmurs. Jiang Yunqiu was utterly stunned, complaining. Why does he get to be an officer? Why doesn't he have to go? Jiang Jingxi comforted her quietly. Don't worry. As an officer, he'll definitely go to the battlefield too. He just won't be with us. Jiang Yunqiu finally realized what had happened and instantly felt much better. Jiang Mingzhi spoke up. All right then, Jiang Tian, you won't be going. Just follow the military department's orders and serve the empire well. Jiang Tian replied calmly and respectfully. Yes, clan chief. With those 2 major matters settled, Jiang Mingzhi raised a few more minor issues before declaring the family meeting over. All right, that concludes today's meeting. Everyone may leave, Jiang Mingzhi said, then turned and left the hall first. Jiang Ximing called for Jiang Tian to follow, and they departed the Jiang family estate together. I'm afraid my easy days are numbered, stuck taking over that mess of a company. Jiang Ximing grumbled as they walked. Jiang Tian smiled and reassured him. Don't worry, second uncle. If you run into any problems, just let me know. I'll help you solve them. Jiang Ximing didn't take it too seriously. He didn't really believe Jiang Tian could actually help, but he chuckled anyway. All right, good. As they reached the gate, Jiang Ximing asked, Jiang Tian, it's almost mealtime. Want to come home with me for dinner? Jiang Tian pointed up at the shuttle in the sky. No need, second uncle. I've got to get back. See, they're here to pick me up. Fair enough, then. I won't keep you. Come by again next time. With that, he pressed a small box into Jiang Tian's hand. Jiang Tian was about to ask what it was, but Jiang Ximing had already turned and walked away, clearly uninterested in explaining. Jiang Tian gave up and simply boarded the shuttle. Beside Jiang Tian's shuttle stood Jiang Jingxi and Jiang Yunqiu. Watching Jiang Tian prepare to leave, Jiang Yunqiu muttered, Let's go follow him. I want to see what kind of warship he dares to show up in. A nobody like him acting so high and mighty. Jiang Jingxi wasn't quite as petty, but he was genuinely curious about Jiang Tian, so he agreed. Fine, let's take the shuttle. They followed Jiang Tian at a distance. Then they watched as Jiang Tian's shuttle flew directly into a massive aircraft carrier parked in orbit above. Jiang Yunqiu's jaw dropped. Beside her, Jiang Jingxi looked deeply embarrassed. So the aircraft carrier they had been enviously admiring all this time actually belonged to Jiang Tian, and they had just mocked him to his face. Chapter 33 Ambush. Chapter 33. At this moment, Jiang Tian was unaware of what had happened behind him. As soon as he arrived on the L3 Moonshadow class large carrier, he went straight to his room and fell asleep. Hua Ying asked, Commander, aren't you planning to leave here? Jiang Tian yawned and said, No rush. I'll decide after I wake up. More than 3 hours passed like this. Finally well rested, Jiang Tian gave the order for the warship to turn back. The L3 Moonshadow class large carrier slowly disengaged from its orbital path and headed toward the stargate of the Blue Cloud star system. Adjust course. Prepare to enter warp state. Jiang Tian ordered once the vessel had left the boundaries of the Blue Cloud star system. Understood. Preparing to enter warp state. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, alarms blared, and the entire bridge was bathed in dim red light. Commander, we've detected spatial disturbances. The ship cannot enter warp state. Looking at the current situation, Jiang Tian clearly understood. He had been caught in a space-time trap. A space-time trap was a device specifically designed to disrupt space. Once deployed, it could disturb the surrounding area, preventing warships from entering warp. Such devices were common on large-scale battlefields, often placed around the perimeter before combat to prevent sudden enemy reinforcements. Jiang Tian sneered inwardly. Asterisk, I never thought something like this would be used directly against me. Who exactly wants me dead? Asterisk. Then he issued his command. L3 Moonshadow class large carrier. Enter condition 1 alert status. All fighters prepare for launch. Report. Detecting signals from unknown warships approaching us. 3L3 class vessels, 25L2 class vessels. This came from the bridge report. Jiang Tian said. Move toward the edge of the space-time traps field. Try to make them converge from one direction. Following Jiang Tian's orders, the massive carrier began to slowly maneuver closer to the edge of the space-time trap. However, due to the carrier's slow movement, the enemy fleet quickly closed in. Jiang Tian instructed all personnel to battle stations. Prepare for combat. Then he attempted to contact the enemy flagship. The communication was answered swiftly, and Jiang Tian saw the opposing commander. It was a beastkin, somewhat like a tiger, yet also resembling a bear. Seeing the transmission connect, the beastkin spoke first. Jiang Tian, you already know your days are numbered. What's the matter? Want to beg for mercy? Jiang Tian shook his head. How could my days possibly be numbered? I just wanted to see who's trying to kill me. The beastkin replied, now you've seen. Die in peace. With that, he moved to cut the transmission. Jiang Tian quickly interrupted, demanding, don't be hasty. If you're going to kill me, at least give me a reason. Let me die knowing why. The man burst into laughter. Ha ha, you haven't offended anyone. But the Stellar Eclipse Temple will not allow anyone to stand in the way of the eye of Stellar Eclipse's descent. Geniuses like you, if they cannot serve us, must be eradicated. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Stellar Eclipse Temple. Sounds like some kind of cult. This remark instantly enraged the beastkin on the other end. You dare call the holy faith devoted to the eye of Stellar Eclipse a cult? When your warship is destroyed, I'll personally retrieve your corpse and offer it to the eye to appease its wrath. With that, he terminated the communication. Jiang Tian immediately snapped into action, shouting, Energy shields, maximum output, now. Instantly, a vast golden barrier rose between Jiang Tian's ship and the enemy fleet. The bow cannons of the 3 opposing L3 class warships fired in unison, their projectiles slamming into Jiang Tian's energy shield. Seeing that the initial barrage had little effect, after a brief pause, every enemy warship opened fire simultaneously, aiming to breach the L3 Moonshadow class carrier's defenses in one decisive strike. Energy shield remaining, 90%, 78%, 64%, 49%, below warning threshold. Estimated survival time, 3 minutes. Instantly, everyone aboard felt their hearts sink, fearing death was near. But Jiang Tian remained calm as he ordered, deploy all L3 Moonlight class electronic warfare interstellar drones. Wait for my signal. Commander, long-range sensors detect a fleet approaching from behind us via warp travel. The bridge suddenly reported. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply, saying lightly, "It's fine. We're not dying today." The next second, dozens of warships simultaneously dropped out of warp, appearing directly behind the L-3 Moonshadow-class large carrier. The sight brought the enemy fleet's assault to an abrupt halt. At that moment, a call came through on Jiang Tian's bridge. He casually accepted it and heard Sihan's voice. "Commander, reporting. Sihan leading the Starry Sky fleet arriving with reinforcements. Haven't come too late, have I?" Jiang Tian glanced at the shield status, still at 28%, and replied, "Not bad. You're just in time." Then Jiang Tian issued orders to the bridge of the L-3 Moonshadow-class large carrier. All L-3 Moonlight-class electronic warfare interstellar drones. Launch offensive. Priority targeting enemy L-3 class warships for interference. He then turned to Sihan. "Starry Sky fleet, open fire at will. Just don't blow up their flagship. I still need to question them." Sihan saluted. "Understood, Commander. L-3 Void Wave-class battlecruisers. Target the enemy's secondary flagship. Charge main cannons. L-2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers. Aim around the battlefield periphery and initiate missile saturation. Not a single enemy ship is to escape. All other vessels, engage freely." As soon as he finished speaking, the battlefield erupted in chaos. Hundreds of interstellar missiles streaked through empty space, drawing a blazing ring that completely enclosed the combat zone. 3 L-3 Void Wave-class battlecruisers fired in unison. 3 searing laser beams slammed into the energy shields of an enemy L-3 warship. But the shield held for less than 3 seconds before flickering out. The lasers pierced straight through, impacting the hull and blasting multiple massive holes through the vessel. With that strike, the warship was completely destroyed. Jiang Tian called the Beastkin commander again. This time, the transmission connected. The once arrogant Beastkin now glared at Jiang Tian with a twisted, snarling face. "Surrender," Jiang Tian said. "Stop resisting. I can let you live. How did you know my movements today? There must be a mole within our organization." The Beastkin roared, his bloodshot eyes wild with fury. Jiang Tian shrugged. "That's not something you need to know. Ha. The Stellar Eclipse Temple never surrenders. I shall meet him in death. Jiang Tian, I'll be waiting for you there." The Beastkin laughed maniacally. Then a look of final resolve flashed in his eyes. He activated the self-destruct sequence. Before Jiang Tian could react, every remaining enemy warship in the void simultaneously exploded into brilliant fireballs. On board the L-3 Void Wave-class battlecruiser, Sihan excitedly shouted toward Pei Qingli. "Treasure, look, fireworks." Chapter 34, The Anxious Ihan. Chapter 34. Pei Qingli Hanli rolled his eyes, as if to say he couldn't bear to look. Jiang Tian was also taken aback by what happened. Never had he expected the Beast Clan warrior to be so resolute. The moment defeat became evident, the warrior chose self-destruction without hesitation, leaving Jiang Tian no chance to question him. Once again, Jiang Tian fell into deep thought. He had risked his life just to uncover who wanted him dead, but now the trail had gone cold. All he knew was about this Stellar Eclipse Temple, which seemed somehow connected to the Stellar Eclipse cult. No wonder the appearance of the Eclipse cult wasn't accidental, Jiang Tian mused inwardly. At that moment, Huang asked hesitantly, "Commander, how did the Starfleet arrive here?" Jiang Tian snapped back to reality and explained to Huang. "I called them, of course. I waited for them several hours on Jiang family's main star." Now Huang understood. No wonder Jiang Tian hadn't left earlier. He'd been waiting for reinforcements. But she grew even more puzzled and pressed further. "Then how did you know someone was lying in ambush for you?" Jiang Tian spoke with solemn depth. "My second uncle told me. Inside that box he gave me before I left, there was a note containing this information." Hua Ying's eyes widened. "Does that mean he's also part of the Stellar Eclipse Temple?" Jiang Tian nodded slowly. "It certainly appears that way. And judging by how detailed his intelligence was, second uncle must hold a high position within their ranks. Then we should return to the Jiang family star system immediately and demand answers. Otherwise, they'll surely try again," Huang said angrily. Jiang Tian shook his head and explained, "No need. If my second uncle was willing to give me this information, he likely has no intention of seeing me again. But for now, at least he's on our side, isn't he?" Huang blinked, then nodded blankly. It did make sense when put that way. Jiang Tian stretched lazily and said, "Let's go. Back to the starbase." Soon after, the massive fleet reorganized in the void. The warp engines ignited, and the entire formation shot toward the Stargate in an instant. Elsewhere, Jiang Siken sat on the captain's chair of a strangely designed warship. His eyes were slightly closed, murmuring under his breath, "I hope that kid survives this time. I've truly done everything I can. Otherwise, I'm the one who'll die." Suddenly, his personal terminal beeped, snapping him awake. Without hesitation, Jiang Siken answered the call. Immediately, the holographic figure of the robed man from last time materialized before him. The cloaked figure got straight to the point. "Brute is dead." The entire detachment wiped out. Jiang Siken shouted instantly, "What? How is that possible?" Brute was the Beast Clan warrior sent to ambush Jiang Tian. Jiang Siken was utterly shocked. He had warned Jiang Tian precisely to keep him away from that location. Never did he expect Jiang Tian would not only go, but eliminate the entire squad outright. Seeing Jiang Sichen's reaction, the robed figure assumed he was reacting in shock over the failed mission. He sighed and said, "I thought maybe you'd leak the plan. Now it seems Brute was just unlucky." Jiang Siken quickly realized. His own display of surprise had inadvertently saved him. He asked, so what now? Continue with assassination attempts. The robed man ignored him, bowing his head in contemplation for a long while before replying. No. If we couldn't kill him this time, the next attempt would require deploying L4 class warships, and that would be overkill. Most of our L4s are currently stationed near the stellar eclipse altar. We can't mobilize them here in time. Let him be, for now. Jiang Siken nodded. Understood. I'll proceed accordingly. The robed figure continued. Tidy up your affairs, and prepare to head to the Beast Clan branch. You'll select a replacement for Brute there. You're my most promising agent. Work hard. He will not forget your loyalty. Jiang Siken clenched his fists before his chest in salute. Then the robed figure's projection vanished from the bridge. Jiang Siken took several deep breaths and issued the order. Alter course. Destination, Beast Clan branch. The camera pulled back, revealing clearly that the warship Jiang Siken was aboard was none other than an L4 class battleship. Several hours later, Jiang Tian returned to the starbase. The moment he stepped off the ship, he saw Ihan rushing toward him in a hurry. Jiang Tian asked curiously, Ihan, what's wrong? Did you have to run so fast? Ihan gasped for breath, struggling to speak. Jiang Tian, I received a message from my family at noon. My grandfather was transporting goods in the Amethyst Star region when pirates ambushed him. The entire fleet's cargo was stolen, and Grandpa suffered serious injuries. He's been unconscious ever since. Jiang Tian's expression darkened instantly. When it came to Ihan's grandfather, Jiang Tian had met him once, shortly after enrolling at the academy. He was a seemingly kind old man who, in an effort to help Ihan get along with his dorm mates, had even treated everyone to a meal. Jiang Tian immediately said, You take an L3 Shilong-class battlecruiser and go pick up your grandfather, then bring him back to the starbase. The first L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship is about to roll off the production line. Your grandfather will definitely be cured once it's ready. Upon hearing this, Ihan instantly bowed deeply to Jiang Tian, repeatedly saying, Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Tian quickly steadied Ihan and said, We're brothers. You don't need to be so formal. Ihan wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes and forced a smile. All right, brothers. Jiang Tian patted his shoulder and said, Go now. The Amethyst Star region isn't far. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be back by tomorrow. The Amethyst Star region lay north of the Inkstein Star region, famous for its high-quality mineral resources. It was also where the Empire's military department factories were located, though the exact star system remained unknown. Ihan nodded firmly, then turned and ran toward the L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser. Jiang Tian also called over Hua Ying and ordered, Immediately upgrade the production priority of the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ships to maximum and revise the production schedule. Every production line focuses on building the L3 Guardian-class medical ships. I want the first completed unit within 24 hours. Hua Ying realized the urgency and without hesitation went off to carry out the orders. Jiang Tian returned to his room, preparing to rest for a while. Just as he lay down on the bed, another communication came through, instantly dissolving the drowsiness that had begun to settle. Jiang Tian glanced at the screen with mild annoyance. It was a call from Feng Lingjiwen. Wow, now there's a big investor. Although Jiang Tian now had 100 billion for sustained development, he still relied on Feng Lingjiwen, at least for the time being. Jiang Tian answered the call with a smile. Brother Jiwen, what's up? Chapter 35, The Past of Feng Lingjiwen. Chapter 35. Feng Lingjiwen said apologetically, Brother Jiang Tian, I'm really sorry to disturb you so late. Jiang Tian inwardly grumbled, I've already answered the call. Why are you apologizing now? But he couldn't just snap at him, so he shook his head and replied, Not at all. What's up, Brother Jiwen? Feng Lingjiwen began hesitantly. Could you possibly help me find someone in Thousand Illusion Star City? I'll cover all expenses. Jiang Tian looked puzzled. Why would finding someone require him to go? Still, he agreed. No problem at all. I don't need travel expenses. It won't cost much just to locate someone. But why come to me, Brother Jiwen? Jiwen hesitated, then forced a smile. Since you're helping me, I might as well tell you everything. The person you're looking for is my daughter. Your daughter? I thought you weren't even married. Jiang Tian joked. But Jiwen didn't laugh. Instead, he continued solemnly. I'm not married, true. Back then, we graduated from university together. I always believed that, as a son of the Feng Ling family, building a life with her would be effortless. But I underestimated the power struggles within the Feng Ling clan. I never wanted the position of clan head, yet both of us got dragged into the conflict anyway. At this point, it seemed as if memories had overwhelmed him. He paused briefly before continuing. Caught in constant scheming and betrayal, she couldn't bear such a life, and neither could I remain indifferent within the clan. And because our relationship was never recognized by my family, yet she was already carrying my child, she left in anger, taking our only daughter with her. By now, Jiang Tian had grasped the story, but Jiwen added more. After she left, she bought a house on a satellite in the Eden Star region and settled down there. Though I couldn't be by her side, I sent her money every month. I promised her I'd resolve all family matters within a month, then formally marry her in front of everyone. But she didn't wait. Just when I finally managed to settle things in the family, the Empire launched an anti-pirate campaign in her region. To escape the war, she disappeared, and we lost contact ever since. As Jiwen spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, yet he pressed on. By the time I found out what happened, a month had already passed. By then, I had been named the official heir of the Feng Ling family. I dispatched all my men to search for her and my child, but received no word. It was as if they were deliberately avoiding me. More than 10 years passed like this, until now, when I finally heard a lead. Ren Tian Alliance told me they're in Thousand Illusion Star City. But due to my status, I can't go there myself. That's why I've turned to you, brother, for help. Jiang Tian wasn't good at comforting others, especially another man. He changed the subject, saying, I understand. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll leave the day after tomorrow. Jiwen said gratefully, brother, thank you so much. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Jiang Tian asked, do you have any clues or details? Jiwen suddenly realized he hadn't given Jiang Tian anything yet. Yes, I'll send them to you right away, he hurriedly replied. Soon, Jiang Tian opened a file filled with detailed information about the two, their names, photos, birthdays, preferences, everything one could need. Jiang Tian glanced only at the names. Jiwen's daughter was called Feng Ling Hanya, and her mother was Qin Yisan. He closed the file and told Jiwen, got it. I'll get back to you within a week. Jiwen was overjoyed and smiled. All right, thank you so much, brother. It's getting late. I really shouldn't have disturbed you tonight. I'm truly sorry. Get some rest. Jiang Tian said it was fine, then ended the call. Finally, after an exhausting day, he could rest. Turbulent times indeed. Jiang Tian sighed dramatically. Then he drifted off into a heavy sleep. The next morning, Jiang Tian was woken by Hua Ying. Half asleep, he heard her report. Commander, our first L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship has rolled off the line. All self-tests are complete, and every system is operating normally. All right, got it, Jiang Tian mumbled. If that's all, let me sleep a bit longer. Well, Hua Ying hesitated. Master Ihan also sent a message. He's arriving at the base soon. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered. Ihan's grandfather was coming too. Great. Now there was no chance of sleeping. Jiang Tian stretched lazily and said to Hua Ying, prepare a breakfast for me and send it straight to the command center. With that, he ended the call, changed his clothes, and left the room. Soon after, Jiang Tian finished his breakfast in the command center, just as Ihan arrived at the starbase aboard the L3 Su Lang-class battlecruiser. Jiang Tian immediately went out to greet them. First to disembark were Ihan's parents, followed by Ihan himself pushing his grandfather's medical bed down the ramp. As soon as they saw Jiang Tian, Ihan's parents rushed over and bowed deeply. Little friend Jiang Tian, our old man is counting on you now. Jiang Tian replied confidently, Uncle, Aunt, there's no need for this. I will definitely cure Grandpa. Then he waved Ihan over with a gesture. We shouldn't delay, Jiang Tian said. Let's get Grandpa onto the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship right away. Ihan nodded, then hopped onto the base's hover vehicle with the others, speeding toward another starship nearby. From afar, Jiang Tian could already see the violet warship, the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical vessel. The entire hull of the L3 Guardian was shaped like a double helix, with a streamlined central fuselage. Looking at its exterior, Jiang Tian couldn't help but marvel. This was probably the most beautiful starship he'd ever acquired so far. Before he realized it, the hover vehicle had driven straight into the interior of the L3 Guardian-class medical ship. No sooner had the vehicle stopped than a team of medical staff rushed forward and wheeled Grandpa Ihan away. Seeing the medical operation begin smoothly, Jiang Tian turned to Ihan and said, all right, don't just stand here waiting. Take your parents and show them around the base. This process won't be quick, but I guarantee it'll go fine. Ihan opened his mouth as if to say something, but Jiang Tian quickly cut him off. Hey, don't worry about it. You can trust me completely. This ship was originally designed to rescue wounded soldiers from battlefields. Just from what I saw earlier of Grandpa's condition, there's absolutely no problem. You can relax. Now go take your parents to rest. You must all be exhausted after such a long day. Chapter 36 Wine Bell equals Feng Ling. Chapter 36. Seeing the firm and confident look on Jiang Tian's face, Ihan could only temporarily set aside his worries and let his parents into the base. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian turned and walked into the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical vessel, where a nurse immediately came forward to greet him. Jiang Tian asked, how is old Master E? The nurse glanced at her data pad before replying. Fortunately, he was brought in time. His life is not in danger, and after treatment, he will surely recover to normal life. Jiang Tian nodded, as if he had already anticipated this outcome, then said, send a complete diagnostic report to Ihan later, clearly marking the treatment plan. Yes, Commander. The report will be completed within 2 hours, the nurse replied. After receiving the response, Jiang Tian left the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical vessel. Having sent a message to Ihan informing him of the situation, he began arranging his journey to Qianhuan Star City. Considering that the 3 L3 Shulong-class battlecruisers were still undergoing repairs after their recent combat engagement, Jiang Tian decided to travel this time aboard the L3 Shinshur-class battlecruiser. After boarding, the massive L3 Shinshur-class battlecruiser slowly departed the dock and headed toward the Stargate. Qianhuan Star City. One day later, inside the starbase of Qianhuan Star City, Jiang Tian was feeling quite frustrated. This Qianhuan Star City is so huge. Where am I supposed to find someone? All I've got are 2 names and nothing else. Jiang Tian kept grumbling inwardly. Forget it. I'll go check the streets first, see if there's any intelligence agency that can help me out. That was Jiang Tian's decision. Although named a city, Qianhuan Star City was actually nearly as large as a solid planet. Its interior featured a complex, multi-layered hollow design, along with unique concentric stellar rings, allowing its population to reach hundreds of billions. Trying to locate one individual here was as difficult as finding a needle in a cosmic haystack. Jiang Tian wandered aimlessly along the bustling streets of Qianhuan Star City. At that moment, he spotted a familiar face, the young woman who had sold him the base. He stepped forward and called out, "Fengling, what are you doing here?" Fengling froze for a second, as if wondering whether someone had just called her name. Then she turned around and saw the handsome guy who had bought her base approaching her. Smiling, Fengling replied, "I'm out buying some daily necessities." Jiang Tian asked again, "And how's your mother? Is she feeling better now?" Fengling responded with gratitude in her voice, "Thanks to your 200 million credits, my mom has recovered. She just needs rest and gradual recovery now. No need to thank me. We simply made a fair transaction." Jiang Tian waved dismissively. "How about another deal then?" Jiang Tian asked. Fengling thought for a moment and said, "Well, tell me what it is first. If I can help, I will." Jiang Tian pulled up photos and names of the mother and daughter pair, Fengling Hanya, showing them to Fengling as he said, "Help me find these two people. You'll get 200,000 credits as a reward." Fengling stared at the images, momentarily stunned, then broke into a mischievous smile. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Tian thought perhaps the amount wasn't high enough. Come to think of it, he had just given her 2 billion credits earlier. 200,000 did seem rather low. All right, make it 2 million. No, 2 million. Is that acceptable? Jiang Tian raised his offer again. Fengling laughed even more brightly. Fine, I accept, but you'd better have the money ready. Jiang Tian was thoroughly puzzled. How could something he found completely baffling appear so simple to her? Filled with confusion, he asked, "Do you know these two people?" "Know them? I guess you could say I do," Fengling replied, pretending to ponder seriously. Jiang Tian thought, now she's just messing with me. She doesn't even sound certain. Seeing the enormous question marks in Jiang Tian's eyes, Fengling could no longer hold back and giggled. "Oh come on, you're too slow. How couldn't you figure this out?" Jiang Tian was speechless. "Figure what out? When did I even get a chance to guess? What's my name again?" Fengling prompted. A sudden flash of realization lit up Jiang Tian's mind. He finally got it. Fengling, Fengling, Fengling. Wasn't that a homophone for Fengling? He had known her all this time without making the connection. But the universe was vast. Duplicate names weren't rare at all. The population of the Holy Light Empire exceeded 10 trillion. With such a massive population base, one couldn't identify a person based solely on a name. Excited, Jiang Tian said, "So, you're really Fengling Hanya? Are you saying the person I'm looking for is you?" Fengling pointed at the photo Jiang Tian had shown her and said, "Exactly who you're looking for. And don't you think we look almost identical?" Jiang Tian carefully compared the images and confirmed that they were indeed the same person. Fengling then asked, "What do you need me for anyway? You spent 2 million credits just to find someone." "Oh right, don't forget my 2 million. Jiang Tian's burden had lifted, and he said, "Chiksung-duk, come on, I'll treat you to a meal. I'll tell you everything slowly." Fengling hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "Okay, but could you pack a portion for my mom too?" Jiang Tian readily agreed. "No problem. What would you like to eat?" Fengling pointed to a restaurant across the street and said, "Let's go there. I've wanted to try it for so long. Perfect timing since someone's treating today." Jiang Tian wasn't familiar with the area, but he agreed. "All right, let's go." Inside the restaurant, Jiang Tian found a secluded private booth. After placing their orders, Jiang Tian spoke first. "Fengling, do you have any memories of your father?" At the mention of her father, Fengling's cheerful expression vanished, replaced by one of displeasure. "My father is Feng Lingxuan, but ever since Mom and I left the Fengling family, I haven't seen him once. Mom always told me he'd come find us one day, but even when she fell seriously ill this time, I never heard a word from him. Maybe Mom knew all along. He wouldn't come." Jiang Tian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, Feng Lingxuan had indeed missed nearly every important moment of Fengling's life. The plan to reveal everything outright faltered in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to say, "Your father sent me." Fortunately, just then, their food arrived, saving Jiang Tian from the awkward silence. Chapter 37 Chinesen. Chapter 37. Jiang Tian looked at the table full of dishes that had just been served and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure these are enough for just the two of us to finish?" Fengling also felt a bit awkward and smiled, saying, "It's fine. Some of this is meant for my mom. I'll have it packed up for her later." Jiang Tian could only nod. "All right then, just pack up a few dishes first. Anyway, we won't finish all this." Fengling called in a robot to help package 3 dishes. Once that was done, they finally began eating. Watching the girl, Jiang Tian couldn't help but think, why are the children of the Fengling family so frugal now? Ever since that incident years ago, it seems even Fengling Jiwen's fortune has been completely drained. Now they didn't even have money to treat Chinesen's illness. Seeing Fengling wolf down her food, Jiang Tian, who had already eaten, suddenly felt hungry again. He picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites. Soon, both finished their meal. Jiang Tian said, "Fengling, can you take me to see your mother? There are some things I need to say to her in person." Fengling swallowed the last bite in her mouth and agreed. "No problem, but my mom is still in the hospital. If you don't mind, we can go there." Jiang Tian shook his head. "It's fine. I don't mind at all." Fengling asked curiously, "Actually, I forgot to ask, you are? How come you came looking for me?" Jiang Tian hesitated before replying, "I'm an old friend of your mother's. That's exactly why I came here specifically to find her." "An old friend?" Fengling studied the handsome young man standing before her, who didn't seem much older than herself. It was hard to believe he could be an old acquaintance of her mother, but she sensed Jiang Tian wasn't willing to explain further, and from what she could tell, at least he didn't seem like a bad person. She picked up the takeout boxes on the table and said to Jiang Tian, "All right, let's go." Jiang Tian smiled and followed her out of the restaurant. All right, what hospital is your mom in? At St. Heart Hospital. It's not far from here. We can walk there quickly. St. Heart Hospital, the largest hospital in Qianhuan Star City, and ranked 10th among the Qianqing powers. Although St. Heart Hospital itself had no military forces, its exceptional medical expertise compelled every faction in Qianhuan Star City to maintain good relations with it. Minor injuries were manageable, but if someone suffered a life-threatening injury one day, and St. Heart refused treatment, there'd be nowhere left to turn, no place to cry. Any attempt to cause trouble at St. Heart would earn instant opposition from every power in Qianhuan Star City. And the fact that Feng Ling's mother was being treated here indicated that Qin Yisen's illness was truly serious. Soon, Jiang Tian stepped inside St. Heart Hospital. Everything here radiated cutting-edge technology. If no one told him, he might have mistaken it for a private estate. Scattered throughout were numerous detached villas, each serving as private hospital suites. Truly a major power. Even their hospital is built so luxuriously, Jiang Tian thought inwardly. Under Feng Ling's guidance, Jiang Tian finally met Qin Yisen. He said to Feng Ling, I'll go in and speak with your mother. Wait outside, please. Feng Ling immediately panicked. No, that can't happen. Jiang Tian reassured her. Don't worry, I mean no harm. After I talk with your mother, I'll tell you everything. Reluctantly, Feng Ling nodded and waited quietly by the door. Jiang Tian turned and pushed open the door into the room. Inside, a beautiful woman sat on a sofa. Jiang Tian couldn't help but mutter admiringly. Brother Jiwen sure had good taste. Looking up as Jiang Tian entered, Qin Yisen asked, puzzled. Excuse me, who are you? She wasn't overly alarmed. St. Heart Hospital had top-tier security. No unauthorized person could possibly enter. Jiang Tian explained. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I'm Jiang Tian, sent by Feng Ling Jiwen. Qin Yisen frowned. What does he want from me now? He instructed me, Jiang Tian replied, to bring you and your daughter back. Qin Yisen closed her eyes, coldly saying, after all these years of silence, suddenly he wants to find me again? Jiang Tian quickly defended. Please, sister-in-law, it's not like that. Brother Jiwen never stopped searching for you. After that incident, he lost contact with you. For years, he's been looking, but only found you now. Hearing this, Qin Yisen softened slightly, her anger fading. She said, then why doesn't he come see me himself? If he really searched for me, why can't he even show his face? Jiang Tian gave an awkward smile. Sister-in-law, this is Qianhuan Star City. Given Brother Jiwen's status, appearing here openly would be inappropriate. That's why he specially sent me instead. Qin Yisen murmured to herself. Still the same, as always. But coming from a great family, he's never really free to choose his path. Then she raised her head and looked directly at Jiang Tian. Never mind, I won't make things difficult for you. Now it seems there must have been some misunderstanding back then. I actually left him a message. Call Feng Ling in, I'll talk to her, and once that's done, I'll go with you. Jiang Tian immediately agreed. No problem, I'll go get her right away, he said, then opened the door and stepped out. As soon as he exited, he saw Feng Ling crouched on the ground. Jiang Tian walked over and patted her shoulder, saying, Feng Ling, I've finished talking with your mom. She's asking for you now. Hearing this, Feng Ling didn't even acknowledge Jiang Tian. She immediately rushed into the room. Jiang Tian took Feng Ling's place and began waiting outside. Deep down, Jiang Tian knew very well that Qin Yisen still hadn't let go of Feng Ling Jiwen. Even though she rarely mentioned Feng Ling Jiwen in front of her daughter, the fact that she had named her child Feng Ling said everything. After about 10 minutes or so, Jiang Tian saw Qin Yisen walking out with Feng Ling. Qin Yisen smiled and said, all right, Jiang Tian, let's go. Jiang Tian asked doubtfully, aren't you bringing any luggage or anything? He had already mentally prepared himself to carry bags. It was only natural, after all, for a man to bear that sacred duty. But Qin Yisen coming out empty-handed caught him off guard. Qin Yisen chuckled. We're returning to the Feng Ling family. What's there to bring? Besides, everything here reeks of hospital air. I'd rather leave it behind. Jiang Tian nodded. Fair enough. Then let's head out. Soon, Jiang Tian escorted Qin Yisen and her daughter back to the L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser. He settled them into their rooms, then returned to the bridge and initiated a call to Feng Ling Jiwen. Seeing Jiang Tian's call come through, Feng Ling Jiwen answered instantly. Excitedly, he asked right away, Brother Jiang Tian, did you run into any trouble? Feng Ling Jiwen never imagined Jiang Tian had already resolved his matter. Jiang Tian simply smiled and said, Old brother Feng Ling, the task you assigned me is complete. Your wife and daughter are now staying aboard my warship. Feng Ling Jiwen froze for a moment, then burst into joy, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I really owe you one, brother. Thank you so much. Chapter 38. Preparations before the battle. Chapter 38. Jiang Tian smiled and politely said, It's nothing, really. Didn't take me much effort at all. I'll come by the Mayun star system later and deliver mother and daughter to you. Feng Ling Jiwen happily replied. Then I'll trouble you again, brother. I'll be waiting here in Mayun star system for your arrival. Jiang Tian nodded, said okay, and ended the communication. Soon, Jiang Tian's L3 Saint-class battlecruiser slowly departed from the vicinity of Qianhuan Star City. The next morning, after a single jump through a stargate, Jiang Tian piloted his warship into the Mayun star system. He parked the vessel directly into orbit around Mayun Prime, then took a shuttlecraft with Qin Yisen and her daughter to meet Feng Ling Jiwen. Before long, Jiwen saw the two people he had been longing to see. Qin Yisen was relatively calm. After all, this wasn't her first time here. But there was clearly a distance between them after such a long separation. As for Fengling, she wasn't happy at all. She'd never liked her father and kept her lips pouted, refusing to say a word. Seeing this, Jiwen felt helpless for a moment, but could only arrange rooms for them first. Then he walked toward Jiang Tian, slightly apologetic. Brother Jiang Tian, thank you so much for your help this time. As a token of gratitude, I've prepared a small gift for you. With that, he waved his hand, and one of his subordinates carried forward an exquisitely wrapped box. Jiwen said, the last time you came over for tea, I noticed you really enjoyed it. This time, I'm giving you my entire stock. Jiang Tian hadn't expected Jiwen to be so generous and quickly declined. Brother Jiwen, this is too much. I didn't do much this time. I can't accept something like this. Jiwen pretended to be offended. Today I'm in high spirits, so don't refuse me. No matter how much tea I give, it's still less valuable than reuniting them as mother and daughter. Just take it. After failing to persuade him otherwise, Jiang Tian reluctantly accepted Jiwen's gift. Then, showing great tact, Jiang Tian left the Fengling family compound, giving Jiwen time to spend with Qin Yisan and little Fengling. That evening, Jiang Tian returned to the Starfield base. Yihan's grandfather had woken up, though he was still undergoing follow-up treatment aboard an L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical frigate. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Tian rushed over to visit. Inside the ward, Yihan was cutting fruit for his grandfather. Jiang Tian knocked lightly before entering. Seeing the elderly man lying in bed, he greeted warmly. Grandpa, how are you feeling now? The old man looked up, smiling. You must be Jiang Tian. Yihan has told me everything. You're the one who saved my life. Jiang Tian awkwardly chuckled. No, it's not that big a deal, Grandpa. You're being too kind. Just then, Yihan finished slicing the fruit and gently offered it to his grandfather. But to everyone's surprise, the elder glared at him, annoyed. First ask if young Jiang Tian wants any. How impolite can you be? He saved my life. Show some respect. Yihan froze instantly. He turned toward Jiang Tian with embarrassment, his eyes silently pleading. Want a piece? Jiang Tian quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. He took the fruit from Yihan and personally handed it to the old man. Grandpa, please eat. If I want any, I'll serve myself. You've just recovered from serious illness. Rest well. Only then did the elder feel reassured, trembling hands lifting the fruit to eat. Yihan hurried forward to feed him, but the old man waved him off. I'm not that useless. I can do it myself. Defeated, Yihan returned to his seat, sitting quietly without daring to speak another word. After watching the elder eat 2 pieces, Jiang Tian asked, Grandpa, do you know which group attacked you? The elder paused, thought for a moment, and replied, It should be the Demon Hunter Pirate clan. Before I passed out, I saw their gang insignia. Why do you ask, young Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian answered firmly, I want them to learn that some people are untouchable, and touching them comes with a price. The elder immediately tried to stop him. Don't act rashly, young friend. The Demon Hunter Pirates command 10 L3 class warships. Going after them now would put you at a severe disadvantage. It wouldn't be worth risking your fleet just for an old man like me. Jiang Tian took the elder's hand and said, Rest assured, Grandpa. I'll handle this properly. You just focus on healing and recovery. Before the elder could protest further, Jiang Tian had already stepped out of the ward. Yihan, seeing this, quickly chased after him. Jiang Tian, wait. Yihan called out. Jiang Tian turned, puzzled. Why did you come out? Yihan hesitated, then said, If you're going after the Demon Hunter Pirate clan, can I come with you? Jiang Tian asked. And what about your grandfather if you leave? He'd have no one to care for him. Yes, his parents were already gone. If he left too, who would look after his grandfather? Yihan fell silent, unable to respond. After a moment of thought, Jiang Tian said, How about this? We wait 1 week. Once your grandfather's condition improves, we'll bring him along. After all, he's the one who was attacked. Light instantly sparkled in Yihan's eyes. Commander, no problem at all. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Then it settled. Go back now. Suddenly, Yihan stepped forward and hugged Jiang Tian. Brother, thank you. With that, he turned and walked back into the ward. Jiang Tian smiled. That's what a true brother was. Jiang Tian returned to the combat command center and summoned Huaying. He asked, What's our current fleet composition? Huaying pulled up the data and replied, Reporting, Commander. The Starfield fleet currently has 31 L2 class warships, 5 L2 bullet class high-speed frigates, 23 L2 night class medium assault ships, 3 L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyers, and 8 L3 class warships, 3 L3 Void Wave class battlecruisers, 1 L3 Moon Shadow class large carrier, 3 L3 Radiance class medium frigates, 1 L3 Saint Envoy class battlecruiser. Additionally, 9 auxiliary vessels, 5 L2 Dwarf class light industrial ships, 3 L3 Divine Craftsman class large industrial ships, 1 L3 Guardian class interstellar medical frigate. Jiang Tian nodded. He couldn't believe that in just over 2 months since arriving in this world, he already commanded a fleet of this scale. Of course, most of this was thanks to the system. After some thought, Jiang Tian gave Huaying new orders. For the next week, produce 27 more L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyers to bring the total up to 30. Also, produce 2 additional L3 Void Wave class battlecruisers. Any issues? Huaying's hands never stopped moving. After running calculations, she responded, No issues, Commander. The task will be completed within 1 week, without fail. Satisfied, Jiang Tian waved her off, and Huaying left promptly. Chapter 39, Demon Hunter Star Pirates. Chapter 39. After Huaying left, Jiang Tian began investigating the Demon Hunter Pirate fleet. However, he had no channels to gather information. After careful consideration, he could only turn to Feng Lingchuan for help. Upon hearing the request, Feng Lingchuan didn't hesitate and immediately introduced Jiang Tian to an intelligence organization on the dark web. Following the information provided by Feng Lingchuan, Jiang Tian accessed the dark web, entered the organization's URL, and was soon greeted by an AI customer service agent. "Hello, welcome to the Heaven's Eye Intelligence Organization. How may I assist you?" A cold, mechanical voice echoed. The Heaven's Eye Intelligence Organization was said to possess a pair of eyes that watched over the entire universe, aware of everything happening within it. Jiang Tian said, "Give me all available intelligence on the Demon Hunter pirate fleet." After a brief wait, the agent replied, 200 million. Jiang Tian was shocked. Such a steep price just for some intel? He asked, "How reliable is your information?" Without hesitation, the agent responded, "Our intelligence is absolutely reliable. Any uncertain details will be explicitly noted." Jiang Tian nodded. That was acceptable. Expensive, yes, but at least trustworthy. Fine, I'll make the payment. Jiang Tian promptly transferred 200 million credits. Once the payment was confirmed, the agent sent Jiang Tian a data packet containing all the requested intelligence. "Dear client, please feel free to contact us if you have any questions about the intelligence provided." With that, the agent went offline. Jiang Tian closed the dark web connection and began examining the file. Demon Hunter Pirate Fleet. Leader, Hunter, currently has over 2,000 members. Possesses 13 L3 class warships, 3 battlecruisers, 5 interstellar destroyers, 5 interstellar frigates, 200 L2 class warships, 500 L1 class warships. These L1 starships were mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, used mainly as reconnaissance vessels for patrol duties within their territory. Only the L2 and L3 class warships posed any real threat to Jiang Tian. Seeing this, Jiang Tian thought to himself, "It seems Old Master Yi's information hasn't been updated." He continued reading. The Demon Hunter pirate fleet has conducted over 2,000 fleet robberies. At this, rage flared in Jiang Tian's heart. These bastards were clearly habitual criminals, nothing more than scum. He scrolled further down, reaching information about their base. The Demon Hunter pirate fleet's base is located within a nebula in the Yoming Star region. Coordinates. These two fleets had traveled quite far. The Yoming Star region lay in the southeastern corner of the Holy Light Empire, while the Eden Star region was in the north. Such a vast distance couldn't be crossed via Stargate. Clearly, the Demon Hunter pirate fleet had planned this long in advance. Jiang Tian now had all the information he needed. Just as he was about to close the document, a small footnote caught his eye. Asterisk rumor. The Demon Hunter pirate fleet may be backed by the 6th Imperial Prince. Asterisk. Jiang Tian smirked. No wonder they were so bold. They had royal backing. But he didn't care. Anyone who harmed someone under his protection would pay the price. A week passed quickly. Yihan's grandfather had nearly fully recovered, and the stellar fleet was ready for battle. Jiang Tian abandoned his initial idea of bringing Yihan and Old Master Yi aboard the flagship, instead assigning an L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship to the fleet. Also a perfect opportunity to test the vessel's capabilities. Just as Jiang Tian was preparing to depart, a system notification appeared in his mind. Ding. Limited time mission released. Old Master Yi's injury. Jiang Tian focused his thoughts and opened his interface. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, IV3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Own a fleet of 100 warships. Side quests. Collect system fragments. Bloodsoe quest. Enter the top 100 of the 1,000 stars rankings. System upgrade quests. Obtain 5 L3 combat warship blueprints. Obtain 3 L3 support starship blueprints. Own 100 L3 warships. Limited time mission. Old Master Yi's injury. Mission requirements. 1. Breach the Demon Hunter pirate fleet's base. 2. Eliminate the leader of the Demon Hunter pirate fleet. 3. Destroy over 90% of the Demon Hunter pirate fleet's warships. All 3 objectives must be completed for mission success. Reward. 1 special L3 blueprint. Jiang Tian blinked. What exactly was this special L3 blueprint? And this mission was clearly more difficult than previous ones. It seemed this special blueprint was truly something rare. Closing the system interface, Jiang Tian stood on the bridge of the L3 Shilong-class battlecruiser and issued the order. Stellar Fleet, set course, departure. At Jiang Tian's command, the 69 warships simultaneously powered up their engines and sailed toward the distant Stargate. After 2 jumps, Jiang Tian arrived within the Yuming Star region. At this point, his fleet was still half a day's journey away from the Demon Hunter pirate fleet's base. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Tian assigned tactical formations for the Stellar Fleet before leading them onward toward their target. Another half-day passed. Jiang Tian's fleet had begun slowly crossing the nebula surrounding the Demon Hunter pirate fleet's base. Soon, the appearance of a small reconnaissance fleet exposed Jiang Tian's position. Quick, eliminate that reconnaissance fleet. Jiang Tian urgently ordered upon spotting them. Though he knew detection was inevitable, every delayed moment worked in his favor. The later they were discovered, the better. But luck wasn't on his side. He had barely entered the nebula when they were spotted. Under Jiang Tian's command, 5 L3 Shilong-class battlecruisers fired a coordinated salvo from their main cannons, instantly shredding the recon squadron. Using L3 warship main guns to destroy L1 scout ships was like using heavy artillery to swat mosquitoes, but if not for Jiang Tian's demand for maximum efficiency, he would never have wasted such firepower. Still, Jiang Tian's movements weren't fast enough. The fleet's sensors detected other enemy forces beginning to converge and encircle them. Seeing this, Jiang Tian realized his infiltration plan had completely failed. He immediately issued new orders. Stellar Fleet, disengage stealth mode, maintain defensive formation, advance at maximum speed. Quickly, the entire fleet accelerated, rushing toward the Demon Hunter pirate fleet's base. Finally, after eliminating 2 more reconnaissance squads, Jiang Tian laid eyes on the Demon Hunter pirate fleet's base. By now, the pirates were fully mobilized for battle, with all warships hovering outside the base, waiting for Jiang Tian's arrival. Right at the edge of the base's firing range, Jiang Tian gave his next command. All L2 Liewolf-class missile destroyers, stand by. Fire all missiles the moment we enter range. All fleets, form combat formation. Clear space for the L2 Liewolf-class missile destroyers attack. Chapter 40 The battle begins. Chapter 40. At Jiang Tian's command, the entire fleet began to reconfigure its formation. All warships ahead of the L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers moved outward to clear space. Soon, the adjustment was complete, and the fleet gradually approached firing range. All L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers, prepare to launch 2 volleys of missiles carried on board. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. In an instant, 30 L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers simultaneously opened their missile launch bays, revealing rows of dark launch tubes. One after another, interstellar missiles surged from within the destroyers, hurtling toward the distant Demon Hunter pirate base. Each missile shot through the narrow gaps between allied warships, at times passing merely 10 meters away from neighboring vessels. But to protect the L2 Wolfhunter-class missile destroyers from being locked onto by enemy targeting systems, Jiang Tian had no choice but to arrange the formation this way, maximizing concealment for his missile platforms. On the other side of the battlefield, inside the Demon Hunter pirate base, a technician in the control room leisurely lit a cigarette. In their eyes, Jiang Tian's fleet of 69 warships was insignificant, foolhardy to even think of launching an assault, and certainly destined never to return if they tried. The Demon Hunter pirates weren't just armed with 13 L3 class warships, 8 of which were currently stationed at the base. The base itself also boasted formidable firepower, though not as massive as Jiang Tian's starry fortress. This installation had been developed over many years and was equipped with hundreds of fixed artillery cannons. But soon, the personnel in the control room grew uneasy. Their radar screens showed more and more red blips appearing. Alert! Alert! Large number of incoming interstellar missiles detected. Alert! Alert! Large number of incoming interstellar missiles detected. The pirate crew member dropped his cigarette in shock, rubbing his eyes repeatedly before daring to believe what he saw. The red dots multiplied rapidly across the screen, while the adjacent computer continued recalculating the numbers. Detected large volume of interstellar missiles. 580. Correction. 1,123. Correction. 2,384. Correction. 3,000. The number on the radar display kept jumping until, within 2 minutes, it finally stabilized at exactly 3,000. The operator immediately sounded a Level 1 combat alert, shouting into the base's internal communication channel. Base entering Level 1 combat status. All personnel report to stations immediately. Base defense fleet, prepare to intercept incoming missiles. Jiang Tian watched from afar as eerie crimson lights flared to life across the Demon Hunter pirate base. Yet he sneered coldly. You really think that's all? No, no, no. The real fun is just beginning. Immediately afterward, Jiang Tian issued another order. L3 Moonshadow-class capital carriers. Deploy all L3 Moonlit-class interstellar interference drones. Once the missiles detonate, begin full-scale jamming operations. Maintain safe distance from the missiles. Soon, 100 L3 Moonlit-class interstellar interference drones were released, flying swiftly toward the base's defensive fleet. Under normal circumstances, these drones would have been promptly detected and reported by the base's radar system. However, due to Jiang Tian's earlier launch of 3,000 interstellar missiles, the base's automated systems categorized these low combat capability drones as secondary threats, assigning them lower priority. This critical oversight gave Jiang Tian a tremendous tactical advantage. Moments later, the first wave of 3,000 missiles reached the Demon Hunter pirate defense fleet. On the other side, the Demon Hunter defense fleet had arranged itself with L1 class ships in front, while L3 vessels were positioned intermittently among L2 units, designed to minimize damage to the high-value L3 warships. All ships, activate closed defense turrets fully and intercept incoming missiles at maximum capacity. L3 warships, use energy shields tactically, conserve shield energy as much as possible. The commander of the Demon Hunter defense fleet barked the order. Clearly, this commander had significant combat experience. He understood that even with maximum effort, they might not stop every missile. Therefore, preserving energy shields for potential follow-up attacks was crucial. Meanwhile, they would rely on the base's own heavy artillery for counterattacks. Following his orders, the entire defense fleet began intercepting the inbound missiles. Initially, the interception proved effective. A dense net of fire was established near the maximum range of the point defense cannons. But as the relentless missile barrage continued, even this tightly woven defensive web began to show gaps. Soon, one missile slipped through and streaked toward the fleet formation. Nearby warships quickly turned their guns to intercept. It managed to destroy that one missile, but doing so created new openings elsewhere. It wasn't long before the carefully constructed firewall of defenses collapsed entirely. The commander didn't seem surprised. He calmly issued his next command. All ships, shift to cross-interception patterns. and watch your evasive maneuvers. But in such a massive fleet formation, once the missiles entered the fleet structure, they were almost impossible to intercept. Closed defense turrets were highly likely to hit friendly ships in this configuration, and their interception rate was extremely low. The escort fleet quickly began taking losses. These 3,000 interstellar missiles soon detonated entirely, and the commander immediately began assessing the damage. Report: a total of 3,000 interstellar missiles were launched in this attack. We successfully intercepted 1,204. We've lost 323 L1 class warships and 174 L2 class warships. No L3 class warships were destroyed, but all have sustained energy shield depletion exceeding 50%. After a moment's thought, the commander issued his next order. Reconfigure formation. L2 class warships fall back behind the L3 class vessels. L1 class positions remain unchanged. Conduct on-site corrections and prepare for counterattack. Actually, the commander's thinking was sound. He believed that after such an intense barrage, the enemy would now enter a cool-down period, and he intended to seize this opportunity to strike back. But he was facing Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, seeing that the interstellar missiles had finished impacting, he calmly gave the order. Activate all L3 Moonlit-class interstellar interference drones. Prioritize jamming the enemy's L3 class warships. Instantly, 100 red blips appeared on the Demon Hunter Pirate's radar. The commander mistook them for leftover missiles and shouted urgently, "All ships, focus fire on interception." The entire escort fleet reacted swiftly, but found themselves unable to open fire. Report: our fire control system has failed. Report: our comms disrupted. Report: my engine systems have failed. The commander finally realized what was happening and roared in fury. Damn it! These are interstellar interference drones. This technology should only exist on L4 class warships. Tell me, where the hell did the enemy get an L4 class vessel? Interstellar interference systems were extremely complex. The Holy Light Empire's technological capabilities had not yet reached the point of miniaturizing such systems. Currently, this technology was only deployed on select warships above L4 class and certain large-scale installations. Even the Demon Hunter Pirate base, despite its size and imperial connections, lacked electronic warfare capabilities, which explained his shock. His timid deputy officer stammered, "Maybe the enemy somehow has it?" The commander grew even angrier, yelling, "Fool! If they truly had an L4 class warship, they'd have crushed us outright by now. Why go through all this trouble? And those missiles we just faced were basic L2 grade models. If they had an L4 class warship, would they even be using something so primitive?" Chapter 41. The escort fleet is completely annihilated. Chapter 41. Commander, all L3 Moonlight-class interstellar interference drones have been activated. Expected interference duration, 3 to 7 minutes. Huang reported to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded and ordered, all L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers, prepare for another volley of interstellar missiles. Fire. Jiang Tian's plan was to use 3,000 interstellar missiles to disrupt the enemy's defensive formation, seize the opportunity to insert the 20 L3 Moonlight-class interstellar interference drones, and then launch another wave of missile bombardment while the enemy's systems were down, maximizing damage. Soon, another volley of 1,500 interstellar missiles launched, racing toward the Demon Hunter Pirate fleet's escort fleet. Inside the Demon Hunter Pirate fleet's command center, the familiar alarm sounded once again. Alert! Alert! Large number of incoming interstellar missiles detected. But this time, the escort fleet no longer had the capability to intercept. Most of their warships were still undergoing system restarts and completely immobilized. The commander of the Demon Hunter Pirate fleet's escort fleet could only watch helplessly as those missiles flew into his fleet and exploded continuously. The fleet status list before his eyes changed from a solid green at the beginning to a now intersecting red and black. Only 5 L3 class warships remained. Red indicated severely damaged warships that had essentially lost combat capability. Black meant total destruction. These 1,500 missiles arrived quickly and departed just as fast, finishing in moments. But by then, little of the escort fleet remained. Report: our escort fleet currently has 19 surviving L1 warships, 48 L2 warships, and 5 L3 warships left, said the commander, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. After all, this wasn't his own fleet. He was merely someone carrying out orders for the leader. If the leader found out about this, even if he died in battle today, his family would not be spared. With difficulty, the commander spoke. "All right, the L3 warships will stay behind. All other units retreat into the base for repairs. Also, inform the base commander to brace for the enemy's next assault." His deputy saluted and hurried off to carry out the order, leaving the commander alone, raging impotently. Damn it! If the leader hadn't taken the elite fleet away from the base, how could you have exploited this opening? Yet what he didn't know was that Jiang Tian still had half his fleet undeployed, and hadn't even brought a single L3 class warship fully into play yet. Seeing the battlefield results, Jiang Tian ordered, signal the entire fleet. All warships engage engines. Target, enemy base. Jiang Tian's 69 warships simultaneously powered up their engines and advanced toward the Demon Hunter Pirate fleet's base. Inside the enemy base, alarms blared, but the base commander didn't even bother listening. He said calmly, "Turn off the alarms. We can't intercept anymore anyway. I've already requested reinforcements from the leader. He'll arrive in 2 hours. We just need to hold out until then." Easy to say. With only 5 L3 class warships remaining, holding out for 2 hours would be anything but easy. Soon, Zhang Tian's forces entered range of the Demon Hunter pirate base. He announced, L3 Moonshadow class large aircraft carriers, release all drones. Priority targets are the enemy base's fixed turrets and defensive installations. All L3 Voidwave class battlecruisers, charge main cannons. Each target one enemy L3 warship. Fire. Instantly, 5 brilliant blue laser beams tore through space, hurtling toward the 5 L3 class escort warships. Sirens screamed aboard the 5 L3 warships as they opened fire desperately, attempting to intercept the beams, but all efforts were futile. The deep blue laser beams slammed into the opposing energy shields, creating ripple-like waves across their surfaces. At that moment, the escort fleet commander froze completely, mentally screaming in outrage. These are supposed to be L3 warships. Where did they get ship-mounted laser cannons like this? And these lasers, are they nearly L4 level intensity? We've truly messed with a monster this time. Amidst his endless complaints and disbelief, the energy shield of his warship finally collapsed under the heavy laser impact, shattering violently. Then he watched in horror as his own vessel exploded piece by piece, before consciousness faded entirely. Just then, Zhang Tian received a transmission from the enemy base. He had been wondering why the system hadn't signaled mission completion yet, so he accepted the call. Respected sir, we of the Demon Hunter Pirate Group do not know what offense we have committed against you. If you withdraw now, we are willing to offer compensation. The base commander spoke with utmost deference. Zhang Tian couldn't help but find it slightly amusing. They waited until things reached this point before begging for mercy. What had they been doing earlier? You hurt my family and stole our cargo. How can I just let this go? Zhang Tian sneered coldly as he replied. The base commander still wore a smile as he said, I suggest you accept these terms. If you think the offer too small, we can negotiate further. Once our leader returns, the price won't be so generous, and at that point, it's uncertain whether you'll even be able to leave. Well now, so he dares to threaten me. But so that was it. No wonder Zhang Tian had only counted 8 L3 warships earlier. Their leader wasn't even at the base. Zhang Tian spoke calmly. Since you're so confident, I'll show you exactly how I'm going to blow your precious leader out of space. L3 Moonshadow class large aircraft carriers, commence attack. Eliminate every single fire point on that base. With a sweep of his hand, Zhang Tian ended the transmission. Seeing the communication cut off, the base commander's smiling face instantly darkened. He turned to an aide beside him and snapped. Immediately inform the leader about this situation and tell him to prepare accordingly. Faced with the L3 Moonshadow class large aircraft carriers, the base's defensive firepower was like paper before a blade. Zhang Tian lost only a dozen or so drones before reducing the entire base to complete helplessness. He then issued orders to his fleet. This battle isn't over yet. Use the base as cover and prepare for defense. Turning to Huaying, he added, calculate the combat supplies used in this engagement and send a full battle report to Han and his father. Huaying noted down the tasks and responded, yes, Commander. I'll handle it immediately. Soon, under Zhang Tian's direction, the Starfield fleet took position around the Demon Hunter pirate base, establishing a solid defensive formation. This move infuriated the base commander, who could do nothing but rage helplessly within the control room, stripped of all naval power. Less than an hour passed before Zhang Tian detected a fleet rapidly approaching. He smiled faintly and announced, looks like they've arrived. Relay to all units. Prepare for combat. Chapter 42, The Panicked Hunter. Chapter 41. Under Zhang Tian's orders, all combat stations entered a state of readiness. Commander, radar detection indicates the enemy fleet consists of 8 L3 class warships, 200 L2 class warships, and 400 L1 class warships. Hearing this, Zhang Tian felt something was off. This didn't match the intelligence report at all. The total number of ships far exceeded what the heavens I had provided. Zhang Tian muttered under his breath, this intel is so unreliable. I'll have to demand answers when I return. But that could wait. Right now, he needed to deal with this unexpected fleet. Formation shift to combat posture. All L2 Lilang-class missile destroyers prepare to launch interstellar missiles. Open fire as soon as the enemy enters range. As Zhang Tian issued the order, he received a communication request from the opposing fleet. He waved to accept it. On the screen appeared a scar-faced man with a fierce expression. Without preamble, he said, I know who you are and what you've done. You've had your revenge. Why not leave now? Consider it my personal debt. Zhang Tian was puzzled. What? You're asking for peace too? You have a fleet. Why won't you even fight? Besides, his mission wasn't complete yet. Today, this hunter would die. It's not that simple. You must die today too, Zhang Tian replied firmly. The hunter on the other end flared up in anger. How dare you act so arrogantly? I'll show you the new starship I just acquired. Your blood will be my banner. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback. So that's why he left the base. He went to retrieve these warships. That meant the Heaven's Eye's intelligence wasn't flawed after all. He thought to himself, I almost blamed the wrong people. The Heaven's Eye intel was actually accurate. My bad luck was just poor timing. Commander, enemy vessels detected forming defensive formation. A crew member reported from the bridge, snapping Zhang Tian back to reality. Defensive formation? Zhang Tian nearly laughed aloud. Clearly, the enemy leader had guessed his intention to launch a missile barrage again. Had to admit, someone who led a faction like this truly was cautious. After a brief consideration, Zhang Tian ordered, all fleets advance. Break from base defense formation. Shift to attack formation. L3 class ships lead the charge, energy shields fully activated. L2 Lilang class missile destroyers stay behind, readying interstellar missiles. Soon, the Starlight fleet reorganized and surged forward toward the Hunter's fleet. The Hunter was baffled. Why did Zhang Tian choose direct assault instead of long-range bombardment? In his view, weakening the enemy before closing in was always a smart tactic, except he couldn't afford interstellar missile ships. As both fleets entered weapon range, Zhang Tian commanded, L3 Xuanguang-class medium frigates, deploy all Xuanmu-class interstellar interference drones. Activate all electronic jamming projection platforms. L3 Yueying-class large carriers, launch all fighter craft. Engage from both flanks alongside the Xuanmu drones. Instantly, numerous faint green glowing electronic beacons filled the battlefield, products of the L3 Xuanguang-class frigates jamming platforms. Smaller and cheaper than drones, these beacons could be deployed in massive numbers. Once placed, they remained active until destroyed or depleted, ideal for large-scale battles. Meanwhile, the interstellar interference drones offered superior mobility, covering wide areas with fewer units. The Hunter was no fool. He clearly had experience in large engagements. Immediately, he ordered, prioritize destroying the interference beacons. Maintain distance. Switch formations to offensive stance. But as he began executing the cleanup, he noticed an overwhelming wave of starfighters emerging from both sides of the battlefield, numbers already exceeding 1,000 and climbing. The Hunter instantly panicked. Since when did the enemy have carriers? And judging by the scale, it was an L3 class carrier. He roared, full retreat. Don't let them flank us. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. When the Demon Hunter pirate base reported the presence of missile ships, Zhang Tian hadn't yet deployed his interference drones. By the time Zhang Tian began clearing base turrets, all communication channels were severed, leaving the Hunter with incomplete intelligence. Seeing the enemy attempt to flee, Zhang Tian had no intention of letting him go. This was his mission. Full pursuit, he ordered. Fighter squadrons hold speed, coordinate with main fleet's assault. The 69 warships of the Starlight fleet surged forward together, charging at the retreating Hunter. But the Hunter's fleet struggled. Their offensive formation was ill-suited for withdrawal, slowing their retreat dramatically. Watching this unfold, the Hunter began to panic. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. At this rate, he might die here too. Seeing Zhang Tian's Starlight fleet advancing relentlessly, he gritted his teeth and resolved to fight with everything he had. There was no escaping now, and if he fled, the people behind him wouldn't spare him either. His only chance of survival lay in fighting to the death. The Hunter ordered, fleet, scatter. All L3 class warships target the enemy flagship. The rest, open fire freely. In truth, he didn't know which ship was the flagship. He could only aim for the larger ones. Maybe he'd get lucky. At this point, the Hunter was nearly frantic. If he'd known just how powerful the enemy fleet was, he would have never come to reinforce the base. But there was no choice left now. Zhang Tian, judging the distance to be optimal as both fleets began exchanging fire, issued his command. L2 Lilang-class missile destroyers, L3 Yueying-class large carriers, and L3 Xuanguang-class medium frigates, halt. Remainder reorganize formation. L3 Shulong-class battlecruisers advance first, followed by the remaining L2 class ships. Divide into 5 columns, arrange in 3-dimensional formation. Quickly, the Starlight fleet completed its reconfiguration, forming 5 long lines across the battlefield. Viewed from the cross-section, it formed a perfect regular pentagon. As the Hunter puzzled over why the Starlight fleet would arrange itself like this, Zhang Tian continued. All L2 Lilang-class missile destroyers launch interstellar missiles in waves along the main fleet's direction of advance. Aim for a trajectory equal to 1 minute of travel at maximum fleet speed. Do not miss your marks. L3 Shulong-class battlecruisers, deactivate energy shields. Do not interfere with missile trajectories. No sooner had Zhang Tian finished giving orders than streams of interstellar missiles launched forward, flying through the center and flanks of the pentagonal formation, detonating just ahead of the fleet. Seeing his plan unfold, Zhang Tian gave his final order. Starlight fleet, target enemy L3 class warships. Advance at maximum speed. Now the Hunter finally understood. This entire formation was aimed straight at him. He roared immediately. Intercept those central ships now. All vessels open full fire. Destroy every single one of them. Chapter 43, Capturing the Hunter Alive. Chapter 43. The Hunter's idea was sound, but Zhang Tian had already anticipated it. Report. Due to interference from interstellar missiles, our interception effectiveness is negligible. Our defensive fleet continues to take heavy casualties, and the enemy forces are advancing steadily. The Hunter suddenly realized the situation was dire. Lacking experience battling interstellar missile ships, he hadn't expected them to possess so many advanced combined tactics. And how dare they fight like this? A single stray missile could easily hit friendly vessels, and at such close range, energy shields wouldn't have time to deploy. What the Hunter didn't know was that Zhang Tian's confidence came entirely from his system. Anything the system produced was guaranteed quality, precision included. Panicking, the Hunter shouted, all warships, fall back. Get out of their firing range. Such a massive fleet moving forward and then retreating in quick succession caused confusion among the lower-tier units. Compounded by continuous harassment from the L3 Moonshadow-class large carriers launching starfighters on the flanks, the Hunter's fleet found itself with no room to retreat. They were forced to endure Zhang Tian's missile barrage, suffering catastrophic losses. Soon, the Stellar Fleet's interstellar missiles reached the front lines of the Hunter's formation. Gritting his teeth, The hunter thought. Asterisk, there's nowhere left to run. Might as well charge in and take one of theirs down with us. Asterisk. He barked. All L3 class warships, full energy shields, advance. Immediately, 8 L3 class warships surged forward toward the incoming missile impacts. One after another, interstellar missiles exploded against the surface of their energy shields. Orange-red fireballs intertwined with azure shields, creating bright, shifting boundaries between destruction and defense. The two forces rushed toward each other. The missile assault passed quickly, and the hunter ships emerged from the aftermath, battered but intact. But waiting for them were 5 fully charged heavy laser bow cannons. Seeing the enemy approaching, Zhang Tian knew his tactics had worked perfectly. He immediately issued new orders. Redirect interstellar missiles to eliminate remaining L1 and L2 class warships. L3 Shulong class battlecruisers. Launch all interstellar drones. Stellar fleet. Disperse formation. Open fire freely. Remember, capture them alive. Don't touch the ship in the center. In an instant, a storm of bullets, shells, and lasers rained down upon the hunter. After enduring the missile bombardment, their energy shields were already near collapse. One by one, the hunter's L3 warships disintegrated under the overwhelming firepower. Just as he thought his own ship would be next, the barrage ceased. Zhang Tian announced, transmit surrender terms to the battlefield. Shutting down engines will be considered surrender and survival. Also, give me the hunter on comms. Huang nodded blankly, still dazed by Zhang Tian's bold tactics moments earlier. Seeing her expression, Zhang Tian reached over and patted her head, making her nearly jump in surprise. Realizing her lapse, Huang apologized quickly. Sorry, Commander. I'll do it right away. Zhang Tian said nothing, turning instead to await the connection with the hunter. When the call connected, Zhang Tian spoke immediately. Surrender control codes for the Hunter Demon Pirate base. Order your men to shut down their engines and surrender completely, and I might let you live. The hunter sneered bitterly. You're not afraid I'll blow up my own ship? Then you'd gain nothing. Zhang Tian mocked him coldly. I know you. You value your life too much to pull something suicidal. Besides, ask your crew, how many of their systems are even functional anymore? Did you really think my interstellar jamming drones were just for show? The hunter laughed weakly. He now clearly understood his predicament. He was like fish on a chopping block, utterly powerless. With no choice, he followed Zhang Tian's orders, commanding his entire fleet to power down their engines. At the same time, Zhang Tian received full access permissions for the Hunter Demon Pirate base's turret network, which he opened on his personal terminal. After confirming everything was in order, he told the hunter, fine, pilot a shuttle over here yourself. I have questions for you. The hunter nodded silently and ended the transmission. Zhang Tian then contacted Ihan and said, Ihan, I've captured the hunter, leader of the Hunter Demon Pirates. Bring Grandpa and come to the flagship now. Ihan was stunned. His support vessel had been stationed at the rear, so he had no real-time view of the frontline combat. In his mind, hardly any time had passed. How could the battle already be over, and the enemy leader captured? He replied immediately, Understood, Commander. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, Huang asked, Commander, what should we do about the surrendered starships outside? Zhang Tian slapped his forehead. Oh right, I forgot about those. He then opened the fleet command channel and ordered, all ships, open fire freely. Eliminate all nearby surrendered starships. Leave not a single one. The order left Huang stunned. She didn't understand why Zhang Tian would do this. Weren't the enemies already surrendered? Why attack them now? Hearing her question, Zhang Tian smiled and said, In space combat, surrender doesn't exist. I had them shut down their engines only to minimize my ammo consumption. Do these star pirates really have any value worth recruiting? Huang seemed to understand, nodding blankly. Meanwhile, aboard the shuttle, the hunter watched as one starship after another exploded outside. His expression remained unchanged. Clearly, this was exactly how he usually operated. Soon, the hunter arrived at Zhang Tian's L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser flagship and was escorted by crew members into the ship's interrogation room. He was strapped into a chair in the center of the room, his hands bound behind his back. Zhang Tian sat directly across from him, silently staring without uttering a word. Until, Commander, I'm here, Ihan said, saluting as he entered the interrogation room. Zhang Tian turned around. With a wave of his hand, 2 chairs floated over. He gestured toward Ihan and Grandpa Yi. Perfect timing. Please, take a seat. Then he turned back toward the hunter, coldly stating, All right, now everyone's here. Zhang Tian asked, You recognize this elder, don't you? The hunter nodded. He had raided his convoy just last week. Then explain to me, why did you raid his transport fleet? Zhang Tian demanded. The hunter hesitated, then slowly began. I saw his fleet moving slowly, obviously carrying heavy cargo. And lately, I hadn't scored a single haul. Figured I'd make a move. Zhang Tian kept staring at him, his gaze making the hunter's scalp crawl. You expect me to believe that a star pirate gang from the Ghost Domain somehow starved so badly they wandered all the way to Eden Sector and just happened to hit my grandfather's fleet? You're trying to fool a ghost. Zhang Tian growled. Now tell me, exactly what is going on here? Chapter 44 The Sixth Prince's Scheme. Chapter 44. Hearing this question, the hunter knew he couldn't explain himself and began stammering. Zhang Tian glanced at him and sneered. So you've chosen to resist. He turned to his personal terminal and called out, Huang, bring in what I gave you. Immediately, Huang opened the door of the interrogation room, holding something that looked like a syringe. Commander, here's what you requested, Huang said respectfully to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian nodded, took the syringe from her, then gestured for her to leave. Turning back to the hunter, Jiang Tian smiled. Know what this is? The hunter shook his head. How could he possibly know? This, Jiang Tian said with a grin, is the latest pain amplifier serum. Once injected, it amplifies your nerve sensitivity dozens of times over. Every ounce of pain you feel will be magnified accordingly. Jiang Tian stood up and walked toward the hunter. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. It doesn't hurt yet. With that, he suddenly plunged the needle into the hunter's neck. Ah! The hunter immediately clutched his neck, gasping. After a long moment, he slowly lowered his hand. Jiang Tian sat back down and said calmly, all right, you felt the effect. Right after injection, it doesn't hurt much, at least not yet. So let me ask again, why did you raid Grandpa Yi's fleet? As he spoke, Jiang Tian idly twirled the syringe between his fingers. Seeing the hunter still hesitating, he roared, if you don't talk now, I'll use this syringe to drain every drop of blood from your body, slowly. Faced with Jiang Tian's ferocious expression, and already feeling the drug's effect, the hunter finally broke. I'll talk. It was Prince Six who ordered me. He sent me coordinates and told me to wait at that location for a transport fleet, rob them, and bring everything back. He promised me a full fleet as a reward, the one you just destroyed. Jiang Tian nodded, accepting this answer as plausible. Then he asked, what grudge does Prince Six have against Grandpa Yi? And how did he learn about this transport operation? The hunter shook his head. I don't know. In our line of work, we never ask about the client's identity. Jiang Tian stared at him coldly. How noble of you. The hunter grew uneasy under Jiang Tian's gaze, eyes shifting nervously. I swear, it's true. I really don't know. Jiang Tian didn't press further. Even if the hunter did know, it might not be the truth anyway. Where did you meet Prince Six? Jiang Tian pressed. I didn't meet Prince Six directly. I met his chief deputy, Tang Qi. Jiang Tian paused. So he hadn't met the prince in person? How can you be sure this was truly Prince Six's order, and not Tang Qi acting on his own? The hunter thought for a moment and replied. Tang Qi is Prince Six's most trusted subordinate, a loyal retainer personally acquired by Prince Six's father years ago. Anyone who knows anything about Prince Six knows this. Whenever Tang Qi acts, it's always on direct orders from Prince Six. Jiang Tian nodded. That made sense. It was almost certainly Prince Six behind this. So where exactly did you meet him? You did receive numerous starships from them, after all. Jiang Tian brought up the earlier question again. I went to Huanyu Industries branch in the Amethyst Star region. That entire sector is reportedly under Prince Six's jurisdiction. At this, Grandpa Yi looked puzzled. But that's impossible. My transport fleet went there to pick up cargo. Now Jiang Tian was completely baffled. What kind of operation was this? Was he robbing himself? The hunter froze too, clearly unprepared for such a question. Jiang Tian glanced at him and gestured for an explanation. After a moment's thought, the hunter said, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm certain that was Huanyu Industries' Amethyst Star region facility. Jiang Tian fell silent. He thought carefully, robbing his own shipment. Unless, these goods weren't actually his to begin with. He turned to the elder Mr. Yi. Grandpa Yi, where were your goods being delivered? The old man pondered and answered. To the military base in Fengshan Star region, I believe. The route was definitely heading that way. Now Jiang Tian had a rough idea. Got it. I understand now. I'll explain later. Any more questions from either of you? Mr. Yi shook his head. Jiang Tian had already asked everything he wanted to know. Jiang Tian clapped his hands. Immediately, 2 soldiers in Starfleet uniforms entered the room. Take care of him, Jiang Tian ordered. The 2 soldiers hesitated, clearly unsure what this strange command meant. Exactly, dispose of him. Handle him the same way you'd handle garbage. Now the 2 soldiers understood. They saluted in unison and dragged the hunter out. No, please. Sir, I beg you spare my life. The hunter screamed as they pulled him away. Jiang Tian sneered inwardly. Sparing your life wouldn't bother me, but what about the system's mission? Soon, the hunter's cries faded into the distance, and the interrogation room fell silent. Grandpa Yi asked anxiously. Young Jiang, you said earlier you understood. Can you explain it to this old man? Ihan nodded, moving closer with a look of curiosity. Jiang Tian smiled and said, actually, it's quite simple. The 6th prince must have seen that the current galactic situation is unstable, and he's desperate to strengthen his own power. But he lacks resources. So what does he do? Robbery is the fastest solution. With the Eastern Front ceasefire just declared, every star region is sending supplies there. All he has to do is hijack a few transport fleets, and suddenly, he's rich. Plus, by using space pirates to raid military supply convoys, even if an investigation follows, it won't lead back to him. And if things go bad, he can just throw Tang Qi under the bus. Grandpa Yi fell silent, shocked that the ambush on his fleet and the deaths of countless comrades who had lived and fought beside him was all due to the 6th prince's selfish ambition. Seeing this, Jiang Tian knew no words could comfort the old man. After all, this was how the Holy Light Empire worked. To the nobility, the lives of common people meant nothing. Jiang Tian let out a long sigh, silently vowing, someday, I will change this absurd reality. Ihan, take Grandpa Yi back, Jiang Tian said after checking the time. Ihan nodded and helped Grandpa Yi to his feet. As they reached the door, Ihan suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, what exactly was that serum you injected into the hunter? If something like that hit the market, it'd sell like crazy. Jiang Tian chuckled and explained. It was all a bluff. I only gave him a stimulant, but I used a thick needle. It hurt, sure. Then I scared him a little. Of course he believed it. Ihan opened his mouth slightly and muttered, Commander, you're amazing. Jiang Tian's performance had completely fooled both of them. Not a single clue betrayed the truth. Chapter 45 Stargate Blueprints. Chapter 45. After seeing off Han and Old Master Zhang Tian instructed Hua Ying to clean up the battlefield and take everything usable from the Hunter's pirate base. After all, this was practically a gift from nature. Why leave it behind? Once he'd given his orders, Zhang Tian returned to his room. He hadn't forgotten. He still had a system task reward to claim. He mentally called upon the system with practiced ease. Zhang Tian host. Long time no see. Host, Zhang Tian. System level, for 3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Own a fleet of 100 warships. Side quests. Collect system fragments. The Blood Debt. Enter the top 100 in the 1,000 stars ranking. System upgrade quests. Obtain 5 L3 combat type warship blueprints. Obtain 3 L3 auxiliary type starship blueprints. Own 100 L3 warships. Time quest. Old Master Yi's injury. Requirement 1. Capture the Hunter's pirate base. Requirement 2. Kill the leader of the Hunter's pirates. Requirement 3. Eliminate over 90% of the Hunter's pirate fleet. All 3 conditions must be met for quest completion. Reward. 1 special L3 tier blueprint. System detects timed quest. Old Master Yi's injury has been completed. Distributing reward now. This time, there was no spinning wheel. Instead, the system exploded a firework inside Zhang Tian's mind, and then a brilliant, shimmering blueprint appeared before his mental eye. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the L3 Rhombus-class large Stargate blueprint. Zhang Tian froze in shock. What in the world? Did the system actually have Stargate blueprints? Bewildered, he opened the blueprint. Good heavens. Zhang Tian grew more and more astonished as he examined it. In this universe, the Stargates used by the 4 major races all had a daily cargo capacity limit. Because higher dimensional space travel required massive amounts of energy, and Stargates could only withstand a finite amount. This naturally led to different classifications based on range and daily throughput. Each use of a Stargate also required a usage fee to maintain its operation. However, because Zhang Tian had joined the military department, most of these costs were waived, which was why he'd never noticed paying anything. Currently, most Stargates within the Holy Light Empire were level 3. Only a few major star systems possessed L4 grade Stargates. And at the heart of the Central Star region, the Central Star system housed the Empire's one and only L5 class Stargate. That gate could teleport entire fleets across half the universe, and due to the system's immense traffic volume, it operated nearly without restriction. According to the data from Zhang Tian's blueprint, this L3 level large Stargate surpassed any existing Stargate in the Holy Light Empire in terms of cargo capacity, while consuming far less energy than others. But that wasn't even what shocked Zhang Tian the most. In this universe, constructing a Stargate required finding a spatial resonance node capable of supporting its operation. This was largely a matter of luck. Some resonance nodes lay extremely far from nearby star systems, and some star systems didn't have any accessible nodes at all, leading to vast developmental gaps between systems. Yet, Zhang Tian's blueprint described a Stargate that was entirely free of this limitation. Or rather, it could create a new spatial resonance point anywhere in the universe. The only requirement was that it couldn't be too close to an existing resonance node. Otherwise, spatial instability would cause severe spatial storms on both ends. The data left Zhang Tian dumbfounded. He knew that if such specifications ever hit the market, the Holy Light Empire's central laboratory would immediately seize him and dissect his brain. So for now, he had no intention of using this technology. And judging by his current finances, he didn't even have 1/1,000,000th of the funds needed to build a single Stargate. Not to mention, Stargates always came in pairs. While Zhang Tian could technically connect it into the existing network of Stargates, doing so would risk exposure, rendering secrecy meaningless. After much deliberation, Zhang Tian decided to shelve this technology for now, waiting until he grew significantly stronger. With that thought, he glanced back at the system, and suddenly spotted a glaring flaw. Sure, the blueprint was incredible, but it wasn't classified as either a combat or auxiliary starship blueprint. Well, obviously, it wasn't even a starship, which meant his system upgrade quests weren't progressing at all. Internally, Zhang Tian couldn't help but vent. Is the system trying to punish me? Not only can I not use this right now, but it doesn't count toward any progress. I'm so furious I could explode. Zhang Tian kept fuming. But since the system ignored him completely, he eventually got so irritated that he fell asleep. When he woke up again, Hua Ying had already finished tallying the combat report and came to brief him. Still groggy, Zhang Tian listened as Hua Ying delivered her update. Reporting, Commander. In this engagement, a total of 69 warships participated from our side, with no losses. However, 19 warships sustained damage. 2 L2 class vessels were heavily damaged after being targeted by concentrated fire from enemy L3 class ships. They're currently undergoing emergency repairs at the Hunter's pirate base. The rest have minor injuries and will be repaired collectively upon returning to the starbase. Among personnel, 178 were injured, none killed. All wounded are currently receiving treatment aboard the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. Zhang Tian nodded. He was quite satisfied with these numbers, especially considering this was the first full-scale operation conducted by his star fleet. The previous battle against the Eclipse cult didn't really count. It was more like mopping up weak enemies, consuming mostly ammunition. Seeing Zhang Tian smiling contentedly, Hua Ying interrupted. Commander, additionally, we consumed a significant amount of combat supplies during this battle. Hearing this, Zhang Tian immediately grew serious. This was something he cared deeply about, and wiped the smile off his face. All right, go on. In this battle, we expended 9,000 interstellar missiles. Missile consumption stands at approximately 60%. Other physical ammunition usage is around 50%, with no significant deviation. Huang reported, glancing at the data in her hands. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian thought it wasn't too bad. His lips started curling upward slightly again. But then Huang added, "Commander, don't smile just yet. The market price for standard L2 interstellar missiles is 100,000 holy light coins each. Just for missiles alone, you've spent 900 million holy light coins in this single battle. When combined with other expenditures and losses, the total cost should be around 1 billion holy light coins." Chapter 46, Battlefield Command Ship. Chapter 45. A question mark slowly formed in Jiang Tian's mind. So essentially, this single trip had just cost him 10 billion stellar lumens? The interstellar missile cruiser was indeed satisfying to use. Relentless bombardment, truly spectacular at the moment. But looking back now, all that satisfaction was literally money being thrown away, wave after wave of funds smashed straight into the enemy's face. Although Jiang Tian still had over 900 billion stellar lumens, he realized he couldn't keep fighting battles like this endlessly. Would that amount even be enough? When factoring in crew salaries and warship maintenance costs, Jiang Tian could practically feel his heart bleeding. Just then, Huang continued. But that price I mentioned earlier was only the selling price. If we produce them ourselves, the cost would only be about 1/10 of that. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply in relief, mentally reassuring himself. That's better, still manageable. He turned to Huang and asked, "How's the cleanup of the Demon Hunter's pirate base going?" Huang glanced down briefly before replying. "We've cleared over half already. The total estimated gains from the entire base should reach around 200 million. If we take everything, it'll barely cover the losses from this battle." This brought Jiang Tian some small comfort. Overall, this fight hadn't resulted in a net loss, and besides, the main goal had been revenge anyway. Jiang Tian waved his hand and said, "All right then, that's settled. Once the cleanup of the Demon Hunter's base is complete, we leave." Huang nodded, saluted, and ended the communication. Finally, Jiang Tian could get some rest. 2 days passed, and Jiang Tian returned once more to his starbase. Reflecting carefully on the recent battle, he concluded he couldn't keep relying on the interstellar missile cruiser every time. Otherwise, each engagement would consume massive amounts of resources, not to mention, primarily, it was just too damn expensive. He summoned Huang and gave her instructions. "I'm setting our construction schedule for the next month. Our funds are currently sufficient, so first priority is strengthening our industrial capacity. Build 7 L3 Divine Artisan class heavy industrial ships. At the same time, construct 3 L3 Moon Shadow class heavy aircraft carriers and 10 L3 Phantom Wave class battlecruisers. Also build 10 L2 Dwarf class light industrial vessels dedicated to producing interstellar missiles for the L2 Wolf Hunter class missile destroyers." "All right, that should do for now." Huang nodded and said, "Understood, Commander. I've noted it all." She immediately began calculating the required raw materials. Based on this production plan, we'll need raw materials worth approximately 5 billion stellar lumens. However, with such a large quantity of materials, we're still lacking a proper supply transport route, Huang reported. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, "Then let me check with Elder E. We might have to delay procurement for now. In the meantime, just use whatever materials we already have stored in the base." Huang nodded. "Received, Commander. That won't be a problem." With a wave of his hand, Jiang Tian dismissed her, and she left to handle the arrangements. 2 weeks later, Jiang Tian had thought he could finally enjoy a peaceful month, but barely halfway through, trouble arrived at his doorstep. On this day, Fengling Jiwen personally arrived at Jiang Tian's starbase. Upon hearing that Fengling Jiwen had come, Jiang Tian immediately prepared to welcome him. Soon, Fengling Jiwen's shuttle landed inside the starbase. Jiang Tian stood on the landing pad, his Starfleet uniform fluttering in the wind. Fengling Jiwen stepped off the shuttle alone and said to Jiang Tian, "Brother Jiang Tian, after I reported our battle in the Mayun system to the Central System, the Emperor assigned the matter to the Second Prince. Now the Second Prince has summoned me to the Central System for a meeting, and specifically instructed me to bring you along. I came here to pick you up." Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. "So soon? Right now?" Fengling Jiwen replied with slight regret. "Yes. I didn't expect this either. I only received the news recently, so I came straight to find you." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. He couldn't think of any good reason to refuse, so he reluctantly said, "All right then, let's go. I'll gather my crew." But as soon as he moved, Fengling Jiwen quickly stopped him. "No need. We'll take my starship. I can explain everything to you on the way." After a brief hesitation, Jiang Tian finally nodded in agreement. The two boarded Fengling Jiwen's shuttle together. 10 minutes later, a massive violet gold starship appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. Fengling Jiwen said proudly, "This is my family's flagship, the Fengling." Jiang Tian twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Talk about straightforward naming, clear and simple, though apparently the Fengling family lacks any creativity when it comes to names. But Fengling Jiwen added, "Don't underestimate this vessel. It's a genuine L4 class warship." Jiang Tian looked puzzled. He hadn't seen a single weapon on this warship, apart from its length resembling an L4 class vessel. Nothing else about it seemed to match the standard of an L4. Fengling Jiwen continued, "This warship is actually a battlefield command vessel, Juju Yanfa, and designed by our Fengling family. Currently, only one unit is in active service." "A battlefield command vessel?" Jiang Tian froze in shock. "An L4 class battlefield command vessel? As the name suggested, battlefield command vessels were warships dedicated solely to battlefield coordination and command. These ships typically carried no weapons at all, instead being outfitted entirely with various electronic communication systems. For example, Zhang Tian's current fleet used a combat-class starship as flagship. But that posed a problem. If the flagship wasn't of high enough class, it could easily be eliminated by enemy forces early in battle or face hardware limitations that hindered command efficiency. On the other hand, using a high-tier warship for command duties wasted elite combat power on non-combat roles, while constantly risking the loss of such a valuable asset during engagements. After all, once destroyed, there would be no immediate replacement ready to take over command. To solve this dilemma, scientists had worked hard to develop a new category of warship, the battlefield command vessel. Equipped with top-tier command systems and powerful energy shields, these vessels ensured stable and reliable battlefield command capabilities. Seeing Zhang Tian's stunned expression, Fengling Jiwen grew even more proud and said, "Well, do you want one? This ship has a fully integrated holographic battlefield command system, absolutely one of a kind in the entire empire. And since we're brothers, I'll give you a discounted price. One of these command vessels isn't expensive at all, only 80 billion stellar lumens. Pretty good deal, right?" Fengling Jiwen knew Zhang Tian had just come into a trillion. That kind of wealth meant money wasn't an issue. Besides, Zhang Tian lacked for no ordinary warships. In fact, Fengling Jiwen himself often relied on Zhang Tian for reinforcements. The battlefield command vessel was the only type of ship Fengling Jiwen could offer that Zhang Tian might actually consider buying. Truthfully, 80 billion was extremely cheap. The construction cost of a standard L4 class warship started at around 10 billion stellar lumens, with market prices typically over 10 times higher. Considering this vessel's capabilities, 80 billion was a bargain. If Fengling Jiwen put it on the open market, both the Imperial Military Department and royal family would undoubtedly be scrambling to acquire it. But Zhang Tian had no intention of purchasing it. Paying 80 billion upfront would leave him nearly drained of his remaining funds, essentially wiping out his financial flexibility for anything else. Chapter 47. The Imperial Struggle. Chapter 47. Zhang Tian shook his head and declined, saying, "Never mind, old good Jiwen, my fleet doesn't need such advanced equipment right now. I'll wait until my fleet becomes stronger before considering something like this." In truth, Zhang Tian had another thought in mind. He believed that a warship of such practical value must exist within the system, and anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top quality. If he were going to build one, it would have to be the best. Buying this one for 80 billion credits now would just be a waste. Fengling Jiwen didn't press further. After all, this was a major deal, not something that could be settled in just a few words between two people. Soon, the shuttle landed inside the hangar of the L4 Fengling-class flagship. Led by Fengling Jiwen, Zhang Tian arrived at the warship's main reception chamber. No sooner had they sat down than Fengling Jiwen began his practiced tea brewing routine. "Brother Zhang Tian," said Fengling Jiwen, "have some tea first before we talk about anything else. This is a rare tea preserved by our family, specifically stored aboard this vessel for entertaining guests. I rarely get to enjoy it myself. Today, I'm lucky enough to share it thanks to you." Zhang Tian picked up the teacup offered by Fengling Jiwen and took a sip. The aroma was indeed rich and strong. However, Zhang Tian couldn't detect any difference between this tea and the one Fengling Jiwen had previously given him. After finishing the tea preparation, Fengling Jiwen moved on to the main topic. As per the second prince's instructions, he began, "Since the Star Eaters involve imperial secrets of the Holy Light Empire, discussions cannot take place over virtual networks. Everything must be done face-to-face in person." Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. Given the scale of the matter, if details leaked online, there would be no peace left within the Holy Light Empire. Fengling Jiwen continued, "I've already submitted my report to the central system, but I made some adjustments to the battlefield details. I need to tell you about them now so you don't accidentally give something away later." Zhang Tian immediately looked puzzled, staring at Fengling Jiwen. He didn't understand how battlefield reports could be altered. Fengling Jiwen took a sip of tea and explained, "Let me let you in on a little secret. It's common knowledge among the upper echelons, though you wouldn't know it yet. The Fengling family has always supported the third prince. And regarding the data from this battle, there are many parts we cannot reveal to the second prince. For example, your several L3 class warships. If the second prince found out about them, you'd be in serious trouble. But I can't fabricate too much either. So I credited the victory primarily to your L2 class Hunter Wolf missile destroyers and the L2 class Yamba interstellar cruiser you sold to the military department. When questioned, just stick to those two models. Under no circumstances mention your L3 warships. The reason I invited you aboard the Fengling flagship for this journey to the central system is partly due to this concern." Fengling Jiwen spoke with solemn sincerity. Zhang Tian nodded and replied, "Don't worry, Brother Jiwen, I understand." Fengling Jiwen sipped his tea again and added, "Also, Brother Zhang Tian, the timing of your appearance is rather suspicious. You claim you could predict where the Star Eaters would appear. If the Imperial family learned of such an ability, you'd instantly become the center of attention, and not in a good way. I don't care personally. You came here to help me, after all. You have your secrets, and I have mine. There's no need to dig too deeply. But others might not feel the same, especially the Imperial family. They'd definitely be very interested in you." Zhang Tian was suddenly startled. He hadn't considered this at all earlier, being solely focused on completing the tasks assigned by the system. Fortunately, the Star Eater incident occurred within Fengling Jiwen's Moyen star system. If he'd encountered someone else, it would have been difficult to explain. He raised his teacup in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Brother Jiwen, for your help. That was my oversight." With that, he drained his cup in one go. Fengling Jiwen refilled Jiang Tian's cup and smiled, saying, "There's no need for formalities, Brother Jiang Tian. After all, you saved my life. I, Fengling Jiwen, am a straightforward man. I could never betray someone who saved me. Besides, we're now business partners. If you were exposed, I wouldn't gain anything either." This joke brought laughter from both men, but it was exactly what Jiang Tian wanted to hear. While it was possible that Fengling Jiwen was genuinely honest, as a victor who emerged from fierce struggles within a powerful family, his cunning and depth of strategy were unmatched. He wouldn't act purely out of sentiment. Yet the second half of what Fengling Jiwen said, though blunt and pragmatic, directly stating their mutual benefit, that was precisely what Jiang Tian needed to hear. Because that was the attitude of a true merchant. Any help he gave would come with the expectation of reciprocal returns. Fengling Jiwen went on. "The main purpose of meeting the second prince this time is to discuss the matter of the Star Eaters. This has been specially permitted by His Majesty the Emperor. Due to our performance in this battle, His Majesty has specifically instructed the second prince to inform us about the truth behind the Star Eaters." Jiang Tian nodded. In truth, he was also curious about what these Star Eaters really were. Not only did their origin seem strange, but they could even drop system fragments. Perhaps this was somehow linked to the origin of the system itself. Fengling Jiwen gazed at the nearly empty teacup in his hand and said, "Brother Jiang Tian, you probably already know about the struggle among the princes. Have you thought about which side you'll stand on?" Jiang Tian naturally had some understanding of these matters. The current emperor was advanced in years, and he had 2 daughters and 4 sons. Although the eldest child was a daughter, honored as the eldest princess, the Holy Light Empire had no precedent for a female emperor. Thus, those princes who originally had no chance at succession now became ambitious, each striving to prove themselves before the emperor. Since the throne would no longer go strictly by primogeniture, it didn't matter much which son ascended. As a result, the princes formed their own factions. The 4th princess and 5th prince were full siblings and naturally allied. The eldest princess, however, stood alone. After all, while there had never been a female emperor, that didn't mean one couldn't exist. She still wanted to try. Perhaps she could be the first to break tradition. Jiang Tian pondered. Truthfully, he didn't want to get involved in any of this. The imperial family was murky water, and he could easily drown if he wasn't careful. Yet, he had already offended the 6th prince. Staying uninvolved was no longer an option. In the end, Jiang Tian replied, "Old brother Fengling, I haven't decided yet. I'll wait and see a bit longer." Chapter 48. First Encounter with the Second Prince. Chapter 48. Fengling Jiwen laughed heartily and said, "I know it's a bit early to ask you to make this decision, since your current abilities haven't reached that level yet. But this is something you'll inevitably have to consider sooner or later, because your potential certainly doesn't end here. There's another meaning behind my words. I want you to join our side as well, to support the third prince. With your involvement, he would take a huge leap forward in the race for the throne." Jiang Tian hadn't expected Fengling Jiwen to hold him in such high regard. He could only respond tactfully. "To be honest, I really don't want to get involved in affairs like this. Who becomes emperor doesn't really matter to me." Fengling Jiwen still wore a smile as he said, "Fair enough, but if you can build a good relationship with a prince, all aspects of your future development will become much easier." Jiang Tian naturally understood this logic. Combined with Fengling Jiwen's persistent persuasion, he finally gave in. "Fengling brother, I can't openly align myself with the third prince right now, but if he truly needs help, I won't hesitate to act." That was exactly the response Fengling Jiwen wanted. Hearing Jiang Tian's stance, he was thoroughly satisfied. "Report, Captain Fengling. We have arrived at the central system and are currently exiting the Stargate." At that moment, the shipboard announcement from the Fengling interrupted their conversation. Fengling Jiwen said, "Brother Jiang Tian, I assume you've never been to the central system before?" Jiang Tian nodded and replied, "That's right. Until now, I never really had a reason to come here." "Haha, fair enough. To be honest, this is only my 3rd time here," Fengling Jiwen laughed. By now, the Fengling was gradually pulling away from the central system Stargate. Fengling continued, "We're heading straight to the Holy Light Palace to meet the second prince. But we still have some time. I'll take you to see the only L5 class Stargate in the entire Holy Light Empire." Jiang Tian was thrilled at the news. He had long admired this megastructure, and now that he had the chance to see it in person, he certainly wouldn't pass it up. Excitedly, he said, "No problem, let's go now." After reaching an agreement, the two made their way together to the observation deck atop the Fengling. This 360-degree glass enclosure originally served as an optical observation point during combat. After all, under conditions of electronic interference, warships might become invisible on radar. In such situations, locating enemy fleets through optical telescopes became an effective method. After all, the engine lights of large fleet formations were extremely bright against the void. But when not in battle, this space doubled as an observation platform. Even though they were already far from the central system Stargate, the massive structure remained clearly visible to the naked eye. When Jiang Tian turned around, he saw the colossal object suspended in space. Fengling Jiwen began his explanation. This central system Stargate was actually built jointly by Star River Heavy Industries and Universal Industrial Group. When the Imperial Court issued the construction order, our 2 corporations competed in a bid process. However, neither company alone could complete such a monumental project. Under intervention from the Imperial family, Star River and Universal set aside their rivalry and temporarily became partners, working together to complete this L5 class Stargate. So there was such a story behind this Stargate. Had he not come here with Fengling Jiwen, Jiang Tian would never have known. Fengling went on. This L5 class Stargate was originally designed to transport over 1,000 L4 class warships per day. This capacity is more than sufficient for transportation between the central system and other regions. Even today, there has never been a single day when the Stargate operated at 60% of its maximum capacity. After all, few people even own L4 class warships, and those who do wouldn't be casually visiting the central system. So, in truth, this Stargate is more for spectacle than practical use. Jiang Tian nodded. It made sense. As long as it proved useful during a single emergency, it would already be worth it. As they continued talking, the Stargate grew increasingly distant. Fengling then said, "Brother Jiang Tian, let's go. It's about time. We should disembark soon." Jiang Tian asked in confusion, "But haven't we reached the central system yet? Why get off so soon?" Fengling explained, "The Holy Light Palace isn't located on the main planet of the central system. It's a sky garden fixed on the outer rim of the system." Jiang Tian frowned, saying, "That's strange. Then what is that palace on the Imperial capital planet?" Fengling smiled and said, "That one? It's a fake, or rather, just a side hall. It's where royal family members and ministers' relatives live. After all, a whole planet is too big a target. If trouble strikes, there'd be no way to escape. Now, this Holy Light Palace is equipped with many disposable curvature engines, capable of carrying the royal family across the universe in an instant." Jiang Tian inwardly remarked, "If it really comes to that, where could they possibly escape to?" Fengling Jiwen reminded, "Brother Jiang Tian, you've essentially been summoned to the palace this time, so you have the right to know about the situation of the Holy Light Palace. But this is Imperial top secret. It must not be mentioned to outsiders. When you're outside, just assume the Holy Light Palace is on the Empire's main planet." Jiang Tian straightened his expression and said, "Brother Jiwen, I understand completely. Of course it was classified. After all, if everyone knew this, there'd be no point building the Holy Light Palace here. Better just construct it on the Imperial capital planet instead." Fengling Jiwen nodded approvingly. "I certainly trust you, Brother Jiang Tian, but formalities must still be observed. Come, it's time we disembarked." Jiang Tian nodded and followed Fengling Jiwen onto the shuttlecraft. Outside the Fengling, a massive palace stood towering in the void, its entire structure glowing golden yellow. The palace complex consisted of one central hall, 9 main halls, and 49 subsidiary halls. The central hall served as the emperor's office, while the 9 main halls oversaw the 9 departments of the Holy Light Empire. Each of the 49 subsidiary halls belonged to a prince or princess, with the remaining ones housing minor imperial departments. Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen were heading specifically to the second subsidiary hall. Soon, the shuttlecraft landed. Following guidance, Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen entered a reception chamber within the second subsidiary hall. Inside the chamber, the second prince was already seated, waiting for them. Upon seeing their entrance, the second prince immediately set aside what he was doing. Fengling Jiwen and Jiang Tian bowed respectfully. Honored greetings to the second prince. The second prince smiled and said, "Please, no need for such formalities. Both of you are practically imperial heroes now. Feel free to relax. Besides, I'm younger than Brother Fengling here, so I won't put on any elder's airs." Chapter 49. The History of the Star Eaters. Chapter 49. At the moment, Jiang Tian had a fairly positive impression of the second prince, though he knew that first impressions could be misleading and needed time to verify, as appearances were often deceiving. Fengling Jiwen responded modestly, "Your Highness flatters me. I merely acted to protect my own star system." The second prince smiled and said, "Brother Fengling, you're being too humble. The Star Eaters aren't easy to deal with. Historically, each appearance has brought tremendous losses to the Empire." Jiang Tian perked up. He sensed they were finally getting to the main topic. Fengling Jiwen asked, "Then could your Highness enlighten us? Where exactly do these Star Eaters come from?" The second prince pulled up the imperial historical records and explained. The Star Eaters first appeared in 1307 of the Holy Light calendar. At that time, no one recognized them. They were mistaken for some kind of sentient alien species. But unexpectedly, the first star system to make contact was completely consumed by the Star Eaters. Not a single survivor remained. When the Holy Light Imperial family heard the news, they immediately mobilized the entire Empire's fleet to surround and eliminate the threat. However, the task force soon discovered that the Star Eaters could evolve, and already included level 3 life forms. The Empire was forced to deploy experimental L3 warships into combat before they were fully ready. Fortunately, the Imperial Academy of Sciences proved reliable. In the end, the Empire won that battle. After deliberation, the Empire decided to destroy the entire star system. By then, it had been entirely overtaken by the Star Eaters. There was nothing left worth saving. Eventually, after a week-long orbital bombardment, the entire system was reduced to ruins. The Imperial Academy once attempted to capture a live specimen for research, but the Star Eaters' corrosive nature made such efforts impossible. Scientists quickly abandoned the idea. To this day, the Empire still doesn't fully understand what the Star Eaters are. After that incident, all star systems were placed on high alert. It had caused widespread chaos. Yet, for 2 years afterward, there were no further appearances. Gradually, peace returned across the Empire. The Imperial family began to treat the event as an isolated anomaly. It wasn't until about a century later that the Star Eaters reappeared. this time near a military base. They were dealt with swiftly. Still, the incident served as a wake-up call. The Star Eaters would return. But their timing remained unpredictable. In response, the Empire established the Star Eater Surveillance Division, dedicated solely to handling sudden outbreaks. After several more Star Eater conflicts, the Holy Light Empire gradually realized these invasions occurred roughly once every 100 years. Based on this pattern, they adjusted their patrol intensities accordingly. Furthermore, the Empire deliberately downplayed the existence of the Star Eaters in public consciousness. After every incursion, all involved personnel were required to sign strict confidentiality agreements. Over time, the Star Eaters faded from public memory. Each invasion was swiftly handled by the Empire, and few citizens ever became aware. This recent attack, however, was an exception. Star Eaters have a singular mode of attack, primarily through corrosion. Though they sometimes include warships within their swarm, those remain rare. Nonetheless, the strength of the Star Eaters increases with each appearance. Initially only level 1, they've since reached L3, as seen in your case. In Imperial history, L4 Star Eaters have indeed emerged. Moreover, the level of the Star Eaters is tied to the duration of the spatial rift. Experiments have shown that the Star Eaters themselves, along with the residue they leave behind, destabilize space-time channels. In theory, the Star Eaters you faced should have reached L4, but due to your rapid response, there wasn't enough time for the spatial channel to fully form. That's why this invasion was contained at L3. Upon hearing this, Fengling Jiwen glanced gratefully at Jiang Tian. Without him, Fengling likely wouldn't have survived. Jiang Tian, however, asked with lingering doubt. But your highness mentioned the Star Eater Surveillance Division. Why didn't anyone come to help during the battle, even after it started? The second prince sighed helplessly. That part, I don't know either. It's only been over 40 years since the last known incursion. According to Holy Light records, the shortest interval between two invasions was 76 years. This time, we simply didn't anticipate it. Fengling Jiwen nodded. So that was it. No wonder it had caught the Empire off guard. Jiang Tian continued. Is it possible that the Star Eaters could secretly hide within some other star system without being detected? The second prince smiled, radiating confidence. That's impossible. After every Star Eater invasion, the Holy Light Empire conducts a full census of all star systems, ensuring no large-scale presence remains undetected. Jiang Tian nodded. Now he understood. The Empire's Star Eater Surveillance Division truly was formidable. My current responsibility is overseeing the Star Eater Surveillance Division. The reason I've called you here today is actually twofold. I'd like to invite both of you to join the Holy Light Empire's Star Eater Surveillance Division. Jiang Tian immediately shook his head and said, My brother Jiwen and I are businessmen. We probably can't spare much time for patrolling Imperial territories. Fengling Jiwen nodded in agreement and politely declined. Thank you for your highness's kind offer, but we really wouldn't be able to fulfill such a duty. The second prince waved his hand dismissively. Oh, don't worry about that. Our Star Eater Surveillance Division has two branches. One is the Patrol Division, which is handled by dedicated military personnel who live on starships full-time. Jiang Tian asked, What about their families then? The second prince replied, Those who take this job bring their entire families aboard the starships and become part of the fleet. They receive higher salaries and benefits, which extend to 3 generations of their family. But they must live aboard the starship for 20 years continuously. Jiang Tian nodded. This arrangement made sense. There would always be people desperate enough for money to accept such a role. The second prince continued. The second branch of the Star Eater Surveillance Division is the Combat Unit. Once a Star Eater invasion is detected, the Combat Unit must assemble within 3 hours and reach the battlefield within 10. Generally speaking, this time frame is more than sufficient. No incident has ever occurred due to delay. Of course, your case was truly an exception. Fengling Jiwen nodded. In that case, they could consider joining the Combat Unit. He glanced at Jiang Tian and noticed the eager spark in his eyes. Turning back to the second prince, Fengling asked, If we join the Star Eater Surveillance Division, what kind of benefits would we receive? The second prince thought for a moment and said, According to the contract, all expenses related to Star Eater combat operations will be covered by the Empire. Additionally, each mission completed earns a bonus proportional to military merit. Jiang Tian considered this. It wasn't entirely unacceptable. He turned slightly toward Fengling Jiwen. Fengling Jiwen nodded and answered on Jiang Tian's behalf. All right then, your highness. We'll join the combat unit. If anything involving Star Eaters comes up, you can count on us. Jiang Tian nodded beside him in agreement. Chapter 50. The Second Prince's Recruitment. Chapter 50. The second prince clapped his hands and said, That's excellent. The Stellar Eclipse Surveillance Division of the Holy Light Empire welcomes both of you to join. With that, he extended his hand and shook hands with Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen. Then he took out a contract and gestured for Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen to sign it. After reading it carefully, the two happily signed their names. Once the second prince confirmed there were no issues, he put the contract away. At this moment, Jiang Tian asked, If war breaks out, how do we contact you? The second prince reached into the desk and pulled out 2 communicators, handing one each to Jiang Tian and Fengling Jiwen. He explained, These are special communicators used exclusively by the Stellar Eclipse Surveillance Division. Their range covers the entire universe. If a conflict arises, a coordinate will appear on the device. You'll need to assemble your fleet immediately and head to that location. Jiang Tian reached out and took the communicator, examining it closely. It was a circular device, about 2 centimeters square. If threaded with a cord, it could easily be worn as a pendant around the neck. Jiang Tian fiddled with the small object, puzzled. It was so tiny that he couldn't help but doubt whether it actually worked. Noticing Jiang Tian's skepticism, the second prince explained. Brother Jiang Tian, rest assured, this device was developed by the Imperial Academy of Sciences. There won't be any problems with it. Jiang Tian nodded cautiously, still somewhat doubtful. Feng Lingchuan set down his communicator and asked, Your Highness, I have another question. The second prince smiled and said, Of course, please ask anything. Feng Lingchuan gathered his thoughts and asked, After all these years, has the Empire truly not discovered the origin of the stellar eclipsers? Are we destined to remain in passive defense forever? Hearing this, the second prince sighed deeply and replied, The Empire has indeed investigated this matter. Over countless generations, dozens of scientific teams have been involved in this project. But the final conclusion is that these stellar eclipsers originate from beyond our universe. Feng Lingchuan gasped in shock. Beyond our universe. Jiang Tian, however, already had suspicions thanks to his system, so he didn't seem particularly surprised. The second prince gave Jiang Tian a meaningful glance before continuing. The spatial passages connecting to the outer universe are not even comparable to the stargates we use today. Our scientists haven't fully understood intra-universe stargates yet. This shows that the stellar eclipser's technological level is at least a major step ahead of ours. Under such circumstances, if they launched a large-scale invasion, the Holy Light Empire, and even this entire universe, would face utter devastation. Fortunately, for now, the stellar eclipsers show no intention of attacking our universe, and the Empire lacks the strength to launch an expedition into the outer universe. So we can only continue this defensive posture. Aside from consuming some resources, it's actually tolerable. Feng Lingchuan nodded. This involved forces beyond the universe. Any misstep could lead to annihilation. The second prince asked, Are there any other questions? Jiang Tian shook his head and said, No further questions. Thank you, Your Highness, for clarifying everything today. The second prince waved his hand dismissively. I'm merely fulfilling my duty. In fact, you two have contributed greatly today. Since there are no more questions, let me see you off. He stood up, extending his arm in an inviting gesture. Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan also rose and followed behind the second prince as they exited the second side hall. When they reached the landing pad, the second prince stopped and said, I'll see you this far. Farewell, you two. Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan bowed together, then turned and walked toward the shuttle. Suddenly, the second prince called out to Jiang Tian. Brother Jiang Tian, as the long night approaches, why not seek a place of peace? Jiang Tian paused, turned around, and respectfully replied, As the long night approaches, where can one find peace? Nowhere, but in solitude. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. Once aboard the shuttle, Feng Lingchuan finally asked, Brother Jiang Tian, what cryptic exchange was that between you and the second prince just now? Jiang Tian chuckled and explained. It was nothing much, just a classical reference. The era of chaos is coming, and the second prince was trying to recruit me. Feng Lingchuan grew even more confused. He was just a businessman. He knew nothing of ancient references. He asked, Then did you accept, Brother Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian said, Of course not. I told him although I cannot escape the coming chaos, I don't wish to involve myself too deeply. Feng Lingchuan now felt relieved. This aligned exactly with what Jiang Tian had previously promised. Seeing his expression, Jiang Tian said, Feng Ling, brother, maybe you should read more books. These stories are quite fascinating. Feng Lingchuan nodded in agreement and promised, I really should read more books, otherwise I still won't understand you next time you say these things. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and murmured to himself, The chaotic era is approaching. Second prince, then, what exactly is your role in all of this? The question the second prince had asked Jiang Tian at the end was not merely an attempt to recruit him. It also revealed absolute confidence, a certainty that he would rise above others in the coming turmoil. In contrast, the second prince seemed more like a ruthless, ambitious warlord by nature. Such people might value talent, but they were deeply calculating and hard to trust. Jiang Tian had no desire to get entangled with someone like that. Dealing with Feng Lingchuan was far more comfortable. Thinking this, Jiang Tian turned his head to glance at Feng Lingchuan beside him, who was lost in thought. Soon, Feng Lingchuan dropped Jiang Tian off at the stellar base before piloting the Feng Ling into the Moyun star system. Back in his room, Jiang Tian threw himself onto the bed, planning to have a good sleep. Dealing with members of the imperial family was truly exhausting. Every word had to be weighed carefully. Before long, Jiang Tian drifted into a drowsy slumber. Chapter 51 Invisible Reconnaissance Ship. Chapter 51. 2 weeks passed quickly, and the production plan Jiang Tian had laid out for the month was already fully completed. Jiang Tian now possessed 25 combat-type L3 warships. For a fleet built from nothing, this was already quite impressive. Huang reported to Jiang Tian, Commander, this production task was completed 3 days ahead of schedule. Additionally, thanks to the efficient manufacturing capacity of the L3 Xingu-grade large industrial vessels, about 1 billion Saint-like coins worth of materials remain from the 5 billion we purchased. Jiang Tian nodded and instructed. In that case, next month's material procurement can be proportionally reduced a bit. Huang responded, Understood, Commander. I'll make a note of it and calculate accordingly later. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and continued. Now that we have 10 L3 Xingu-grade large industrial ships, we can increase our production output next month. First, build 20 L2 Highland-class missile destroyers and stockpile additional interstellar missiles for them. Also produce 10 L3 Shulong-class battlecruisers, 5 L3 Yuan-class large carriers, and 5 L3 Shuangguan-class medium frigates. Leave any surplus production capacity open for now. I'll inform you of further orders in a few days. Hua Ying immediately operated her terminal, carefully noting down every detail of Jiang Tian's instructions. Jiang Tian added, "We also need to replenish our troop numbers. The L3 Yuan-class carriers require quite a few personnel. As for the missing materials, compile a list and hand it directly to Old Master Yi along with the payment." Last month, when Jiang Tian mentioned asking Old Master Yi to transport goods for the Starry Sky Fleet, the old man agreed without hesitation and signed a long-term contract at a price significantly below market value. Initially, Jiang Tian hadn't intended to push for such a low price, but given Old Master Yi's insistence and Yihan's persuasion, he reluctantly accepted. In Old Master Yi's own words, "My life was saved by you. If it weren't for the people under my care, I'd offer an even lower price." Knowing he couldn't persuade the elder otherwise, Jiang Tian gave in, but raised Yihan's salary instead. Meanwhile, Hua Ying had finished recording everything. After saluting, she left the command center. Watching Hua Ying's retreating figure, Jiang Tian mused to himself. The main quest is nearly complete. I wonder what kind of new mission the system will roll out. After completing this month's production plan, Jiang Tian now owned 82 warships, close to the main objective of 100. That was precisely why he had assigned priority to producing 20 L2 Highland-class missile destroyers earlier. No wonder these L3 Xingu-grade industrial vessels lived up to their reputation. Before even the third day arrived, Jiang Tian received a system notification. Beep. Main quest detected as completed. Dispensing rewards. Immediately, a massive warship selection wheel appeared before Jiang Tian, spinning rapidly. Soon, it slowed, revealing a sleek silver warship coming to a halt in front of him. Congratulations. You have obtained the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel. Jiang Tian opened the blueprint for the ship. Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel. Grade, L3. Speed, 190 knots. Length, 901 m. Armament, 40 by 200 mm rapid-fire closed defense cannons. Defense, hull integrity, 4,000. Energy shield, 20,000 units. Special, stealth mode. Jiang Tian was stunned. Optical invisibility? Did he read that right? Optical stealth technology was one tier above radar stealth. With mere radar stealth, enemies could still spot the vessel using optical telescopes. But if the ship could become invisible to the eye itself, detection would become extremely difficult. Mounting this kind of optical stealth on a reconnaissance vessel was nothing short of a perfect match. Main quest updated. Hearing the alert, Jiang Tian instantly closed the blueprint of the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel and opened his system interface to check. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, 4-3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest, explore the stellar eclipse altar, coordinates. Side quests, collect system fragments. Blood revenge. Enter the top 100 on the 1,000 stars ranking. System upgrade quest. Own 5 L3 combat warship blueprints. Possess 3 L3 support type starship blueprints. Own 100 L3 warships. Time quest, none. Seeing this quest, Jiang Tian realized the stellar eclipse altar must be closely related to the eclipse cultists. Since this task had reappeared as a main quest, it was clear the eclipse cultists were now his primary target. Following the main quest line would likely also lead him to the origin of the system. With that thought, Jiang Tian immediately summoned Hua Ying and instructed. "I'm sending you a blueprint right now. Since we've just finished producing the L2 Highland-class missile destroyers, I need you to prioritize building one prototype immediately, fast as possible. Also, produce 9 more of this class this month." Seeing Jiang Tian's urgency, Hua Ying quickly straightened up and rushed off to arrange everything. With the combined efforts of several L3 Xingu-grade large industrial vessels, the Starry Sky Fleet's first L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel successfully rolled out 10 hours after Jiang Tian received the blueprint. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Tian didn't care about the time anymore. He immediately stood up and headed straight to the Starry Sky Fleet's port, eager to see the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel with his own eyes. At the dock, Yihan and Hua Ying were already waiting. As Jiang Tian approached, Yihan waved. Jiang Tian couldn't wait and blurted out, "Yihan, Hua Ying, where's my L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel?" Hua Ying glanced at Yihan with an awkward expression, but received only a reassuring look in return. Yihan stepped forward proudly and said, "Reporting, Commander. Your L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel is right here, but only clever people can see it." Jiang Tian nearly gritted his teeth in frustration. This ship was tied directly to his main quest. Even worse, wasn't Yihan implying he wasn't clever? After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Tian finally gave Yihan a sharp flick on the forehead. Smirking, he said, "So you think you're really smart now, huh?" Yihan crouched to one side, cradling his head in silent wink, too aggrieved to speak. At this point, Hua Ying noticed the situation was spiraling unexpectedly and quickly stepped in to mediate. "Commander, your warship is right here," Hua Ying said. At that moment, an alert sounded through the Stardock communications channel. L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel stealth function test completed. Confirmed undetectable via optical means. Hearing the announcement, Jiang Tian suddenly understood. Then, before his eyes, a massive warship began to gradually materialize. Yihan immediately jumped up again and declared, "See? Your warship has been here all along. How could you not see it?" Jiang Tian shot him a glance, then looked at the ship, then back at Yihan, and couldn't help but flick his forehead again. This time, Ihan was completely subdued, crouching quietly to the side without moving. Hua Ying stood nearby, covering her mouth as she quietly laughed. Jiang Tian, meanwhile, was mentally marveling at the perfection of the optical stealth. He had no time to deal with the two of them. He had walked so close and hadn't detected anything unusual at all. In the vastness of space, such a vessel would be virtually impossible to spot. This optical stealth was truly powerful. After confirming this remarkable capability, Jiang Tian turned to Hua Ying and asked, "Have all other tests been completed?" Hua Ying immediately wiped the smile from her face and responded, "Commander, all tests that can be conducted within the base have been completed. The remaining ones require us to leave the base for testing." Chapter 52, Eclipse Altar. Chapter 52. Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Perfect. Let's adjust the trial navigation mission for now. Organize a crew immediately to carry out a reconnaissance mission." As he spoke, Jiang Tian sent a set of coordinates directly to Hua Ying. Hua Ying looked at the data, then asked in confusion, "Commander, are you sure these coordinates are correct? This location should be within the Ling clan's territory." Hearing this, Jiang Tian paused momentarily. He quickly opened his system to double-check and confirmed there was no error. But in truth, it made sense. The Holy Light Empire had always been under constant surveillance by the Star Eclipse Watch Department. If the Star Eclipse Cathedral had caused any major disturbance within Imperial borders, it would have been noticed long ago. That's right, those coordinates. It's technically on the borderland shared by all four clans, just slightly leaning toward the Ling clan side, Jiang Tian explained. Hua Ying replied, "Understood, Commander. I'll get it arranged right away. I'll start organizing the crew immediately, but since we're entering Ling clan territory, we can't use stargates. The journey will likely take over a week." Jiang Tian nodded. This covert expedition into Ling territory absolutely must remain secret. If word got out and fell into the wrong hands, not even the most powerful figures could protect him. Double the pay for all personnel involved in this reconnaissance mission and have them sign confidentiality agreements, Jiang Tian added. Hua Ying nodded in response. "Understood, Commander. The warship is scheduled to depart tomorrow afternoon." Hearing this, Jiang Tian turned and left. Since Hua Ying had become his secretary officer, Jiang Tian had been quite satisfied with her performance. She was always available on call and managed the stellar base with meticulous efficiency. As he walked away, Jiang Tian glanced back at Ihan, who was standing nearby with a smug grin on his face. "Ihan, now that the stellar fleet has vacancies, go to Qinhuan City and recruit some new members." Immediately, Ihan's smile vanished. Recruitment was no easy task. Not only did he have to attract enough applicants, but he also had to ensure they could pass the stellar fleet's rigorous selection process. Under such conditions, meeting the required quota was extremely difficult. Ihan pulled a pitiful grimace, but seeing this, Jiang Tian simply pretended not to notice. He turned and walked away from the port, calling over his shoulder, "I believe in you. Good luck." At that moment, Ihan felt utterly miserable, wanting to cry but unable to. He should have known better than to open his mouth earlier. Now look, he'd gone and trapped himself. A week passed quickly. Jiang Tian's L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel had already arrived near the Star Eclipse altar. According to the reconnaissance plan, the first report was due in 5 minutes. Jiang Tian was already waiting inside the control room, eagerly anticipating the transmission from the L3 Scout-class stealth ship. Before the 5 minutes were up, a file came through. Jiang Tian opened it without hesitation and began reading. The document opened with a single image, a massive structure floating in space, resembling a stargate but subtly different. The colossal construct was entirely silver, a color highly reminiscent of the star eclipsers. Its spherical design made it appear nearly identical from every angle. Though it bore a superficial resemblance to a stargate, it lacked the latter's signature spatial corridor. The reconnaissance report stated, "This structure is approximately the size of an L2 stargate, yet emits energy fluctuations between levels L4 and L5, indicating it may be a large-scale energy collection device." Jiang Tian frowned in confusion. Could this thing really possess L5 level energy output? While the star eclipse altar certainly appeared advanced, the energy density for a structure of this scale still seemed excessively high. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. But pondering alone wouldn't yield answers. All he could do was order the L3 scout vessel to continue its investigation before making any conclusions. Below the main report was another section detailing the altar's defending forces. Although Jiang Tian had no intention of attacking, such a massive installation clearly had substantial defenses. He opened the section anyway. Then he froze. What he saw stunned him. The report clearly read, "Defensive forces, L5 warships, 2. L4 warships, over 280. L3 warships, over 10,000. L2 warships, over 100,000. An abundance of L2 and L3 warships didn't particularly concern Jiang Tian. However, the sheer number of L4 vessels took him completely by surprise, not to mention 2 L5 warships. In the Holy Light Empire, L5 warships were extremely rare. Despite having mastered L4 technology, the Empire still hadn't fully cracked L5 engineering. Through experimental designs, they had managed to develop only 2 models of L5 interstellar destroyers, with fewer than 10 total units deployed across the entire empire. Yet here, a single star eclipse altar warranted such an enormous defensive commitment. There had to be a tremendous secret hidden within. But for now, Jiang Tian could only focus on reconnaissance. Military action was out of the question, as no matter how powerful he was personally, his current fleet amounted to less than a fraction of the enemy's numbers. After reading the reconnaissance report, Jiang Tian calmly erased all traces and then issued new orders to the L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessel. Remain at your current position, continue the reconnaissance mission, and attempt to intercept enemy communications. There was another reason for leaving the scout ship behind. Jiang Tian hadn't received any system notification indicating mission completion, meaning he hadn't obtained all the necessary information yet. Then Jiang Tian left the control room. He needed time to fully process the intelligence he'd just received. After all, he had previously thought the Star Eclipse Cathedral was nothing more than a minor cult organization. But clearly, that assumption was completely wrong. Just based on the fleet already revealed, their combined combat strength was already comparable to that of a small empire. And this was only the force stationed here. Who knew how many more warships they might have elsewhere? Thinking about this, Jiang Tian once again recalled his system. The origin of the system might very well be connected to the Star Eclipsers themselves. Given the system's deep hostility toward the Star Eclipsers, there must have been a profound and bitter enmity between them. The real question was, how high a level of warship design would the system eventually provide? If it could just give Jiang Tian blueprints for an L9 class warship right now, he wouldn't have to feel so frustrated. But these were just fantasies. Even if such blueprints existed, Jiang Tian currently lacked the resources and technological foundation to build one. For now, all he could do was patiently wait for the system's next upgrade. At this point, he was only missing the blueprint for an auxiliary starship. With his current industrial production capacity, building 100 L3 class warships wouldn't take too long. The real difficulty lay in obtaining that final blueprint, which depended solely on completing system missions. He'd just have to wait for the next system-assigned task, Jiang Tian thought to himself. Chapter 53, Shockwave. Chapter 53. On March 18th, 3824 Galactic Standard Calendar, an event shook the entire universe. The Spirit Race, in alliance with several Beast Clans empires, launched a planned expedition against the Mechanic Race. War was imminent. The Holy Light Empire had also received an invitation to join forces with the Spirit Race. However, due to its previous border conflict with the Mechanic Race, the Empire had no spare military strength for an expedition and could only decline. Even so, the Spirit Race still proceeded with the Beast Clans on their campaign. The Holy Light Empire thus redeployed fleets along its borders as defensive measures. For this battle, the Spirit Race mobilized nearly all of its available fleets, aiming to gain an advantage along their northern frontier. On this day, the allied fleets of both races set out together, crossing the border and advancing deep into Mechanic territory. On the same day, all four Imperial Princes of the Holy Light Empire arrived at the front lines. After all, earning great merit here would bring them one step closer to the throne. April 1st, 3824 Galactic Standard Calendar. The Allied fleets officially crossed the Mechanic Race's border and immediately encountered fierce resistance. The Spirit Race commander in charge, confident in their overwhelming numerical superiority, engaged the Mechanic forces in a protracted battle of attrition. April 3rd, 3824 Galactic Standard Calendar. After 2 days of intense combat, the Allied fleets destroyed over 80% of the Mechanic warships and continued pushing deeper into enemy space. However, they soon faced another strong resistance, forcing the Spirit commander into yet another confrontation. April 4th, 3824 Galactic Standard Calendar. On this day, a sudden reversal unfolded on what had been a battlefield favoring the Allied fleets. A massive number of Mechanic warships emerged behind the Allied fleets, forming a complete encirclement. Only then did the Spirit commander realize the Mechanic Race's strategy, sacrificing an entire fleet to lure the Allied forces deeper into their territory, then launching a decisive counter-encirclement aimed at total annihilation. The biological nature of the Mechanic Race meant they did not value crew lives the way other species did. They cared only for resources. To them, sacrificing an entire fleet was equivalent to merely a few months of production output. By then, it was already too late. No matter how skillfully the Spirit commander repositioned his forces, defeat was inevitable. April 6th, 3824 Galactic Standard Calendar. After being surrounded for 2 days, the Allied fleets finally collapsed completely, wiped out to the last ship. However, due to the final desperate counterattack launched by the Spirit commander before his death, the Mechanic Race lacked sufficient remaining forces to launch a southern invasion. Thus, the Spirit Race narrowly survived. As a result of this campaign, the alliance between the Spirit and Beast clans shattered, and both races entered a period of decline. Although the Beast clans hadn't committed their full strength, given that they were already the weakest among the 4 major powers, they now stood at roughly the same weakened level as the Spirit Race. Not only had the Spirit Race depleted its own fleets, but it had also consumed vast numbers of Beast clan warships. And in the end, the Beast clans gained nothing. Naturally, they were furious, and the 2 races fell apart. Meanwhile, the Holy Light Empire, which had watched from the sidelines, felt somewhat relieved it hadn't participated, having avoided a significant loss. When Jiang Tian learned of this expedition, he dispatched 5 L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessels to the battlefield as war correspondents. The remaining 4 L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessels were sent by Jiang Tian to positions near the fleets of the 4 Imperial Princes. Thanks to the presence of these L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessels, Jiang Tian possessed the most detailed data on this battle, even more comprehensive than what the Spirit Race held. After carefully analyzing the combat records, Jiang Tian discovered numerous anomalies. First, the Allied expeditionary fleet took over 10 days to assemble, Yet the mechanic race organized their resisting fleets in no more than 2 days. Even with their rapid command transmission systems, such swift reaction times were impossible. After all, warp speeds were fixed. This meant the mechanic fleet that executed the rear encirclement must have been stationed nearby in advance, lying in wait until the expedition fleet reached its designated position before revealing itself. That the mechanic race could prepare so thoroughly suggested someone had tipped them off. Yet at present, there was no clear suspect. Another point. Upon realizing his fleet had walked into an ambush, the Spirit Commander clearly wanted to break through the encirclement and immediately ordered a fleet-wide turnaround. Yet after completing the turn, instead of attempting to escape, the fleet suddenly halted and formed a defensive formation to fight back. This decision puzzled Jiang Tian the most. He couldn't understand why the Spirit Commander would abandon all hope of saving his fleet. Given the situation at the time, if the fleet had focused entirely on breaking out, perhaps around 10% could have escaped. Considering the initial size of the force, that number wasn't insignificant. But the commander changed course, literally and figuratively. Jiang Tian thought for a moment, then issued his orders. Of the 5 L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance vessels at the battlefield, 2 will remain within mechanic territory to gather intelligence. The remaining 3 will head towards Spirit Race space. Jiang Tian was truly curious about what kind of conspiracy lay behind this war that had drawn in 2 entire races. When Jiang Tian received this combat report, the Holy Light Empire hadn't yet released any official information. It wasn't until April 10th that the Holy Light Empire finally confirmed the complete annihilation of the expeditionary fleet. Across the entire Holy Light Empire, a wave of uproar immediately swept through. Everyone, from imperial nobles to street vendors, was discussing the incident. After all, the mechanic race had long been one of the Holy Light Empire's oldest enemies, yet the empire had never experienced such a devastating conflict before. At this moment, Jiang Tian also received a communication request from Feng Lingchuan. Feng Lingchuan began, without hesitation. Brother Jiang Tian, I assume you already know about the fate of the Spirit Race and Beast Clan's fleets? Jiang Tian smiled slightly and nodded in reply. I just found out recently. Brother Jiwen, is something the matter? Why bring this up all of a sudden? Feng Lingchuan chuckled and said, Brother Jiang Tian, this is actually good news. Think about it. The interstellar situation is chaotic right now, and everyone's preparing for the coming turmoil. If we take this opportunity to launch a new type of warship, wouldn't we be able to make a huge sale? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and realized it made perfect sense. Truly, a merchant thinks further ahead. He couldn't help but admire the insight. Such a golden opportunity was not one Jiang Tian would miss. He replied, Brother Jiwen, now I understand what you mean. So which warship model are you planning to sell? Feng Lingchuan said with slight embarrassment. To be honest, Brother Jiang Tian, I've set my eyes on that L3 class warship you used in the Moyen system. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. It was none other than the L3 Shulong class battlecruiser. Pretending to consider it briefly, Jiang Tian said, No problem. I can give you the blueprints. Though I've already produced several units myself, so if you're going to sell them, perhaps make some minor adjustments to the exterior design. Feng Lingchuan readily agreed. That's no issue at all. I'll handle everything properly. As for profits, I'll give you 50% as we previously discussed. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Send me the contract, and I'll transmit the blueprints right away. Chapter 54 The Return of the Star Eater. Chapter 54. Seeing that Jiang Tian had agreed, Feng Lingchuan immediately pulled out the contract he had prepared and sent it over. Jiang Tian glanced through the document, found no issues, and signed his name without hesitation. Just as Jiang Tian was about to assume everything was settled and end the call, the system's voice rang out. Time task released. The return of the Star Rotors. Jiang Tian mentally activated the system interface. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Explore the Star Erosion Altar, coordinates. Side quests. Collect system fragments. Blood Revenge. Enter the top 100 in the 1,000 stars ranking. System upgrade requirements. Possess 5 L3 combat type warship blueprints. Possess 3 L3 support type starship blueprints. Own 100 L3 warships. Timed quest. The Return of the Star Rotors. Objective 1. Proceed to the Illusion Dream system to resist the invasion of the Star Rotors. Objective 2. Proceed to the Yunxian system to resist the invasion of the Star Rotors. Objective 3. Proceed to the Ice Scar system to resist the invasion of the Star Rotors. Rewards. 1 L3 combat type blueprint for each objective completed. Completing all 3 grants an additional L4 combat type blueprint. Jiang Tian looked up with a wry smile and said to Feng Lingchuan, Well, there goes our rest time. Work's arrived. Feng Lingchuan stared at him, puzzled. What work? What are you talking about? Suddenly, as if struck by realization, Feng Lingchuan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Wait, could you mean? The Star Rotors are coming back. Jiang Tian nodded with a faint smile. Now we can start preparing the fleet. Feng Lingchuan grumbled angrily. Weren't they supposed to stay gone for 100 years? It hasn't even been a few weeks. Jiang Tian reassured him. It doesn't matter. Think of it as protecting ourselves. If we don't get involved now, sooner or later the threat will reach us too. Though reluctant, Feng Lingchuan knew this was the truth. The principle that when lips perish, teeth feel the cold. He couldn't help but complain. The Empire has its own fleets, doesn't it? I think this time we should just observe from the sidelines. Recalling the 3-star systems mentioned by the system, Jiang Tian kindly warned, This operation won't be simple. The Empire probably isn't fully prepared. Be cautious when the time comes. Feng Lingchuan nodded in agreement. Jiang Tian continued. Brother Jiwen, I have one more request. Without hesitation, Feng Lingchuan replied. Say the word, brother. Anything I can do, I will. Jiang Tian said casually. It's nothing too big. This battle, I'll be using several other L3 warships. I'd like to register them under the name of Star River Heavy Industries. Otherwise, it'd be hard to explain how I suddenly produced so many ships. Feng Lingchuan readily agreed. It was a great opportunity to boost his company's reputation, and he didn't even have to invest anything. Yet immediately after, he grew suspicious. Did Jiang Tian really possess multiple other L3 warships? Seeing Feng Lingchuan's expression, Jiang Tian explained proactively. I'll probably deploy 3 new types of L3 warships this time. I've just sent you one blueprint. As for the L3 Xuan-class battlecruiser, I'll lend you 5 units. Additionally, I'll provide 2 L3 Yuan-class large carriers and 1 L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship. Feng Lingchuan froze in shock. A battlecruiser of such immense power was already unbelievable. Now large carriers too? These vessels were something even the Empire's research institutes had taken over a century to fully understand. As for medical frigates, while not highly complex technologically, their relatively low cost efficiency meant they weren't standard in every fleet. Brother Jiang Tian, you're truly shocking me right now. I'm starting to wonder if you're from another universe. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. How could that be? Of course I'm from this universe, but the system? That's a different story. Feng Lingchuan fiddled with the communicator, confused. But where exactly am I supposed to go? No coordinates were sent to me. Jiang Tian checked his own device and said, Brother Jiwen, start preparing first. The Empire is probably still tracking down the star rotor locations. With that, Jiang Tian waved and ended the communication. Feng Lingchuan now trusted Jiang Tian's information implicitly. After all, Jiang had saved his life once before. Without delay, he began organizing his subordinates. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian summoned Huaying. Soon, Huaying appeared in the command room. Jiang Tian looked up as she entered and immediately asked, Huaying, how many combat warships do we currently have available? Huaying instantly pulled up the data and reported. Commander, we currently have a total of 147 combat vessels, 30 L3 Xuan-class battlecruisers, 10 L3 Yuan-class large carriers, 10 L3 Xuanguan-class medium frigates, 15 L3 Choho-class stealth reconnaissance ships, 50 L2 Lilang-class missile destroyers, 23 L2 Chishir-class medium assault ships, 5 L2 Ziding-class high-speed frigates. Additionally, 3 L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ships. Jiang Tian nodded and said, prepare to dispatch the L3 Choho-class stealth reconnaissance ships separately to the Illusion Dream system, the Yunxian system, and the iScar system for reconnaissance. Spatial passages are about to appear in those locations. Remind the scouting fleets to collect all relevant intelligence. Furthermore, divide our main fleet into 3 groups. Send Sihan and Pei Qingli with 20 L2 Lilang-class missile destroyers, 5 L3 Xuan-class battlecruisers, 2 L3 Yuan-class large carriers, and 1 L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship to the Illusion Dream system. You will lead 5 L3 Xuan-class battlecruisers, 2 L3 Yuan-class large carriers, and 1 L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ship to the iScar system to rendezvous with Feng Lingchuan. The remainder of the fleet will stay with me. Huaying froze in surprise upon hearing this and exclaimed, Commander, you mean you're letting me command a detachment? Jiang Tian nodded and explained. The Star River fleet is currently lacking senior commanders. I haven't found suitable candidates yet, so for now, I can only assign partial command to you. Huaying blinked blankly and slowly nodded. Jiang Tian added, besides, this time you'll be directly communicating with Feng Lingchuan. I wouldn't trust anyone else with that responsibility. Huaying quickly objected. But Commander, I'm not experienced in commanding fleets. If something goes wrong, it could be disastrous. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, don't worry. Feng Lingchuan will handle all tactical arrangements. You just need to relay his orders. His commands will carry the highest priority. Hearing this, Huaying finally relaxed. Jiang Tian continued. All right, go make the preparations. This will be a major battle. Ensure all supply reserves are ready. Also, pass on my message to Sihan and Pei Qingli. All of you should keep an eye out for outstanding ship captains during the fight. After the battle, compile the list and send it to me. Huaying nodded once more before turning and leaving the command room. Chapter 55, The Black-Robed Man's Plan. Chapter 55. 5 hours had passed, and the 3 L3 Scout-class stealth reconnaissance ships were now in position within their respective star systems. They were currently gathering data at the locations where spatial rifts were about to emerge. Jiang Tian had received coordinates from the Holy Light Empire's Eclipse Watch Division 2 hours ago, ordering him to arrive at the Yunxian system within 10 hours to participate in combat. But Jiang Tian's ambitions extended far beyond just one star system. He still longed for that L4 class warship promised by the system. Upon receiving the coordinates, he immediately issued orders. Stellar Fleet, form up according to assigned groups and prepare for departure. Group commanders, acknowledge upon receipt. Soon, 2 voices echoed through the Stellar Fleet channel. Pei Qingli, acknowledged, Commander. My detachment is ready. Huaying, Commander, my detachment is fully prepared and ready to deploy. Seeing their responses, Jiang Tian ordered, Stellar Fleet, all units, depart. Then, over the command channel, he added, don't hold back on ammunition during combat. The Eclipse host are not easy opponents. Prioritize the safety of your fleets. Avoid reckless engagements. Understood. Understood, Commander. Pei Qingli and Hua Ying replied promptly. Jiang Tian turned toward the bow of his warship and commanded, Stellar Fleet, enter warp state. Ahead of the fleet, the Starscape began to stretch violently toward the ships, forming cascading ribbons of blue-white light. As the glow intensified, the entire stellar fleet vanished into warp space, transforming into a streak of light disappearing into the void. Meanwhile, as Jiang Tian raced toward the Yunxian system, beside the Eclipse altar deep within the Ling clan's territory, Jiang Siken stood aboard the strange L4 class vessel. Before him floated the holographic projection of a robed figure, cloaked in black. Jiang Siken spoke respectfully. Master, Phase 1 testing of the Eclipse altar has been successfully initiated. It is projected to summon 10 L4 level spatial rifts within the next 3 hours. The robed figure nodded in satisfaction and said, You've done well. He will remember your service. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siken bowed deeply. The figure continued. After this test concludes, continue refining the Eclipse altar. Strive to elevate it to level 5 capability. Based on my calculations, achieving L5 should be feasible. Jiang Siken nodded in agreement, but then asked hesitantly, Master, since you possess L6 level technology, why not simply design an L6 Eclipse altar from the start? The robed figure replied. Constructing an L6 Eclipse altar in this universe requires far too many resources. We cannot complete such a structure without being detected. And do you truly believe that even an L6 altar would dominate this universe? Every race is holding back powerful weapons of their own. Even with an L6 altar, victory isn't guaranteed. Besides, I still haven't figured out the true origin of the Mechanoid clan. But no matter. In no more than 20 years, his fleet will break free from that gravitational maze and descend upon this universe. With that, the robed figure terminated the communication without another word. Jiang Siken rose slowly, gazing out at the glowing Eclipse altar floating in space, lost in thought. 2 hours later, Jiang Tian arrived at the Yunxian system moments before the spatial rift fully opened. Exiting warp, he found 5 L4 Spear of Holy Light-class battlecruisers hovering silently in the void. Almost immediately, a communication came through from the opposing fleet. Oh, young friend Jiang Tian. Unexpected to see you here first. It must be quite a trial, facing combat so soon after joining the Eclipse Watch. The second prince's hologram materialized on Jiang Tian's bridge. Jiang Tian was surprised. It was the second prince's fleet. He'd assumed the prince was still at the eastern front. He responded, Your Highness, my base is nearby, which allowed me to arrive quickly. The second prince nodded and said, This situation with the Eclipse host is unusual. They've reappeared far too soon, and not one, but 2 spatial rifts have emerged simultaneously. Jiang Tian immediately sensed something was off. 2. Weren't there supposed to be 3? Why did the count fall short by 1? Feigning confusion, Jiang Tian asked, Why are 2 rifts opening at once? Where is the second one located? The other is in the Binghen system, the prince replied. I've already dispatched a fleet there. With Fengling Juwen's assistance, it should be under control. Jiang Tian nodded absently. This wasn't good news. The Holy Light Empire had only detected 2 rifts, but the system could not be wrong. He had no idea how to explain to the second prince that he could detect rifts the Empire couldn't. Even worse, Sihan and Pei Qingli's fleet was now in a completely isolated and vulnerable position, and they didn't even know it. Citing combat readiness as the reason, Jiang Tian ended the communication with the second prince. Then he immediately opened a channel to Sihan and Pei Qingli. On their end, the spatial corridor had already been established, and the 2 had already led their fleet into battle formation. Seeing the commander's call, Pei Qingli reached out and answered. Commander, what is it? Jiang Tian said urgently. The Holy Light Empire's intelligence is flawed. They failed to detect the spatial rift in the Huaming system. Your fleet is now the only one there. Next to her, Sihan murmured to himself. No wonder I didn't see any other fleets. I thought we were just early. Pei Qingli, however, remained calm. Don't worry, Commander. Our fleet this time is even stronger than last time. Defending a single spatial corridor won't be a problem. Jiang Tian shook his head. It's not that simple this time. In the entire history of the Holy Light Empire, there has never been an incident involving multiple spatial rifts opening simultaneously. This time, it's likely to be an L4 level rift. Even the second prince brought 5 L4 Spear of Holy Light class battlecruisers. But the Eclipse host appear in waves according to rank. Hold your ground for now. Once L3 level Eclipse host emerge, report back to me immediately. I'll arrive within 2 hours. Pei Qingli replied. Understood, Commander. Seeing her expression, Jiang Tian added. If you can't hold them, retreat. There's no one else in that sector. You don't need to die defending it. Before Pei Qingli could respond, the spatial rift on Jiang Tian's side finally opened. Jiang Tian had no choice but to end the call and turn his attention to confronting the Eclipse host. Chapter 56 The Third Spatial Passage. Chapter 56. One after another, creatures crawled out of the spatial rift. Seeing this, Jiang Tian immediately ordered the L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigates and L2 Knight-class medium assault ships to open fire, while the rest of his fleet remained on standby. On the other side, the second prince also commanded his fleet to advance and begin clearing the creatures. The creatures emerged rapidly, their gray-silver bodies continuously pouring out from the spatial rift. At the same time, the rift itself was expanding quickly. Within half an hour it had nearly reached L2 level magnitude. As more creatures entered the battlefield, Zhang Tian gave the order for the L-3 Shulong-class battlecruisers to gradually join the engagement. The Star Eaters remained suppressed near the edge of the spatial rift. 2.5 hours into the battle, another fleet arrived at the battlefield. This one appeared to have been redeployed from the front lines, fully equipped with standardized warships from the Zhongshan Star region. No sooner had this fleet arrived than the spatial rift expanded to L3 level. Aboard the lead vessel of the L4 Holy Spear-class battlecruiser, the second prince stared intently at the battlefield holo display when a crew member rushed onto the bridge. The second prince glanced coldly at the flustered officer and said, "What is it?" The crewman hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, the Star Eater Surveillance Division has detected a third spatial rift. It's already beginning to expand toward L3 status." Startled, the second prince shot upright from his seat. Such a massive rift had gone unnoticed, releasing countless Star Eaters. Sending a fleet there now would be too late, and at this moment, the second prince had no remaining forces to dispatch. Just as he stood helpless, anxiety mounting, the crewman added, "Your Grace, please don't panic, there's good news too." The prince shot him a sidelong glance, signaling him to speak quickly. He cared little for any so-called good news. All he wanted was a solution. The crewman continued, "We found warships guarding the site of the third rift. Based on insignia matching, we're almost certain these belong to Commander Zhang Tian's stellar fleet." The second prince stared at the man, disbelief turning to elation. "Are you telling me the truth? Quickly, get me communication with Zhang Tian." Meanwhile, Zhang Tian had just received a message from Pei Qingli. The spatial rift in the Huaming system had fully reached L3 status. In the Yunxian system, the arrival of the second fleet meant sufficient firepower to handle the situation. Just as Zhang Tian was pondering how to approach the second prince about reinforcement, he received the call. "Zhang Tian," the second prince said, "take your stellar fleet and head immediately to the Huaming system to reinforce. I'll handle things here. I'll send additional fleets to support you. They'll arrive within 4 hours at most." Zhang Tian hadn't expected the second prince to reach out first. "Yes, Your Highness," he replied. "I'm moving out right away." Zhang Tian immediately directed his fleet to disengage and set course for the Huaming system. The second prince watched as Zhang Tian's fleet grew smaller on the screen until it finally jumped into warp. He murmured quietly to himself, "This Zhang Tian is indeed strange. How could he have known about that rift? Still, it's fortunate he stands with the Holy Light Empire. Otherwise, we'd be in deep trouble." He raised his head and issued orders to his subordinates. "Send word to the military commander of the Duotian Star region. Execute Holy Light Order Number 3. They are to assemble a frontline fleet immediately and reach the Huaming system within 5 hours to reinforce the stellar fleet. All operations in the Huaming system will follow Zhang Tian's command. Emphasize strict confidentiality." By the time Zhang Tian finally arrived at the Huaming system, the spatial rift was nearing L4 magnitude. Sahan and Pei Qingli's fleets were nearly out of ammunition, but thankfully, Zhang Tian had arrived. Staring at the enormous spatial rift, Zhang Tian cursed under his breath. "TCH, damn it, how did this rift stabilize so fast?" He immediately issued orders. "Sahan and Pei Qingli, withdraw from the combat zone. Stellar fleet, form combat formation and power up weapon systems." At that moment, his deputy reported, "Commander, according to data from observation post 0134, the number of Star Eaters emerging from the rift so far includes over 30,000 L1 units, over 8,000 L2 units, and more than 400 L3 units." Hearing this intelligence, Zhang Tian fell into deep thought. With so many Star Eaters, he couldn't possibly handle them all alone, especially with the threat of L4 class entities appearing at any moment. He decided to prioritize eliminating the L3 Star Eaters to relieve pressure on the battlefield. Once Sahan and Pei Qingli had withdrawn from the front lines, Zhang Tian commanded, "L3 Shulong-class battlecruisers, train main forward batteries on L3 Star Eaters and fire in unison. L2 Hailing-class missile destroyers, launch interstellar missiles along the Shulong-class attack vectors. L3 Yuan-class large aircraft carriers launched all their interstellar fighters. Huihua, Chu, Zhenduri, Qingli, Weiwei, Xingshige." 20 beams of laser instantly converged in the void. Wherever the lasers passed, Star Eaters exploded into dust, carving out vast vacuum zones within the dense swarm. Immediately after, the L2 Hailing-class missile destroyers fired in unison, launching salvos of interstellar missiles that followed the laser paths. The missiles quickly reached the heart of the Star Eater formation. One explosion after another erupted in rapid succession, their blazing fireballs illuminating that entire region of space. This wave struck extremely close to the spatial rift. Many L3 Star Eaters hadn't fully emerged before the missiles tore them apart mid-exit. As a result of this bombardment, over 100 L3 Star Eaters were destroyed. Yet, whether due to the impact of the missiles or some other factor, the spatial rift, which had been at L3 magnitude, suddenly expanded by over 100 meters, ascending to L4 level. Almost instantly, a massive L4 Star Eater warship emerged from the rift. "Report, Commander. The battlefield has detected an L4 level energy signature. It's an L4 warship, type unknown. Appears to be a biological warship." A crew member reported from the bridge. Zhang Tian froze. A biological warship? The second prince never mentioned anything like this. Among the Star Eaters, there were purely organic insectoid races and purely mechanical warships. Now, something combining both, a biomechanical warship, had appeared. Biological warships, as hybrid entities merging flesh and machine, far surpassed standard warships of the same class in combat capability. The Holy Light Empire had once researched such technology, but due to the lack of a suitable biological foundation, the project had ultimately been abandoned. Zhang Tian pulled up the Deep Space Telescope image of the emerging vessel. There it was, a colossal warship surrounded by 10 massive tentacles, with a gigantic bow-mounted cannon at its front. The perfect fusion of biology and technology was vividly embodied in this single warship. While Zhang Tian was still analyzing the vessel, a flash of violet-red light streaked past outside the viewport. It sent a jolt of adrenaline through him, every hair on his body standing on end. Chapter 57. The Powerful Biological Warship. Chapter 57. Zhang Tian inwardly felt a surge of dread, and immediately an alarm blared in his ears. Zhang Tian inwardly felt a surge of dread, and immediately an alarm blared in his ears. Warning, L3 Void Wave-class battlecruiser number 17 has been hit by a level 4 plasmapo round from the Star Eater vessel. Energy shield depleted. Hull ruptured at 3 locations. Remaining hull integrity at 20%. Emergency evacuation protocol initiated. Casualty count underway. Zhang Tian instantly tensed up and barked. Prepare the L3 Guardian-class interstellar medical ships to receive casualties. All warships retreat. Fall back 2 units and await reinforcements. Activate full energy shields on all L3 vessels. Also, transmit this ship's data to the second prince and urge his relief fleet to hurry. Under such overwhelming firepower, Zhang Tian's fleet had virtually no chance of resistance. A single L4 level biowarship could suppress the entire Starsky fleet without effort. If a few more appeared, the fleet would likely be annihilated. This warship, born from the fusion of biology and technology, approached L5 tier statistics. Although Zhang Tian's L3 warships dominated their own class, they were utterly outmatched against this behemoth. Pei Qingli saw the warship's data as well and said worriedly, I don't think there's a single ship in our Starsky fleet that can withstand even one shot from it. Sihan, however, replied confidently, don't worry, I trust our commander's abilities. Inside the Yunxian star system, the second prince viewed the data sent by Zhang Tian and suddenly felt dizzy. He had only ever seen the Star Eater species and standard L4 warships before. He'd never heard of a biowarship of this kind. The second prince was once again overwhelmed with anxiety and snapped. Send someone immediately to push the fleet from the Abyss God domain. Tell them to mobilize every available ship right now. If they're dawdling within the same domain, how do they expect us to fight across domains? If they don't arrive at the battlefield within 2 hours, their commanders will face disciplinary action. Seeing how furious the prince was, his subordinates didn't dare speak back and hurried off to carry out the orders. Staring at the spatial corridor before him, the prince added, heighten all warship alert levels. Watch for any sign of L4 warships. Report immediately upon detection. Also, forward this data to the Imperial Science Academy. Have them analyze and find this vessel's weaknesses. His aide then asked, Sir, why not deploy L5 warships instead? The moment he heard this, the prince flew into a rage. Are you an idiot? All L5 warships are already on the front lines. By the time we bring them here, everything will already be dead. And what if something goes wrong on the front while we're pulling them away? After scolding his aide, the prince gazed out the window and murmured, all we can do now is hope Zhang Tian's Starsky fleet holds together. Back with Zhang Tian, after retreating 2 units away, the Star Eater L4 biowarship did not pursue. It simply remained stationed at the entrance of the spatial corridor, as if waiting for something. However, other Star Eaters continued pouring out. Faced with this situation, Zhang Tian had no choice but to divide his fleet into 3 groups, forming a triangular defense formation around the battlefield. For this, he promoted one of his captains to squadron leader, placing him in charge of one group. Captain Yi Hanfeng of the L3 Void Wave-class battlecruiser number 3, congratulations on your promotion to Fleet Squadron Commander. Yi Hanfeng looked completely bewildered. How had he suddenly been promoted? Before he could fully process it, Zhang Tian had already started the meeting, pulling him into the conference chamber. Seeing everyone present, Zhang Tian spoke. Given the current situation, Pei Qingli and Yi Hanfeng will each lead 8 L3 Void Wave-class battlecruisers, 2 L3 Moonshadow-class heavy aircraft carriers, and 10 L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers to defend the northeast and southeast flanks against the Star Eaters. Pei Qingli responded immediately. Understood, Commander. Yi Hanfeng awkwardly mimicked the reply. Zhang Tian noticed his unease and smiled. Yi Hanfeng, don't be nervous. I chose you for a reason. Have confidence in your abilities. From this moment on, you must think of yourself as a commander, not just the captain of a single ship. I'll decide the overall strategy, but tactical decisions during battle are yours to make. Hearing the trust in Zhang Tian's words, Yi Hanfeng straightened up and said, Yes, Commander. I won't let you down. Zhang Tian waved with a smile, ending the communication. Yi Hanfeng had graduated from the Abyss God Military Academy and served 3 years in the military prior to joining the Starsky Fleet. However, due to discomfort with the rigid atmosphere within the military bureaucracy, he had chosen to leave. He was one of Zhang Tian's dear key recruits. What stood out was his exceptional reaction speed in combat and his ability to partially anticipate Zhang Tian's attack plans. Moreover, his L3 Void Wave-class battlecruiser number 3 held the highest hit accuracy across the entire Starsky Fleet. These factors collectively made him Zhang Tian's choice. Under Zhang Tian's command, the Starsky Fleet held its position on the battlefield's outer perimeter for 2 hours. Finally, reinforcements from the Abyss God domain arrived. A massive fleet emerged from the void behind Jiang Tian. Reporting to Commander Jiang Tian, the 9th fleet of the Abyss God domain has arrived to provide support. Awaiting your orders. So this was the reinforcement the second prince had arranged, Jiang Tian thought. To be able to mobilize Dingyuijin within such a short time. Truly, the power of the second prince couldn't be underestimated. Or rather, the strength of the Star Eater surveillance division was not to be taken lightly. Jiang Tian quickly scanned the fleet's data. 5L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers, 200L3 Qingming-class tactical cruisers, and 700L2 Javelin-class escort assault ships. This fleet composition was more than sufficient to deal with the Star Eaters. At that moment, the spatial corridor trembled as 2 L4 class Star Eater warships emerged together. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's expression darkened. If 2 more bio-warships appeared, there would be no point in fighting at all. Fortunately, these were purely mechanical L4 warships. Jiang Tian turned to the 9th Fleet commander and asked, "In a situation like this, what's your plan?" The commander replied emotionlessly, "My orders are to follow your command in all actions." Seeing this response, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. He then sent the man a file and said, "This is the Zhuojian Fang'an I've prepared. Speak up now if you have any concerns. If not, begin preparations immediately." The commander glanced through the Zhuojian Fan, found nothing amiss, and simply nodded to indicate approval. Jiang Tian said, "Then execute according to plan. Your L2 vessels will first take over battlefield perimeter duties. Once my fleet assembles, we'll commence the Zhuojian plan." The commander replied, "Understood, Commander Jiang Tian," then ended the communication. Soon, Pei Qingli and Yi Hanfeng's fleets joined up with Jiang Tian's. Jiang Tian then issued the order to the 9th Fleet of the Abyss God Domain. Begin operation. Chapter 58, Decapitation Plan. Chapter 58. The 9th Fleet of the Fallen God Star region left 300 L2 Javelin-class frigate assault ships on the outer perimeter for defense. The remainder of the fleet formed a long serpent-like formation, advancing directly toward the L4 level biological warship. Jiang Tian issued orders to the Starfleet. L2 Hunter-Wolf-class missile destroyers fire interstellar missiles to clear a path for the 9th Fleet. All L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers follow immediately behind. Soon, Jiang Tian carved a path through the ranks of Star Eaters. As the fleet advanced further, several ships would detach from the main formation at regular intervals to establish nearby defensive positions. Jiang Tian intended to use this method to launch a decapitation strike against the L4 biological warship. But the Star Eater wasn't foolish. It immediately opened fire at Jiang Tian's position. Another beam of purplish-red light gathered at the bow of the L4 biological warship. Seeing this, Jiang Tian shouted instantly, "First ship of the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser, full energy shield activation. Move forward and block that plasma projectile." The purplish-red projectile was launched, crossing through countless Star Eaters before striking the hull of that first vessel, 1341. The L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser's energy shield erupted in bright blue light, resisting the purplish-red plasma round. Circular ripples of blue shimmered across the shield's surface. No wonder it was an L4 class warship. It could withstand such a powerful plasma shot head-on. "Commander, report. First L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser. Energy shields remaining at 24%. A bridge officer reported urgently to Jiang Tian. He nodded slightly and continued. "Withdraw the first L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser. Second L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruiser. Take its position." Jiang Tian planned to rotate the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers to absorb the bio-warship's plasma rounds, inching closer until they entered optimal firing range. But the L4 biological warship realized something was wrong and immediately intensified its attacks, dramatically increasing Jiang Tian's defensive pressure. He quickly ordered, "All L3 Moon Shadow-class heavy aircraft carriers, launch every available interstellar fighter. Maintain the corridor open at all costs." This was Jiang Tian's plan. Carve a passage through the swarm of Star Eaters, enabling the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers to penetrate and execute the decapitation. Yet it was also an extremely dangerous strategy. If the corridor were severed, all ships would be surrounded by Star Eaters and ultimately destroyed. Under Jiang Tian's command, 5 L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers steadily pushed forward toward the L4 biological warship. Finally, after enduring 4 plasma blasts, the L4 biological warship entered the attack range of the L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Seeing this, Jiang Tian commanded, "L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers from 1 to 20, fire bow cannons simultaneously. Clear the space ahead to create room for our shot." Instantly, 19 blue laser beams lanced out across empty space, annihilating all Star Eaters in front of the assassination fleet, leaving behind only clouds of silvery gray dust. With the target zone cleared, Jiang Tian gave his next order. First through 3rd L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers. Aim at the L4 biological warship. 4th and 5th L4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers along with the remaining L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers. Target the other 2 L4 warships. The L4 biological warship sensed danger. The Star Eaters directly in front of it had vanished completely. As if perceiving imminent peril, it began desperately gathering energy for another plasma shot. But Jiang Tian would not allow it that chance. He roared, "Fire!" In an instant, 5 red lasers intertwined with 10 blue ones surged toward the 3 L4 level Star Eaters. The L-4 biological warship attempted to wave its tentacles to deflect the beams, but the firepower from the bow cannons of the L-4 Fallen Angel-class battlecruisers was not so easily resisted. Quickly, 3 crimson-red lasers struck the armor of the biological warship in unison. The entire vessel exploded violently. Jiang Tian almost heard the dying shriek of the biowarship echo through space. The 2 L-4 warships beside it followed suit, erupting one after another into silent detonations within the void. Suddenly, Jiang Tian noticed something odd. The Star Eater's warships didn't seem to possess energy shields. That made sense for biological vessels, but even their standard L-4 warships lacked any shielding. Still, this was good news. Without dwelling too much on it, Jiang Tian immediately ordered the fleet to retreat. At that moment, his aide reported, "Commander, due to the destruction of the 3 L-4 Star Eaters, the spatial conduit has entered a state of collapse. It is expected to vanish completely within 10 hours. Jiang Tian let out a sigh of relief. With no more L-4 warships remaining, all that remained now was to exit this area and begin systematic cleanup operations. Although the 3 L-4 Star Eaters had been destroyed, other lesser Star Eaters continued to appear endlessly. Jiang Tian issued his next command. The fleet guarding the corridor will gradually retreat. L-200 Wolf-class missile destroyers fire interstellar missiles for cover, while interstellar fighters from the L-3 Moon Shadow-class heavy aircraft carriers bring up the rear. Interstellar drones may self-detonate, if necessary. Retreating was much easier. Jiang Tian withdrew from the corridor in just over 10 minutes, a passage that had taken more than an hour to clear. Upon returning to the defensive fleet, Jiang Tian ordered, "All warships compile combat data and report immediately. Reinforce the defensive fleet and begin gradually clearing inward. We can leave this place in a dozen hours or so." 10 minutes later, Jiang Tian received a report from his aide. "Commander, according to statistics, during this battle the Starfleet lost 1 L-3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser, with 27 personnel killed and 454 wounded. In terms of combat supplies, all interstellar missiles have been expended, physical ammunition remaining at less than 10%, and 676 interstellar drones destroyed. The 9th Fleet of the Fallen Godstar region lost 4 L-3 class warships and 348 personnel." Jiang Tian nodded slightly. In truth, this casualty rate was quite low, lower than he had anticipated. Those 4 L-3 class warships from the 9th Fleet were all destroyed during the retreat, caught in a counterattack by the Star Eaters. Jiang Tian said, "L-3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruiser remains to assist in eliminating remaining Star Eaters. Send Sihan and pay Qingli back with the rest of the fleet." The aide saluted and turned to inform Sihan. At that moment, Jiang Tian received a communication from the commander of the 9th Fleet of the Fallen Godstar region. With a wave of his hand, the officer's holographic projection appeared on the bridge. "Lord Jiang Tian, the defensive perimeter has been secured." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Good. Just hold for another 10 hours and we can leave." The commander asked hesitantly, "Lord, may I ask, what exactly are these creatures? Where did they come from?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment, then decided not to tell him. His clearance level wasn't sufficient. "I can't answer that," Jiang Tian refused. "It's classified under confidentiality protocols. Also, remind your crew not to speak of this operation externally. Someone will contact you once you return." The commander replied, "Understood, my lord." Jiang Tian waved his hand, ending the transmission. Then he stood up and walked to the bridge window, gazing out at the battlefield beyond. Chapter 59, 3L3, Class Vessels. Chapter 59. 10 hours later, the spatial corridor before Jiang Tian completely vanished. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his ear. "Congratulations, host, on completing the timed mission, the return of the Star Eaters. Reward, 7% system fragment." So the battles at the other two fronts had already ended. The Illusion Dream Galaxy where Jiang Tian was stationed had been the last one. The fighting was finally over. Jiang Tian immediately ordered his fleet to return. Soon, all warships departed. Once again, the Illusion Dream Galaxy returned to its usual tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Beside the Star Eater altar, Jiang Siken was reviewing the test data. When he saw the data from the spatial corridor in the Illusion Dream Galaxy, he murmured in confusion. Why is the spatial corridor in this galaxy so much stronger than planned? There shouldn't be any L4 level biowarships here. However, the data from the other 9 spatial corridors were all normal. Jiang Siken didn't dwell on it. After all, although the intensity here was slightly off, overall there wasn't a significant issue, and it wasn't exactly a bad thing either. During the return journey, Jiang Tian naturally hadn't forgotten about the system's reward. This time, he would receive the blueprint for an L4 warship, the first L4 warship blueprint he'd ever obtained. With a thought, Jiang Tian opened the system interface. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 3. Warehouse. Main quest, explore the Star Eater altar, coordinates. Side quests, collect system fragments. Familial vengeance, enter the top 100 on the 1,000 stars ranking. System upgrade tasks. Own 5 L3 combat warship blueprints. Own 3 L3 support starship blueprints. Own 100 L3 warships. Timed mission, the return of the Star Eaters. Objective 1, defend against the Star Eater invasion in the Illusion Dream Galaxy. Objective 2, defend against the Star Eater invasion in the Yunxian Galaxy. Objective 3, defend against the Star Eater invasion in the Binghen Galaxy. Rewards, 1 L3 combat warship blueprint per completed objective. Completing all 3 grants an additional L4 combat warship blueprint. Jiang Tian was startled. This system fragment was so close. He'd almost had enough to redeem his first warship. System detects that the host has completed the timed mission. Distributing rewards now. Immediately, a familiar warship roulette appeared before Jiang Tian. Before it began spinning, several warship models disappeared from the wheel. Those were the ones Jiang Tian had already obtained. Then, the roulette started spinning rapidly. Soon, a sky blue warship stopped in front of Jiang Tian. Before he could examine it closely, two more warships halted, one to the left and one to the right, beside the first. Then the roulette disappeared, and the system notification rang out. Congratulations, host, on obtaining L3 Fenghua-class interstellar supply ship, L3 Shuangxue-class medium cruiser, L3 Yinling-class interstellar destroyer. Jiang Tian looked at the results. An interstellar supply ship, that was a fantastic find. Previously, Jiang Tian's L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers became sitting ducks on the battlefield after firing their 500 onboard interstellar missiles, completely useless until they returned to the starbase for reloading. Such one-time use vessels put him at a disadvantage during prolonged engagements like those against the Star Eaters. He'd had to use them very sparingly. But now, after exhausting their missiles, the L2 Hunter Wolf-class destroyers could be resupplied by the L3 Fenghua-class interstellar supply ship, allowing them to reload ammunition mid-battle. Moreover, the L3 Fenghua-class supply ship could carry up to 200,000 L2 standard universal interstellar missiles, enough to fully resupply 400 L2 Hunter Wolf-class destroyers. It also boasted an extremely fast replenishment speed, capable of supplying 4 warships simultaneously. On average, it took just 10 minutes to complete a full reload for one L2 Hunter Wolf-class destroyer. And the L3 Fenghua-class supply ship wasn't limited to supporting only the L2 Hunter Wolf-class. It could resupply all types of warships. This interstellar supply vessel was akin to a battlefield medic, finally solving Jiang Tian's long-standing concern about insufficient firepower during combat. Building the L3 Fenghua-class supply ship was incredibly cheap, only 30 million per unit, making it the most affordable among all L3 warships. However, the supplies it carried were expensive. Fully loading it with L2 standard universal interstellar missiles would cost at least 2 billion holy light coins. Just thinking about it made Jiang Tian feel his personal stash trembling. Fortunately, the second prince had promised to cover all expenses related to defending against the Star Eaters, greatly reducing Jiang Tian's burden on logistics and resources. But 2 billion holy light coins was still a huge amount. Jiang Tian opened the blueprint for the next warship. Frost Snow-class medium cruiser. Level, L3. Speed, 180 knots, /level 2 warp engine. Length, 1,543 m. Weapons, 2 Frost Snow-class large laser main guns. 20 Snowflake-class laser secondary guns. Frost level medium missile launch platform. Defense, hull integrity, 9,000. Energy shield, 30,000. Special none. Jiang Tian immediately saw that this L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruiser had a speed far surpassing other vessels of its class, while also possessing formidable firepower. At the same time, its construction cost wasn't high, just 300 million per unit, placing it in the mid-price range. Now Jiang Tian began envisioning new combat formations. The L3 Void Wave-class battlecruisers advancing on the front line, flanked by L3 Moon Shadow-class large carriers working in tandem with the L3 Frost Snow-class cruisers launching side assaults, supported by L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers unleashing barges of interstellar missiles. Jiang Tian casually tapped open the blueprint for the third warship. Yinling-class interstellar destroyer. Level, L3. Speed, 120 knots, /level 2 warp engine. Length, 1,346 m. Weapons, 3 Yinling Type I rapid-fire energy main guns. 50 Yinling Type 3 laser secondary guns. Defense, hull integrity, 11,000. Energy shield, 35,000. Special none. When Jiang Tian saw this ship, he felt something different. This warship's feature wasn't overwhelming firepower, but rather durability and reliability. Moreover, all weapons mounted on this vessel were energy-based. That meant it required no physical ammunition. So long as sufficient energy was supplied, it could maintain continuous fire output. And most importantly, its construction cost was only 100 million holy light coins per unit. Mass production via assembly lines would cut costs by another 10%. This was truly an exceptional value-for-money warship. However, Jiang Tian had no immediate plans to produce this L3 Yinling-class destroyer himself. This ship was actually better suited for Fengling Jiwen to sell externally. Given its outstanding cost-performance ratio, it was bound to generate more profit than the L3 Void Wave-class battlecruiser. After all, the market for battlecruisers was relatively niche. Chapter 60 Silver Spear. Chapter 60. After Jiang Tian finished reviewing the blueprints of the 3 warships, another massive warship roulette immediately appeared before his eyes. Even without a system prompt, Jiang Tian instantly realized this was the L4 level warship roulette. Then the wheel began to spin, and Gongying flickered across Jiang Tian's vision. Soon, a silver warship came to a stop in front of him. Before Jiang Tian could examine the ship closely, the roulette disappeared, and the system's notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained an L4 Silver Spear-class assault cruiser. Jiang Tian stared blankly at the blueprint. What exactly was this assault cruiser? He had never even heard of it before. With a thought, Jiang Tian opened the blueprint details. Silver Spear-class assault cruiser. Level, L4. Speed, 150 knots, /level 4 warp engine. Length, 4,318 meters. Armament. 1 silver spear-class giant main cannon. 100 laser secondary cannons. Defense. Hull strength. 20,000. Energy shield. 50,000 units. Special. Loaded. Jiang Tian felt somewhat disappointed. Judging from the stats, aside from being much larger, this vessel didn't seem particularly outstanding. However, to his surprise, the loaded bond had been unlocked. This bond first appeared when Jiang Tian acquired the L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigate. It had been so long that he'd almost forgotten about it, yet now it had finally activated. Jiang Tian checked the details of the loaded bond. Loaded. Load 1 L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigate into the barrel of the L4 Silver Spear-class assault cruiser and fire it. The description left Jiang Tian utterly stunned. He never imagined that the massive main cannon could be so enormous that it could actually load an entire L2 class warship inside. He couldn't even begin to fathom what effect such a shot would produce. But this bullet came at quite a price. One shot cost 1 million. Jiang Tian mused, looks like I can't deploy the L4 Silver Spear-class assault cruisers on a large scale. Indeed, if these ships were deployed en masse, he'd need an immense fleet of L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigates just for ammunition reserves. As he pondered, the 19 L3 Void Wave-class battlecruisers returned safely to Starfield Base. Jiang Tian glanced out the window and noticed that Hua Ying's detachment had also returned. Delighted, he thought, perfect timing. I can arrange next month's production schedule now, Soon, Jiang Tian summoned Hua Ying to the command center of Starfield Base. He asked first, Hua Ying, did your fleet complete the mission smoothly? Hua Ying replied, everything went well, Commander. Magistrate Fengling Jiwen made excellent arrangements. We were assigned to defend a sector of the front line. Jiang Tian nodded, then continued, did any L4 level star corruptors appear in your area? Hua Ying paused to think, then said, 2 L4 star corruptors appeared, but not within our battlefield sector. Shortly after they emerged, they were destroyed by the L4 Holy Light Spear-class battlecruisers. Jiang Tian lowered his head. So only his own sector had encountered an L4 star corruptor biowarship. Changing the subject, he said, I'll assign the next month's production plan now. Hua Ying immediately understood, pulled out her personal terminal, and prepared to take notes. Jiang Tian said, this week, prioritize repairing the warships damaged in battle, attend to the wounded, and replace the single L3 Void Wave-class battlecruiser lost during combat. Hua Ying nodded, indicating she had recorded it. Jiang Tian continued, later, I'll send you 3 blueprints. This week, produce 5 L3 Fenghua-class interstellar supply ships and 30 L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruisers. As for that L4 warship, wait on it. No rush to manufacture. Hua Ying, who had been diligently taking notes, suddenly froze mid-stroke. She looked up at Jiang Tian in disbelief and asked, Commander, did you just say L4 warship? Jiang Tian looked at the slightly flustered cat girl before him and suddenly realized she wasn't bad-looking at all when she wasn't keeping that stern expression. It was probably due to her long stint impersonating EngSub that had shaped her cold demeanor. Raising one eyebrow, Jiang Tian said, yeah, that's right. An L4 warship. What about it? Though Hua Ying confirmed she hadn't misheard, her inner shock deepened. When Jiang Tian first recruited her into the Starfield fleet, he barely possessed L3 warship technology. Now, in just a few months, he was already producing L4 warship blueprints. And every time, Jiang Tian unveiled new blueprints, ones that didn't exist anywhere else in the Holy Light Empire. Based on her experience commanding a detachment, she also noticed that Jiang Tian's warships consistently outmatched other vessels of the same class. Such extraordinary warship research talent left Hua Ying envious. If the Holy Light Empire found out, they'd probably drag him straight into the Imperial Research Academy. After all, it had taken the Holy Light Empire nearly 800 years to advance from L3 level to L4 level technology. Another 1,000 years passed before they even began making preliminary progress toward L5 level. Even now, despite having grasped certain aspects of L5 technology, they still hadn't fully deciphered L4 systems. Yet Jiang Tian, with the system's assistance, was forcibly breaking through this technological barrier. Hua Ying nodded blankly. Seeing her somewhat silly expression, Jiang Tian smiled and said, all right, that's all. You can go now. Remember to send a copy of the combat intelligence from all 3 battlefields to the second prince. Hua Ying saluted, then turned and left the command center. Just as she stepped out the door, she heard Jiang Tian call after her. You should smile more often from now on. You look much better that way. Instantly, Hua Ying's face flushed red. She quickened her pace and left without looking back. 2 days later, Jiang Tian received a summons from the second prince, instructing him to go to the second side hall of the Holy Light Palace in the Central Star System. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian immediately summoned the newly repaired L3 Void Wave-class battlecruiser No. 1 and set off for the Central Star System. Several hours later, Jiang Tian arrived above the Holy Light Palace, where Fengling Jiwen's Fengling ship was already docked. Jiang Tian thought he was late, so he quickly boarded a shuttle and flew toward the second side hall. Just as Jiang Tian's shuttle lifted off, another shuttle launched from the Fengling ship and followed behind him. Jiang Tian didn't notice during flight, but upon landing, he saw Fengling Jiwen stepping down from his shuttle beside him. Jiang Tian walked over curiously and asked, Brother Jiwen, why are you just arriving? Didn't the Fengling ship arrive outside the Holy Light Palace long ago? Fengling Jiwen chuckled and said, I was dealing with some matters up there earlier and only just finished. You know how it is. Recently there's been no shortage of chaos at Star River Heavy Industries. Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully, though he still suspected that Fengling Jiwen had actually been waiting for him. Still, he didn't mind. He said, "Then let's head in, Brother Jiwen. Wouldn't want to keep the second prince waiting." Fengling Jiwen grinned. Agreed. And together, the two walked into the second side hall. Chapter 61, Major General. Chapter 61. It was the same reception room as last time. Knowing that Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan were arriving, the second prince had already started brewing tea inside. Soon, Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan were seated across from the second prince. The second prince took a sip of tea and said, "This time, I must thank you both for your efforts. It's unfortunate such a serious incident occurred right after you joined the Star Erosion Inspectorate." Feng Lingchuan replied, "Your Highness, there's no need to put it that way. We're doing this for the Empire as well." The second prince laughed heartily, then changed the subject. "I've already read both of your combat reports. As promised, the reimbursement has been transferred to your accounts." Jiang Tian recalled the message he'd received on the way here and nodded in confirmation. Feng Lingchuan hadn't checked yet, but seeing Jiang Tian's confident nod, he followed suit with a nod of his own. The second prince continued, adding, "That was just the agreed-upon reimbursement. The additional rewards haven't been issued yet. I'd like to confirm those with you now." He pulled out an electronic document, first looking at Feng Lingchuan seriously as he said, "Feng Lingchuan, participation in the Ice Scar Star System defense against the Star Rotors. Overall involvement rate, 38%. Then the second prince turned toward Jiang Tian and announced, "Jiang Tian, participation in the defense of the Yunxian Star System against the Star Rotors. Overall involvement rate, 30%. Commanding the 9th Fleet of the Fallen God Sector to resist the Star Rotors from the Illusion Dream Star System. Overall involvement rate, 78%. Feng Lingchuan instantly looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. He could understand high participation rates in Star Rotor resistance battles, but commanding meant Jiang Tian had led the entire battlefield as its supreme commander, responsible for strategic control and overall command. This baffled Feng Lingchuan. How had Jiang Tian become a battlefield commander? They had joined the Star Erosion Inspectorate together. How had Jiang Tian suddenly risen above him? The second prince understood Feng Lingchuan's inner shock, for it was similar to his own reaction upon learning that Jiang Tian had single-handedly defended a Star Rotor spatial corridor with only 30 warships. He explained calmly, "Feng Lingchuan, there's no need to be surprised. This time, Jiang Tian not only discovered a spatial corridor we failed to detect, but he also held it alone for 5 full hours. In the end, with the assistance of the 9th Fleet of the Fallen God Sector, all the Star Rotors were eliminated. We owe this victory largely to Jiang Tian. Without his actions, the situation would have become far more dire." Feng Lingchuan's eyes lit up in sudden understanding. So that was how it happened. He had long known that Jiang Tian could predict the formation of Star Rotor spatial corridors. Now the outcome seemed perfectly natural to him. The second prince turned to Jiang Tian and asked curiously, "Young friend Jiang Tian, does this mean you can accurately locate Star Rotor spatial corridors?" Jiang Tian did not deny it, and simply nodded. "Would you consider sharing this ability with the Empire?" "Of course, not for free. I'll pay you for it." The second prince spoke with excitement. This was a golden opportunity to solve the Star Rotor threat, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Jiang Tian shook his head apologetically and replied, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot agree. This is a secret of mine." The second prince's expression immediately fell. Seeing this, Feng Lingchuan quickly gave Jiang Tian a meaningful glance. Realizing the awkwardness, Jiang Tian added hastily, "It's not that I don't want to help. It's that even I myself don't fully understand how this ability works. But my family belongs to the Holy Light Empire. If anything arises in the future, I will always do my part." Hearing this, the second prince's smile returned. He sighed emotionally. Having talents like Jiang Tian is truly the fortune of the Holy Light Empire. Jiang Tian humbly replied, "You flatter me, Your Highness." The second prince smiled gently, didn't respond directly, and went on. "Just now, we didn't finish our discussion. There are still the 2 of your rewards to address. Let's start with yours, Feng Lingchuan. In recognition of your performance in battle, you are awarded the military rank of Major, along with 10 billion Holy Light coins. These rewards will be delivered within 1 week." Feng Lingchuan stood up and saluted formally, saying solemnly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Truthfully, the sum wasn't particularly large for Feng Lingchuan. The Fengling family was immensely wealthy. Thus, this reward carried more symbolic value than practical significance. The second prince chuckled and waved his hand. "There are only 3 of us here. No need for formalities. Sit down." Only then did Feng Lingchuan resume his seat. Then the second prince turned to Jiang Tian and said, "Major Jiang Tian, due to your exceptional contributions in this operation, after consultation among myself, the military department, and the imperial court, you are hereby granted 3 options. 1. You will be exceptionally promoted to the rank of Brigadier General in the military department. You would thus become the youngest general in the entire history of the Holy Light Empire. 2. A reward of 100 billion Holy Light coins. 3. 10 star systems will be bestowed upon you. Within these 10 systems, you shall enjoy extensive autonomy, and their revenues will be tax-exempt for the Empire for 10 years. Additionally, you will become the top candidate for the next governorship of that entire sector. Well, I won't persuade you further. Think it over. These options are actually very beneficial for you. Surely you've already made a decision in your heart." /P. Before Jiang Tian could speak, Feng Lingchuan beside him quietly whispered, "Brother Jiang Tian, go for the 3rd one. This is the peak of power for an ordinary citizen." Jiang Tian ignored him. At this moment, his mind was caught in intense conflict. The second option seemed attractive, but Jiang Tian didn't lack money at all, so he dismissed it outright. The other two choices belonged respectively to the political and military spheres, both quite tempting. Yet deep down, Jiang Tian somewhat disliked political affairs, and he had no control over which 10-star systems he'd receive. After repeated hesitation, Jiang Tian solemnly said, "Second Prince de Shao, I choose the first option." The second prince nodded, making no comment on the choice, and simply said, "Very well. Your rank as Brigadier General will be processed within a week. You will then officially hold the rank of Brigadier General under the Central Military Department of the Core Star region." Jiang Tian was stunned. He had assumed he would become a general within the Fallen God region, but instead, he was being appointed directly under the Central Military Department. This was a top-tier military rank that automatically granted half a rank superiority upon meeting anyone. Jiang Tian couldn't help feeling excited inside. With this rank, he would have limited authority to mobilize parts of the imperial military without prior approval. Then the second prince's voice interrupted Jiang Tian's thoughts. "The rewards have all been delivered. Now let's discuss serious matters." Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan dropped their smiles and looked at the second prince with solemn expressions. The second prince waved his hand, and instantly, a 200-inch display screen appeared on the distant wall. The second prince said, "The simultaneous formation of 3 star rotor spatial corridors has served as a great wake-up call. Star rotors in this era are no longer what they once were. They could launch attacks at any moment. The Star Erosion Inspectorate has entered a state of combat readiness. I urge both of you to prepare yourselves. The next battle may begin at any time." Chapter 62, Cooperation with the Second Prince. Chapter 62. Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan nodded. Indeed, according to the current pattern of development, the next appearance of a star eroder might not take more than a few months. At this moment, Jiang Tian thought of the Star Erosion altar and asked, "Your Highness, Prince Second, could this spatial passage have been artificially opened? After all, 3 passages opening simultaneously this time seems too coincidental." The second prince agreed, saying, "Actually, I've had the same thought. And it's not just the Holy Light Empire that has seen these star eroder spatial passages. From what I know, the other 3 races have also reported similar phenomena. So yes, this situation does seem quite strange. But who could possess such advanced technology? Our 4 major races are roughly equivalent in technological level. Perhaps the mechanic race is slightly ahead, but even they absolutely wouldn't be at this level. Besides, if someone truly had such power, why bother summoning star eroders at all? Wouldn't deploying a full fleet directly be far more convenient?" Jiang Tian nodded thoughtfully. That was exactly his own question. According to his reconnaissance, the technology within the Star Erosion Hall was far superior to that of the Holy Light Empire, yet they had never initiated attacks against any empire. Feng Lingchuan said, "Then it seems more likely that the Star Eroders are still an external threat." The second prince continued, "The Holy Light Empire has now decided that if the Star Eroders reappear again in the near future, their existence will be publicly revealed. At the same time, the empire will enter a state of military readiness. Therefore, our immediate task is to prepare thoroughly and defend against the Star Eroders' next assault." Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan nodded in agreement. Then the second prince waved his hand, and on the display screen across from them appeared data about a warship. Jiang Tian looked up. It was precisely the L4 class biowarship from the Illusion Dream Star system. The second prince said, "This biowarship made its debut during this battle. It is the most powerful vessel the Star Eroders have ever fielded in recorded history. This is a top-tier L4 class warship, and the fusion of biological and mechanical components brings its combat capability close to that of an L5 class vessel. Based on data provided by Jiang Tian, its primary offensive weapon is a massive plasma cannon. Its weakness lies in the lack of energy shielding." Feng Lingchuan stared at the image of this biowarship. He had never seen such a formidable vessel before. He couldn't even begin to imagine how Jiang Tian had managed to destroy it. The second prince went on. "Currently, the Imperial Research Institute is studying both the large-scale plasma cannon technology and biowarship design. We may attempt to integrate these into certain warships in the future. Additionally, based on previous patterns of Star Eroder appearances, this L4 class biowarship is expected to appear in large numbers across various battlefronts during the next conflict." Now Feng Lingchuan understood the basics of this warship. But Jiang Tian found something odd. Why was the second prince telling them all this? Sure enough, just as Jiang Tian expected, the second prince shifted tone and said, "During this recent battle, I noticed several L3 class warships performing exceptionally well. Judging by the insignias on them, they were presumably co-developed by the 2 of you. Would you be interested in a collaboration?" Jiang Tian thought. Asterisk, that's it. After circling around so long, he finally gets to the point. He wants new warships. Asterisk. Feng Lingchuan stayed silent and glanced sideways at Jiang Tian. After all, the warships belonged to Jiang Tian. He had no authority to make decisions here. This outcome suited Jiang Tian perfectly. He gave Feng Lingchuan a subtle nod, then pulled out the blueprints for the L3 Yinling-class Interstellar Destroyer and projected them onto the display screen. He introduced, "This is the L3 Yinling-class Interstellar Destroyer. All weapon systems on this warship are energy-based. It requires no physical ammunition whatsoever, making it highly suitable for engagements against the Star Eroders. Moreover, this L3 Yinling-class destroyer is cost-effective to produce and boasts strong defensive capabilities. What does your highness think?" Seeing the specifications of the L3 Yinling-class destroyer, The second prince was immediately overjoyed and exclaimed, "Excellent. Very good." Hearing this, Jiang Tian knew his goal had been achieved. He smiled and said, "Then, Your Highness, please name your price." Without hesitation, the second prince declared, 300 billion credits for full buyout of the blueprints. Jiang Tian shook his head, raised 5 fingers, and smiled at the prince. The second prince didn't hesitate for a second. He firmly replied, "Fine, 500 billion it is. I accept. The money will be transferred to your account within 1 week. But I hope this warship lives up to expectations." Jiang Tian chuckled. "This L3 Yinling-class interstellar destroyer won't disappoint Your Highness. I can guarantee that. After all, this was a product of the system. The real warship would only be stronger than what the blueprint showed." The second prince reviewed the complete dataset Jiang Tian had just sent him and nodded with satisfaction. Noticing that time was getting late and matters had been settled, Feng Lingchuan spoke up. "Your Highness, it's getting late. We shouldn't trouble you further tonight." The second prince was still immersed in the blueprint of the L3 Yinling-class interstellar destroyer, casually saying, "Since everything's settled, you two should head back early." Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan stood up simultaneously, bowed, and then left the second side hall. Walking onto the landing pad, Jiang Tian and Feng Lingchuan stood beneath the shuttlecraft, chatting. Feng Lingchuan said, "Brother Jiang Tian, you've truly shocked me. We haven't known each other long, yet your rate of advancement is like a monster. You've already become a brigadier general." Jiang Tian humbly smiled without replying. Feng Lingchuan continued, "I've already finished redesigning your L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser. I'll be holding a press conference next week." Jiang Tian hadn't expected Feng Lingchuan to move so quickly, so he said, "Great. Just handle it as you see fit." Feng Lingchuan sighed. "I have a feeling this will be the largest deal our Feng Ling family has ever handled." Jiang Tian laughed. "What? Could it possibly surpass that L5 level Stargate project?" To his surprise, Feng Lingchuan nodded firmly and said, "Stargate construction is a one-time transaction, but your warships can keep selling indefinitely. The profits won't be any less than building Stargates." Currently, within the Holy Light Empire, warships at L4 class and above were prohibited from market transactions. This policy existed to prevent certain civilian organizations from growing too powerful and threatening imperial stability. Under such regulations, Jiang Tian's L3 Shulong-class battlecruiser could be considered the most powerful warship available for purchase on the entire market. Once released, there would surely be no shortage of demand. With Feng Lingchuan handling operations, Jiang Tian wouldn't need to do anything, just stay at base and count money. Jiang Tian laughed. "Old brother Jiwen, my fortune rests entirely with you then." Feng Lingchuan chuckled as well. Chapter 63 L4 System. Chapter 63. Back inside the base, Hua Ying immediately stepped forward to report. "Commander, while you were away, Yihan sent a message asking when he could return." Jiang Tian suddenly remembered. He had sent Yihan to recruit personnel at Qianwan Star City as punishment for joking around, and it had already been a month. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, "Tell him to stay another 2 weeks. After that, I'll go pick him up myself. Also, don't let him sit idle these next 2 weeks. My L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser still needs crew. I want him to keep recruiting." Hua Ying nodded in agreement. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Tian turned to Hua Ying and said, "I previously asked you to keep an eye out for potential captains. How did that go?" Hua Ying replied, "After compiling information with Pei Qingli, we've shortlisted 3 candidates. Lin Mishuan, captain of the number 3L3 Mirage-class battlecruiser. Luo Jinyu, captain of the number 27L3 Mirage-class battlecruiser. Su Muyu, captain of the number 2L3 Moonshadow-class large carrier. In addition, there's also Yi Hanfeng, squad leader, who has already been promoted by you." After hearing this, Jiang Tian asked, "What about the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers? No suitable candidates there." Hua Ying flipped through her report before explaining. Due to the specialized combat nature of the L2 Hunter Wolf-class destroyers, no particularly outstanding captains have emerged. Jiang Tian nodded and said, "In the future, the Stellar Fleet will be divided into tactical squads based on ship types. Yi Hanfeng will lead the L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruiser squad, and Su Muyu will lead the L3 Moonshadow-class large carrier squad. From the remaining 2, assign one to lead the L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyer squad." Hua Ying thought for a moment, then replied, "Luo Jinyu will command the L2 Hunter Wolf-class squad, and Lin Mishuan will take charge of the L3 Mirage-class battlecruiser squad." Jiang Tian agreed, saying, "Then it's settled. Issue a fleet-wide announcement to notify everyone." Hua Ying quickly took note. Jiang Tian then asked, "How long does it currently take us to produce one L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser?" Hua Ying responded promptly, "Commander, if we use all available L3 Divine Forge-class large industrial ships simultaneously, it would take approximately 5 days." She was clearly eager for the arrival of the L4 class warship and had prepared well in advance. Jiang Tian nodded and said, "After finishing this batch of L3 Frost Snow-class medium cruisers, allocate all L3 Divine Forge-class industrial ships to begin production of the L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruisers. Additionally, whenever the L2 Dwarf-class light industrial ships are free, have them produce L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigates." Hua Ying replied, "Understood, Commander. I've noted everything." Jiang Tian waved his hand, and Hua Ying left. 3 days later, lying in bed, Jiang Tian received a system notification. System upgrade task completed. System upgraded. Instantly, Jiang Tian accessed the system interface in his mind. Host, Jiang Tian. System level for 4. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest. Explore the stellar eclipse altar coordinates. Side quests. Collect system fragments. Familial vengeance. Enter the top 100 on the 1,000 stars ranking. System upgrade tasks. Possess 5 L4 combat warship blueprints. Possess 3 L4 support starship blueprints. Own 100 L4 warships. System fragment collection rate reaches 20%. Time quests, none. Congratulations. Host has unlocked LV4 system. Reward, 1 L4 warship blueprint. Immediately, a new warship roulette appeared before Jiang Tian. The wheel spun rapidly, then gradually slowed until a peculiar-looking vessel came to rest in front of him. Congratulations. Host has obtained the L4 Gold Miner Class Heavy Mining Vessel. Jiang Tian opened the blueprint as usual. Gold Miner Class Heavy Mining Vessel. Level, L4. Length, 2, 764 m. Speed, 150 knots / 5th grade warp engine. Armament, 30 laser close-in defense cannons. Defense, hull integrity, 20,000. Other, 500 Hummingbird class medium mining drones. Special, GoldenEye. Jiang Tian examined it closely. This was truly a fantastic find. Currently, all raw materials for his stellar fleet relied on Old Man E to purchase across star systems, which was far more expensive than direct mining. But now, with a heavy mining vessel at his disposal, he'd no longer need to pay middlemen for basic resources. Now he could cut out the middlemen and pocket the price difference directly. This L4 Gold Miner class heavy mining vessel boasted extraordinary mining power and a 5th grade warp engine, enabling it to quickly shuttle back and forth between mining sites and the base after completing operations. This saved Jiang Tian the hassle of establishing mining stations across multiple locations. Moreover, its special ability, GoldenEye, dramatically boosted mining efficiency. Most of the vessel's structure was dedicated to mining and storage equipment, with only a few laser close-in defense cannons mounted symbolically for minimal protection. Although constructing a single L4 Gold Miner class heavy mining vessel cost 1 billion Holy Light coins, its monthly output was approximately 2 billion Holy Light coins. This meant the vessel would pay for itself in just half a month, and every day after that would be pure profit. Jiang Tian could already feel a mountain of wealth waving at him. He thought, I'll definitely need to build at least a dozen of these L4 Gold Miner class heavy mining vessels first, then hand them over to Old Man E to manage. With that thought, Jiang Tian fell asleep with a satisfied smile on his face. Soon, 5 days passed, and Jiang Tian's first L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser finally rolled off the production line. The massive hull was too large to dock inside the port, so it had to wait outside the base perimeter. Jiang Tian, along with Huaying, Sihan, and others, stood on the bridge of the No. 1 L3 Mirage-class battlecruiser, watching the grand departure ceremony of the L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser. Outside the ship loomed a gigantic barrel. No artistic flair, just pure, unapologetic violence. A cannon barrel large enough to fit an entire L2 class warship created an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Launch. After all preparations were complete, Jiang Tian gave the order. Gradually, over a dozen engines of various sizes lit up at the rear of the massive vessel, emitting bright blue light. The L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser slowly accelerated, picking up speed as it sailed into the distance. After a full day of cruising tests, all systems reported normal, officially marking the commissioning of the L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser. Jiang Tian immediately designated this vessel as his flagship. As the very first L4 class warship in the stellar fleet, it held immense symbolic significance. Jiang Tian hadn't forgotten about the unfinished business he still had in Qianhuan Star City. Without delay, he commanded, L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser, destination, Qianhuan Star City. Set course, launch. But at that moment, the adjutant beside him reminded him, Commander, due to the enormous size of this L4 Silver Lance-class assault cruiser, the Stargate at Qianhuan Star City cannot accommodate the vessel. We will need to jump to the nearest L4 class Stargate first, then proceed to Qianhuan Star City using the warp engine. Jiang Tian was momentarily speechless. How inconvenient. Yet he had no choice but to nod in agreement. He mused inwardly. If only it were just a bit more convenient, it'd be perfect. Chapter 64 Luminous Wings. Chapter 64. After more than 10 hours of Angxing, Jiang Tian's L4 Silver Lance-class strike cruiser entered Qianhuan Star City. The brand new warship immediately drew widespread attention. People on the outer ring looked up at the L4 Silver Lance-class strike cruiser and began murmuring, Whose warship is this? It's been a long time since another L4 class vessel appeared in Qianhuan Star City. Yeah, I've never seen the insignia on this ship before. This ship is huge. It almost rivals the War God Legion's L4 class warship. Hey, you're wrong there. The War God Legion's vessel is a battleship. It's way bigger than this one. Even the usually diligent Qianhuan Star City patrol teams didn't approach to inquire about their identity, instead choosing to give the ship a wide berth. Very quickly, news of Jiang Tian's L4 Silver Lance-class strike cruiser spread throughout Qianhuan Star City. Yet at that moment, Jiang Tian, resting with his eyes closed on the bridge, was unaware of all the commotion outside. Soon, Jiang Tian arrived above the Qianhuan Star City branch of the Starry Sky base and transferred to a shuttlecraft to find Yihan. Yihan already knew when Jiang Tian would arrive, and thus when he'd be leaving again. As soon as he saw Jiang Tian's shuttle approaching landing, Yihan rushed out hurriedly. Seeing that Jiang Tian had switched to yet another new shuttle, Yihan wasn't surprised. After all, Construction of a new warship had already begun when Jiang Tian left. As Jiang Tian stepped down from the shuttle, Ihan ran toward him excitedly. Jiang Tian, did you hear? A new L4 class warship has arrived at Qianhuan Star City. It's driving everyone crazy. Jiang Tian paused, puzzled. A new L4? He hadn't seen any other L4 class warships along the way. Could they be talking about his own? Oh, you mean this one? Jiang Tian pointed upward and replied casually. Ihan looked up, and the sight matched exactly the photos circulating on the forums. He gasped. Yes, this is it this. Wait, what the hell is your warship doing right above us? Looking at Ihan's stunned expression, Jiang Tian chuckled and explained. Why are you surprised? Of course it's above us. It's my warship. Ihan nodded slowly. Oh, so it's yours. Then never mind. Then suddenly he froze. Wait, did you just say my warship? Jiang Tian smiled and gave a slight nod. Did we only meet yesterday? Why are you so shocked? Ihan shouted. How could I not be shocked? This is an L4 class warship. Jiang Tian shrugged indifferently. So what? Ihan was momentarily speechless. Fine, you're amazing happy now? Just let me go take a look. I've never even set foot on an L4 class warship before. With that, Ihan turned and sprinted toward the shuttle, but Jiang Tian grabbed him and pulled him back. Where are you going? Come with me to handle some business first. You'll have plenty of time to look around on the way back. Ihan thought for a second and realized he was right. He obediently turned around and asked. So what brings you here? Jiang Tian asked. Do you know about the 1,000 stars ranking? Ihan replied, of course. Our Starry Sky fleet ranks somewhere around 200 and something. We may have strong warships, but without notable achievements, our position stays relatively low. Jiang Tian pointed up at the L4 Silver Lance-class strike cruiser hovering above them and said, what about now? That's right, we have an L4 class warship now. Ihan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, with this, our ranking will jump to at least top 20. Even top 10 isn't impossible. After all, very few possess L4 class warships. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction, then asked, when does the ranking update? Ihan thought for a moment. Due to constant power struggles among factions in Qianhuan Star City, the 1,000 stars ranking updates weekly. But if a major event occurs, it might be updated earlier. Jiang Tian smiled. Do you think my arrival counts as a major event? Ihan pondered seriously, then answered solemnly. Absolutely. After all, this involved a shift in the hierarchy among Qianhuan Star City's top-tier powers. It was definitely a big deal. Then let's wait, Jiang Tian said. We'll leave right after the ranking updates. Ihan nodded. Can I at least go check out the ship first? I can't hold back anymore. Jiang Tian considered it. Since they had to wait anyway, location didn't matter. So he agreed. Together, they took the shuttle back onto the L4 Silver Lance-class strike cruiser. After granting Ihan secondary access, Jiang Tian returned to his quarters while Ihan began exploring the massive warship. About an hour passed. Jiang Tian was nearly asleep, when suddenly a system alert jolted him awake. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, Blood Vengeance, top 100 in the 1,000 stars ranking. Rewards are now being distributed. Once again, a massive warship roulette materialized before Jiang Tian's eyes, and it began spinning rapidly. In no time, a grand, pale gold warship emerged into view. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the L4 Luminescent Wings class heavy interstellar bomber. Jiang Tian stared at the message, drooling almost. The L2 Wolfhunter class missile destroyer he had previously obtained was already his primary means of offensive power, and this L4 Luminescent Wings class heavy interstellar bomber was a super upgraded version of that very destroyer. Jiang Tian couldn't wait to open the blueprint for the L4 Luminescent Wings class heavy interstellar bomber. Luminescent Wings class heavy interstellar bomber. Rank L4. Length 3,976 m. Speed 130 knots / level 4 warp engine. Weapons Luminescent Wings class large-scale interstellar missile launch system. 20,000 units of luminescent type 1 medium-range interstellar missiles. 20,000 units of luminescent type 2 large anti-ship cluster missiles. 10,000 units of luminescent type 5 cluster shield-piercing missiles. 3,000 units of luminescent type 7 large submunition bombs. 500 units of luminescent type 9 medium warp missiles. Defense. Hull integrity, 26,000. Energy shields, 40,000 units. Special none. The firepower of this single L4 Luminescent Wings class heavy interstellar bomber was over 100 times greater than that of the L2 Wolfhunter class missile destroyer, integrating a wide variety of missiles for different purposes. It had cluster missiles designed specifically for warships, shield-piercing cluster missiles optimized against energy shields, submunitions ideal for attacking structures, and even elusive warp missiles capable of unpredictable maneuvers. This single vessel's firepower nearly matched the combined strength of Jiang Tian's entire fleet. Supplying the L4 Luminescent Wings class heavy interstellar bomber required 2 L3 Fenghua class interstellar supply ships working in tandem. But behind such overwhelming firepower lay a burning cost of several billion holy light coins. Constructing just one L4 Luminescent Wings class heavy interstellar bomber, fully loaded with all its missiles, would cost 1.2 billion. At present, Jiang Tian simply could not sustain such massive expenditures. He thought to himself, it looks like I need to accelerate the formation of the L4 Gold Miner class heavy mining fleet. After studying the warship blueprint, Jiang Tian opened the system interface to check his next set of tasks. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, 4-3. Warehouse. Quests. Main quest, Explore the Eclipse Altar coordinates. Side quests. Collect system fragments. Blood Vengeance. Investigate intelligence on the War God Legion. System upgrade requirements. Possess 5 L4 combat class warship blueprints. Possess 3 L4 support class starship blueprints. Own 100 L4 warships. Reach 20% system fragment collection. Limited time quests, none. Chapter 65, The Truth of That Time. Chapter 65. Jiang Tian thought to himself, so the War God Legion must be the murderer who killed my parents. But I wonder if there's someone behind them? The War God Legion was after all the #1 force in Qianhuan Star City for years, possessing over a dozen L4 class warships, rivaling a fully equipped frontline Imperial army. Still, Jiang Tian felt puzzled. Why didn't the system just directly tell him who the killer was? Why go through the trouble of establishing a base in Qianhuan Star City? But following the principle that whatever exists is reasonable, Jiang Tian called upon Ihan, who had been wandering around the spaceship. Jiang Tian asked, if I want to take action against the War God Legion, are there any restrictions? Ihan was startled and said doubtfully, brother, why are you suddenly thinking of attacking the War God Legion? Jiang Tian replied solemnly, they're connected to my parents' death. Ihan immediately turned serious. He had heard fragments about Jiang Tian's past. Although Qianhuan Star City doesn't interfere with conflicts among lower-level forces, once a force ranks within the top 100 on the 1,000-star list, any disputes must be reported to Qianhuan Star City for mediation, Ihan explained. Jiang Tian asked, what if I simply refuse to follow this rule? Ihan said, Qianhuan Star City will lead a blockade and sanction against that force. Historically, quite a few powerful forces have fallen this way. Jiang Tian nodded. So that was how it worked. Then, if warfare breaks out despite their mediation, what will Qianhuan Star City do? Ihan thought for a moment and said, historically, once mediation fails, they won't intervene further. As long as both sides don't disrupt the city's operations, they'll leave it alone. Jiang Tian nodded again, now fully understanding. He was growing increasingly impressed by whoever founded Qianhuan Star City, undoubtedly a person of immense vision and courage. However, his current strength wasn't enough to confront the War God Legion. For now, he could only return home. Another dozen hours passed. Jiang Tian piloted his L4 Silver Spear-class assault ship back to Starry Sky Base. He summoned Hua Ying and instructed, I'm sending you 2 more L4 blueprints. Also, arrange next month's production plan. Hua Ying paused mid-writing and exclaimed, 2 more L4 ships? Jiang Tian nodded and said, that's right. You'll understand once you see them. Hua Ying dumbly nodded. Jiang Tian continued, this week's production plan is tentatively set at 50 L3 Divine Craft-class large industrial vessels. I don't have L4 industrial ships yet, so my productive capacity is still lacking. Hua Ying calculated briefly and said, if we suspend all other production, we should be able to meet this target. Jiang Tian smiled. Good. Go ahead and organize it. Hua Ying saluted and turned to leave. Jiang Tian then opened the dark net and logged into the link phone Ling Chuan had given him last time. Once again accessing the all-seeing Heaven's Eye, Jiang Tian quickly located the familiar AI customer service agent. Hello, welcome to the all-seeing Heaven's Eye intelligence organization. How may I assist you today? The emotionless mechanical voice spoke the same familiar words. Jiang Tian said, give me all available intelligence on the War God Legion in Qianhuan Star City. The agent responded quickly, certainly. 500 million. Jiang Tian cursed inwardly. Damn, so expensive. But without hesitation, he instantly transferred 500 million credits. After confirming receipt, the agent sent Jiang Tian a file. Jiang Tian didn't open it immediately. Instead, he continued, I also want intelligence on Jiang Xiyuan of the Jiang family from Blue Cloud Star System. The agent paused for a few seconds before replying, 2 million. Compared to the previous request, this seemed cheap. Jiang Tian promptly transferred 2 million. This time, Jiang Tian opened the file immediately after receiving it, but he didn't end the communication. He flipped to the last page of the document. There, clearly written, it stated, killed in an ambush during an escort mission in the year 3820 of the Holy Light calendar. Jiang Tian looked up and said, I also want detailed intelligence on Jiang Xiyuan's final battle. The agent remained silent for a long while before replying, 300 million. Jiang Tian was stunned. Why was this so expensive? Even when he bought intel on the Demon Hunter pirate fleet before, it hadn't cost nearly this much. Jiang Tian asked, is there something special about this intelligence? Why is it so costly? The agent replied, this price has been professionally evaluated. We never make pricing errors. This intelligence is absolutely worth every credit. Jiang Tian nodded slowly. It seemed the incident from back then indeed held hidden secrets. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Tian transferred 300 million credits and said, fine, I'll take it. The agent responded with a simulated smile. Dear customer, the file has been sent. Jiang Tian nodded and closed the website. Immediately afterward, he opened the file and began reading carefully. Finally, after 2 hours, Jiang Tian understood everything. Back then, his parents had been escorting a shipment of military supplies according to their mission, traveling along the planned route. When they were just past the halfway point, they were intercepted by a warp inhibitor. Then, a large number of warships appeared and unleashed overwhelming fire upon the transport fleet. This matched exactly what Jiang Tian already knew, except that these attacking fleets weren't from the machine race, but rather belonged to the War God Legion. Within just half an hour, an entire escort fleet vanished from the map. When the Empire realized the escort fleet had gone silent, they quickly sent personnel to investigate. But all they found was chaos, a scene of devastation. All the transport ships had disappeared without a trace, and scattered wreckage from machine race warships littered the area. These remnants had been deliberately planted by the War God Legion to stage the scene. After swiftly destroying the entire fleet, they towed away the transport vessels and released pre-collected debris from machine race warships to fabricate the illusion of a surprise attack. The Empire fell for it completely. Finding no other clues at the site, the Imperial military headquarters ultimately concluded it had been a premeditated ambush by the machine race. No one suspected any other party, but the all-seeing heavens I had seen through it all. Jiang Tian opened the other file and began reading the intelligence on the War God Legion. He didn't focus on the details of the War God Legion's fleet, instead flipping through records of their collaborations with other factions. Finally, he came across an entry from a few years ago. The intelligence stated that the War God Legion had maintained contact with the senior elder of the Jiang family, and just 1 month before Jiang Xiyuan's incident, the senior elder had transferred 10 billion credits to the War God Legion. Chapter 66, a bunch of level 4s. Chapter 66. Now everything was clear. Grand Elder Jiang intended to kill Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Xiyuan. The reason? Most likely, the Grand Elder wanted the position of clan head for himself, or perhaps he wanted one of his descendants to take it. Jiang Tian slammed the table, teeth clenched. In that case, forget about becoming clan head. If you'd earned it fairly, I wouldn't say a word. But seizing power by force and murdering others is unforgivable. Grand Elder, you'll pay for everything you've done. Not a single mastermind behind this will escape my vengeance. Angry as he was, Jiang Tian didn't rush into action. Though it was nearly certain the Grand Elder was responsible, solid evidence was still lacking. Acting now would only scare him into hiding. After careful consideration, Jiang Tian decided to strike at the War God Legion first. That much was proven. They were the direct murderers of his parents. However, the power gap between them remained significant. Jiang Tian needed to strengthen his own fleet before anything else. Soon, a month passed. Jiang Tian's fleet of L3 Divine Craft-class large industrial ships had been fully completed. Now, he finally had enough production capacity to manufacture L4 warships. He summoned Hua Ying. For the next month, focus entirely on producing L4 warships. Prioritize 2 L4 Silver Spear-class assault cruisers and 10 L4 Lightflow Wings-class heavy interstellar bombers. Also, assign all L2 Dwarf-class light industrial ships to mass-produce L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigates. Can this production target be achieved? Hua Ying's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard. She responded quickly. Yes, Commander. Following this plan, we'll still have an used production capacity equivalent to 4 L3 Divine Craft-class industrial ships. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. His warship roster was mostly complete. Why not use the surplus capacity to build some L4 Gold Miner-class heavy mining vessels? Use the remaining production slots on all L3 Void Cruiser-class battlecruisers to produce L4 Gold Miner-class heavy mining ships. As many as possible, Jiang Tian said. Hua Ying nodded. In that case, we should be able to produce about 6 L4 Gold Miner-class heavy mining ships within a month. Good, Jiang Tian replied. Then it settled. Go make the arrangements. And for the L2 Bullet-class frigates, don't assign too many crew members. Just ensure they're functional for movement. Combat readiness isn't necessary. This order puzzled Hua Ying. Producing warships without equipping them for combat? If she didn't know Jiang Tian wasn't heartless, she might have thought he planned to use these frigates as disposable cannon fodder. Sensing her confusion, Jiang Tian explained. These L2 Bullet-class frigates are ammunition for the L4 Silver Spear-class cruisers. What do we need so many crew for? They just need to move. Hua Ying tilted her head. Ammunition? Now it was Jiang Tian's turn to be exasperated. He snapped. Didn't I send you the blueprints? It clearly states there, the L2 Bullet-class frigate was designed specifically to serve as ammunition for the L4 Silver Spear-class cruiser. Where else do you think an L4 Silver Spear would get bullets large enough to fit its caliber? Hua Ying suddenly understood. A light bulb went off in her mind. She couldn't even imagine the devastating damage launching an entire warship as ammunition would cause. Jiang Tian waved her off. Just as Hua Ying was about to leave, he called out. Oh, by the way, Hua Ying, give Yihan some tasks. Don't let him sit idle. If he acts up again, just report it to me. Hua Ying burst into laughter. Clearly, Yihan had really angered Jiang Tian last time. He was still holding a grudge. Yes, Commander. Without waiting for Jiang Tian's reaction, she left quickly, leaving Jiang Tian with a dark expression. Laugh all you want. It's all Yihan's fault. Jiang Tian seethed inwardly. Another month flew by. Under Hua Ying's management, the production targets were perfectly met. Since this mission was tied to avenging his parents, Jiang Tian generously rewarded Hua Ying with a bonus equal to a full year's salary. Where did that bonus money come from? Naturally, from the unfortunate Yihan. His salary increase had originally been compensation from Jiang Tian to Old Master Yi. But now that Jiang Tian had his own L4 Gold Miner-class heavy mining ships, he could directly pay Old Master Yi himself. This decision drove Yihan to constant complaints. He kept whining to Jiang Tian every day, but Jiang Tian simply ignored him. Watching Yihan jump around in frustration, Jiang Tian finally felt satisfied. But he hadn't forgotten his own mission. He boarded the L4 Silver Spear-class assault cruiser, First Fleet, and headed toward Qianhuan Star City. He needed to settle this matter of vengeance once and for all. Central Office, Qianhuan Star City. Jiang Tian's L4 Silver Spear-class assault cruiser had recently become so notorious that the moment he stepped into the office, he was immediately escorted to the VIP guest chamber. Across from him, a senior official carefully poured him a cup of tea with great caution. Although Qianhuan Star City didn't fear any single faction, that was a matter for the upper echelons. Still, basic respect had to be shown at the lower levels. Dealing with insignificant individuals like these was simple enough, after all. Once the tea was served, the official respectfully asked, "Honorable sir, may I ask what brings you here today?" Jiang Tian countered, "I heard that if any of the top 100 Qinqing-ranked factions have a conflict, they need to report it to you. Is that right?" The official answered, "That is correct, sir. May I ask which faction you're having a dispute with?" He still wore a polite smile as he spoke with due reverence. In truth, such incidents were nothing unusual in Qianhuan Star City. Many factions rose quickly precisely because of their conflicts with others. After gaining rank on the Qinqing list, the first thing most of them did was seek revenge. "The War God Legion," Jiang Tian replied. "The War God." The official's words instantly caught in his throat. He hadn't expected Jiang Tian to drop such a bombshell right away. Tentatively, he asked, "Honorable sir, could you please clarify the nature of your conflict with the War God Legion? We at Qianhuan Star City can act as mediators and guarantee you a satisfactory resolution." Jiang Tian paused mid-sip, then set down his teacup with a cold sneer. "The War God Legion deliberately murdered my parents, and the evidence is solid. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to mediate that?" At these words, the official immediately fell silent. Such deep-seated hatred was far beyond what Qianhuan Star City could handle. Such matters could only be resolved by the parties involved themselves. After a long pause, the official finally regained his composure and said, "I understand now, sir. You're familiar with Qianhuan Star City's rules, aren't you?" Jiang Tian nodded. "Yes, I won't make a move within Qianhuan Star City's jurisdiction." The official breathed a sigh of relief. Though Jiang Tian would face punishment if he acted recklessly, he himself, who was handling this reception, would also be penalized. He certainly didn't want to lose his job. Chapter 67. The final chapter of a blood feud. Chapter 67. The supervisor spoke. "Then, sir, I'll report this matter right away. Are you certain you want to seek revenge now?" Jiang Tian nodded. The supervisor stopped Chen Suo no further. In his eyes, Jiang Tian had just risen to 13th place in the 1,000 stars ranking, yet dared to challenge the War God Legion, the long-standing number one. That was nothing short of overestimating himself. At this moment, Jiang Tian stood up and said, "All right, I have no other matters. I'm leaving. After I complete my vengeance, I'll come find you again." Though the supervisor doubted Jiang Tian truly possessed the strength to defeat the War God Legion, he still replied respectfully, "Sir, allow me to escort you." Only after Jiang Tian boarded the shuttle and departed did the supervisor mutter to himself, "Where does this man get such confidence that he can definitely defeat the War God Legion? Wouldn't it have been better to wait a few more years?" Then he turned and went back to file his work report. Soon, the news that the 13th ranked star fleet of the 1,000 stars had declared war on the top-ranked War God Legion made the front page of the 1,000 stars daily. Most people were highly skeptical of Jiang Tian's star fleet. After all, just a month ago, his fleet was an unknown minor force. How could it possibly dare to challenge the undisputed champion that had reigned at number one for years? It was sheer arrogance. This news quickly reached the ears of the War God Legion's leader, War God. The War God Legion issued a statement. "No matter what grudges or conflicts exist, strength speaks louder than words. I'll be waiting for you at our base." The message even included the coordinates of their base, clearly marked at the end. Such a bold move only strengthened public support for the War God Legion. This was a clear sign of supreme confidence in their own power. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian saw the message and chuckled. "Looks like the War God Legion is feeling quite confident. Good, it saves me the trouble of searching for their base." He then turned to Huaying and said, "Huaying, release the announcement. The Star Sky Fleet will pay them a visit exactly 1 week from today. Also, regarding the blueprint I just sent you, mobilize all our current production capacity to build 2 units immediately. I need them ready within a week." Huaying nodded and promptly went to relay the orders. "Why 1 week? Rewind 10 minutes earlier. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, Blood Feud. Investigate intelligence on the War God Legion. Quest rewards are now distributed." Again, that massive battleship roulette spun before Jiang Tian's eyes. It whirled rapidly until finally stopping on a stunning vessel with alternating blue and pink hues, an exceptionally beautiful design. It was the first time Jiang Tian had seen a warship so intricately crafted. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring L4 Chuaqiao class Interstellar jump vessel." Interstellar jump vessel? What kind of thing was this? Curious, Jiang Tian opened the ship's blueprint. Moments later, after reviewing it, he blurted out an expletive in shock. "What the? This warship is insane." An interstellar jump vessel, as the name suggested, was a warship capable of continuous travel through space. But what made this vessel extraordinary was its ability to carry an entire fleet along during its jump. This meant breaking free from the constraints of stargates. In an instant, Jiang Tian could appear anywhere within the Holy Light Empire. Its jump range was second only to the L5 class stargate in the central system. However, such immense power came with equally steep costs. Constructing a single L4 Chuaqiao class interstellar jump vessel cost 10 billion Holy Light coins. Each use consumed an additional 1 billion coins and required a cooldown period of 5 days. Looking at the specifications, Jiang Tian smirked coldly. "War God Legion, just wait. I'll make sure your surprise is unforgettable." Jiang Tian then summoned Huaying. After Huaying left, Jiang Tian opened his system interface and checked the next phase of tasks. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 4. Warehouse. Mission, Main quest, explore the Eclipse Altar coordinates. Side quests, collect system fragments. Blood Feud finale, annihilate the War God Legion. Eliminate senior Elder Jiang of the Jiang family. System upgrade tasks. Own 5 L4 combat warship blueprints. Own 3 L4 support starship blueprints. Possess 100 L4 warships. Achieve 20% system fragment collection. Time-limited quests, none. After reading, Jiang Tian thought. This quest has reached its final chapter. So the murderers who killed my parents must be among them. No matter. Not a single one of them will escape. 5 days passed. Jiang Tian issued the order. Assemble the Star Sky Fleet. Except for the L4 Flowing Light Wings class heavy interstellar bombers. All other units proceed to wait 10 units outside the War God Legion's base. Soon, the Star Sky Fleet set out in grand formation. Jiang Tian sat aboard the No. 1 L4 Silver Spear class assault destroyer, gazing at the warships surrounding him, thinking, War God Legion, your doom has arrived. Outside the Star Sky base, war correspondents who had been camped there for nearly a week were live reporting this military maneuver, broadcasting it simultaneously on the Star Daily. Meanwhile, inside the command center of the War God Legion's base, the War God watched the news with a cold sneer. With only 3 L4 class warships, they dare attack me? Looks like their brains aren't functioning properly. Issue orders to the entire Legion, enter combat readiness, and show them what we're made of. A day passed. Jiang Tian slowly appeared at the outskirts of the War God Legion's base. Reporting, Commander, the Star Sky Fleet has been detected at the perimeter of our base. However, they currently show no sign of launching an attack. The entire fleet has halted in position. Inside the War God Legion, a junior officer reported to the War God. The War God sneered and said, they must be scouting our base. Fine, let them look. Also, issue orders to the entire Legion, deploy all warships and establish a defensive line 3 units away from the Star Sky Fleet. The junior officer said mockingly, Commander, do we really need to deploy all our ships? This feels like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. The War God replied arrogantly, that's exactly the point. With such a tiny fleet, they dare challenge me? Finish this quickly. Let them see what true power looks like. The junior officer nodded. Understood, Commander. On the other side, Jiang Tian was also listening to Hua Ying's report. Commander, detection indicates the War God Legion possesses 10 L4 class battleships, over 600 L3 class warships, and more than 3,000 L2 class warships, all currently moving toward our position. Chapter 68, The Great War Begins. Chapter 68, Jiang Tian said, all right, the fleet will hold position and wait for a response from Starbase. Thus, the Starfleet anchored 10 units away from the War God Legion, showing no intention of attacking at all. This left the War God Legion completely baffled. It had already been over 10 hours. Surely any reconnaissance would have been completed by now. Why weren't they advancing? Within Xianhuan Star City, speculation ran rampant. Maybe the Starfleet got scared? Seeing so many L4s from the War God Legion, they just froze up? Not necessarily. They haven't retreated either. Probably waiting for something. Puffed. Waiting for the War God Legion to finish preparing to crush them. War God received this information and merely chuckled dismissively. Whatever. Order the fleet to remain in position. Dispatch 5 more reconnaissance squads to search in the opposite direction. Don't let someone sneak in and hit our base. The aide saluted sharply and turned to carry out the orders. Staring at Jiang Tian's Starfleet, War God muttered to himself. What exactly are you planning? From the very beginning, Jiang Tian had acted strangely, leaving War God feeling uncertain. 5 more hours passed. War God finally received feedback from his scouts. No enemy fleets detected within 30 units. Long-range sensors show no trace of warp signatures. Upon hearing this, War God instantly fell into deep thought. What was going on? At this point, War God could no longer wait. He decided to take the initiative. He issued the order. Looks like the Starfleet has no tricks left. Full assault by the entire Legion. In the void of space, the massive War God Legion shifted into an attack formation and began advancing toward the Starfleet. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian had just received confirmation from Starbase that everything was ready. He gave his own order. L2 Night-class medium assault ships, clear the area. Drive away all uninvolved personnel in the vicinity. Jiang Tian was about to deploy the L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump vessel in this battle, and he certainly didn't want such a devastating weapon exposed to the public eye. The area was quickly cleared. The battle had officially begun. Commander, enemy fleet has entered the firing range of our L4 Silver Spear-class heavy assault vessels. Due to the unique firing mechanism of the L4 Silver Spear class, its effective range far exceeded that of other warships. Jiang Tian ordered 3 L4 Silver Spear-class heavy assault vessels, load ammunition. Immediately, 3 L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigates moved into the barrels of the L4 Silver Spears. Mechanical arms then dragged them down to the rear base of each warship. All crew evacuated from the L2 Bullet-class frigates as their hulls were packed with additional high-explosive charges. Commander, Unit 0141 is ready. All personnel have evacuated the projectile. We can fire at your command. Jiang Tian nodded and said, target the lead L4 class ship in the War God Legion. Fire. Understood. Inside the elongated hulls of the L4 Silver Spears, the 3 projectiles rapidly accelerated, boosted further by the embedded engines of the L2 Bullet-class frigates themselves. Within seconds, they reached 0.6 times light speed, spinning violently as they shot out from the barrels. Though that speed might not seem extreme, given the short distance, impact would occur in mere seconds. The War God Legion detected the incoming projectiles. War God sneered and said, "At this range, do they really think they can hit us? Activate full energy shields on the frontline L4S. Let's take one hit head-on and see what happens." Instantly, 10 pale golden energy shields shimmered into place across the front line of the fleet. The shields had barely flickered to life when the projectiles arrived. The 3 hypervelocity rounds slammed directly into the shields. Faced with such immense kinetic force, even L4 grade energy shields failed to last 3 seconds. As the shields shattered, the projectiles did not slow. They streaked straight toward the hulls and punched clean through the lead L4 warship, leaving 3 massive holes. Warning, warning. Hull breach detected in sections 105 to 130, J67, J94, S46, S54. Dispatch rescue teams immediately. Alarms blared throughout the damaged L4 warship. Only after being struck did everyone realize the projectiles were actually over 100 meters long. War God stood stunned, speechless at the scene before him. Only now did he fully realize that this opponent, whom he had dismissed as a clown, had come fully prepared. He shouted urgently, "Full speed ahead. Weapons of this power must have long cooldown times. Close the distance fast." In truth, the reload cooldown wasn't nearly as long as War God imagined, just over 3 minutes between shots. And just as the War God Legion surged forward, the projectiles still lodged inside the damaged L4 warship activated. High-yield explosives inside the projectiles detonated simultaneously. Flames erupted from within. From afar, Jiang Tian watched as a massive fireball exploded skyward, tearing the crippled L4 warship into pieces in an instant. This wasn't over. The shockwave from the explosion slammed into 2 nearby L4-class warships, draining a full third of their energy shields in an instant. War God's heart bled at the sight. Each L4 warship was an ace of his legion. Now, he abandoned formation entirely. If this continued, he'd never even reach the Starfleet. All War God wanted now was to close the distance, rushing straight toward the Starfleet, hoping proximity would limit the range and power of the L4 Silver Spear-class heavy assault ships. His plan made sense, but Jiang Tian had no intention of letting it happen. Jiang Tian ordered all L2 Hunter Wolf-class missile destroyers and L3 Gleam-class medium frigates launch all interstellar missiles. Disrupt the enemy advance. Under his command, tens of thousands of interstellar missiles surged forward in waves toward the enemy fleet. The effect of this attack wasn't nearly as devastating as Jiang Tian's earlier strike. 9 L4 warships intercepted most of the L2 missiles before they could inflict damage. Yet combined with the harassment from the L3 Gleam-class frigates, the War God Legion's momentum was still slowed. Seeing that the timing was right, Jiang Tian opened a communication channel to Starbase and issued his order. Deploy the L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump vessels and the L4 Flowing Wings-class heavy interstellar bombers. Execute the pre-planned tactic. The next second, the aide's voice rang out within the War God Legion. "Commander, unknown spatial fluctuations detected behind our fleet." "Unknown? Then go find out what it is." War God snapped angrily. But before the aide could act, the unexpected struck. In the void of space, 12 L4-class warships materialized instantly behind the War God Legion. Reporting, "Commander. Jump complete. Deviation less than 0.1 units. Ihan reported from the lead vessel of the L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump fleet to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian immediately gave the order. L4 Flowing Wings-class heavy interstellar bombers. Attack. Launch all interstellar missiles. "Understood, Commander," Ihan replied. L4 Flowing Wings-class heavy interstellar bombers. Engage. Chapter 69 L4 Lumina Wing-class heavy interstellar bomber. Chapter 69. In the void of space, the L4 Luminal Wing-class heavy interstellar bomber gradually unfolded its massive missile launchers. Like a warship spreading golden wings, hence the name, Luminal Wing. Once the wings were fully extended, hundreds of thousands of various interstellar missiles launched into the sky. Transforming into golden meteors, they streaked across the vacuum, trailing blue-gold afterglows as they surged toward the War God Legion. Alert! Detected massive incoming interstellar missiles. Alert! Detected. War God's heart sank instantly. Though he had no idea where these 12 L4-class warships had come from, he knew one thing for certain. This was an L4-class missile battleship. A single barrage like this would leave his War God Legion utterly decimated. Quick! All ships scatter and evade the missiles. Activate all energy shields at maximum capacity. L4-class ships, intercept those missiles with everything you've got. War God roared anxiously. But at such close range, the missiles fell like rain from every direction. No amount of evasive maneuvers could save them. Due to the lack of sufficient L4-class interception systems, the missiles quickly penetrated deep into the War God Legion's formation. Images captured by deep space telescopes could no longer discern the shape of the fleet. All that could be seen was the blazing aftermath of continuous explosions. "No!" War God screamed in despair. After this wave of missile bombardment, every single L2 and L3-class warship in the War God Legion was destroyed. Of the original 9 L4-class vessels, only 4 remained. A flash of viciousness passed through War God's eyes as he barked. All remaining L4-class warships, target and attack the enemy missile ships immediately. They've exhausted their payload. They're defenseless now. The 4 surviving L4-class warships turned sharply in the void, obeying the order. At the same time, Ihan opened a comms channel to Jiang Tian and reported. "Commander, All interstellar missiles have been fired. I'm pulling out now. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. On the battlefield, the War God Legion's L4 warships completed their turn and locked onto the L4 luminal wing-class bombers. Fire! War God bellowed. But the instant their cannons discharged, the L4 Chuoqiao-class interstellar jump vessel activated its drive, warping the 12 ships out of the battle and back toward Starry Sky Base. War God stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the spot where the 12 warships had vanished without a trace. These ships had appeared and disappeared like phantoms. He couldn't even fathom what kind of person could design vessels like these. No, actually, he already knew. It was the man he had wronged. With a final, lifeless breath, he murmured, "Contact the enemy commander for me. We surrender." The battle had ended too swiftly. His fleet of over 3,000 warships had been obliterated in an instant. An overwhelming, crushing blow meant to humble him. When Jiang Tian received the surrender signal, he replied as calmly as always. "Shut down engines on all remaining vessels. Transfer control of your base." Upon reading the message, War God hesitated not a second. He complied immediately. Looking at the base access rights sent to his personal terminal, Jiang Tian spoke to War God. "Come to my flagship alone in a shuttlecraft." War God nodded hurriedly. At this point, he had no room left for hesitation. Once War God's shuttle launched, Jiang Tian gave new orders. Destroy all remaining vessels on the battlefield. Detonate the War God Legion's base. And this time, we don't clean up the wreckage. Let the battlefield reporters see exactly what our Starry Sky fleet is capable of. When War God finally arrived aboard Jiang Tian's flagship, the L4 Silver Lance class strike vessel Vanguard 1, he couldn't contain himself any longer. The question that had tormented him burst out. "Lord, what exactly did I do to offend you?" Jiang Tian looked down at the man kneeling before him and sneered coldly. "You've killed so many people you've forgotten your own crimes. Very well. Let me remind you, Blue Cloud System. The Jiang family." At those words, realization struck War God like lightning. He stammered frantically. "Lord, it was the Grand Elder of the Jiang family who paid me to do it. I was just following orders for payment. Please, have mercy, spare my life." Jiang Tian stepped forward and kicked him hard, sending him sprawling to the floor. "I'm heading to the Jiang family right now," he said. "If you testify afterward, I'll make your death quick. Otherwise, I'll make sure the rest of your life is a torment where you can neither live nor die." War God scrambled back to his feet, bowing subserviently. "Of course, Lord. I'll cooperate completely." Jiang Tian glanced at him disdainfully, then turned to the soldiers nearby. "Take him away. Keep him secure." With that, he turned and walked off. Back on the bridge, Jiang Tian issued his command. "Starry Sky Fleet, destination, Blue Cloud System. Set course, departure." The vast fleet turned in unison across the void, sailing toward the distant Stargate, leaving behind a graveyard of shattered wrecks. Far away, war correspondents who had waited for the battles and seized their chance, racing quickly toward the center of the battlefield. When they saw the Starry Sky Fleet depart completely unscathed, they could already guess what had happened. Yet the horrific scene before them still exceeded their expectations. Massive warships were blown into countless fragments, vessels of all sizes tangled together in wreckage, not a single hull left intact. In the distance, the once impregnable War God Legion base had been utterly destroyed, reduced to nothing but a heap of rubble. The reporters who witnessed this scene stood stunned, unable to comprehend how the War God Legion could have been defeated so catastrophically. Moreover, according to their analysis, not a single ship in the Starry Sky Fleet had sustained any damage. Emerging unharmed, they had annihilated the entire War God Legion. One journalist stared at the view outside the viewport, muttering under his breath. The balance of power in Thousand Illusion Star City is about to shift. News of Jiang Tian's Starry Sky Fleet sweeping through the War God Legion without a single casualty immediately made headlines in the Thousand Stars Daily, triggering a massive public shift in support toward the Starry Sky Fleet. But Jiang Tian, the central figure in this event, remained unaware of it all. By now, he had already arrived at the Blue Cloud System. Exiting the Stargate of the Blue Cloud System, Jiang Tian ignored every incoming communication and proceeded straight toward the Jiang family's homeworld. This massive fleet instantly drew the attention of everyone in the Blue Cloud System, forcing even the head of the Jiang family to make an appearance. Only after Jiang Tian's fleet entered orbit around the Jiang family's core planet did he finally open communications. Among the flood of messages, he accepted the one from the Jiang family head. Instantly, the image of the Jiang patriarch appeared on the bridge of the L4 Silver Lance class strike vessel Vanguard 1. Seeing that the commander of this fleet was Jiang Tian, he was visibly shocked. Jiang Tian spoke coldly. "I've captured the man who murdered my parents, and I have evidence proving your Grand Elder conspired with him to carry out the crime. Tell the Grand Elder to come out and face me." The Jiang family head felt his heart skip a beat. Trembling, he stammered, Go fetch the Grand Elder. But don't tell him why." Soon, the Grand Elder appeared on screen. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he asked cautiously, "It's Jiang Tian. What's the matter?" Jiang Tian roughly dragged War God forward, giving the Grand Elder a cold, mocking stare. Chapter 70. A long-awaited revenge fulfilled. Chapter 70. The Grand Elder naturally knew exactly who this was. A flicker of panic crossed his face, but he quickly masked it. He forced a smile and said to Jiang Tian, "Jiang Tian, who is this?" Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, mocking him. "So you won't cry until you see the coffin, huh?" Then he kicked the War God hard and snapped. "He won't talk? Then you speak." The War God hurriedly nodded, saying, "I'm the leader of the War God Legion. A few years ago, I accepted 100 billion from Senior Elder Jiang of the Jiang family. He paid me to assassinate Jiang Xiyuan and his wife. Greedy for money at the time, I agreed. That attack supply convoy wasn't destroyed by the Machine Clan. It was me faking the battlefield after combat. The head of the Jiang family became furious immediately. He turned to the Grand Elder and shouted, Jiang Mingxian, the clan rules clearly state that family members must not kill each other. Do you intend to rebel? Jiang Mingxian showed no sign of worry and shot back. Jiang Tian, such serious accusations require evidence. Baseless claims like this, I won't admit to anything. Jiang Tian sneered coldly. Of course I have evidence. Here's proof of your transfer of 100 billion to the War God Legion. What more do you have to deny? Jiang Mingxian stared at the file Jiang Tian sent, his face suddenly paling in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you have? I was certain I had already. Jiang Tian let out a chilling laugh, but didn't respond. The head of the family then declared, seize Jiang Mingxian, imprison him, and await further judgment. Still unwilling to accept defeat, the Grand Elder screamed. Why is it that only Jiang Xiyuan can be considered heir to the clan leadership, but not Jiang's side? We're all in the military department. Clearly, Jiang's side is superior to him. Is it just because he comes from a collateral branch? The clan head was momentarily speechless. He had secretly thought the same thing. Jiang Xiyuan was simply the most talented among the direct lineage, and he'd never truly considered anyone else. But Jiang Tian spoke up. You've overestimated yourself. What isn't yours will never belong to you. With that, Jiang Tian revealed the insignia of a deputy general from the military department. Both the clan head and Jiang Mingxian stared blankly in shock. How long had passed since Jiang Tian left? And now he was already a deputy general? Jiang Mingxian stammered. Deputy General. How could you possibly rise so high? Jiang Tian mocked. Because both of you are too weak. With abilities like yours, you dare compete for the clan leadership? In that moment, Jiang Mingxuan's eyes went lifeless, mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, the clan head waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. Lock him in prison. Immediately, two men in Jiang family uniforms stepped forward and dragged away Jiang Mingxian, who looked like a corpse with no will left. Once the room fell silent, the clan head turned to Jiang Tian and said, Jiang Tian, now that you've avenged your parents, I shall pass the leadership of the clan to you immediately. Jiang Tian had already surpassed Jiang Xiyuan's capabilities from back then. His strength was unquestionably qualified for the position. But Jiang Tian shook his head and refused. I came only to reclaim what belonged to my father. I have no interest in becoming clan leader. You should pass the title to someone else. The clan head sighed helplessly. Fine. I won't persuade you any further. Jiang Tian changed the subject, asking, how will the Jiang family deal with Jiang Mingxian? The clan head replied, given the circumstances, he'll receive a lifetime sentence ending in execution after 10 years of torment. Don't worry, I won't let a man like him die easily. Technically speaking, the Jiang clan rules didn't specify punishment for such betrayal. But given Jiang Tian's overwhelming power, the clan head took the opportunity to curry favor. Jiang Tian nodded and said, no need for that. I'm not heartless. Just execute him. The clan head said, Jiang Tian, come back and visit sometimes. This place will always be open for you. Jiang Tian heard it, but chose not to reply, merely waving to end the communication. Jiang Xiyuan had died due to internal clan struggles. In Jiang Tian's heart, he held no real attachment to the Jiang family. Elsewhere, the clan head summoned his subordinate and ordered, release a public clan announcement exposing everything about Jiang Mingxian. Also, launch a family-wide search for a new heir. Don't overlook any collateral branches. Let this generation compete fairly, but any cheating or underhanded tactics will be punished severely. And if I don't find a suitable successor before my death, appoint Jiang Tian as the next clan leader. Back at Starbase, Jiang Tian received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. Chapter's end. Revenge for patricide. Task rewards are now being distributed. Instantly, the massive warship roulette reappeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. The enormous wheel slowly began to spin, gradually accelerating, until a warship began to emerge from the surface of the roulette. Jiang Tian. Well damn, new effects now. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the L4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ship. Jiang Tian looked and thought, excellent. Now my production capacity has finally reached level 4. Then he called Hua Ying, sent her the blueprint of the L4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ship, and instructed, for the next month, use the L3 Divine Craft-class large industrial ships to construct L4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ships. Produce as many as possible. Hua Ying quickly ran the calculations and replied, Commander, within 1 month we can produce approximately 20 L4 high-energy Forge-class large industrial ships, requiring a total of 200 billion raw materials. Jiang Tian nodded and said, all right then. For now, focus on developing basic infrastructure. Allocate any excess production capacity toward manufacturing L4 gold miner-class heavy mining ships. Hua Ying replied, understood, Commander. I'll arrange it immediately. Jiang Tian waved his hand, and Hua Ying left. But just as Jiang Tian was about to rest, Ihan walked in. Jiang Tian glanced at him and casually asked, what do you want? Ihan said excitedly, brother, that L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ship is incredibly powerful. It crossed an entire star region in an instant. Jiang Tian didn't look up and said indifferently, if you like it so much, I'll give you something to do from now on. You'll be in charge of the Magpie Bridge-class squadron. Deploy them for support according to battlefield requirements. Ihan froze, shocked. You mean me? Jiang Tian said with eyes closed. That's right. After all, you're a graduate of the command department. Commanding such a fleet shouldn't be a problem. Ihan said, fine, I accept. Jiang Tian kept the same expression and said, I believe you can handle it. Then he waved his hand again, dismissing Ihan as well. Now Jiang Tian had peace at last. He could finally check the new tasks updated by the system. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 4. Warehouse. Mission. Main quest, explore the star eclipse altar, coordinates. Side quests, collect system fragments. The next emperor of the Holy Light Empire. Choose one from among the 6 imperial heirs and help him ascend the throne. System upgrade tasks. Possess 5L4 combat type warship blueprints. Possess 3L4 support type starship blueprints. Own 100L4 warships. System fragment collection rate reaches 20%. Limited time missions, none. Huh, Jiang Tian murmured. An L5 warship already? Though this task probably won't be short. By the time it's done, who knows what level the system will be. Besides, this decision actually put Jiang Tian in a difficult position. He wasn't sure how to choose. Of the 6 princes, Jiang Tian had only met the 2nd prince, and had clashed with the 6th prince before. The other 4 had no connection with him whatsoever, leaving Jiang Tian utterly indecisive. Chapter 71, Sudden Change. Chapter 71, August 18th, 3824, Holy Light Calendar. The Holy Light Emperor suddenly passed away, and the 6 imperial heirs no longer concealed their ambitions. Each began revealing their claws, scrambling to consolidate power and seize the opportunity to ascend the throne. How did Jiang Tian come to know of this? On that very day, Jiang Tian received a communication from the 2nd prince. The 2nd prince spoke directly. Friend Jiang Tian, the Holy Light Emperor has passed. The final struggle among the imperial heirs has officially begun. I need your help. Originally, the 2nd prince had considered giving up on Jiang Tian, but after hearing about what Jiang Tian had accomplished in Qianhuan Star City, he realized Jiang Tian was someone he absolutely could not afford to lose. The leading force in Qianhuan Star City was practically the most powerful civilian faction in the entire empire. To find anyone stronger than Jiang Tian, one would have to look toward the other 3 alien races. Yet seeking aid from foreign races during a succession struggle would be inviting wolves into the house. This sudden turn of events caught Jiang Tian off guard. Now, at last, he understood the significance behind the task issued by the system. Jiang Tian thought for a moment and replied, Your Highness, this matter is extremely weighty. I need some time to consider it, but I will give you an answer within 24 hours. The 2nd prince knew such matters couldn't be rushed, so he agreed. Very well. I'll await your reply. Jiang Tian nodded and ended the communication. After hesitating briefly, Jiang Tian dialed Fenglin Jiwen's frequency. The call connected immediately. Jiang Tian asked first, Brother Jiwen, have you heard about the big news regarding the Holy Light royal family? Fenglin Jiwen nodded and said, I know. The 3rd prince already informed me. I was just about to contact you. What are your thoughts? Jiang Tian answered, I've received a message from the 2nd prince, but I haven't responded yet. I'm still thinking it over. Jiwen understood how serious this was, so he said, Brother Jiang Tian, you should accept the 2nd prince's offer. Objectively speaking, the 2nd prince does stand a better chance of winning. Jiang Tian nodded. That was indeed true. And based on his interactions so far, the 2nd prince proved to be shrewd, ambitious, and capable. Such a person was, in fact, perfectly suited to be emperor. After pondering for a while, Jiang Tian said to Fenglin Jiwen, Then I'll go ahead and respond to the 2nd prince. No matter which one of us holds greater advantage later, we'll both have an escape route. Fenglin Jiwen nodded in agreement. Exactly. So hurry and get back to him. Don't keep him waiting. Jiang Tian acknowledged, then ended the call. However, Jiang Tian didn't rush to meet the 2nd prince right away. He knew he currently held great importance to the prince, so delaying slightly wouldn't be an issue. About an hour later, Jiang Tian finally contacted the 2nd prince again. I've made my decision, Jiang Tian said. I'm with you, 2nd prince. The 2nd prince smiled. Brother Jiang Tian, I knew you'd make the wisest choice. Jiang Tian chuckled faintly, but didn't respond verbally. The 2nd prince continued. Don't worry, Brother Jiang Tian. With your support this time, the throne is as good as mine. And when that happens, you'll be my greatest benefactor. Jiang Tian joked back. Then I'd better start thinking hard about what I want. The 2nd prince laughed too. Go ahead and think it over. I've got many matters to attend to now. I'll reach out if anything comes up. Jiang Tian replied. Understood, Your Highness. With that, they ended the communication. At this moment, Jiang Tian's side quest also updated, from choose one among the 6 imperial heirs and support them in ascending the throne, to support the 2nd prince and help him ascend the throne. Perhaps because word had spread of the imperial heirs recruiting allies, the mechanoid race, long silent, suddenly launched a massive invasion force toward the eastern border of the empire. On August 23rd, 3824, after joint deliberation among the 6 imperial heirs, they decided to temporarily set aside their internal conflicts and prioritize resolving the threat from the mechanoids. Subsequently, all 6 imperial heirs led their respective fleets to the front lines. After all, the outcome of this battle would directly affect each heir's reputation, and thus significantly influence their chances of eventual ascension. As a supporter of the 2nd prince, Jiang Tian received an invitation to join the front line. Citing incomplete recovery of combat strength following his last battle, Jiang Tian declined the invitation. Nevertheless, he promised that should the 2nd prince face dire trouble, he would come immediately to assist. Though somewhat displeased, the second prince couldn't say much. After all, Jiang Tian was now his most critical ally. The fact that he even offered support was already more than enough. On August 25th, the mechanoid race launched a full-scale offensive against the Holy Light Empire's eastern front line, involving nearly 1 million warships, including 6 L5-class flagships, the crown jewels of the mechanoid fleet. The Eastern Front instantly came under immense pressure, but with the addition of the 6 Imperial Heirs fleets, the situation was barely manageable for now. As a major general in the Central Star Region Military Department, Jiang Tian was naturally expected to head to the battlefield. However, just as he was organizing his fleet to prepare for departure, he received a mission from the system. New time-limited mission. Rescue as many of the 6 Imperial Heirs as possible. He immediately summoned Huaying and asked, Huaying, how many L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ships have we produced so far? Huaying checked the fleet data and replied, there are currently 5 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ships in the Star Fleet. This batch of warships had all been specially commissioned by Jiang Tian through Huaying after the upheaval in the Holy Light Empire. Alongside the L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ships, 10 L4 Gleaming Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers had also been produced. Jiang Tian issued his orders. Leave 10 L4 Gleaming Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers and 2 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ships at the base. All other warships will follow me into battle, head to the front lines, and support the second prince. Chapter 72. The second prince is caught in a pincer attack. Chapter 72. Jiang Tian emerged from the Stargate at the front lines of the Zhongshan Stellar region and immediately received an identity inquiry. The garrison at the Stargate asked, Qianhuan Star City, Celestial Fleet. Please state your origin. Jiang Tian displayed his rank as a junior general of the Central Galaxy and inquired, where is the second prince's fleet? Upon seeing he was a general, the other party instantly became respectful and replied, General Jiang, the second prince is currently in Sector E076. 2 hours ago, traces of the mechanoid race were detected there. Jiang Tian nodded and said, understood. You may go back to your duties. With that, the officer saluted and terminated the communication. Jiang Tian ordered, move away from the Stargate area, find a more distant location, and wait. Elsewhere, in the Zhongshan Stellar region, Combat Zone E067, the second prince stood before a massive battlefield hologram, listening to his aide's report. Your Highness, the mechanoid fleet is approaching the Empire's border at warp speed. The vanguard is expected to make contact within 1 hour. The second prince said, set up an ambush formation. Lure them deep inside. I want to annihilate this entire fleet. Immediately, the fleet began repositioning. From afar, one could finally grasp the scale. A superfleet consisting of 200,000 warships. Among them was one L5-class Coffin of Copper large battleship. The second prince sat aboard his modified L4-class battlecruiser, the Spear of Holy Light, observing everything unfold. Once the formation was complete, the mechanoids were nearly upon them. Reporting, Your Highness, the aide announced. The mechanoids have begun entering our encirclement. The second prince nodded in satisfaction and said, hold a little longer. Wait until they're fully inside, then attack. The unsuspecting mechanoid forces advanced deeper. Just as the second prince was about to issue the order to close the trap, the bridge of his L4-class battlecruiser suddenly blazed with red alert lights. The aide cried out urgently, Your Highness, a mechanoid fleet has been detected approaching from the rear at warp speed. Estimated time to contact, 10 minutes. The second prince exclaimed in shock, what? Where did a mechanoid fleet come from behind us? The aide didn't answer. Instead, he kept staring at the data in his hands, despair creeping into his voice. The analysis shows this fleet contains at least 10 L4-class warships. At that moment, the second prince felt his heart sink. To set up the ambush, he had moved nearly the entire fleet forward, leaving only a standard escort squadron protecting him in the rear command position. Even worse, his own L4-class battlecruiser was the only high-tier ship left in that escort force. After a brief pause, the second prince said, order the encircling fleet to close in. Redirect the L5-class Coffin of Copper battleship here to my position. The aide immediately relayed the command. Just as hope flickered anew, minutes later he returned with even worse news. Your Highness, intelligence from the front reports that the mechanoids also have an L5-class battleship. The Coffin of Copper has already engaged. Blast it all. What are they doing? Why didn't we detect that L5 battleship earlier? The second prince shouted in anger. If he'd known an L5-class vessel would appear, he would never have used this tactic. But it was too late now. In his haste, the mechanoid fleet was now just 3 minutes away. Suddenly remembering something, he roared, quick, get me in touch with Jiang Tian. Relay our situation, see if he can send support in time. The aide quickly established the connection. After a brief exchange, he approached the second prince and whispered, Your Highness, General Jiang says he wishes to speak with you privately. The second prince frowned. With a wave of his hand, a transparent barrier instantly formed around his command chair, completely isolating the interior from the outside. This was a product of Imperial Academy of Sciences research, a vacuum barrier that blocked sound transmission, enhanced with optical interference to distort visuals. Those inside could see out, but those outside couldn't see in. The second prince took the call and saw Jiang Tian on the screen. Young friend Jiang Tian, what do you wish to say? Jiang Tian replied, Your Highness, please provide the exact coordinates of your fleet at this moment. The second prince immediately recited a string of numbers. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. Before the second prince could ask, young friend Jiang Tian, when will you? His words were cut off as, through the viewport, he saw the mechanoid fleet dropping out of warp, transitioning into combat formation. Jiang Tian looked directly at the second prince and said solemnly, Your Highness, although I am your ally, I must warn you. What you are about to witness is classified information belonging exclusively to the Celestial Fleet. I trust you will keep it strictly confidential. The second prince was stunned. Jiang Tian had never spoken to him in such a tone before. Before he could react, Jiang Tian terminated the communication. Vaguely, the second prince thought he heard a voice say, L4 Magpie Bridge-class Interstellar Jumpship, launch. The moment the second prince lowered the isolation barrier, his aide reported urgently, Your Highness, we've detected 12 L4 Night Cruiser-class battleships, 300 L3 Crow-class light frigates, and 500 L2 Reconstructor-class modular frigates from the mechanoid fleet. Seated in the commander's chair, the second prince said, Just relay this fleet data to the Celestial Fleet. Jiang Tian said he'd come. Before the aide could turn away, alarms blared across the L4 sphere of Holy Light-class battlecruiser. Alert! Alert! Unknown spatial fluctuation detected. The second prince startled. This spatial disturbance was emerging directly between his fleet and the approaching mechanoid warships. The aide reported, Your Highness, our fleet is currently locked onto by fire control systems from all 12 L4 Night Cruiser-class battleships. We expect incoming fire within 10 seconds. A chill ran through the second prince. He knew full well that if all 12 L4 battleships hit him simultaneously with their bow cannons, not even his remains would survive. Just as he saw the fiery glow building at the bow of the enemy L4 night cruisers, a blinding flash erupted before him, and an entire fleet materialized out of nowhere, the Celestial Fleet. Your Highness, you're definitely paying me back for the cost of this operation. Jiang Tian's joking voice rang out over the public channel. The 12 incoming bow cannon shots were each intercepted and fully absorbed by the energy shields of Jiang Tian's L4 Gleaming Wing class heavy interstellar bombers. Staring at the shield status, each now depleted by nearly one-third, Jiang Tian growled. L4 Gleaming Wing class heavy interstellar bomber, ships 1 through 3, engage combat mode. Prioritize the 12 L4 Night Cruiser class battleships. Blow those bastards to pieces. Still reeling from Jiang Tian's sudden arrival, the second prince suddenly heard his aide shout beside him. Why, Your Highness? Look. The L4 class interstellar missile ships. Chapter 73, The Mech Clan's Conspiracy. Chapter 73. The second prince looked up at the window. The 3 central L4 Luminal Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers simultaneously unfolded their golden wings, revealing portions of their missile launchers. Jiang Tian gave the order, fire. In an instant, tens of thousands of various interstellar missiles screamed toward the mechanoid fleet. Standing before the porthole, the second prince murmured in awe. This is truly magnificent. Jiang Tian never fails to amaze me. But his aide remarked beside him, Your Highness, don't celebrate just yet. Based on our estimates, this volley alone will cost over 30 billion holy lumine coins. The second prince laughed. All just heaps of holy lumine coins. Luckily it's not me. He suddenly stopped laughing. Jiang Tian had clearly declared that he would have to foot the bill. At once, the prince felt as if his heart were bleeding. The missile barrage ended swiftly. Of the 12 L4 Night Cruiser-class battleships belonging to the mechanoids, 11 were completely destroyed. Since the L4 warships absorbed the overwhelming majority of firepower, a small portion, about 10%, of the remaining L2 and L3 vessels survived. This demonstrated the formidable combat strength of the mechanoid forces. Free from fear, their battle efficiency had sharply increased. Seeing this, Jiang Tian ordered, Yi Hanfeng, Lin Mahuan, execute tactical cleanup, eliminate all remaining mechanoid warships. Yes, sir. Understood. Both responded simultaneously. Then, the L3 Phantom Wave-class battlecruisers and L3 Frost-class medium cruisers from the Star Ocean Fleet began weaving through the battlefield, systematically wiping out the surviving mechanoid vessels. The L4 ships, now stripped of their energy shields, became sitting ducks, the first target for finishing blows. Having taken care of that, Jiang Tian immediately opened a comms channel to the second prince. Your Highness, do you need assistance in your frontline engagement? The second prince glanced at the battlefield holomap. With the addition of a single L5 class warship to the enemy, his original strategy had already collapsed. He replied awkwardly, Maybe yes. We haven't been able to take down that L5 vessel. Jiang Tian shrugged with a casual smile, turning to Huaying. Huaying, redirect 3 L4 Silver Lance-class assault ships and 15 L2 Bullet-class high-speed escorts there. Once they've emptied their ammo, bring them back. Upon hearing this, the second prince said, I really can't thank you enough. Jiang Tian waved his hand modestly. No need, Your Highness. I'll probably be counting on you in the future too. Just then, the second prince's personal terminal chimed. He lowered his head while still smiling. But as he read the message, his smile vanished. Jiang Tian, I've just received word. 5 other Imperial heirs are also under double siege by the mechanoids. I'm not the only victim. This intel is already 10 minutes old. They're all on the brink of collapse. The second prince spoke anxiously. Jiang Tian remained unfazed. Isn't that good? Now your rivals are all dead. You're guaranteed the throne. The second prince frowned slightly. Of course I want the throne, but I also want a unified Holy Light Empire. If all 5 Imperial heirs perish, how much chaos would engulf the empire? Jiang Tian paused and considered. It made sense. He said, fine, I'll go save them. You send them a message. If they want to live, they must voluntarily withdraw from the succession race and sign confidentiality agreements. The second prince clapped his hands. Excellent idea. I'll send it right away. But Jiang Tian, can you make it in time? You'd have to be in multiple places at once. Jiang Tian replied. I won't go to the sixth prince. He and I have some unresolved issues. Besides, rescuing 5 people simultaneously isn't realistic. Losing one heir among so many doesn't matter much. The others aren't a problem. Also, tell them clearly, I'll only help dismantle their two-front predicament. Everything else is on them. The second prince nodded. Got it. I understand. Jiang Tian's words instantly planted new thoughts in the prince's mind about him. Jiang Tian nodded with a smile. Just send me the coordinates directly. I'll reposition my fleet accordingly. With that, he ended the call. Turning around, Jiang Tian connected to Yihan. Yihan, I'll send you 2 sets of coordinates shortly. Assemble 2 fleets, each consisting of 5 L4 Luminal Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers and 1 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ship. You command one fleet yourself, and select another captain from among the Luminal Wing-class commanders to lead the other. Your mission is to eliminate the mechanoid forces besieging the Imperial heirs. Once your ammunition is depleted, retreat immediately. Depart the moment you receive the coordinates. Jiang Tian had already briefed Yihan before leaving, so the latter was well prepared. He responded promptly. Understood, Commander. Jiang Tian waved and ended the communication, just as he received the coordinates from the second prince. He selected 2 of the more distant ones and sent them to Yihan. Then, clapping his hands on the bridge, he said, All right, time to get to work. Squad Leader Luo Jinyu, take heavy interstellar bombers 6 through 10 of the L4 Luminal Wing class, along with 1 L4 Magpie Bridge class interstellar jump ship, and jump to the 5th princess's location. All remaining warships will follow me to reinforce the eldest princess. Immediately after issuing the orders, 6 L4 class warships vanished from Jiang Tian's Star Ocean Fleet. After reorganizing the formation, Jiang Tian gave the command. Star Ocean Fleet, set sail. In an instant, over 100 remaining warships disappeared into a blinding flash of light. From afar, the second prince watched Jiang Tian in silence, murmuring under his breath. You're truly a monster. I wonder if allying with you was the right choice or not. The aide beside him naturally heard the words, but the meaning was too terrifying. He could only keep his eyes lowered, motionless, pretending he had heard nothing. Function Star Region, Battlefield J128, the eldest princess's battlefield. Jiang Tian's Star Ocean Fleet descended like gods from above, appearing directly between the mechanoid fleet and the eldest princess's forces, blocking their advance. Commander, radar detection shows 15 L4 class mechanoid warships, 627 L3 class, and 818 L2 class, reported the officer on the bridge. Jiang Tian took a look. The situation here was far worse than what the second prince had faced. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian immediately shouted, L2 Hunter Wolf class missile destroyers and L4 Luminal Wing class heavy interstellar bombers. Launch all interstellar missiles. L3 Shimmer class medium frigates. Deploy interference beacons. L3 Moonshadow class large carriers. Launch all interstellar fighters. L3 Frost class medium cruisers. Execute tactical penetration. All units, enter combat status. With Jiang Tian's arrival, the balance of battle tipped sharply in favor of the eldest princess. Jiang Tian then addressed her fleet. Your forces focus on securing your flank. This battlefield is mine now. The eldest princess was still dazed by the sudden appearance of the entire fleet through instantaneous jump, so her aide responded on her behalf. It took a long while before she finally regained her composure and whispered, It seems this imperial succession race already has its victor, my second younger brother. I wonder where he found such an extraordinary man. Chapter 74, Child of the Wind. Chapter 74. In the void of space, countless laser beams, interstellar missiles, and starfighters crisscrossed in chaotic dance. Flashes of energy shields lit up intermittently across the battlefield. With Jiang Tian's arrival, it was as if a spark had been thrown into dry tinder, igniting the entire battle into an inferno. Under Jiang Tian's relentless assault, even the mechanoid fleet, renowned for its swift reaction speed, began to show signs of sluggishness. At that moment, Jiang Tian received a message from Yihan. His 2 Zhiyun missions had concluded successfully. He had rescued both the third prince and the fourth prince. Notably, Yihan had also managed to save Feng Lingchuan during his mission. Soon after, the mechanoid fleet before Jiang Tian was nearly wiped out. The crown princess's situation was now under control. Jiang Tian opened a communication channel to her and said, Your Highness, my task is complete. I'll be taking my leave now. Without waiting for her response, he terminated the transmission. The crown princess stood on the bridge, watching silently as Jiang Tian's fleet slowly turned around, activated warp mode, and vanished instantly into the depths of the cosmos. Reporting, Your Highness, a nearby officer said. The mechanoid fleet along the eastern front is retreating en masse. The crown princess commanded, Assess all battle damage and prepare for return voyage. Once we're back, thoroughly investigate where those mechanoid warships originated. Thanks to Jiang Tian's overwhelming intervention, the chaos on the battlefield quickly subsided. Of course, the sixth prince was found dead at the scene, his fate sealed beyond recovery. However, command of that sector was swiftly taken over by a senior general, stabilizing the situation just in time to hold the border. The most significant victory, however, belonged to the second prince's forces in the Zhongshan Star region, Sector E076. With assistance from Jiang Tian's L4 Silver Lance-class strike cruiser, 15 specially fired rounds enabled an L5 Bronze Coffin-class dreadnought to destroy one enemy L5 class battleship and over 10 L4 class vessels. This marked the only L5 level enemy loss in the entire conflict. Such a remarkable feat propelled the second prince into sudden fame, and his popularity skyrocketed overnight. After leading the Starfleet back to base, Jiang Tian decided to grant everyone a vacation. The Holy Light Empire had largely stabilized. There weren't as many crises cropping up anymore. As a reward, Jiang Tian gave every member of the Starfleet double their monthly pay and a 2-week leave. In fact, ever since the formation of the Starfleet, Jiang Tian had never formally granted a full holiday, only brief rests between missions when operations allowed. He summoned Hua Ying and said, "Hua Ying, take charge of this. Once we've finished replenishing losses from the latest battle, send everyone on their leave. And when you're done with your duties, you go too." But Hua Ying shook her head. "Commander, I don't need a vacation. I have nowhere I particularly want to go." Jiang Tian frowned slightly. Indeed, due to her past experiences, Hua Ying tended to feel lost when she had free time. "Then how about this?" Jiang Tian suggested. "I'll mark this vacation down for you. You can save it and use it later." Unable to decline further, Hua Ying said gratefully, "Thank you, Commander." Jiang Tian smiled. "No need to be so formal. Go attend to your work." Hua Ying saluted and left the room. Jiang Tian then opened his system interface. He hadn't forgotten. He still had a mission reward unclaimed. Host, Jiang Tian. System level, for 4. Inventory. Main quest, explore the star eclipse altar, coordinates. Side quests, collect system fragments. The next emperor of the Holy Light Empire. Support the second prince and help him ascend the throne. System upgrade tasks. Possess 5 L4 combat type warship blueprints. Possess 3 L4 support type starship blueprints. Own 100 L4 warships. System fragment collection rate reaches 20%. Timed mission. Rescue as many of the 6 Imperial heirs as possible. System notification. Timed mission completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the L4 Windchild class joint escort frigate. Jiang Tian glanced at the screen. This time, not even special effects were used, the interface growing increasingly bare bones. Joint escort frigate? Another unfamiliar class. Curious, he opened the blueprint for this vessel. Windchild class joint escort frigate. Class, L4. Length, 149 m. Speed, 240 knots. Armament. Windchild Type 3-point defense artillery array. Windchild Type V torpedo launch system. Defense. Hull integrity, 20,000. Energy shield, 100,000 units. Special, joint defense. The energy shield of this L4 Windchild class joint escort frigate was extremely durable. Its strength alone equaled that of 2.5 L4 Shimmerwing class heavy interstellar bombers. And with the aid of joint defense, it could construct an enormous energy shield on the battlefield. Given enough ships, placing an energy shield around an entire planet wasn't entirely out of the question. Meanwhile, the L4 Windchild class joint escort frigate was remarkably inexpensive. Each unit cost only 1 billion holy light coins to build. Though that number seemed large, compared to the over 10 billion coin price tag of an L4 Shimmerwing class heavy interstellar bomber, it was truly cheap. Jiang Tian thought with satisfaction. Now my fleet is well balanced between offense and defense. I'll start production next month. Suddenly, Sihan appeared before Jiang Tian, startling him out of his deep focus on the system. Jiang Tian sat up and straightened his clothes. "Sihan, what is it?" Sihan looked unusually awkward, fidgeting as he asked hesitantly. "Dear Commander, are you free next Monday?" Jiang Tian instantly felt goosebumps crawl all over his body and snapped. "Spit it out already. Stop trying to creep me out." Still unsatisfied, he stepped forward as if about to kick Sihan. That made Sihan jump backward in fright, quickly switching to a more serious expression as he explained. "Sir, Pei Qingli and I want to get married during this vacation. We'd like to invite you to our wedding." Jiang Tian was slightly taken aback. "So soon? All right, I'll come," Jiang Tian said. Sihan immediately brightened. "Great. That means I won't get scolded." Jiang Tian gave him a sidelong glance, his expression odd. Then suddenly remembering something, Sihan added, "Oh right, Commander. Once Pei Qingli and I finish designing the invitations, I'll send one your way." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Fine. I'll prepare a gift for you too as well." "Thank you, Commander," Sihan said happily. With that, Sihan cheerfully left the command center. Jiang Tian rested his chin on his hand, muttering to himself, "What should I give them?" Sihan and Pei Qingli were both founding members of the Starfleet. Jiang Tian definitely wanted to be part of their special occasion. Maybe I'll give them an L3 class warship and upgrade it myself, Jiang Tian decided with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 75, Jiang Tian's Request. Chapter 75. The next day, Jiang Tian went to the Second Wing Palace of Holy Light Palace as previously agreed to meet the Second Prince. The Second Wing Palace was no longer just a side hall. It had become a center of power. The Second Prince was now leading by an overwhelming advantage in the imperial succession race and had already begun preparations for his coronation. By the time Jiang Tian arrived, the place was packed with people, a sea of bodies so dense that he couldn't even get through the door. With no other choice, Jiang Tian finally sent a message to the Second Prince saying he had arrived. Inside, the Second Prince immediately dropped the documents he was reviewing as soon as he heard Jiang Tian had come. He strode toward the entrance, shouting along the way, "Royal Guards, assemble at once." After about 5 minutes, the crowd suddenly grew restless. Jiang Tian turned toward the commotion. There, surrounded by guards, the second prince emerged from the main gate. Everyone instantly surged forward, eager to make themselves known to him before he ascended the throne. Only one person remained completely unmoved, Jiang Tian. Such abnormal calmness stood out sharply in the chaotic crowd. The second prince noticed him immediately and subtly signaled to the guards. The guards understood at once. They swiftly began forcing the crowd apart on both sides. Though everyone wanted to see the prince, none dared defy his will. After all, no one wanted to be remembered in such a negative light. As the crowd gradually parted, Jiang Tian became the undeniable focal point. Someone nearby whispered nervously, urging him. Bro, quickly move aside. Don't block the second prince's path. Just then, the guards reached him. Jiang Tian glanced at the man who had warned him kindly and gave a faint smile. Then, everyone watched in awe as the guards came to a complete stop in front of Jiang Tian, split into two rows, and simultaneously saluted, forming a clear 2-meter-wide passage. Jiang Tian walked forward, approaching the second prince. The second prince was visibly pleased to see him. Brother Jiang Tian, I've finally waited for you. Come, let's go inside and talk. With that, he gestured invitingly, then entered the second wing palace side by side with Jiang Tian. As the remaining guards slowly withdrew back into the hall, chaos erupted outside. Damn, who the hell is that guy? I've been waiting here for 2 days and still couldn't get a glimpse of the second prince. And yet this guy shows up and gets personally welcomed. Someone nearby explained. Looks like the rumor might actually be true. Rumor, the man elaborated. Originally, the second prince was on equal footing with the other heirs. But suddenly, he gained support from an extraordinary genius. Within just a few weeks, they swept through the fleets of all rival princes, securing the throne for him. Of course, rumors always differed slightly from reality. But this one was close enough to hit the mark. Everyone around suddenly realized how influential Jiang Tian must be. The kind stranger who had earlier warned Jiang Tian now broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Jiang Tian hadn't looked angry at all. He smiled instead. There was probably no need to fear retaliation. Unaware of the frenzy outside, Jiang Tian and the second prince wouldn't have cared even if they knew. They proceeded together to the guest chamber, the same familiar room. The second prince sat down and personally brewed tea for Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian sat with a smile and teased. Your Highness, you're truly a busy man now, already carrying yourself like an emperor. The second prince responded calmly and composedly. All thanks to brother Jiang Tian's help. Without you, I might not have secured the throne at all. Jiang Tian chuckled lightly, but said nothing more. Once the tea was ready, Jiang Tian resumed the conversation. Have you found out where that mechanical race fleet originated? The second prince sounded irritated. The mechanical race slipped in during the April invasion. We accidentally allowed them entry. They divided into hundreds of small units crossing the border. Those who survived were supposed to regroup within imperial territory. Jiang Tian hadn't expected the mechanical race to devise such a strategy. If not for his intervention saving the 5 royal heirs, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The second prince continued. I've assigned the Star Erosion Patrol Division to search for traces of mechanical race involvement while conducting their regular inspections. A full sweep across the empire will likely take over 2 months. Jiang Tian nodded. Conducting a comprehensive investigation throughout the entire empire was no small task. Without an existing specialized agency like the Star Erosion Patrol Division, such an operation would have been nearly impossible. Jiang Tian added a warning. Your Highness, be cautious regarding the Temple of Star Erosion. If the mechanical race has obtained this intelligence, it's possible they already know too. That cult is definitely connected to the Star Eroders. The second prince agreed earnestly. Yes, I'll increase surveillance there. Also, after the imperial inspection concludes, I plan to hold my coronation ceremony and officially ascend the throne. The date is tentatively set for December 1st. Jiang Tian laughed. Excellent news. I offer my congratulations in advance, Your Highness. The second prince remained calm and replied. Brother Jiang Tian, you are truly the greatest contributor this time. Name your reward. Jiang Tian pretended to ponder for a moment, then replied. Your Highness, I want the blue cloud star system. The second prince waved his hand magnanimously. Granted, but that alone isn't enough. What else do you want? Shall I just give you the entire Mo Ran star region instead? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian quickly raised his hands in refusal. Your Highness, there's no need for such generosity. I have no interest in managing an entire star region. It's far too troublesome. All I want is a carefree position where I don't have to deal with any official duties, just lie around and count money every day. This request, though seemingly demanding, was exactly what the second prince wanted to hear. Jiang Tian had helped him secure the throne, so of course he must have demands. If the prince couldn't satisfy them, his imperial position would be at risk. Moreover, he had to guard against Jiang Tian changing sides. Right now Jiang Tian supported him, but that might not last forever. After all, he was not of royal blood. Entrusting too much power to him was out of the question. Jiang Tian's current request, therefore, was perfect. He sought no real authority, yet still expressed a desire. While vast sums of money might be difficult for others, for an emperor it was simple. Just assign Jiang Tian some idle title and give him hundreds of billions each month. The second prince smiled and said, Then after my coronation, I'll appoint you as National Guardian Envoy, with a monthly salary of 100 billion holy light coins. How does that sound? Jiang Tian grinned contentedly. That would be absolutely perfect. Thank you, Your Highness Second Prince. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. The second prince burst into laughter, thoroughly pleased by Jiang Tian's keen perception. Chapter 76. The Anxious Sihan. Chapter 76. At this moment, Jiang Tian asked, "Does your majesty have a more aesthetically pleasing L3 warship? One of my subordinates is getting married, and I'd like to give them a gift." The second prince thought for a moment and said, "If we're talking about appearance, my most beautiful vessel would be the L3 Ocean Breeze class fast frigate." Jiang Tian's face lit up as he said, "In that case, could I trouble your majesty to sell me one? I'll pay the highest market price." The second prince waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "No need to be so formal, brother Jiang. Anyway, this warship isn't particularly powerful in combat. I'll just give you one. I'll have someone pick out the newest model shortly." Jiang Tian didn't stand on ceremony and readily accepted. "All right, then many thanks to your majesty." After another hour or so, Jiang Tian felt it was time to leave and stood up to take his leave. "Your majesty, it's getting late. I should go now. If anything comes up, just contact me." The second prince nodded and said, "All right, let me walk you out." Jiang Tian shook his head and declined. "No need, your majesty. I've been here several times already. I can find my way out myself." With that, Jiang Tian departed, leaving the second prince sitting in his seat. In truth, he had always wanted to ask Jiang Tian about that L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump cruiser of his. But every time he recalled the stern tone Jiang Tian used during their last conversation, he hesitated. He wasn't yet strong enough to ignore Jiang Tian's influence. If he provoked Jiang Tian and angered him, leading Jiang to back someone else instead, the second prince would become nothing but a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian returned to Starry Sky Base aboard the L3 Ocean Breeze class fast frigate gifted by the second prince. This vessel featured an elegant pale blue hull with all weapon systems built in. Externally, not a single turret could be seen. The warship perfectly matched Jiang Tian's preferences. "I'll erase the fleet insignia and replace it with the initials of Si-Han and Pei Qingli. Then install an observatory deck on top of the ship, and slightly modify the control system so two people can operate it." Jiang Tian muttered to himself while making plans. Once the design was finalized, he began work immediately. Such a simple task posed no challenge at all to Jiang Tian. He piloted the L3 Ocean Breeze-class frigate into a shipyard and instructed Huaying to prepare all necessary materials. After over 10 hours of labor, a brand new L3 Ocean Breeze-class fast frigate rolled off the production line. Although Si-Han and Pei Qingli were currently away from the base, Jiang Tian directly ordered the shipyard sealed off to prevent others from seeing the surprise. Soon came the wedding day. As Jiang Tian was preparing to depart, he saw Si-Han pacing anxiously within the base, clearly distressed. Seeing Jiang Tian emerge, Si-Han hurried over and said urgently, "Commander, something terrible has happened." Jiang Tian asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Si-Han explained. "After sending out the invitations, Pei Qingli and I intended to visit her family to formally request her hand in marriage. But I was driven away before even stepping through their door, and Pei Qingli was taken back by her family. From what I've heard, she's been targeted by one of the second prince's cronies and is being forced into a political marriage by the Pei family. Commander, what should we do? Before I left, I promised I'd come get her today." Jiang Tian froze, surprised such a melodramatic scenario could occur. He asked, "Pei Qingli is from the Yalon star system. What family is she supposed to marry into?" Si-Han thought for a moment and replied, "Apparently someone named Gu Feng Ao. His family, the Gu Feng clan, is said to be the most influential among the second prince's vassals." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Understood. I'll handle this. You go change into your wedding clothes right away." Si-Han blinked in confusion. "Change clothes? What for?" Jiang Tian sighed in frustration. "For your wedding attire. Are you going to fetch your bride dressed like that?" "Oh right, I'll go change immediately." With that, Si-Han rushed off. Jiang Tian summoned Huaying and ordered, "Huaying, assemble the entire Starry Sky fleet." Huaying sounded puzzled. "Commander, isn't it holiday period right now?" Jiang Tian slapped his forehead. He'd forgotten. He quickly corrected himself. "Then assemble everyone currently present at the base. We depart in 10 minutes. Prepare the L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump cruiser. All crew members on this mission will receive an extra week's bonus." Huaying nodded and said, "Understood, Commander. I'll make it happen." After Huaying left, Jiang Tian also contacted the second prince and said, "Your Majesty, do you have a certain Gu Feng family serving under you?" The second prince paused to think, then replied, "Yes, that family has been fairly reliable in their duties." "Why do you ask, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Tian said, somewhat angrily. "A member of their family, Gu Feng Ao, has set his sights on one of my subordinates. Right now, her family is arranging a political marriage with the Gu Feng clan." The second prince asked, puzzled, "The Gu Feng family? Who did they set their eyes on?" Jiang Tian explained, "Didn't you just gift me a starship? That vessel was meant for my subordinate." Now the second prince understood. No wonder Jiang Tian was so angry. He also knew a thing or two about the Gu Feng family. The situation was surely more complicated than what Jiang Tian had described. "Brother Jiang, I'll look into this right away. Give me 2 minutes." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "All right. Thank you, Your Majesty." The second prince let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to offend Jiang Tian over something like this. He quickly dialed a communication line to the Gu Feng family. While on Jiang Tian's end, the fleet was nearly assembled. Huaying reported, "Commander, we've gathered a total of 59 warships, 6 L4 Streamlight Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers, 1 L4 Silver Spear-class assault ship, and 3 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump cruisers." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Good, that's sufficient. Prepare the L4 Magpie Bridge-class jump cruisers for immediate departure. At that moment, the second prince's call came through. Jiang Tian answered casually. Brother Jiang, I've confirmed it. Gu Fengao is currently in the Yelon star system. I've already ordered him to remain in place. Jiang Tian replied. Understood. I'm on my way. With that, he ended the call. The second prince's expression darkened. He would not allow anyone to jeopardize his ascension. Guards, assemble the fleet. Departure for the Yelon star system within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, on the main planet of the Yelon star system, inside the Pei family castle, Pei Ling, the matriarch of the Pei family, was overseeing the makeup being applied to Pei Qingli. Watching the servants bustling about, she turned to Pei Qingli and said, Cheer up. Forget about that little boyfriend of yours. With the second prince on the rise, once you're married off, you'll be a lady of a powerful household. Chapter 77, The Holy Sword Revealed. Chapter 77. Pei Qingli said in a sarcastic tone, With such great conditions, why don't you go yourself? This immediately enraged Pei Ling, who snapped back. I'm doing this for your own good, and you dare not appreciate it? Besides, once you're married off, our Pei family will all benefit from it. That was probably the real reason, Pei Qingli thought, feeling a wave of nausea rise within her. All the benefits she sacrificed herself for would be enjoyed entirely by her family. Inwardly, Pei Qingli whispered, You'll come get me, right? Just then, Pei Ling received a call. She turned to Pei Qingli and said, Gu Fengao has arrived. He's waiting for the second prince to show up. They want us to send you to the orbital ring. Upon hearing that the second prince had come, Pei Qingli actually felt less anxious. She knew about Jiang Tian's alliance with the second prince. So long as she could see him, this matter could be resolved. Still, Gu Fengao probably wouldn't give her that chance. Pei Ling ordered the servants. Take the young mistress aboard the starship. Supported by the servants, Pei Qingli slowly rose to her feet, lifted her heavy red dress, and stepped out one step at a time. Seeing this, Pei Ling broke into a satisfied smile. Soon, Pei Qingli appeared aboard the Pei family's Sol L3 class warship. Through a holographic projection, Gu Fengao looked upon the elegantly dressed Pei Qingli and nodded approvingly, saying, The Pei family did well this time. I'll consider cooperating with you. Overjoyed, Pei Ling bowed deeply and replied, Thank you, young Master Gu, for your generosity. But Gu Fengao added somewhat reluctantly, However, the second prince instructed me to wait here for him. Stay put for now. Once he leaves, I'll come to pick you up myself. With that, Gu Fengao ended the communication, leaving behind a devastated Pei Qingli. Before Gu Fengao could meet the second prince, someone else arrived instead. Warning! Warning! Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected. Gu Fengao glanced puzzledly at the bridge crew, who looked just as confused, but the next moment. Which son of a bitch is stealing my wife? Sihan's voice thundered across the public channel. Kneeling inside the cabin, Pei Qingli burst into tears. You've finally come. The light of an L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump vessel gradually faded as it materialized before Gu Fengao's fleet. Gu Fengao sneered at the L4 Magpie Bridge-class vessel before him. It might be an L4 warship, but he had one too, and 3 others. He arrogantly declared, With just this single ship, who gave you the courage to come find me? Leave now, and I might let you live. Sihan smirked coldly and replied, Who told you I only have this one ship? The moment those words left his mouth, alarms erupted across Gu Fengao's fleet. Warning! Warning! Multiple abnormal spatial fluctuations detected. Warning! Warning! Detecting. Gu Fengao instantly panicked. Earlier, an anomaly had signaled Sihan's arrival. Now multiple anomalies meant real trouble. Within seconds, fleets of starships began appearing one after another, swiftly surrounding Gu Fengao's fleet in a complete encirclement. Sihan spoke again, calm and taunting. Now tell me, where did I get my courage? Standing beside Sihan, Jiang Tian was already cringing in embarrassment. Who designed such a dramatic script? Couldn't they just deploy all the ships at once? Why stagger the jumps like this to build suspense? Jumping wasn't free, you know? Jiang Tian grumbled inwardly, but since he decided to help Sihan, he couldn't interfere now. He could only stand aside and watch. Wait till this is over, he thought. I'm definitely deducting the extra cost from his paycheck. Meanwhile, Gu Fengao was completely stunned. He had no idea where so many warships had suddenly come from. He was now utterly humiliated and exposed. Moreover, the missile launchers of the L4 Luminal Wing-class heavy interstellar bombers in deep space had fully deployed and were now locked onto Gu Fengao's fleet. At that moment, Gu Fengao's deputy officer reported, Sir, long-range sensors detect a fleet approaching at maximum warp speed. It must be the second prince's fleet. Gu Fengao lit up with joy. His savior had arrived. This time he was safe. Laughing wildly, he shouted, The second prince is here. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. I'll make sure you all die. But Sihan remained completely calm. If Jiang Tian wasn't worried, why should he be? The next instant, a massive fleet emerged beside both Jiang Tian's and Gu Fengao's forces. 3 fleets now stood in a triangular formation. Seeing the second prince arrive, Gu Fengao immediately broke down and cried out, Your Highness, this is unbearable oppression. They suddenly appeared beside my fleet, surrounded me without provocation, and threatened to kill me. You must stand for justice on my behalf. Jiang Tian was stunned. This guy's ability to twist facts was truly something else. Lying so confidently, and with such smooth, face-changing skills, clearly well practiced in daily life. But the second prince didn't respond to him at all. Instead, after confirming this was Jiang Tian's fleet, he issued the attack order. Dozens of L-4 luminal spear-class battlecruisers immediately entered combat status. Moreover, to show the seriousness of the situation, the second prince even brought out the newly developed and recently deployed L-4 Holy Sword-class heavy cruisers. This was a new starship developed by the Imperial Academy after analyzing Eclipse-class warship technology. Though classified as a cruiser, its combat power was nearly on par with the L-4 luminal spear-class battlecruiser. The second prince had brought over a dozen of these brand-new L-4 Holy Sword-class heavy cruisers, all at once increasing his L-4 fleet count to more than 30. Combined with Jiang Tian's own fleet, the total number of L-4 warships now approached 50. In contrast, Gu Feng'ao's pitiful 3 ships were simply insignificant. As Gu Feng'ao stood baffled, wondering why the second prince ignored him, the enemy fleet opened fire. The large-caliber electromagnetic railguns of the L-4 luminal spear-class battlecruisers and the massive laser-forward cannons of the L-4 Holy Sword-class heavy cruisers crisscrossed through space. In the blink of an eye, they destroyed the majority of Gu Feng'ao's fleet. The sudden devastation terrified him so badly that he wet himself, a pale yellow liquid trickling down beside his feet. Several dozen seconds later, another wave of attacks arrived. Dozens of laser beams instantly obliterated the remaining half of Gu Feng'ao's fleet. Just 3 minutes had passed, and the previously arrogant Gu Feng'ao was now completely defeated, reduced to a commander without any fleet. Only the single L-4 warship he was on remained. It was only then that the second prince opened communication with Jiang Tian and said, "Brother Jiang Tian, I've arrived. This time, it was all due to my failure in managing my subordinates. I'll take responsibility and deal with it myself. I'll leave Gu Feng'ao to you. Handle him however you wish." Jiang Tian nodded. The second prince was being quite cooperative. He hadn't expected him to come at all. Still, since he had come, Jiang Tian politely replied with gratitude. "This wasn't your fault to begin with. For your highness to come all this way personally, it's really been too much trouble for you." Chapter 78 Instant Change of Costume. Chapter 78. The second prince said indifferently, "It's fine. Actually, this is partly my fault too." Jiang Tian smiled and didn't respond further. Then Jiang Tian gave the order. L-3 Xinguang-class medium frigates. Deploy interference beacons to jam the remaining enemy ships. L-4 Chuaqiao-class interstellar jump ships. Open the ship docking corridor and link up with the Pei family's L-3 vessel. The L-4 Chuaqiao-class interstellar jump ship moved toward the Pei family's warship, and soon a massive glass walkway extended through empty space, connecting the two vessels. Now no one dared to detain Pei Qingli anymore. Anyone with eyes could see that Si-Han was no ordinary person either. And since Gu Feng'ao had already failed, siding with Si-Han wasn't such a bad choice after all. Released, Pei Qingli spotted the glass walkway immediately. She lifted her dress and ran toward the L-4 Chuaqiao-class jump ship. Meanwhile, Si-Han was already waiting for her at the end of the passage. But when he saw Pei Qingli's bright red gown, his lips twitched slightly. It wasn't that she looked unattractive. It was just that Si-Han was dressed in a formal suit, clearly belonging to an entirely different fashion world. Instantly, he felt awkward, and beside him, Jiang Tian looked equally speechless. He really had to admire Si-Han's terrible luck. But then again, Jiang Tian was still Jiang Tian. He always had a backup plan. Jiang Tian took out a Starfleet medal and pinned it onto Si-Han's chest with a pat. In an instant, Si-Han's suit transformed into a long crimson robe that perfectly matched Pei Qingli's attire. Si-Han stood stunned. How had he just changed clothes in a blink? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Jiang Tian had kindly solved his wardrobe crisis, so he quickly hurried toward Pei Qingli. In the middle of the glass corridor, a young couple embraced tightly. Well, not exactly young lovers anymore. They were now officially husband and wife. Shortly after, Si-Han and Pei Qingli returned together to stand before Jiang Tian. Pei Qingli spoke first. "Commander, thank you so much for everything this time." Jiang Tian waved dismissively. "You're making things awkward. We were classmates before, and now you're part of my crew. Helping you out with something small isn't a big deal." Pei Qingli smiled. Si-Han suddenly realized, had it already been 9 months since graduation? Jiang Tian asked, "So where do you two plan to go now?" Pei Qingli looked at Si-Han. Si-Han looked back at her. After a brief silent exchange, they said together, "We think we'll head back to the stellar base. Honestly, there isn't anywhere else we need to go right now." Jiang Tian nodded. "All right, good timing. I've got a gift ready for you both back at the base. I'll hand it over later." Si-Han already knew about it, but Pei Qingli had no idea. Flustered, she said, "This is really putting you out, Commander, going through so much trouble for us." Jiang Tian feigned anger. "I told you it's nothing. If you keep acting like this, I'm really going to get mad." Pei Qingli burst into laughter. This was what true camaraderie felt like. Watching Si-Han idly playing with Pei Qingli's hair, Jiang Tian waved his hand and said, "You two go chat somewhere else. It's still your honeymoon. You don't need to stay here." Si-Han instantly understood. With a quick, "Thank you, sir," he grabbed Pei Qingli's hand and dashed away. Suddenly, Jiang Tian shouted, "Si-Han, give me back the medal. Whatever's in my hands belongs to me now. I'll return it, once I've used it a bit more," came Si-Han's shameless laugh from afar. Jiang Tian shook his head with a smile. Still, this Universal Heavy Industries gadget is pretty interesting. Came in very handy today. The badge he'd given Si-Han earlier was actually something Jiang Tian had specially requested from Feng Lingchuan. Back during their first meeting, Feng Lingchuan's divine-level outfit transformation ability had captivated Jiang Tian for quite some time. He remembered the incident, and, during later cooperation, casually commissioned a few customized badges like it. This trip, Jiang Tian had brought only one, never expecting it would actually come in useful. Once things settled down, Jiang Tian opened a comms channel to the second prince. Your Majesty, we're heading back to base to complete the wedding ceremony. Would you like to come along? The second prince laughed. Nah, I'll pass. Too much work waiting at the Holy Light Palace. Understood, Your Majesty. Then I'll take my leave. Jiang Tian waved and ended the transmission. Then he issued the command. L4 Luguangji class heavy interstellar bombers. Launch 10 Luguang type, 9 medium curvature missiles. Eliminate Gufeng AO. Immediately, 10 interstellar missiles shot out from the launchers, flickered briefly on both sides of the warship, then vanished instantly into curvature drive, reappearing the next moment directly in front of Gufeng AO's face. Due to the jamming effects from Jiang Tian's L3 Xinguang class medium frigates, Gufeng AO's warship was now completely paralyzed. Not a single light remained on. Gufeng AO hadn't even seen a trace of the interstellar missiles before. In the next instant, the deck of his chamber was torn apart, and he was sucked into the vacuum of space, becoming space debris. Of course, even if his warship had been intact, it would have been impossible to intercept 10 curvature missiles at once. As Gufeng AO's warship exploded in the void, Jiang Tian commanded his fleet to return. The second prince watched Jiang Tian depart, then turned to his subordinates and ordered, eliminate the Gufeng family. What's the point of keeping such a pest around? Also, investigate and obtain photos of all senior officers in the stellar fleet, then distribute them to all subordinate factions. Tell them to keep their eyes wide open. Anyone who dares provoke Jiang Tian will share the same fate as the Gufeng family. The more the second prince thought about it, the angrier he became. This time, Gufeng AO had nearly gotten him killed. The few curvature bombs Jiang Tian had displayed at the end left the second prince feeling uneasy. Previously, 0142 had always fired mass missile salvos, making curvature missiles seem insignificant. But now, simply considering that attack method, the second prince instantly felt his own warship was nothing but scrap metal in front of Jiang Tian. The only comforting fact was that Jiang Tian didn't possess any L5 class warships, while the Holy Light Empire had over a dozen L5s. The second prince shook his head violently and muttered, "What a headache this is." After more than 10 hours of travel, Jiang Tian returned to the stellar base. But instead of immediately sending for Si Han and Pei Qingli, he first went to the shipyard and brought out the L3 Haiyingfeng class rapid frigate, positioning it directly facing the L4 Chueqiao class interstellar jump ship. Only after completing this did he summon Si Han and Pei Qingli, telling them to come to the bridge. When Si Han heard Jiang Tian calling them, he quickly tidied himself up and brought Pei Qingli along. Both had already changed out of their red garments and were now dressed in casual, everyday clothes. When Jiang Tian saw them arrive, he smiled and said, "We've returned to the stellar base. Now it's time to give you two your gifts." At the word, gift, Si Han immediately started looking around curiously. Pei Qingli, noticing his behavior, felt slightly embarrassed, but Jiang Tian didn't mind at all. He chuckled and said, "Don't bother searching. It's not here." Si Han instantly stopped scanning the room and turned to smile sheepishly at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian found himself momentarily speechless. He pointed toward the window. Si Han and Pei Qingli walked together to the porthole and looked outside. Jiang Tian joined them from behind and introduced. "This is the L3 Haiyingfeng class rapid frigate, developed by the Holy Light Empire's military department. I took the liberty of modifying it a bit." Chapter 79, Newlywed Couple. Chapter 79. Si Han and Pei Qingli were practically drooling as they stared at the sight, never expecting Jiang Tian to be so generous, to gift them an entire L3 class warship just like that. Jiang Tian continued, "I've redesigned the control system of this warship so that only 2 people are needed to operate it. I've also added a glass observation room for you. From this moment on, this warship belongs to both of you." Pei Qingli looked at the vessel, its light blue hull accented with white and pink patterns, and couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. Si Han exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it even has our names on it." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Well, since it's a gift for the 2 of you, wouldn't it be strange without some personal touch?" Pei Qingli turned around and sincerely told Jiang Tian, "Thank you, Commander. I really love this gift." His face flushed slightly at her words. Truthfully, he hadn't spent a single coin on the warship himself. Trying to shift the subject, Jiang Tian asked, "So what are your plans now? I noticed you've changed clothes already." Si Han spoke up first. "Commander, we might as well consider our wedding done in its own way. Despite everything that happened, this whole experience has become a deeply touching memory for us." Beside her, Pei Qingli agreed. "Yes, Commander. Without your help, we would have been in serious trouble this time." Jiang Tian smiled and said, "All right then. Since you've made your decision, just enjoy your vacation. Return to report in 1 week." Both Si Han and Pei Qingli responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." Jiang Tian waved his hand and added, "That L3 Ocean Breeze class fast frigate has already been fueled and prepped. You can go wherever you'd like." Hearing this, Si Han was naturally overjoyed. This was their very first L3 class warship. "Then we'll take our leave now, Commander," Si Han called out. "Go ahead. Have fun." Shortly after, Si Han and Pei Qingli boarded the shuttle and flew toward their new warship. Jiang Tian stood on the bridge watching them depart. Suddenly, he sighed softly. "They truly have such great feelings for each other. I really envy them." He shook his head, let out another sigh, and then turned to leave the bridge. The vacation passed quickly. Jiang Tian spent the entire week lounging around the base. Truthfully, there wasn't anywhere particular he wanted to go. With most matters settled, he suddenly felt a strange emptiness in his heart. Wait, there was still one major matter left unresolved. Hua Ying's vendetta against those who annihilated her clan. Jiang Tian summoned Hua Ying and said, "Now that the holiday is over, it's time to start a new production plan." Hua Ying nodded, ready with her notepad in hand. Jiang Tian asked first, "How many L4 class warships do we currently have?" Without hesitation, Hua Ying replied, "Commander, we currently possess 3 L4 Silver Lance-class assault ships, 20 L4 Flowing Light Wings-class heavy interstellar bombers, 5 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ships, 30 L4 Gold Miner-class heavy mining vessels, and 20 L4 High-Energy Forge-class large industrial ships." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Didn't the second prince promise to reimburse me? Has he paid up yet?" In truth, Jiang Tian didn't really care about the second prince. The money mattered more. Hua Ying immediately answered. During the holiday, the second prince transferred the funds. He sent a lump sum of 1 trillion holy light coins, more than enough to cover all our combat expenditures. Jiang Tian shrugged carelessly. "Well, he just wants me to support him a bit more. Doesn't matter. Since he's paid, use the funds freely." Hua Ying nodded, indicating she understood. Jiang Tian went on. "If that's settled, next month let's produce 5 L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ships and 30 L4 Wind Child-class joint frigates. Also, don't stop producing the L2 Bullet-class high-speed frigates. They're consumables, so maintain a stockpile of at least 100. Hua Ying carefully noted down each instruction. Then she asked, "Commander, about the L4 Wind Child-class joint frigate. What exactly is that?" "Oh right, I forgot to send you the blueprints. My bad, I'll send them now." Jiang Tian slapped his forehead lightly, apologetically. After receiving the blueprint, Hua Ying's face lit up with astonishment. How little time had passed. Jiang Tian had already produced designs for 6 different L4 class warships, including monstrous ones like the L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ship. Seeing her expression, Jiang Tian said, "Don't look so surprised. By now, shouldn't you expect anything from me?" Hua Ying firmly nodded. Having served as Jiang Tian's secretary for so long, she really should have been used to it by now. Then Jiang Tian added, "This month, try to recall all the factions responsible for destroying your clan. No matter if they're beast clans or spirit clans, write down every single one. Just wait until you've figured it out, then send it to me." "Commander, what do you mean?" Hua Ying asked, momentarily confused by Jiang Tian's words. Jiang Tian smiled and explained, "Back when you joined the Stellar Fleet, I promised you that as long as I had the ability, I'd help you take revenge. Now that things inside the Holy Light Empire have quieted down, once this new fleet is ready, we'll set off." Hua Ying gasped in surprise. After so many years, she had long since given up hope. Even though Jiang Tian had made that promise, she hadn't truly taken it to heart. She had spent all this time working in the Stellar Fleet simply as a way to repay him for saving her life. She never expected Jiang Tian would bring this upon her again. "General, are you serious?" Hua Ying asked hesitantly, barely believing her ears. "Of course I'm serious. Why would I lie to you?" Jiang Tian replied. A single tear traced down Hua Ying's delicate face, a face that hadn't shed tears in years. Seeing this, Jiang Tian panicked. Don't cry. I can't handle it when girls cry." Hua Ying wiped her eyes and apologized softly. "I'm sorry, Commander. I lost my composure just now." "It's fine, really," Jiang Tian said dismissively. "Go ahead and start preparing for this month's tasks. I promise you, we'll depart exactly 1 month from today." Hua Ying nodded solemnly. "Yes, Commander." With that, she saluted and left the command room. Jiang Tian remained seated, already turning his thoughts toward Hua Ying's vengeance. This was no simple matter. It involved conflict with 2 entire alien races. He couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 80 The End. October, Solaris year 3824. After the last L4 Windborne-class joint escort frigate rolled off the production line, Jiang Tian led the Starfield fleet toward the Beast Clan Fortress Empire to avenge Hua Ying. 2 days later, the Warhowl clan was annihilated, and the Emperor of the Thunderbolt Empire was personally killed by Jiang Tian, replaced thereafter by an obscure minor noble. Jiang Tian had no time to manage this region himself. Installing a puppet ruler was crucial. November, Solaris year 3824. Jiang Tian returned to the Starfield base. He did not rush to confront the spirit clans, partly because his fleet supplies were running low. The battle against the Beast clan had consumed a significant number of interstellar missiles, which needed replenishing. Moreover, the spirit clans possessed L5 warships. Jiang Tian at this point still wasn't strong enough to face them head-on. December 1st, Solaris year 3824. The new emperor ascended the throne in the Solaris Empire. Xian Wenming became the next sovereign. On the same day, Jiang Tian completed a system upgrade mission, advancing to system level 5. Combined with the rewards from Xian Wenming's coronation, Jiang Tian obtained an L5 interstellar cloaking armada vessel and an L5 battleship. Now that his naval power was established, Jiang Tian immediately ordered 3 months of continuous L5 warship production. March, Solaris year 3825. Jiang Tian had amassed 50 L5 battleships. He once again led the Starfield fleet on a long-range expedition, this time against the spirit clans. Notably, L5 warships were so massive that each was equipped with an independent spatial jump drive. By late March, Solaris year 3825, the Xianling clan, the very one that had destroyed Hua Ying's homeworld, was completely exterminated. Not a single soul survived. Hua Ying's vengeance was finally fulfilled. She relaxed entirely, as if a lifelong burden had been lifted. May, Solaris year 3825. Jiang Tian uncovered the secret of the Eclipse Altar. A superfleet, with average strength at level 7, was flying into this universe. The Eclipse beings were merely its vanguard. That robed figure was an L7 Eclipse organism, but to grant him intelligence, his combat power had been severely weakened. There were now 19 years left until the Eclipse Armada's full arrival. Guided by the system, Jiang Tian set course for the Machine Clan. September, Solaris year 3825. Jiang Tian solo-piloted an L4 Magpie Bridge-class interstellar jump ship into Machine Clan territory. There, he met the Machine King. To his astonishment, Jiang Tian discovered the Machine King was actually the remaining fragment of his system. The Machine King had existed solely to assist Jiang Tian, but due to a programming malfunction, he had instead founded the Machine Clan. The Machine King willingly merged with Jiang Tian. Instantly, Jiang Tian's system ascended to level 8, and the system evolved, or rather restored, its former advanced artificial intelligence, Guangyi. Through Guangyi's explanation, Jiang Tian learned the true origin of the system, a legacy of a universe-spanning empire. That civilization had been invaded by the Eclipse beings, ultimately leading to the destruction of their entire cosmos. Yet a single Eclipse being could not destroy an entire universe. Behind them stood a true four-dimensional entity, him. In the final moments, the Emperor uploaded Guangyi's data and detonated the core of a near-level 9 Imperial flagship, hurling Guangyi into the unknown depths of space. And thus, the system found its way to Jiang Tian. Suddenly, Jiang Tian became a supreme overlord wielding L8 warships. To resist the Eclipse invasion, Jiang Tian constructed an L8 warship and used overwhelming force to unify the entire universe under his rule. Solaris year 3830. Mobilizing all resources across the universe, Jiang Tian built 100,000 L8 warships, planning to destroy the Eclipse fleet before they even entered this universe. He commanded his fleet to jump into that gravitational trap, intending to ambush the Eclipse Armada. But he appeared. In an instant, 80% of Jiang Tian's fleet was annihilated. Billions upon billions perished. Only then did Jiang Tian truly grasp the sheer gap between them. He Jingji jumped back into his universe. After this devastating battle, Jiang Tian realized clearly, without actual four-dimensional warships, victory was impossible. He immediately ordered all civilizations in the universe to begin researching four-dimensional technology. But such knowledge was far beyond their reach. Jiang Tian provided the blueprints, yet they lacked the fundamental research capacity. Final 5 years before invasion. With no other options, Jiang Tian boarded the L8 Sol Ferry-class interstellar jump ship. He inputted a jump command, but set no destination. The next instant, the vessel shifted into a state half three-dimensional, half four-dimensional, as if stuck in 3.5 dimensions. Jiang Tian quickly ordered Guangyi to collect all possible data. Such a state couldn't last long. After sustaining it for nearly an hour, the strange condition dissipated. The entire L8 Sol Ferry-class ship was balfert. But Jiang Tian had obtained the critical data. He immediately issued orders to begin refitting the prototype Level 9 Imperial flagship. 4 years until invasion, the L9 Imperial flagship was completed. It took Jiang Tian an entire year to finish building this ultimate warship. Now he finally had the power to confront him directly. Jiang Tian solo-piloted this warship and jumped beyond the universe, where once again he faced him. He emerged from the void, launching a spatial attack straight at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian sneered coldly and said, "So you're the only one who can access 4 dimensions? Entire ship, ascend to higher dimension." In an instant, the hull of the L9 Imperial flagship dematerialized, vanishing from 3-dimensional reality. He followed into the 4th dimension, appearing before Jiang Tian. But within the same dimensional plane, he could no longer harm Jiang Tian in any way. Seeing this, Jiang Tian mocked. "Since that's the case, then die." Then his colossal form was instantly detonated by unknown means, exploding into a flash of white light that dissipated into the 4-dimensional space.